However, the carapace of the giant crab was simply too hard. Sparks flew, and sharp screeching noises resounded as the rotating blades only managed to leave little scratch marks on the giant crab's carapace. They were unable to penetrate through it. Tan Lao was in shock. He didn't know what kind of crab spirit this was for it to have such a hard shell. Even his own transcendent artifact was only able to leave minor scratches on it. Gu Sanjing was taken aback as well. He originally thought that Tan Lao could handle it, which was why he felt safe leaving his back to him and focused on keeping guard against his surroundings instead. However, even Tan Lao was unable to keep the monster at bay, and Dong Quan and the others were slowly being pushed back as well, despite their best efforts. Seeing as they were running out of options, Gu Sanjing turned around, raised his arms and shouted, "Unsheath!" Shing 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 shing. A sharp ringing echoed forth as a series of silver lights as bright as lightning shot out in quick succession from the sword case on Gu Sanjing's back. They erupted from the case like a thunderclap. Woo woo! Deafening cries rang out from above Tan Lao's three-diamond shield. As soon as the thunderclap flying sword shot out, they quickly crushed the tough shell of the giant crab pincers that Dong Quan and the others were trying so hard to stop, splattering blood and flesh about. The thunderclap swords penetrated through the pincers, slicing them into pieces. The giant-shelled body pushing down on Tan Lao was mutilated by dozens of thunderclap flying swords as well. Gu Sanjing pointed his finger to the wall, and dozens of silver lights crashed into it. They swiftly ripped apart what remained of the giant crab's body. Blood and flesh splattered about, kicking up clouds of dust. The wall completely collapsed, revealing a neighboring passageway. On the other side, there were a group of Yao cultivators frantically backing away. Dong Quan and the others were dumbstruck. Zhao Lingtu had told them long ago about the might of the thunderclap sword furnace. It didn't seem so impressive back when Gu Sanjing had used it to fight Miao Yi and the others before. But now, they finally came to see the true might of this thunderclap sword furnace. It instantly killed the monster that everyone else had tried so hard just to inflict some damage on. As expected of the Sword Deviate sect, the number one sect in the fifth earthly branch, to possess such a powerful second-grade transcendent artifact. They had powerful tricks up their sleeve indeed. Attack! A vicious shout came from the opposing tunnel. The retreating Yao cultivators immediately charged forward in a frenzied manner. Gu Sanjing swept them a cold gaze, then with a flip of his hand, the thunderclap flying swords hovering around the passageway immediately rained down like a hurricane, cleaving through the demons like a raging thunderstorm. Just to be safe, Tan Lao directed 8 of his flying shields to protect Gu Sanjing, enabling him to focus on killing the enemies. In moments, blood and flesh covered the area as screams of agony resounded throughout the passageway. The thunderclap flying swords easily penetrated through the second-grade transcendent artifacts worn by the Yao cultivators, which did little to protect their owners. As the cries and wails continued, the surviving Yao cultivators frantically ran towards both ends of the underground tunnel, leaving dozens of corpses behind. None dared to face the might of the thunderclap flying swords again. Gu Sanjing approached the corpse of a demon that had reverted to its original form. He formed a fist with his right hand and lightly knocked on his left chest. Once again, ringing noises resounded as the thunderclap flying swords swiftly flew back into the sword furnace. He continued to keep a vigilant eye on his surroundings. Tan Lao gestured towards Dong Quan and the others and said, "Hurry and clean it up." Dong Quan and the others quickly removed the Yao cores from the Yao cultivators' corpses, as well as other valuables such as the golden bangles. They then handed them all over to Tan Lao. Tan Lao immediately split them into 2 shares and tossed Gu Sanjing's share over to him while he kept 1 share for himself. The both of them had simply stored away the spoils of war, without the slightest intention of splitting with Dong Quan and the others. They turned around and proceeded down the other tunnel. Dong Quan and the others exchanged glances. Even though they had complaints, they didn't dare to voice them out. They couldn't help feeling nostalgic for the days when Miao Yi was Alliance Master. Those days, they were the ones who took the biggest share. But alas, they didn't dare mention this to the Grim Reaper Gu Sanjian, and could only keep their grievances to themselves. After they proceeded 100 meters down the passageway, Gu Sanjing pointed to the side and said to Tan Lao, "We still need to get back to our original passageway so your black fox can continue to track Miao Yi." Tan Lao nodded. "We've been walking for a while now. We should have already passed the area where the tunnel collapsed." He turned around and immediately ordered Dong Quan and the others to destroy the wall between the two passages. Dong Quan and the others didn't dare to hesitate at all. They worked together and quickly destroyed the stone wall that was a dozen meters thick. As expected, they found the tunnel they were previously in. Gu Sanjiang and Tan Lao took the lead and walked over first. They turned around and saw a pile of rubble stacked together just 10 meters behind them. When they were in the other tunnel earlier on, they had walked over 100 meters. Based on these estimates, those Yao cultivators had caused a cave-in at least several hundred feet in size in order to seal them in. Tan Lao summoned the red-nosed black fox once again. As expected, it soon picked up the scent of Miao Yi's group and darted off. The rest of them immediately followed after. In one of the underground palaces, some of the Yao cultivators that managed to escape certain death were now reporting to He Langjun about what happened. They were still in shock. He Langjun gasped in astonishment, "He even killed the Hercules crab in a single stroke? That cultivator is actually so powerful?" Beside the gates of the underground palace, Pai Junzi and the trio were hiding among the crowd of Yao cultivators. They were mixing in with the Yao cultivators so blatantly. Pai Junzi's heart was full of trepidation, and his knees felt weak from the fear that someone would notice something amiss. However, he had no choice but to do exactly as Miao Yi said. On the other hand, Miao Yi was completely unfazed. It wasn't his first time doing such a thing in the Sea of Constellations anyway. What's more, he had experts beside him now and a mighty artifact in his possession. There was nothing to be afraid of. In contrast, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were feeling incredibly frustrated. Their hearts couldn't take playing such a risky game. This was simply too reckless. From time to time, they would secretly size up the Yao cultivators beside them. Both Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei were on full alert, afraid of revealing themselves. Then, they watched as Miao Yi approached the other Yao cultivators beside them of his own accord, asking about the battle that happened earlier. The both of them were utterly speechless. They completely gave up on this guy and no longer felt a shred of doubt that he actually did dare to step foot in the Sea of Constellations to hunt for treasure with just his White Lotus cultivation all those years ago. Damn! This bastard really thinks of himself as one of them now. Sikong Wuwei transmitted his voice over to Zhao Fei and grumbled. Zhao Fei was at a loss for words and simply shook his head. They had already come this far. There was no backing out now. All they could do was continue dancing to Miao Yi's tune. Inside the palace, after a discussion with his lieutenants, He Langjun abruptly stood up from his throne and bellowed, "We can always dig new passageways if our current ones are destroyed. My mind is set. We will trigger a major cave-in and bury them alive." His lieutenants acknowledged the order and left to assemble their forces and begin preparations. Miao Yi gave Pai Junzi a light push. Pai Junzi gave him a sign of understanding, then the four of them quickly ran behind the other Yao cultivators. When they came to a fork in the path, they swiftly left the group and proceeded down the other way. They didn't want to clash head-on against Gu Sanjing's forces. This was the upside of running behind Pai Junzi in these underground tunnels. He was the one who dug all of them out. There probably wasn't anyone else in this entire island more familiar with these underground passages than he was. Another upside was that Pai Junzi didn't have much status among the Yao cultivators. His main responsibility was to protect the underground tunnels. In his free time, he was required to patrol the mountain as well. When it was time for battle, no one would notice whether he was present or not. Thus, Miao Yi and the others could follow him and freely move around the labyrinthian underground passages. This was a demon's nest after all. With all the Yao cultivators on the move, Gu Sanjing's party quickly met with another obstacle. As they rushed onwards, the entire tunnel suddenly started caving in again. They immediately destroyed the adjacent wall, but soon discovered that the neighboring passageway was collapsing as well. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 370, Asking for Trouble. Chapter 370, Asking for Trouble. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The earth trembled as the walls began to cave in, kicking up clouds of dust. The ground shook heavily as though there was an earthquake. Trapped inside, all 7 of them invoked their arts and protected themselves, sweeping all the falling rubble away from their bodies. Swoosh! 16 shields expanded and flew out, protecting them from all sides, including the ceiling, so the space around them somehow remained intact. However, it didn't stop the rumbling noises coming from all around them. Small grains of dirt and rock cascaded down the gaps between the shields overhead. Dong Quan gasped, "These demons are trying to bury us alive." They were at least 100 meters underground. If such a major cave-in were to crash down on them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it with their cultivation. Tan Lao looked to Gu Sanjing. "It seems like we won't be able to find them using the underground path anymore. We should head out." A trace of resentment flashed through Gu Sanjing's eyes. He abruptly lifted his head to look at the ceiling and shouted, "Out of my way." The shields hovering overhead quickly spread out. The dirt and rocks above them were about to crash down when a sharp ringing noise suddenly echoed forth. Streaks of silver light instantly whirled around Gu Sanjing akin to an inverted tornado. Dust and rubble flew about within the tiny space as the thunderclap flying swords formed a tornado that ascended upwards like a drill. Like a knife through butter, it ground the cascading rubble to dust. The tornado broke through the earth like a silver dragon. Gu Sanjing quickly swept his sleeves and dusted the falling dirt off his clothes. Under the protection of the silver tornado, he leaped upwards. He nimbly bounded from one falling rock to another as he continued to ascend through the earth. Tan Lao hurriedly followed behind. Dong Quan and the others were overjoyed. They never thought that Gu Sanjing still had such a trick up his sleeves. They immediately followed after him. Shooting stars streaked across the sparkling night sky. Within the dense forests of the mountain range, a loud boom suddenly erupted. A silver dragon had risen from the ground, spreading out dust and rubble from the mighty winds stirred by its ascent. Beneath the silver dragon, Gu Sanjing and the others leaped out as well. They gently landed on the ground and swept a cold gaze across the surrounding mountain range under the night sky. The silver dragon spinning rapidly above them suddenly shot down, reverting back to streaks of silver light as they returned to the sword case on Gu Sanjing's back. Dong Quan and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. They couldn't believe that they actually managed to force their way up a depth of 100 meters underground just like that. They looked at Gu Sanjing in awe. There was a darkness in Gu Sanjing's eyes. Garbed in battle armor and with a sword case on his back, he stood proudly against the howling wind, the bright moon and starry sky hanging over his head. He swept a gaze at his surroundings. If he didn't have some skill, how could he possibly put himself in such danger and enter the underground passage? This was the very definition of being bold and talented. The Red Scarves Alliance forces were keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. Suddenly, a Blue Lotus 8th grade sword deviate sect disciple pointed to the distance and shouted, "Xin, look! It's senior brother Gu's thunderclap flying swords. They came out from over there." Xin noticed it too. She turned her crystal-armored hurricane beast around and shouted, "Let's go! Follow me to the Alliance Master's side." The large army immediately galloped off. After they met up with Gu Sanjing's group, Xin asked, "Have you vanquished Miao Yi?" Tan Lao shook his head. "The demons on the island got in our way, and so we couldn't find him. This whole incident is very fishy." Xin raised an eyebrow, scanning their surroundings as she said, "These insolent demons. How dare they get in our way? If so, we shall purge them all." Suddenly, a voice from afar shouted, "Miao Yi! Come out and answer me." The members of the Red Scarves Alliance all opened their transcendence vision and looked towards the source of the sound. Under the silver radiance of the moon, dozens of figures appeared on the peak of a distant mountain. In the front, a black-robed man was pointing at them. Behind him stood two voluptuous women. Miao Yi? Everyone was confused. They didn't know who this man was talking to, but from the direction his finger was pointing at, it seemed like he was talking to them. The crowd looked around out of reflex. Even Gu Sanjiang and the others did the same. However, they didn't see anyone else besides themselves. I forgot. I should be calling you Gu Sanjiang now. The black-robed man was none other than He Langjun. He barked, "Gu Sanjiang. Why won't you answer me?" So he was talking to me. What did he mean by Miao Yi then? Gu Sanjiang took a step forward, invoking his arts as he proudly responded, "I am right here." Who is the insolent fool who speaks so offensively? He Langjun replied, "Gu Sanjiang. You killed Madame Wu Hua of my Jade Stream Manor, then infiltrated Brasgong Fort and caused the death of its 72 fort masters. You even killed Commander Yuan. Do you plead guilty to these charges?" Everyone from the Red Scarves Alliance that didn't enter the underground passage all looked to Gu Sanjiang's group in shock. They never thought that they had already killed so many in the short time they were down there. Impressive indeed. On the other hand, Yi Xin knew how powerful Gu Sanjiang's thunderclap sword furnace was, so she was not surprised to hear what he did and felt that it was completely normal. What Madame Wu Hua? What 72 fort masters? What Commander Yuan? Gu Sanjiang didn't know a thing about all these people. So many had died to his thunderclap flying swords just now. How could he possibly know who the hell they were? Gu Sanjiang scanned his surroundings. So this place is called Brasgong Fort. However, there was something he didn't understand. It was understandable if he had killed that Madame Wu Hua and those 72 fort masters or whatever. As far as he knew, the fort masters of the Sea of Constellations was equivalent to manor lords. It was not completely out of the question for them to die to a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivator like him. However, he wouldn't dare say he'd killed that so-called commander. Commanders were Red Lotus experts on a par with hall masters. Logically speaking, it shouldn't be so easy to kill them. Was it possible that the crab spirit just now was that so-called commander? That's not right. All the Yao cores that we took just now were only first-grade Yao cores. If we had killed a Red Lotus Realm Yao cultivator, we should have gotten a second-grade Yao core. Did that crab spirit hold a high-ranking position merely due to its background? Gu Sanjiang thought that the chances of that happening were not completely implausible. Similar cases would often happen within the administration system of the Celestial Nation as well. So what if I killed them? What can you possibly do to me? Gu Sanjiang scoffed, so you're the demons who got in my way back in the cave just now. Since you dare to show yourselves, are you brave enough to battle me? Miao Yi's group followed Pai Junzi and came out from a secret tunnel. When he saw Gu Sanjiang's group had actually made it out, Miao Yi couldn't help clicking his tongue, and said, "This bastard is powerful indeed. Even after all this, they're still alive and kicking." As he said this, the group then heard how Gu Sanjiang responded. The four of them couldn't help exchanging glances. Sikong Wuwei covered a hand over his mouth and tried to stifle his laughter as he said, he actually admitted it himself. How can such a lucky thing happen? As the saying goes, you can escape the troubles sent from heaven, but you can't avoid the ones you bring upon yourself. Now he won't be able to wash this sin off even if he jumps into the ocean. This is quite interesting. Miao Yi and his group couldn't stop snickering. Pai Junzi was totally flabbergasted. Earlier on, he was worried that once He Langjun spread the news, the higher-ups would eventually come to get him to testify. Now, it was all good. The scapegoat had admitted it all himself. Pai Junzi wouldn't need to testify anymore. On the mountaintop, when he heard what Gu Sanjing said, He Langjun was fuming with rage and bellowed, "Gu Sanjing, so it really was you? What insolence! Commander Yuan is the sworn brother of the master of my Jade Stream Manor. You killed not just my master's sworn brother, but his lady as well. You've already committed a grave sin. All the Yao cultivators participating in the crusade will surely come after you. You can forget about leaving the Western Star Sea alive." When he heard this, Gu Sanjing was even more confident that his conjecture was correct. It seems like that crab spirit did indeed have quite a bit of background. However, he was not afraid. As a participant of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, how could he show mercy because of the opponent's background? That wouldn't make sense. So what if he killed the guy? The only chance these Yao cultivators had for revenge was to kill him here in this Sea of Constellations. Otherwise, if Gu Sanjing were to make it back alive, even if he didn't become a manor head of the system, would these Yao cultivators even dare to step foot into the celestial nation to settle the score with him then? But stop blabbering so much. Gu Sanjing pointed a finger at He Langjun and shouted, "Do you dare meet me in battle?" What Gu Sanjing didn't know was that his words had greatly shaken the Yao cultivators. So this bastard was the Nyoyid who stirred up such a major commotion in the Sea of Constellations all those years ago. Whoever was able to capture this man or kill him would accomplish a great merit. With such a merit, they wouldn't need to wait for the subjugation crusade to end and could simply head straight to the Western Constellations Palace. Even if he didn't reward them heavily, Western Constellations Palace Master Fu Qing would surely help that person escape the subjugation crusade and grant them an early release. Given Fu Qing's background, such a thing could easily be done. Otherwise, who would heed the commands of the Western Constellations Palace ever again? In that moment, the Yao cultivators looked towards Gu Sanjing fervently. Standing arrogantly, Gu Sanjing was still unaware that he had become a hot commodity in the eyes of the Yao cultivators. Insolence! What's there to be afraid of? He Langjun turned to his sides and shouted, "Attack!" The dozens of forces beside him immediately leaped down the mountain and disappeared into the night. Soon, among the trees before Gu Sanjing's forces, the ground cracked as human figures started climbing out of the ground. Their expressions were dazed and their bodies covered in dirt. There were also several frail-looking dragon steeds. These figures brandished weapons and mounted the dragon steeds, then speedily charged towards the Red Scarves Alliance. There were about 200 of them. Several figures leaped over the hiding place of Miao Yi and the others. Miao Yi accidentally saw one of the figures with half of the flesh on his face missing, revealing the pale white skull underneath. There was also another dragon steed still charging towards the enemy despite missing a leg. He gasped, "Zombies? And undead dragon steeds?" Pai Junzi whispered, "They are fiends and fiend dragon steeds." The fiends bear similarities to the zombies reanimated by ghost cultivators and can be controlled by another to fight one's enemies. You can also kill them for their inner cores. The fiend dragon steed is very similar to the undead dragon steed as well. Miao Yi finally understood. No wonder some of their clothes seemed familiar. They were obviously wearing the uniforms of a certain sect of the Celestial Nation's fifth earthly branch. It seemed like these were all the cultivators who had stumbled onto this island and then reanimated into fiends. On the other side, Gu Sanjing summoned the crystal-armored hurricane beast and mounted it. With a wave of his hand, he shouted, "Red Scarves Alliance, heed my command. Attack!" Tan Lao, Yi Xin, and Gu Sanjing took the front charge. Their forces immediately galloped after them from behind. Soon, the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance began clashing with the fiends within the dense forest before them. How could these fiends contend against the Red Scarves Alliance given their dulled senses? Not to mention, they didn't have any armor artifacts protecting them either. Even if they originally did, they had probably been stripped of their artifacts already. These fiends were all treated as mere sacrifices for battle. As such, the fiends were either knocked off their steeds with a single strike of the spear or split into two with a single slash of the sword. However, what struck fear into everyone's hearts was that even when those fiends were chopped into two halves, as long as they could move their upper bodies, they would continue wielding their weapons and attack the Red Scarves Alliance's dragon steeds. They would hack off a leg from a dragon steed or simply slash at the dragon steed's belly. Furthermore, even when those fiend dragon steeds had lost their riders, they would continue to charge into the Red Scarves Alliance's formation without any regard for their own safety. There was no reaction even when they were stabbed multiple times to the point where their stomachs bled, and their guts spilled out. They simply continued charging. Even when they were sliced in two and lying on the ground, they would open their jaws and bite crazily. For a while, the Red Scarves Alliance was in disarray. Some of those without experience with such creatures suffered terribly because of them. Their eyes widened in regret as they fell, their souls forever at rest in the sea of constellations. Soon, everyone became accustomed to the enemy and simply aimed to lop off their heads. After this battle, those who made it back alive would attain the riches and glory found along the path of cultivation, as well as the experience that they had used fresh blood to trade for. That was why all those who could make it back alive from the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade were the cream of the crop, seasoned by blood. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 371, Great Losses for the Red Scarves Alliance. Chapter 371, Great Losses for the Red Scarves Alliance. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. That crystal-armored hurricane beast is indeed stronger than your average dragon steed. Miao Yi clicked his tongue as he hid in the dark and watched the excitement. This was the truth. He had witnessed it with his own eyes how nimble those crystal-armored hurricane beasts were. That was not something the average dragon steed could match. What was even more astonishing was that the beasts could both attack and defend on their own. Most of the other steeds had suffered terribly when faced with those fiends who were still capable of attacking despite having been chopped in half. Only the crystal-armored hurricane beasts were fine. They would simply attack with their claws and knock the fiends' weapons away. Additionally, whenever they passed by an enemy that was not fully dead yet, the beasts would immediately crush their skulls under their feet. And whenever they passed by a fiend dragon steed, they would abruptly turn their heads, biting down on its legs with their sharp jaws and drag it down. Miao Yi's group was alarmed by the sight. If one day they had to fight someone riding such a spiritual beast, they would really need to be careful. Miao Yi wondered whether Charcoal would be able to win if he fought against a crystal-armored hurricane beast. He speculated that there was a high chance that Charcoal would suffer badly. As soon as he thought about Charcoal, Miao Yi couldn't help but worry if he was okay right now. However, his attention was soon drawn back by the sudden turn of events on the battlefield. The Red Scarves Alliance had the superior numbers to begin with. What's more, with the number one disciples of the three major sects and their mighty artifacts working in tandem with them, the battle completely favored one side. But suddenly, the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance were thrown into disarray once more. As he charged past a giant tree, Dong Quan's mouth suddenly tripped and fell. Dong Quan couldn't even process what just happened before realizing something was gripping his leg. He looked and saw a tree branch wrapped around his ankle like a tentacle, which then dragged him away from his fallen mount. Dong Quan was in shock. He quickly tried to swing his weapon at the branch, but soon realized something tightening around his wrist. The same thing soon happened to his other wrist, and then his waist. In an instant, several tentacle-like tree branches were constricting his limbs. The branches wrapped round and round his body, then dragged him away and hung him over a large tree. Before he could think of a method to escape, an old wrinkly hand broke off from the bark of the ancient tree. The hand also looked like a branch. It then reached for a blade from within its body. Scared out of his wits, Dong Quan struggled hard to escape. He shouted at the top of his lungs, "Alliance Master, save!" His voice was abruptly cut short as fresh blood spurted out of his neck. The giant tree behind him had beheaded him with a scimitar. Dong Quan's decapitated head was casually thrown aside, his eyes wide with fear. Even in his wildest dreams, he'd probably never imagined that his long and arduous path of cultivation would come to such an unremarkable end. No matter if he was a compassionate saint or a vile criminal, death came like the blowing of a candle. All the lies he told, the grudges he held, the debts he carried. All of them became dust in the wind the moment his headless, bloodied corpse fell to the side. A cultivation base at the Blue Lotus 9th grade was already the highest level possible in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Any higher than that would be a cultivation at the Red Lotus realm. People with strength like that would not participate in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. However, even a Blue Lotus 9th grade expert like Dong Quan had died to a Treant asterisk without even being able to put up so much as a fight. This was a testament to the cruelty that was the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. After that Treant finished Dong Quan off, it became like the thousand-hand bodhisattva, brandishing dozens of weapons on its arms, and started viciously attacking the people around it. Its roots assisted it further, which were protruding out of the ground. It could coil around a dragon steed's hooves and bring it down, or simply stab it with a scimitar from underground and kill it instantly. That Treant possessed many arms, and each of them was long. It also had plenty of weapons. The troops of the Red Scarves Alliance would attack it frantically, but even then they still had difficulty approaching its body. Even if they managed to chop off an arm, the Treant remained unperturbed, giving others the impression as though they had merely chopped off a normal tree branch. One of the Trent's roots would then shoot out from the ground and grab the fallen weapon before continuing to attack once more. Gu Sanjiang had turned his head over to look and pointed forth with his finger, directing 3 thunderclap flying swords to quickly save Dong Quan. But alas, he was too late. The Treant that had killed about 5 to 6 people in succession seemed to know of the might of Gu Sanjiang's thunderclap flying swords. It immediately gathered a dozen of its mighty arms and swung its weapons towards the 3 swords. The sound of clashing steel echoed forth as it knocked them away. However, as it had been hasty, several openings were created from its defensive maneuver. And with the surrounding forces closing in on it, not even the Treant dared to fight against them all by itself. The ground then suddenly trembled and sunk in, causing the troops charging over to lose their balance and fall into disarray. The giant tree then retracted its branches. It was trying to escape. Swoosh! It instantly dived underground. A vicious glint flashed past Gu Sanjiang's eyes. Once again he used his fingers to direct dozens of thunderclap flying swords to stab into the sunken ground. Ah! A wail rang out from underground, and a fountain of blood instantly erupted from the surface. However, how could there only be one Treant in this area? Countless roots suddenly erupted from the ground. Like tentacles, they wrapped around the mounts of the Red Scarves Alliance. Otherwise, they simply struck from underground using their weapons. The countless roots had even caught the 3 crystal-armored hurricane beasts. Fortunately, they possessed an incredibly tough carapace which could not be easily penetrated by all manner of weaponry. Otherwise, their fates would have been tragic. There was no end to the trouble caused by the roots underground. Meanwhile, beside them were giant trees that could come alive at any moment and attack them. The forces of the Red Scarves Alliance couldn't move from their spot at all, every step was an obstacle. Furthermore, using the chaos created by those Treants, the few remaining fiends started charging blindly and attacking as well. At this moment, several Yao cultivators who were not Treants showed themselves. They dove into the chaotic battlefield between the trees and dealt another heavy blow to the Red Scarves Alliance's forces. The entire Red Scarves Alliance plunged into terror. The casualties were rapidly increasing. They couldn't run away even if they wanted to now that they were deep inside the forest. Everyone instantly felt like they were in purgatory. Ha ha! On the distant mountaintop, He Langjun lifted his head and bellowed. He was overjoyed. The two voluptuous women beside him immediately dove into his embrace, allowing him to caress their bodies in front of everyone else. Watching from the dark, Miao Yi's group exchanged glances. Only Pai Junzi seemed used to the sight already. Miao Yi and the others finally understood. No wonder He Langjun still dared to fight against Gu Sanjing's forces despite knowing how powerful they were. As it turned out, he had something he could rely on. And the way these Trey ants hid between the trees and attacked was truly terrifying indeed. Their opponents were not able to differentiate which were normal trees, and which were the Trey ants. Those on the battlefield would definitely feel restless every time they saw a giant tree. And in this dense forest, there was a great number of them. The Red Scarves Alliance has suffered many casualties this time. Zhao Fei shook his head inside. This was the true nature of the cultivation realm. There are times when victory was not guaranteed, even with a higher cultivation and superior numbers. The scenery right now was a prime example of that. It was truly not guaranteed. Suddenly, something swept past their backs. The four of them looked back in shock and saw a twig rising from the ground, pointing at Pai Junzi's nose. Miao Yi and the others were taken further by surprise when, on the bark of a giant tree behind them, a wrinkly human face suddenly appeared. The human face opened its mouth, its finger pointing at Pai Junzi as it berated him in a low voice. Pai Junzi, why are the four of you hiding here? Everyone is already fighting. Why aren't you helping? Their nerves suddenly lost their tension, as they thought they had been discovered. But the Trey ant was just here to ask them to join the fight. Miao Yi didn't wait for Pai Junzi to respond and immediately scolded, "Go away. The Alliance Master has ordered us to lie in ambush here. He naturally has plans of his own. He doesn't need you to question them." Zhao Fei and the others were left speechless. Miao Yi then turned to them, and with a wave of his hand, said, "We'll continue observing." Miao Yi turned his head back to the battlefield. The other three followed suit. Suddenly, Miao Yi added, "Help us keep watch and warn us immediately if anyone approaches. If anything happens to the Alliance Master's plans, you'll have to answer to him." Puzzled, that Trey ant asked, "Who are you? Why have I never seen you before?" "We're the Alliance Master's backup plan. Don't ask too many questions if you don't need to know. It will do you no good to know too much." Miao Yi haughtily ended the discussion with a single line. He turned back to face the battlefield, no longer bothering with the Trey ant. The Trey ant was speechless. The wrinkly old face on the tree bark slowly faded away and it reverted back to the appearance of an average tree. Zhao Fei, Sikong Wuwei, and Pai Junzi would occasionally look at Miao Yi. They noticed that he'd focused his entire attention on the battlefield. He wasn't concerned about the Trey ant behind them at all. He simply gave it a scolding then ignored it completely. The three of them weren't as thick-skinned as Miao Yi and couldn't cast the matter aside just like that. Their nerves tensed up as they remained vigilant of their backs. Back on the battlefield, Gu Sanjing quickly sliced off the tree branches coiled around his mount with the thunderclap flying swords hovering around him. Once Xian's Rui whip extended, it became like a thorny, nimble snake, and she quickly twirled it around her body. It was quite terrifying. All the branches that approached her were immediately ground to splinters. The other riders followed after her as she charged towards a Trey ant that was attacking the people around it. Noticing the situation was bad, the Trey ant quickly retracted its branches and burrowed itself underground. "Trying to run?" Xian shouted. The whip rapidly twirling around her body suddenly lashed out. Bang! It dove straight into the ground and caught the escaping Trey ant. Xian didn't contend with the Trey ant in strength. With a tug, the thorny whip coiled around the Trey ant underground and immediately tightened its grip, its barbs digging into the Trent's body. Ah! Another wail erupted from underground as blood gushed forth. Xian tore the Trey ant in half from underground. Tan Lao was simply charging on his steed, striking at places where a Trey ant could be found. For spiked shields rapidly rotated alongside the crystal-armored hurricane beast as it charged, immediately slicing off the roots as soon as they rose from the ground. He was not afraid of the vast number of weapons the treant wielded either. The shields hovering about him were also able to block its rain of attacks. He separated one rotating spiked shield from the group and launched it away, tearing the treant apart from the waist down. Blood spurted out from the broken bark as the treant wailed in agony. Gu Sanjing seemed enraged as well. The thunderclap flying sword shot out like a raging storm, ripping apart all the trees in sight. He didn't care if they were actually treants or not. The wails of the treants echoed throughout the battlefield, although most of the fallen would belong to actual trees. Soon, all the giant trees within a 1,000-meter radius were chopped off by his thunderclap flying swords. The flying swords shot back, clearing away all the obstacles in its path. With everyone's combined efforts, they quickly dispatched all the treants within the area. The Red Scarves Alliance's advantage of having superior numbers was soon displayed as they exterminated all the fiends and fiend dragon steeds shortly after. The surviving Yao cultivators immediately dove into the forest behind them and started retreating. The troops of the Red Scarves Alliance all gathered within this 1,000-meter radius. They didn't dare to charge blindly as they didn't know how many more treants could be hiding among the countless trees in this forest. The battle had yet to conclude, but the numbers of the Red Scarves Alliance were already down to half, with only about 500 troops remaining. When he saw this, Gu Sanjing's expression turned icy. This was his greatest loss throughout his journey in the Sea of Constellations. There were so many of them fighting against just a few Yao cultivators, but the number of casualties they suffered was even greater than the sum of Yao cultivators attacking. Even Blue Lotus 9th grade experts like Dong Quan, Fei Dan, and Hu Ziyuan had fallen in battle. What pained him even more was that the disciples of the three major sects were all but exterminated in this battle. There was less than 10 of them now. Gu Sanjing ground his teeth in hatred and bellowed, "Set this forest ablaze. I want to exterminate every living creature on this island. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 372, Broken Net. Chapter 372, Broken Net. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Broken Net. Everyone heeded his command and started making torches. They then tossed out the lit torches as they circled around the forest. Under the starry night sky, it looked like a scene of shooting stars from afar. The Yao cultivators in the forest immediately responded. They hastily covered the flames on the ground with dirt and put it out. The treants also invoked their arts and used those long limbs of theirs to put out the flames on the trees as they darted across the forest. A human face appeared on the bark of a tree, pursing its lips and as if mocking Gu Sanjing, casually blew out the final ember. There were so many demons staying in this forest. How could it catch fire so easily? The plan to start a fire had failed. Gu Sanjing's expression contorted in frustration. This was completely humiliating for him. "Humph. I'll kill you all." Yi Xin suddenly huffed. Then, she swung her arm, tossing out over 100 blaze resins to the sky. These were all the spoils obtained in the Sea of Constellations. The whip in her hand suddenly lashed out, quickly brushing past all the red blaze resins. Clanging noises erupted as sparks of flame shot out. As they streaked across the sky, the embers quickly grew to become blazing fireballs and dove straight into the forest. It was an incredible sight. The Yao cultivators hiding in the forest were all astonished. The flames from blaze resins were not so easily extinguished, and couldn't be put out even with water. Even if they buried the flames underground, they could still burn their way up to the surface. Furthermore, the flames were usually large, and their temperatures extremely high. This was a material for refining artifacts, but now it was being used to start fires. That said, it was a prime material for starting fires indeed. But that was still not the end. Yi Xian continued to beat her whip as she tossed out over 1,000 more blaze resins, knocking the fireballs all across the surrounding forest. Then, she twirled her long whip like a tornado and created strong winds to blow at the blazing flames. With the wind bolstering the fire, it quickly spread throughout the forest, setting the whole place ablaze in mere moments. Yi Xian then wrapped her whip around the broken pieces of wood on the ground and tossed them into the flames. There was no need to instruct the rest of the Red Scarves Alliance. They immediately imitated her and tossed all the broken pieces of wood nearby into the sea of flames. They wanted revenge against those tree ants. Fire was the bane of trees, to begin with. With such a raging blaze, the tree ants in the forest could no longer remain hidden. Some that caught fire immediately burrowed underground to escape, while the others morphed into their human forms and hastily retreated from the sea of flames. The Yao cultivators that escaped the sea of flames quickly dug out ditches and started burying the trees underground in order to isolate the fire. Otherwise, all life on this heavily forested island would truly be exterminated. On the distant mountaintop, He Langjun could no longer laugh anymore. His expression twisted when he saw the blazing sea of flames before him. The two voluptuous women beside him covered their lips, equally shaken by the sight. "Gu Sanjiang, how dare you?" He Langjun furiously bellowed. Gu Sanjiang looked at him and scoffed. The deed was already done. What else could he be afraid of? With a flip of his hand, he grabbed a large pile of blaze resins. Not just red blaze resins, but blue blaze resins and gold blaze resins were added to the mix as well. These were all the things he obtained in the Sea of Constellations. They were worth quite a fortune, but he already said that he wished to exterminate all life on this island, so how could he possibly care about such a measly price? Attack! Gu Sanjiang raised his arm and shouted. The three riding the crystal-armored hurricane beasts led the charge into the sea of flames. The hundreds of troops behind followed after them in a triangle formation. The riders all plunged into the blazing sea of flames. No one could stay too long in the fire, but they could use their arts to protect them and their steeds from the flames for a short period of time. Plunging into the depths of fire, Gu Sanjiang hurled out a bunch of blaze resins. As soon as they came into contact with the flames, the blaze resins were immediately ignited, forming blue, red, and gold flames respectively. The flames expanded into fireballs in mid-air as they flew off into the distance. Yi Xian and Tan Lao also continued to toss out blaze resins. Balls of fire flitted across the sky and landed far away. Trying to isolate the fire using ditches? Dig as much as you want. I'll set the other side ablaze as well. Let me see how much you all can dig then. Let me see whether you treants can still cause trouble then. No! Frantically waving their hands about, the treants looked to the forest in the distance which had also started burning and screamed in agony. The ones who felt more deeply for the forest over anyone else were none other than these treants. The massive forces of the Red Scarves Alliance charged out of the sea of flames, carrying waves of heat as a vicious hatred enveloped their bodies. They charged straight for those Yao cultivators digging the ditches, and screams of agony resounded as they began slaughtering them en masse. The blazing flames burned bright and illuminated the island. The Yao cultivators couldn't put up any resistance at all. Their casualties skyrocketed in mere moments. The few surviving Yao cultivators then frantically tried to escape into the forest. Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian carved out a path of blood as they charged straight for the mountaintop where He Langjun was at. Watching the fire rapidly spreading from the mountaintop, He Langjun's eyes were stretched wide and bloodshot. Not only was this island going to be destroyed, but they had almost annihilated his forces as well. The radiance of the fire illuminated the night sky as the rolling smoke blurred the stars. This was one of the reasons why Fu Qing of the Western Constellations Palace was so displeased to have the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade organized on the Western Star Sea. With 180,000 cultivators brutally massacring each other on the Western Star Sea, it was no different than having his domain trampled on. It would be strange if he could feel happy with the idea. Miao Yi's group was still safe from the conflict. Watching the battle from their hiding spot in the dark, they shook their heads in pity. Pai Zhenzi sighed, "This island that we have been hiding in for the past few years is done for." He kept the following comment to himself: if this Miao Yi hadn't run here, would the island even suffer from such a tragedy? Gu Sanjiang and those bastards are really pulling out all the stops. Miao Yi clicked his tongue, then said to Zhao Fei and the rest, "This idea of his is not bad. If possible, we should also try to gather blaze resins from now on. We might be able to put them to use. Better to be safe than sorry." He felt a little regretful now for selling off all his blaze resins back then. Zhao Fei and the others were speechless. "Aren't you concerned that the treant behind us can hear you?" Everyone turned around and watched as the giant tree behind them shook off its leaves and retracted its branches. Its whole body was quickly shrinking, and in an instant, it became a white-haired old man. The old man jumped out of the hole and fearfully ran to hide behind the giant rock like everyone else. Everyone else was stunned. Miao Yi eyed the old man and bluntly asked, "Why are you hiding here? Shouldn't you be helping out with the fight?" From the way he looked, it seemed like he was just one step away from kicking this annoying treant away. Help out with the fight? Only an idiot would go out to help now. With a nervous expression, the old man said, "It looks like they won't be able to hold out much longer." "Aren't we going to retreat?" It was easy to tell what he was implying. Since Miao Yi had said that they were stationed here as He Langjuan's backup plan, the old man was clearly trying to ask, "The battle has already escalated thus far, so why are you still not doing anything for the backup plan? It's none of your business whether we retreat or not. Go away," Miao Yi said disdainfully. He then turned back to watch the battle. However, the old man wasn't willing to leave on his own and just kept quiet as he continued to hide along with everyone else. From the looks of the situation, it was more reassuring to have more people by his side. The Red Scarves Alliance had almost annihilated the Yao cultivators on the island. Their forces killed their way out of the second forest fire and charged straight for the mountain peak where He Langjun was at. "Die!" On the mountaintop, He Langjun suddenly shouted. He swung his arms and hurled out a giant black net. The black net shone with a blue radiance and instantly expanded 100-fold mid-air. However, the holes of the net did not enlarge. It flew straight towards the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance charging up the mountain. Miao Yi's group widened their eyes and stared at the artifact. This must be He Langjuan's seamless net. They wondered about its might and whether it was as its namesake described, capable of trapping Gu Sanjing's forces completely in a single stroke with none being able to escape. It seemed as though Gu Sanjing's forces had not expected He Langjun to possess such a transcendent artifact either. A transcendent artifact that could change its form was clearly not an average second-grade transcendent artifact, which was only capable of increasing one's raw power. Additionally, since He Langjun looked rather confident in himself, Gu Sanjing and the others didn't dare to be careless. Tan Lao used his full strength from the start. 16 flying spiked shields quickly spun through the air and shot towards the giant net descending over the troops. However, despite the raining sparks, the barbs were unable to cut even a single thread. When they saw the entire Red Scarves Alliance army about to be caught in the web, Miao Yi and the others were immediately excited. This was a good artifact indeed. It seemed like it was really capable of trapping Gu Sanjing's forces in a single stroke. Tan Lao tried to use the flying shields to stop the net from falling onto them, but it was also useless. As soon as the edges of the giant net fell on the ground, the net quickly shrunk. Like a knife through butter, all the trees and rocks were easily diced into bite-sized pieces under the net's sharp strings as it closed in on itself. The forces of the Red Scarves Alliance caught within the net were immediately stricken with fear. The strings of the net were so sharp. If it caught them, wouldn't they turn into meat cubes? Ha ha! He Langjun lifted his head and laughed maniacally. The sound of his laughter echoed throughout the mountain. Miao Yi quickly transmitted his voice over to Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei, once He Langjun succeeds, Sikong, I want you to hammer him to a pulp immediately. With the two of you working together, that seamless net is as good as ours. Sikong Wu Wei implied that he understood. He was already readying the small hammer in his hands in secret. Burst! With a grim expression, Gu Sanjing suddenly roared with a deafening shout. As he raised his hand and pointed at a certain direction, the 101 thunderclap flying swords shot out like a crack of thunder, and amidst the ringing, focused their attacks on a single point on the seamless net. The swords were attacking only a single point on a single thread of the seamless net. Laughing maniacally as he watched the net about to entrap all the troops of the Red Scarves Alliance, He Langjun looked at Gu Sanjing's actions with disdain. However, before he could laugh to his heart's content, his expression suddenly froze as his eyes instantly widened. Ding! Like the sound of the strings on a chain breaking, a clear ringing sound reverberated across the night sky. The thin thread finally broke under the relentless assault from the combined might of the thunderclap flying swords. Bang! The entire net exploded into a cloud of gray dust. Transcendent artifacts were not so easily damaged. As long as there was enough energy to replenish it, it would be able to repair itself and be as good as the day it was first refined. The only concern one would be the damage made to the transcendent artifact's base structure. If that were to happen, the rampant energy within would immediately crumble along with the destruction of the transcendent artifact's base structure. Miao Yi's eyes widened as he sucked in a breath of cold air. To think these thunderclap flying swords were so sharp that they could actually destroy a top-tier second-grade transcendent artifact. He finally understood why Yao Ruoxian coveted the high-density, pure crystalline silver that the tiny mantids excreted out. However, he was sure that this had to do with the threads of the seamless net being too thin. If it were Sikong Wuwei's mountain-suppressing hammer instead, the thunderclap flying swords would not be able to break it no matter how much they attacked. As he watched the gray mist billowing across the sky, Sikong Wuwei clicked his tongue and said, "How much crystalline obsidian must have gone inside such a thin seamless net? And it's destroyed just like that. It will be hard to collect them now that they're all dispersed over the ground. What a waste! Alliance Master is valiant." The members of the Red Scarves Alliance couldn't help shouting with glee. It was hard to hide the joy of being able to survive an ordeal. On the mountaintop, He Langjun's expression contorted as he exclaimed in shock, "My seamless net!" After a sigh of relief, Gu Sanjing's eyes turned sharp. With a raise of his arms, the thunderclap flying swords hovering in the air immediately shot out towards the peak of the mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 373, Miserable Old Man. Chapter 373, Miserable Old Man. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The two beautiful women beside He Langjun quickly brandished their weapons, their faces full of horror as they watched the storm of swords rain down on them. They doubted whether they could block a transcendent artifact that was capable of destroying the seamless net through sheer force. Truth be told, even He Langjun felt the same way. Thus, he placed his palms on the two ladies' backs and simply shoved them forward. The two beautiful women who had wanted to rely on He Langjun's protection immediately shrieked from the shock. They never thought that He Langjun would actually use them as neat shields. But alas, it was pointless to think further. The two women frantically swung their weapons to block the oncoming torrent of swords. Ah! Amidst the ringing sound of clashing swords, the two women screamed in agony. Although they managed to knock away a significant portion of the thunderclap flying swords, their bodies were still littered with holes in the end. Their figures covered in blood, they reverted back to their true forms, a fox and a wildcat, and fell down the mountain. He Langjun frantically blocked the attacks with his lance. Even though the two ladies had greatly reduced the pressure, one of the thunderclap flying swords still managed to find its way through to his stomach, and he was immediately knocked back into his true form. Under the bright, shining moon, he transformed into a giant black-scaled serpent upon the mountaintop. However, he somehow managed to survive the first wave of attacks from the thunderclap flying swords. Having obtained a brief reprieve, Hai Langjun lowered his vicious-looking head and quickly slithered towards a cave down the mountain as he tried to escape. The might of the thunderclap flying swords was truly too overwhelming. Despicable! Miao Yi cursed. That Hai Langjun had actually used the women beside him as meat shields. However, Miao Yi had no choice but to save him regardless. He quickly stood up and urged Sikong Wuwei, "Save him quick." The thunderclap flying swords hovering about in mid-air were about to launch their second attack, and Tan Lao, Yixan, and the others were also charging off to stop Hai Langjun from running away. "Big bro Hai, run away quick. I will hold the pursuers back." Sikong Wuwei bellowed, "Gu Sanzheng, witness my hammer." He then lifted a giant hammer and hurled it out. With a deafening boom, the mighty hammer shot ferociously across the sky, straight towards Gu Sanzheng. Zhao Fei also hurled out the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. It instantly multiplied 1,000-fold and rained down on Tan Lao and Yixin. Miao Yi also readied a sword artifact in one hand and the Mystic Yin mirror in another. As he was preparing himself, he rolled his eyes at Sikong Wuwei. "Since when did Hai Langjun become your big bro Hai?" Beside him, the white-haired old man was utterly dumbstruck by them. They were actually this ferocious? As soon as they made their move, they could no longer conceal their human auras any longer. The old man was even more astonished when he realized that these people were not Yao cultivators, but were human cultivators instead. The backup reinforcements that the Alliance Master had prepared were actually these human cultivators? Gu Sanzheng abruptly turned to look and found Miao Yi and his group popping out from the side of the mountain. Obviously, he wouldn't miss such a giant hammer flying towards him either. It took him by surprise, and with a swing of his arms, the thunderclap flying swords immediately turned around and viciously attacked the giant hammer. It was no laughing matter to receive a direct attack from the mountain-suppressing hammer. Tan Lao and the others were also shocked to see the Spirit Illusion Greatsword again and hurriedly held back their attacks to protect themselves. Gu Sanjing and the other two were both shocked and happy at the same time. They thought that Miao Yi and the others had already escaped. They never expected them to still be here. It was no wonder that they had hidden themselves in the demon's nest. Judging from the sound of that big bro hey, they must be friends. As he slithered towards the cave, the giant black serpent suddenly raised his head and caught a fleeting glance of Miao Yi and the others. He looked warmly at his saviors, and found them somewhat familiar. Then he remembered that he had met them in the underground passage earlier on. He would never have thought that the same people trembling before him back then would turn out to be this powerful. Seeing these people actually trying to save him at such a crucial time, a trace of gratitude flashed past Hai Langjuan's eyes. Even the way they called him Big Bro Hai sounded endearing. However, this Big Bro Hai was not a loyal person at all. Without any hesitation, he quickly slithered into the cave. In the blink of an eye, his long body slid inside and disappeared without a trace. As soon as the two parties remaining on the battlefield began to clash, Gu Sanzheng and the other two were already feeling a little frustrated because they were at an impasse yet again. When it came to transcendent artifacts, there was no guarantee that the stronger one would always triumph. If based on raw power alone, Sikong Wuwei's mountain-suppressing hammer was arguably many times stronger than the other transcendent artifacts present on the field. Not even Gu Sanjing dared to use his thunderclap flying swords to fight against it head-on. However, if it were a true one-on-one battle between the mountain-suppressing hammer and the thunderclap flying swords, Sikong Wuwei would definitely lose to Gu Sanjing. This was why transcendent artifacts each possessed their particular strengths and weaknesses. "Stop attacking! Retreat!" Miao Yi shouted. Then he quickly turned around and dove into the cave behind him. Pai Junzi immediately followed behind. Without so much as a word, the white-haired old man also ran inside the cave. After tucking their transcendent artifacts away, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei followed suit as well. Seeing the enemy enter the underground cave once again, Gu Sanzheng was utterly enraged and bellowed, "After them!" They no longer bothered about the cave that He Langjun had escaped into. The crystal-armored hurricane beasts led the charge straight towards the cave that Miao Yi and his group had run into. This time, Gu Sanjiang didn't arrange for anyone to scout ahead. He continued to have Yi Xian lead the troops and stand watch outside, while he and Tan Lao went straight in on their own. Their movements were incredibly fast. As soon as they reached a fork in the path and didn't know which way to go, the red-nosed black fox was released once again. Then, the two followed from behind as it darted towards the target. Pai Junzi, do you think He Langjun will be able to escape? In the underground passage, Miao Yi asked Pai Junzi, who was leading the way. The cave that he ran into connects to 3 secret routes which lead straight to the ocean floor. I dug them all out under his commands. Since he was already someone from the water tribe to begin with, it's unlikely that the land dwellers will be able to catch up to him once he reaches the ocean floor, Pai Junzi replied. Then he should be alright. The ones who need to be careful are us. Gu Sanjiang and the others are most likely going to chase after us. Miao Yi turned his head to speak with Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei, but he ended up seeing a white-haired old man following behind him. It was the treant from before. He was escaping alongside them. Miao Yi couldn't help but say scoldingly, "Old man, why are you following us?" Sikong Wuwei immediately asked, "Eh? You didn't plan to bring this old monster with you?" He and Zhao Fei had seen this old man following after Miao Yi back when they ran into the underground passage, so they thought he had recruited him. If they'd known that wasn't the case, why would they even allow this old man to follow them for so long? But the old man hurriedly replied, "Since you're all the Alliance Master's friends, as his subordinate, I obviously have to escort you." Even though he didn't know exactly how these people were related to He Langjun, but since they were able to save him, and one of them had even called him Big Bro He, he was sure that they were allies. What did it matter if they were Yao cultivators or human cultivators? The law of survival was shared by all and was definitely capable of transcending racial barriers. Miao Yi and the others were no fools. Anyone could tell that this old man was simply saying nice words. The island had already been taken over by the people outside. Most likely the old man was simply trying to escape alongside them out of fear. At this moment, Pai Junzi suddenly came to a halt and pressed his ear to the wall. His expression turned worried as he said, "This is bad. There are 2 people following us. They've pinpointed our trail." Miao Yi abruptly turned to the old monster and said, "I'll give you a chance to protect us. Go block their path and help us hold them back." Ah! The old man went instantly pale. "If I could hold them back, why would I need to follow behind you guys? You can't even hold them back with your mighty artifacts, so what chance do I have? Let's go." Miao Yi immediately called out for the others and continued running away. "I can't stop them," shouted the old man as he chased after them. "You have to stop them even if you can't." As he turned around a corner of the underground passage, Miao Yi suddenly raised his arm and said, "Wait." Everyone's footsteps came to a halt. Sikong Wuwei anxiously asked, "I say, young master, what are you trying to do this time?" Miao Yi seemed to have thought of an idea. He raised his head and looked around the area. Then, he quickly pressed himself against a tight corner and readied the Mysticine mirror. He was getting ready to launch an ambush. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei looked around the underground passage, and their eyes instantly brightened. There was no place to hide here. They understood Miao Yi's intentions. He was preparing to use the Mysticine mirror to launch an ambush. Miao Yi signaled Pai Junzi over with his finger. He pointed towards the wall and said, "Listen up. When you hear them enter this passageway, as soon as they are 100 meters away, give me a signal." Pai Junzi nodded and quickly placed his ear next to the wall. Then Miao Yi told the old man, "If the ambush succeeds, that's that. But if it fails, I want you to cut off their path immediately." The white-haired old man was on the verge of tears as he begged, "My lord, I really can't hold them back." Miao Yi explained, "I'm not asking you to fight against them head-on. I'm saying if I cannot suppress them, we will all immediately escape. I just need you to be behind us, triggering a cave-in while you run and making sure they have no way of catching up. This shouldn't be too dangerous. How is it not dangerous? They easily broke through from a depth of over 100 meters underground. Before the old man could voice all his concerns, Miao Yi immediately instructed Xikong Wuwei and Zhao Fei, if he doesn't do his job later on, kill him immediately. Or just toss him over to Gu Sanjiang and let them deal with him. Ah! Before the old man could react, Xikong Wuwei, with a devious grin on his face, had already pulled out a sword artifact from his storage ring and held it by the old man's neck, forcing him to swallow his words. Zhao Fei also drew out a sword artifact and held it against the old man's back. He and Xikong Wuwei looked at each other. They then grabbed the old man's arms and kicked the back of his knees at the same time. With 1 foot each on the back of his knees, they forced the old man to the ground and restrained him completely, not giving him an opportunity to play any tricks. The white-haired old man was distressed and turned his eyes to Pai Junzi for help. Pai Junzi could do little but feel sympathetic towards the old man. It wouldn't be wise for him to say anything as there was no guarantee that this Lord Niu wouldn't use him to hold off Gu Sanjiang instead. It's not like he had never experienced how ruthless he could be before. It was every man for himself. Soon, Pai Junzi, with his ears perked up on the wall, suddenly tensed up. Everyone immediately held their breaths and went on full alert. They didn't dare make a single sound and even tried to quiet the beating of their hearts. Afterward, there was no need for Pai Junzi to warn them as even Miao Yi was able to hear the sound of rushing footsteps approaching them. Almost at the same time that Pai Junzi gave the signal, Miao Yi jumped out from the corner, and a wave of Yin aura gushed out ferociously from his mystic Yin mirror. Even the people behind were shivering from the intense coldness as the Yin aura rolled out. Gu Sanjiang and Tan Lao had been rushing after the black fox. They were still wondering which path to take when they saw a fork in the road. Then suddenly the mystic Yin mirror popped out from the corner, and they quickly glanced upon the devious smile on Miao Yi's face. The two of them were almost scared out of their skin. There was no place to hide in such a straight path even if they wanted to, and there was no time to break through the wall either. Tan Lao used everything in his power to send out the 16 flying shields circling about him. The shields instantly came together, their spikes filling the gaps between one another, forming a gigantic barrier against the wave of Yin aura rushing towards them, blocking the underground passageway entirely. Damn, you got me. Miao Yi didn't expect them to have yet another trick up their sleeves. He quickly retreated, and without another word, kicked the old man to the ground before he turned around and left. If he succeeded, he obviously wouldn't need this old Yao cultivator to hold Gu Sanjiang off. Miao Yi's kick indicated that he had failed. Zhao Fei and the others obviously didn't need to verify it. They immediately left the old man behind as they turned around and ran. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 374, Neither task will be neglected. Chapter 374, Neither task will be neglected. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. That one heartless kick clearly proved who his allies were. With a miserable expression, the old man scrambled to his feet and brandished a mace. Boom! He immediately knocked down the ceiling above him. He swung his mace around, causing the dirt and rocks overhead to crumble down and kick up clouds of dust behind him as he chased after Miao Yi and the others. The shield blocking the underground passage was already covered in layers of frost. Gu Sanjiang and Tan Lao had finally witnessed the might of the mystic Yin mirror. They were freezing from the cold despite hiding behind the shield. When they heard the sound of the passage caving in, they knew that something was wrong. Tan Lao carefully retracted a piece of the shield, and after confirming there was no one hiding behind it, he called all of them back. It was like an icy world before them. White frost covered the entire path, and around the corner, the frost was completely hidden under rubble. Tan Lao picked up the black fox on the ground. It had been caught in the Mystic Yin Mirror's attack and was already frozen stiff. At the time, Tan Lao had his hands tied. He was barely able to save Gu Sanjing and himself. How could he possibly have the time to be worried about the black fox in front of them? Gu Sanjing was furious knowing that they had almost fallen into Miao Yi's trap. It didn't matter if the black fox could no longer lead the way. The trail of rubble was a clear indicator of the path they should take. Gu Sanjing turned around the corner and then sent out his thunderclap flying swords, kicking up clouds of dust as they drilled through the rubble. Plowing through the newly caved-in passageway was easy. Furthermore, the white-haired old man was too busy escaping to focus on his task. There were many places which were only partly covered in rubble. As such, it was not difficult for the two to continue their pursuit as they drilled their way through the dirt. Miao Yi and the others quickly entered Pai Junzi's cave. The white-haired old man followed them in as well with a mace in hand. Miao Yi turned around to look at him and asked suspiciously, "I asked you to cut them off. Why did you run so fast? Are you sure you fully destroyed the path behind us? Would I still be alive if I didn't run any faster?" The white-haired old man repeatedly nodded, "I destroyed it all." Miao Yi had no way to confirm it either way. His expression changed when he vaguely heard a crashing sound approaching them. He thought, those bastards are persistent indeed. Even after all of that, they still won't let us go and are coming after us. There was no choice but to continue running. The group passed through Pai Junzi's cave and into a secret room. Pai Junzi broke a section of the wall, revealing another secret tunnel behind it. Everyone jumped in and continued running like mad through the secret tunnel. After a while, they reached the end of the underground passage. The path was cut off by a body of water. Pai Junzi led the way and plunged in. After swimming for several dozen meters, a ray of light appeared before them. Everyone realized they had reached the ocean floor. As they opened their transcendence vision and scanned their surroundings, they saw schools of fish of various colors swimming about. The sight of the world on the ocean depths lay before them. Miao Yi pointed to a certain direction, and everyone quickly swam towards it. Once they broke past the path of rubble, Gu Sanjing and Tan Lao made their way to Pai Junzi's cave as well. However, they found out that it was a dead end. They can't just disappear like that. There is definitely another path somewhere. Just as the words left Tan Lao's lips, Gu Sanjing's thunderclap flying swords were already shooting randomly across the room. Bang! It immediately revealed the entrance to the secret passage. Tan Lao instantly readied his shield and entered the path. The both of them then entered the secret room and found the secret passage that Miao Yi and the others had escaped through. They continued their pursuit into the passage and soon came across a body of water at the end of the path. The thunderclap flying swords shot into the water and flurried about. Then, Gu Sanjing took the lead and jumped in. When the both of them resurfaced on the ocean, they could no longer catch sight of Miao Yi's group. The sky was dark, and with the vast ocean concealing their tracks, Gu Sanjing and Tan Lao wouldn't be able to see which way they ran off to even with their transcendence vision. The thunderclap flying swords returned to their sheath as Gu Sanjing cursed, "What a cunning bastard." He still managed to run away. Do you think he intentionally made it seem like he escaped just to hide back on the island? Tan Lao asked. That's very likely. Gu Sanjing nodded. They were both unwilling to give up. They went straight ashore and continued looking for traces of Miao Yi's group. After losing the black fox, Tan Lao released several more red-nosed rats. The rats scurried about looking for a scent. However, they were unable to find anything even after searching across the immediate vicinity of the shore. This was clear proof that Miao Yi's group had not gone ashore and had truly escaped through the open sea. After a whole night of searching, Tan Lao narrowed his eyes as the sun peeked over the horizon and said, "Fortunately, it's already dawn. I doubt they can hide in the ocean forever." With a flip of his hand, a bronze flute suddenly appeared. He placed it by his lips and started blowing on it, and the woeful melody resounded across the area. Soon, a large group of flying animals resembling seagulls flew towards them under the light of dawn and landed next to them. Tan Lao held a silver needle and quickly pierced it into the heads of the several thousand flying beasts. Then, he held the flute by his lips again and began playing a sharp screeching tune. As though they had just woken up from sleep, the birds spread their wings and flew off towards various directions under the sound of the flute. Gu Sanjiang understood his intentions and praised inwardly, "He has so many tricks." As expected of the school of imperial beasts. However, he remarked somberly, although, with the speed of these average birds, by the time they find Miao Yi and the others and return, who knows how much time would have passed already? Tan Lao replied, "At least we will be able to confirm which way that bastard ran off to. It's still better than us searching blindly across the vast ocean. If we were to go off in the wrong way, with how big the Western Star Sea is, it would be difficult to find them again. Furthermore, we can use this opportunity to recuperate our expended transcendence energy and sort out the spoils of our battle. I believe it should be quite a sum this time. Now that I think about it, it doesn't seem like such a waste of time to be following that bastard after all. Nowadays, it's extremely difficult to find so many participants gathered together for us to attack." Gu Sanjiang nodded in agreement. They both turned around and summoned their crystal-armored hurricane beasts. They then charged up the peak of a mountain and saw the entire island wrapped in humongous flames. At the center of the island, aside from the still-burning blaze resins they had tossed out, the trees within the area were all reduced to ash, and the fire had died down. However, the flames outside of that area continued to spread across the entire island. Western Constellation's Palace. Standing before the astrolabe with a devious grin, Heian pointed to a certain spot and said, "It's been a while since I've seen so many participants dying in one go. 700 to 800 have perished, and that group with the largest number of troops have been reduced to almost half their original numbers. What a pity indeed." Yun Guang nodded and said, "It seems there are about 500 of them left. It looks like they bumped into a strong foe." Behind him, Zhuo Nanchun remained silent, but his eyes were shining with a glint. A trace of worry fleeted past Fairy Hongshan's eyes as she believed that the chances of that person surviving were slim. If it truly was the same person as the one in her memory, maybe it was a good thing for him to perish like this, for the sake of her junior sister and his own. Upon the vast ocean, the sun was already high in the sky when Miao Yi's group finally resurfaced after swimming tirelessly under the sea. They were already far away from the island they were on last night and proceeded to escape while running atop the waves. "We can't keep running like this. We've barely stopped at all these past 2 days. We need to recover some of our transcendence energy. Otherwise, we'll be in trouble if we bump into a strong opponent later on," Zhao Fei suddenly remarked. Everyone then looked towards the direction he pointed in and saw a small island in the distance. Zhao Fei was indicating that they should head to the island and rest for a while. Sikong Wuwei nodded in agreement. But then, Miao Yi signaled the white-haired old man to come over. The white-haired old man was anxious as he wondered what this guy was going to ask him now. He slowly approached Miao Yi. Unexpectedly, Miao Yi smiled and asked, "May I know what's your name and your cultivation?" "This subordinate is called Tao Ruchuan. I'm embarrassed to say that even after cultivating for 8,000 years, my cultivation is just at the Blue Lotus 7th grade," the old man cautiously replied. Miao Yi turned to look at Pai Junzi and saw the latter gently nodding. After making sure that the old man wasn't lying, he asked, "If I remember correctly, you are a peach blossom treant?" "That is correct." Tao Ruchuan nodded. Miao Yi chuckled and asked, "You've seen what happened last night? That group of people is truly powerful. Naturally, we need to run as far as we can to ensure our safety. I wonder if Brother Tao is planning to go off on his own or coming along with us." Tao Ruchuan carefully replied, "Although this subordinate is not very powerful, I can still offer some assistance. It's much better to stick together and look out for one another." To put it bluntly, he simply felt much safer being with a group instead of on his own. Most of the participants in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade shared this mentality.
I feel the same way as well.
Miao Yi suddenly sighed, but alas, my brothers and I have expended most of our transcendence energy after such a major battle. If this keeps up, it will be troublesome if we bump into a strong foe. That is why we wish to find a place to rest and recover some of our transcendence energy.
Go and rest if you want to rest. Do you even need to tell me?
With a smile and a curious expression on his face, Tao Ruchuan replied, but of course.
Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei were also a little puzzled as to what Miao Yi was trying to say. Was there a need to ask for this demon's opinion? As soon as the treant agreed, Miao Yi said, "Aren't you a peach blossom treant? It's easy for trees to float on the ocean. Hurry up and change into your true form so that we can rest on your body. This way you can also bring us along as you drift through the ocean. Neither task will be neglected."
Ah!
This. Tao Ruchuan instantly widened his eyes in shock.
Pai Junzi felt pity for the treant whereas Zhao Fei lifted his head to look at the sky. He refrained from commenting and acted like it was none of his business.
Xikong Wuwei clapped his hands and laughed. "That's a great idea. Old monster, didn't you say you'd us offer some assistance? Now is the time to live up to your words. Why are you still hesitating? Whether you wish to be our friend or foe, it all depends on a single word."
The mountain-suppressing hammer appeared in his hands. This was already a threat of force.
Tao Ruchuan's expression contorted.
Yet alas, he was outnumbered, and there was clearly no room for negotiation. He cast a sideways glance at the hammer in Xikong Wuwei's hands. In the end, he laughed dryly and nodded. His body shone with a blue radiance and transformed into a giant peach blossom tree which was almost 10,000 years old. His leaves and roots retracted as the tree fell onto the ocean. Miao Yi was the first to jump on, followed by the rest of them. To the peach blossom treant, he then pointed out the direction they needed to move towards. The branches on the peach blossom treant, both long and short, immediately swayed in the water like countless rotors of different sizes. With so many branches paddling together, the speed in which the tree drifted across the ocean was fast and wasn't much slower than the speed of them traveling by foot.
Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei looked at each other. Judging from the direction, Miao Yi must be planning to look for Qi Xiuhong.
They were correct. He was planning to look for Qi Xiuhong indeed. At first, Miao Yi had planned to look for a place to wait for charcoal. However, he was afraid that something might happen to Qi Xiuhong if he left her alone for too long. After all, they could not notify Qi Xiuhong of their whereabouts, whereas charcoal had an inborn aptitude for finding Miao Yi.
The group sat cross-legged on the peach blossom treant's body. Miao Yi had Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei recover their transcendence energy first.
He still needed to rely on them if something were to happen after all. And it wouldn't be wise to have everyone lower their guards. As such, Miao Yi decided to stand guard himself while talking to the giant mouth that appeared on the bark of the tree, asking about the events of the Sea of Constellations.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 375, The Demons Start to Move. Chapter 375, The Demons Start to Move. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit.
The Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade. On the surface, it looked the same as all the previous subjugation crusades. However, major changes were beginning to happen in the dark. The Sea of Constellations Subjugation Crusade might seem like it was fair, and in fact, that was what it strived for. However, there was no such thing as absolute fairness in this world. The participation of the new generation under the command of the Six Sages was a prime example of inequality. Furthermore, since the subjugation crusade was organized in the Sea of Constellations, no one would believe it if someone were to say that the forces of the Yao nation didn't hold an upper hand in terms of location.
Some things were not visible from the surface. But in the dark depths of the ocean, the water tribes were already beginning to spread the news, especially those that were already capable of thought but had yet to step foot through the gates of the cultivation realm. They did not fall within the criteria to be kicked out of the subjugation crusade and were already starting to spread the word about a certain individual. The murderer behind the bloody incident of the Western Star Sea's brass gong fort all those years ago, Miao Yi had appeared once more and was a participant of the subjugation crusade. His true name was called Gu Sanjun. He'd previously battled Yao cultivators at a certain location and brutally murdered a large number of them. He Langjun of Jade Stream Manor had revealed his true identity. He Langjun then requested all the Yao cultivators of the Western Star Sea to join hands and hunt this criminal down. The various water tribes quickly spread the information, and a majority of the Yao cultivators participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade began to make their move after hearing the news that Miao Yi was the one who angered Western Constellations Palace Master Fu Qing. Fu Qing had declared that any who could apprehend or kill him would be heavily rewarded. What kind of person was Fu Qing? He was one of the four most high-ranking demonic behemoths. Not even the 6 sages dared to offend him so easily. Whoever was capable of completing the task given by Fu Qing and gain his approval would definitely be granted a limitless future within the demonic tribes. If someone were to accomplish this deed and report it to the Western Constellations Palace, at the very least, Fu Qing only needed to give the word, and they would be able to escape the turmoil that was the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. The 6 sages would not deny Fu Qing this right. After all, he had a good enough reason to do so. The majority of the Yao cultivators participating in the subjugation crusade immediately began to move. They were all rushing to the area where Miao Yi was spotted. The sands were clean as the waves gently rolled to shore. A man and a woman suddenly surfaced from the depths of the sea and went ashore. The woman was garbed in a light blue muslin dress. Her lush hair tied high in a bun, her brows delicate as though taken from a portrait, and her figure seductive and alluring. She exuded an aura of nobility, her blue muslin dress gently fluttering in the wind with every step she took. And the black-robed man running after her was none other than the man who had barely escaped death by the skin of his teeth, He Langjun. At the moment, he seemed a little restless. The two of them stopped in front of an abandoned cave on the island. The woman turned around and said, "Wait here. I will send word to the young master." He Langjun nodded and humbly said, "This lowly one understands." The woman then quickly entered the cave. By the sides of the entrance, 2 people stood unfalteringly, and next to them, a peculiar-looking beast was lying on the ground. It seemed like a chilan. Its body was crimson and covered in fish scales. It had the head of a lion, the mouth of a dragon, the tail of an ox, the claws of a tiger, and the antlers of a deer. The beast had only opened its eyes by a little, and yet He Langjun was already feeling anxious by the look directed at him. He Langjun was completely surprised. If he guessed correctly, this should be what the Tempest Beast was supposed to look like. But wasn't the Tempest Beast supposed to be Yao Sage Ji Huan's personal mount? Why would it appear here? Could Ji Huan have loaned his own mount to some young master participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? He Langjun thought that wasn't likely to be the case. The Tempest Beast was capable of treading on clouds and riding on the wind. Needless to say, it could gallop upon the waves of the ocean as well. It was a top-tier spiritual beast in the cultivation realm. It was truly too much of a cheat to ride on such a beast in the subjugation crusade. He had only just heard from the woman in the blue muslin dress that the 6 sages had sent participants over as well. Wasn't this setting everyone else up for failure then? Inside the cave, a beautiful-looking youngster dressed in luxurious robes sat upon the throne. A golden crown adorned his hair, his handsome face exuded a regal aura, and his bearing was modest and gentle. A black gourd hung by the jade belt on his waist. 2 burly men stood by the side below the throne, unmoving and expressionlessly in place. They commanded a domineering presence just like the 2 outside the gates that made He Langjun feel anxious and tense. The woman in the blue muslin dress walked to the base of the throne and cupped her fists as she greeted, "I respectfully greet the young master." The youngster seated above smiled lightly and asked, "Lan Susu, have you clarified the story?" This youngster was none other than Ji Nini's son, which also meant that he was Yao sage Ji Huan's maternal grandson, Bai Ziliang. Ji Nini had personally come over to the Western Constellations Palace to support him. And the woman called Lan Susu was his handmaiden. "I have already asked the water tribes to find the person in question. He is waiting outside for an audience with you, young master," Lan Susu politely replied. Bai Ziliang nodded. "Since you've already brought him here, let him enter." "Understood." Lan Susu turned around and shouted, "Hey Langjun, the young master has granted you an audience. Hurry up and come in." As he waited outside, He Langjun hurriedly lowered his head and entered upon hearing her. He walked up to the base of the throne, not daring to lift his head even once to glance upon the young master. Their statuses were simply too far apart. The other party could send him to a miserable death with a single word. He didn't dare do anything disrespectful without approval. With his head lowered, He Langjun cupped his fists and said, "He Langjun respectfully greets the young master." Bai Ziliang asked, "I hear you belong to the Jade Stream Manor?" He Langjun politely replied, "Yes. I've met Bai Yupo a few times myself." "I guess you can consider us acquaintances," Bai Ziliang said idly, then asked, "I heard that the Nyoya that made a big mess of the Western Star Sea and angered Lord Fuqing has reappeared, and that you crossed fists with him." "That is correct. His true name is called Gu Sanjung." "Gu Sanjung? What is his background?" This lowly one is not sure. "I did not have the chance to find out at the time and went straight to battle." "You don't even know what background he possesses. How can you be so sure that this Gu Sanjung is the same Nyoya who made Lord Fuqing so furious?" This lowly one's subordinate was one of the people who served Lord Bai Yupo's concubine, Madame Wu Hua, back then. When Nyoya killed her, that subordinate saw his face. He discovered that this Gu Sanjung looked very similar to Nyoya, so this lowly one had personally asked Gu Sanjung himself. This Gu Sanjung was absolutely arrogant. He proudly admitted that he was the one behind the bloody incident of Brasgong Fort all those years ago. He admitted it himself? Bai Ziliang raised an eyebrow and mused, does he not know the consequences of admitting to such a crime? He had indeed admitted it himself. This lowly one is willing to stake his life on it. Furthermore, this lowly one was not the only one who heard him. He admitted it in front of many others. He Langjun cupped his fists and added, even if this lowly one were any bolder, he would never dare lie to the young master. Not to mention, if this lowly one were to utter even a single lie in regards to this matter, this lowly one would not be able to shoulder the responsibility of inciting Lord Fuqing's fury. Bai Ziliang gently nodded. This, he believed. He added, explain what happened to me. Understood. He Langjun then politely recounted the incident, albeit adding his own touch to the story. Obviously, he adorned himself with various accolades, such as how he exposed the true identity of the criminal behind the bloody incident of Brasgong Fort. He had to tightly hold this glory to himself. The few words that Pai Junzi had said were not worth mentioning. He Langjun was not strong enough to kill Gu Sanjung, so it was all he could do to take this glory for his own. He also glossed over certain parts of the story. Naturally, he refrained from saying how miserable he was at the time, and not a word was mentioned about how he pushed his own women out as meat shields. After the story was clarified, Lan Susu excused He Langjun. Young master, time is of the essence. We should head out immediately and apprehend that Gu Sanjung before anyone else does, said Lan Susu, her eyes brightening. Bai Ziliang mused glumly, won't it look bad for us if we tried to take this honor away from the others? Lan Susu was hesitant to speak. She looked at the two standing below Bai Ziliang's throne. Then calmly signaled them to leave, you are both dismissed for now. The two turned to look at Bai Ziliang. Seeing as he did not refute her,
they immediately turned around and took their leave. Only then did Lan Susu say excitedly, "We are not trying to take the honor away from them. Even if Lord Fu Chung wishes to reward us, we cannot accept it. Instead, we will simply use this as a platform to establish a good relationship with Lord Fuqing." Bai Ziliang shook his hand and said, "Let's just forget about it. I didn't plan on coming to the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade in the first place. If Mother hadn't forced me to come, I've already done as you two instructed. I'll simply try my best to place higher in the rankings. As for currying favor with Fu Qing, leave me out of it. I'm not interested." When she heard him, Lan Susu, in all her excitement, felt like she had suddenly been doused with a bucket of cold water. Her expression darkened as she said, "Young master, you not being interested in this is the same as not willing to improve yourself. I am sure that the madam would agree with me if she knew of this." Bai Ziliang shot her a glare and said in a foreboding tone, "Lan Susu, are you the master or am I?" Lan Susu sucked in a deep breath, and bluntly replied, "You have to go even if you don't want to. How can we miss such an opportunity? The Sea of Constellations is the Lord Sage's place of origin, and he shares glory as well as shame with the 4 constellation masters. With those 4 working together, even Lord Sage would have to give them face. As long as you can be on friendly terms with Fu Qing, it will be the same as being on friendly terms with the 4 constellation masters. The countless expert Yao cultivators of the entire Sea of Constellations would stand behind you then. If you can get the 4 constellation masters to support you, even Lord Sage would hold you in a much higher regard. You should be aware of your status within the realm of 10,000 demons. If you do this, you'll no longer have to sway to the whims of other people to survive. The madam has asked me to look after you. I can't neglect my responsibilities and stand idly by and watch you miss this opportunity." Bai Ziliang slowly replied, "Lan Susu, don't overstep your boundaries." "I'm overstepping my boundaries?" Lan Susu laughed sarcastically and said, "Young master, why don't you think clearly about who is overstepping his boundaries? Initially, you would never be chosen to participate in this Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. You are just the Lord Sage's maternal grandson. Furthermore, one that isn't kindly welcomed. With the Lord Sage's direct lineage of grandchildren around, the realm of 10,000 demons would never choose a maternal grandchild like you to be its representative. Madam was the one who got you this opportunity. She was the one who went around begging her brothers to give you a chance. She was the one who humbled herself and pleaded for this opportunity from the other families. Did you really think there was no one else who wanted this? Otherwise, given your awkward status within the realm of 10,000 demons, who could you even win against? She then raised her hand and pointed to the gates, and added, "Do you know exactly how you got that infant tempest beast?" At first, Lord Sage declined from lending it out. But Madam wanted to raise your chances within the subjugation crusade, so she knelt before Lord Sage and painfully begged him with her tears. She then pointed to the gourd by Ziliang's waist and said, "That demon refining gourd you have is also due to the madam running off to the boundless nation to beg the exquisite refinement sect master to refine it." At first, the sect master declined, considering the boundless nation was sending participants over as well. He only reluctantly agreed to it after madam went down on her knees and shamelessly knelt at the exquisite refinement sect for over half a month. She did this just so you could possess a transcendent artifact that was within the limitations of the subjugation crusade but at the same time better than what the other participants had. Madam was even willing to cast aside her shame. Yet you say you're not interested? Lan Susu's voice cracked as she said, "Back then when Madam wished to be with the late master, she received so many criticisms and suffered so much pain. Even now, the master's death is shrouded in mystery. In order for you to not be frowned upon by others and for you to gain a foothold within the realm of 10,000 demons, Madam went through painstaking lengths to get you this opportunity to prove your worth. Yet you don't appreciate it? Just to show you her support, Madam personally came over to the Sea of Constellations to be confined for an entire decade.
she did this just to see you succeed. Yet you don't know how to cherish it?
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 376, Continue Waiting. Chapter 376, Continue Waiting. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. Don't say any more. Bai Ziliang abruptly stood up and bellowed like an angered beast.
His body was trembling as he tightly clenched his fists and said, I just want to cultivate in peace.
I don't want to be involved in all those politics. Why does everyone keep pushing me? Young master.
It's not that I am trying to push you. Lan Susu harped on, even though the realm is vast and wide and the cultivation resources might seem plentiful, in truth there is only so much to go around.
Yet there are many people competing for a share. Even though you don't wish to compete with others, they will not be as courteous with you. Don't you realize that Madam is the one who gave you everything you have right now at her own expense?
You're enjoying Madam's share of resources, yet you say you wish to cultivate in peace.
What right do you have to cultivate in peace when Madam is shouldering all the burden? Do you think that just because you are Madam's son, you can live off her for the rest of your life? Back then, Madam was such a proud princess.
But now, she has become a pitiful woman who has to go around begging for charity because of her son.
And for what purpose? Young master, wake up. Even if not for yourself, you have to spare a thought for the misery that Madam goes through for you. Don't say any more. Bai Ziliang bemoaned dejectedly, I'll go. The two of them quickly exited the cave.
The gentle bearing on Bai Ziliang's face had turned cold. It seemed he had suffered quite the impact.
There was no one outside the cave. Everyone knew better than to eavesdrop on their personal conversation and had gone away. Hong air. Bai Ziliang called out. The tempest beast lying on the ground immediately opened its eyes and stood up.
Its scale shell expanded slightly, and its breath kicked up clouds of dust like a surging wind.
Bai Ziliang mounted the beast, then stood quietly by the entrance.
Soon, Lan Susu assembled the troops. The 6 sages had each sent 6 people over.
However, there was only one representative.
The other 5 were simply aides. Basically, they were here to protect the representative.
He Langjun joined the group as well. It was his first time seeing Bai Ziliang face to face.
Earlier on, he hadn't dared to raise his head.
But now as he looked at the awe-inspiring Bai Ziliang sitting atop the Tempest Beast, he felt a sense of admiration for the boy. Lead the way. Lan Susu commanded He Langjun.
The party rushed to the seaside. He Langjun reverted to his original form and continued to lead the way across the sea. The Tempest Beast stepped upon the waves as though it were flatlands. Wherever it stood, steam would rise, making it seem like it was mounted on a cloud. It was truly a magical sight. 4 people treaded across the waves behind it, while Lan Susu ran alongside it. Besides occasionally looking at Bai Ziliang beside her, Lan Susu's face was turned to the far reaches of the mighty ocean, a sense of longing in her gaze as she remembered clearly what her madam had personally told her before she departed. Susu, I have never thought of you as an outsider. With you by my son's side, I have nothing to worry about. If someday he manages to distinguish himself and gain a stable foothold in the realm of 10,000 demons, I will have him officially take you as his bride. I hope you will work hard for my son's sake.
Don't let me down. This island is huge. How the hell are we going to find Qi Xiuhong?
After a long journey at sea, Miao Yi's group finally went ashore. They had arrived at the island where they promised to meet up with Qi Xiuhong. Sikong Wulwei scanned his surroundings and shook his head at the difficulty of the task ahead. Miao Yi also realized that he had been too careless before. In his haste, he forgot to decide on a general area where it would be convenient for Qi Xiuhong to meet up with them.
He pulled out the map of the Western Star Sea and scrutinized it.
Examining the most direct route from the island where they were separated from Qi Xiuhuang to this one, a certain area protruding off the edge of the island caught his eye. He immediately pointed his finger along the edge of that shore and said, "Around 30 miles from this place, there is a hammer-shaped plot of land extending off the edge of the island which is rather conspicuous. If Qi Xiuhuang is waiting for us, she will definitely think of waiting at a place that can easily attract our attention. Let's go there and look." Xikong Wuwei asked, "Brother, are you sure it was alright to let her travel across the vast ocean on her own? What if she didn't make it to this island? Or what if something happened to her along the way?" Miao Yi narrowed his eyes at him. Zhao Fei noticed the tension in the air, and hurriedly stepped in. "Let's not quibble around. Lady Qi has been waiting for us for several days. She must be feeling anxious. Let us hurry and go look for her." Xikong Wuwei also came to realize that his words might not be too pleasant to hear. He laughed dryly. "I didn't mean anything by it. What I was trying to say was, if we can't find her, are we just going to stay here until we do?" Miao Yi replied plainly, "I've said it before that I will never betray those who put their faith in me. We've made a promise to share life and death for 9 years. As long as she doesn't give up, I will not cast her aside. Even if it were either of you, I would still do the same. It's not because she's a woman." A trace of respect flashed past Zhao Fei and Xikong Wuwei's eyes. If Miao Yi had told them something like this when they first met, they may not have felt much about it. But throughout the past few days together, the both of them somewhat understood now what kind of person he was. He definitely had a sentimental side to him. Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan looked at each other, not sure of what was happening. Zhao Fei nodded. "Rest assured, we won't give up so easily either. Let's go. We've already been delayed quite a bit by Gu Sanzheng and the others. Lady Qi might think that something happened to us." Everyone quickly rushed along the shoreline. They could only rely on their own 2 feet now that none of them had mounts. They then came to the edge of the hammer-shaped plot of land extending several miles out from the island onto the open sea. Before them was the boundless ocean. The waves crashed and ebbed, but there was no sign of anyone. Xikong Wuwei turned back to look at the seemingly endless mountain range on the island, and laughed bitterly. "This is such a big place. How are we going to find her? You're the one yapping the most. Just focus on looking for her." Zhao Fei scolded. Xikong Wuwei shrugged and said, "I didn't say I wasn't going to look. I was just speaking the truth. Why do you all hate it so much? Xiu Hong." Miao Yi suddenly invoked his arts and bellowed, his voice echoing far and wide. After several shouts, he gave a bitter smile and said, "It looks like she's not here." She would have replied if she were. "Wait." Zhao Fei suddenly raised his hand. Xikong Wuwei's expression also turned serious as his ears perked up to pick up any sound. Soon, Miao Yi heard it as well. It was the sound of hoofbeats. Everyone looked to the distance and found a steed coming into sight at the peak of the mountain before them. A woman garbed in armor and wielding a spear brought her steed to a halt at the mountaintop and gazed at them. Who else could it be other than Qi Xiuhuang? Everyone instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Xikong Wuwei clapped his hands and laughed. "Good thinking, brother. She is indeed here." Qi Xiuhuang quickly rushed over when she saw who it was. She abruptly came to a halt before everyone, then tucked her spear away and dismounted. There was no one in her eyes except Miao Yi. Ignoring everyone else, she ran before Miao Yi and examined him, anxiously asking, "Are you all right?" "Couldn't be better," said Miao Yi, opening up his arms. Qi Xiuhuang dove into his embrace without holding back. Her head lay on Miao Yi's shoulder as she said in a soft voice, "I've been waiting for several days. If you all didn't show up, I was prepared to wait another day. And if there was still no sign of you then, I would have gone back to the island to take a look." Beside them, Xikong Wuwei clicked his tongue, and Qi Xiuhuang snapped back to her senses. She finally remembered that they were not alone, and hurriedly backed away from Miao Yi's embrace. She couldn't hide the redness on her face even with her helmet on, and quickly diverted the topic by saying, "I've been watching the sea from the tallest peak of the mountain at the end.
How was it that I didn't see you all approaching?"
Miao Yi looked to the surroundings and pointed along the shoreline as he said, "We didn't come ashore from this place. We simply got here as we ran along the shoreline. Perhaps due to the way the terrain is shaped, it ended up blocking your line of sight instead."
"Alright, now everyone is here." Sikong Wu asked, "What should we do now?"
Miao Yi turned to the ocean and sighed, "We'll continue waiting until my mount arrives."
"We are going to wait for your mount? We've been running around quite a distance."
"How long will it be by the time your mount manages to find us?" said Sikong Wu, astounded.
"What point is there in waiting for a single mount? Just find a way to get some more."
Miao Yi quietly looked to the ocean and shook his head. He didn't know how fast charcoal could swim and how long he would take to cross this vast ocean to find him. Most importantly, the journey would be significantly dangerous. However, Miao Yi had no other option at the time. None of them could have survived if he brought charcoal along. He had to separate from him.
Zhao Fei looked at Miao Yi for a bit.
Then suddenly spoke up, "Then let's wait."
"Are you all mad?"
Sikong Wu found the situation absurd. Everyone then followed Qi Xiuhong back to her hiding place. It was a cave by the side of a remote stream along the mountain. There were too many of them to stay in this place, so they went looking for a tall mountain suited for observing their surroundings and dug out caves at its peak instead.
Pai Junzi was the most skilled in doing things like this.
On the other hand, Tao Ruchuan was forced to shapeshift into a peach blossom tree and take up sentry duty on the mountaintop. He did not have any right to refuse. Inside the new cave, as he watched the figure of Qi Xiuhong busily cleaning, Miao Yi couldn't control himself. He released several tiny mantids to stand guard by the door, then walked over to Qi Xiuhong and hugged her from behind. It seemed Qi Xiuhong was also feeling rather responsive this time. Perhaps it was from the joy of being able to reunite. As the passion welled within her, she allowed her dress to be taken off without resistance, and even took a little initiative herself. Her voluminous breasts were exposed and she was pushed onto the bed. Soon, the sound of her gasping and moaning could be heard. However, after she got down from bed, Qi Xiuhong kept her distance from Miao Yi once again, which made him utterly speechless.
He didn't have any experience when it came to love.
It was different from when he was with Qin Er and Shui Er. He didn't know if Qi Xiuhong's behavior was normal or not either. He simply felt like something was wrong, but he didn't have anyone to properly consult with.
The next day,
after giving their surroundings a look through, everyone didn't find anything amiss, and there was no sign of Gu Sanjing's forces. Sikong Wu gazed at the mighty ocean and laughed aloud. "It seems like those bastards' method of tracking us is only effective on land.
We're finally rid of them.
It'll be hard for them to find us again given how vast the western star sea is."
Miao Yi nodded in agreement.
Otherwise, Gu Sanjing and his forces would have caught up with them by now. He would never have suspected that the Red Scarves Alliance had already figured out which way they went. They had just been a little caught up from sorting out their loot and replenishing their transcendence energy. Once they were done with their preparations, the 500-strong army immediately set forth in the direction that Miao Yi's group had run off to. Along the way, Gu Sanjing and the others noticed something was amiss. There were various water tribes following them from the side, and it seemed as though they were being observed by the fishes that would occasionally leap out of the water. This situation persisted throughout their journey, unnerving the forces of the Red Scarves Alliance.
It was too abnormal.
Indeed, after half a day, the first wave of Yao cultivators that came after Gu Sanjing had arrived. These Yao cultivators burst out of the ocean and blocked their path. Then their leader bellowed furiously, "Which of you is Gu Sanjing?"
Gu Sanjing proudly replied, "I'm right here."
Without any warning whatsoever, the other party abruptly raised his hand and shouted, "Attack!" If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 377, Strange Movements. Chapter 377, Strange Movements. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. A bloody battle was breaking out at sea.
The thunderclap flying swords were unsheathed, and were as spectacular as ever, but for the sake of glory. For the sake of fulfilling their responsibility to the Overlord, and to safeguard their position within the fifth earthly branch, the Sword Deviate sect had hand-picked Gu Sanjing to represent them. Like a reaper, he single-handedly wiped out almost every single one of the enemies in his path. No one could stop him. And this was just the beginning. Along the way, Gu Sanjing and the others constantly met with Yao cultivators. After they eliminated one group, another batch of Yao cultivators would show up. The Yao cultivators were constantly appearing like crazy and attacking them endlessly. It was one bloody battle after another on the ocean. The forces of the Red Scarves Alliance were about to go insane with how often their enemies were showing up. As the Yao cultivators of the water tribes held the territorial advantage when it came to aquatic battles, the Red Scarves Alliance suffered greatly and their numbers quickly dwindled. The water tribes abruptly began stirring up mighty waves at sea, triggering a colossal 100-meter-tall tsunami to bear down on them. Underneath the cerulean and jade-like beauty of the wave, the demons brandished their fangs and claws, intent on inflicting destruction upon everything. Yi Xian's barbed whip stretched out to 1,000 meters in length as she lashed it across the colossal wave, creating a ferocious white streak. 16 flying spiked shields shot in and out of the wave in rapid succession, and flowers of blood blossomed within the cerulean wall. Surrendering was not an option in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, as everybody knew that it signified death. The members of the Red Scarves Alliance also realized that even if they were to retreat, the chances of them escaping the grasp of these Yao cultivators on their own were slim in this vast ocean. All they could do was fight to their deaths. Only by killing their enemies would they be able to claw their way to survival. Attack! Yu Baixing and Fei Dian raised their spears and bellowed. After a series of bloody battles, there were about 200 troops left in the Red Scarves Alliance. Raising their weapons, they followed after Yu Baixing and Fei Dian, roaring, "Attack!" With incredible speed, they leapt across the sea and charged straight towards the mighty wave, intending on fighting the demons hiding behind it to the death. All 200 of them joined forces to form a wall of transcendence energy to resist the tidal wave. They had never before been so united. Boom! The tsunami collapsed, a mighty downpour fell in the wake of its destruction. These 200 people actually managed to stop such a massive tsunami head-on and destroy it. As he controlled his thunderclap flying swords to kill the Yao cultivators underneath the ocean surface, Gu Sanjing abruptly turned his head as he caught sight of something that left him completely dumbstruck. Even as the seawater rained down over him, he did not so much as bat an eyelid. He watched as Yu Baixing took a direct hit to his face from the foot of a giant sea tortoise, knocking his helmet off. Yu Baixing's face was crushed beyond recognition, a crumpled mess of flesh and blood as his lifeless body was sent flying backwards. With the force of a small mountain, the foot of the giant sea tortoise swept towards the Red Scarves Alliance once again. Fei Dian and several others were sent flying with blood spewing from their lips. It made no difference that they had second-grade transcendent artifacts protecting them. The opponent's attack was too fierce. Their weapons did manage to penetrate through the enemy's thick outer shell. Like tiny needles, they were jabbed into the foot of the giant sea tortoise. However, they couldn't inflict any significant damage to the monster at all. Aghh! Gu Sanjing roared to the heavens and ran like the wind across the waves. Commanding 101 thunderclap flying swords with his hands, he sent them shooting straight into the monster's mouth and bursting out from the hard shell on its back. Guuu. The giant monster wailed in agony as the thunderclap flying swords flew in and out of its body. However, it was unable to do anything about them with its massive size and sluggish body, and simply became a live target for Gu Sanjing's fury. Soon, the shell on its head broke, blood and flesh splattered about in the path of the thunderclap flying swords as they viciously pierced through its body. The colossus finally fell upon the ocean, and slowly began sinking as its blood dyed the sea red.
Yi xin. Send me up there. Gu Sanjing suddenly yelled.
Ripping a Yao cultivator's head off with her whip, Yi Xin turned to look and saw that Gu Sanjing was already leaping towards her. Flicking her whip, she twirled it around the sole of his foot. The whip stretched, sending Gu Sanjing straight to the sky. With one foot on the whip, he spread his arms out as the thunderclap flying swords immediately soared to the sky alongside him. As the whip snapped straight, it sent Gu Sanjing up another 100 meters into the sky from its original 1,000-meter length. As the thunderclap flying swords hovered about him, he opened his transcendence vision and gazed down at the ocean. Whilst he was upon the blue ocean himself, he could not get a clear view of the battlefield. Now that he was high up in the sky, none of the Yao cultivators, whether battling underneath or above the ocean's surface, were able to escape his sight. He pointed out with his finger, and over 100 thunderclap flying swords viciously rained down on the ocean. The swords shot out of the ocean as he pulled back his arm, then rained back down again as he once more gestured with his hand. While he was still in mid-air, Gu Sanjing invoked his arts to reduce the speed of his descent. His hands constantly rose and fell, causing the Yao cultivators below to scream in terror from the onslaught of his swords. It was a massacre. Those fortunate enough to survive knew that they were no match for his strikes and frantically fled. As he descended onto the ocean dyed red with blood, the thunderclap flying swords returned into the swordcase on his back. Gu Sanjing scanned his troops. Seeing that there were less than 200 of them left, he grimly said, "From now on, don't get caught up in battle. If anyone gets in your way, just charge past them as quickly as you can and don't stop for anything. Let's go." They had no time to gather their spoils as they couldn't afford to waste even a single second. All they could do was let the water tribes take them. There was less than 200 of them now, and they all immediately dashed away across the mighty ocean. However, those despicable water tribes continued to flank them. Although the sight of fishes leaping out of the ocean's surface was usually a beautiful sight, it was one that caused them great unease now. Yet, there was nothing they could do about these creatures. There were simply too many of them in this mighty ocean. They couldn't kill them all. Why were they only being hunted down by Yao cultivators? Everyone could only remember what He Langjun had said several nights ago: "You've already committed a grave sin. All the Yao cultivators participating in the crusade will surely come after you. You can forget about leaving the Western Star Sea alive." Now, things had turned out just as He Langjun prophesied. So long as one wasn't a fool, one would be able to tell that almost all the participating Yao cultivators in the Western Star Sea were on the move. Furthermore, the fish-like creatures from the water tribe seemed to serve as the eyes of those Yao cultivators, keeping a constant watch on Gu Sanjing and the Red Scarves Alliance as they traveled across the ocean. The result of this was obvious. No matter where they ran off to, the Red Scarves Alliance would never be able to escape the eyes of these water tribes. It was pointless even if they escaped onto land. The moment the Red Scarves Alliance stuck to dry land and chose to barricade themselves in, they would suffer an even worse fate. The Yao cultivators would swarm in droves and surround them completely. Then, they would have to face an even greater number of foes in one go. On the other hand, if they were to keep away from dry land, they would fall back under the watchful eyes of the water tribes. Gu Sanjing was seething with rage. Just because he killed several Yao cultivators with some background, he ended up being targeted by so many Yao cultivators. Where was the fairness in this Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade? The situation in this subjugation crusade was beginning to become more and more peculiar as a vast horde of Yao cultivators were rushing to one spot. Given the scale of such a movement, it was inevitable that others would catch wind of the development. All those from the 6 nations who were intrigued by the situation came to join in on the fun as soon as they heard the news, since it was precisely a good opportunity to hunt. Upon the blue seas, a snow-white beast stood atop a layer of ice. Its body was covered in white scales cold as jade, and resembled a qilin. Its 4 legs were equipped with sharp claws, whilst its head was like that of a lion's,
crowned with a snow-white mane. Besides its pair of golden eyes, its body was otherwise a pure white. This creature partly resembled a qilin and partly a lion at the same time. It was called the Jade Lion. On its back was a jaw-droppingly handsome young man. His complexion was fair like flawless jade, and his facial features elaborately delicate, accompanied by a pair of big, beautiful eyes. His neck was fair and slender, with his lush, dark hair tied high in a ponytail. Garbed in long, white robes, and together with the way he was seated upon the Jade Lion spiritual beast, it was truly a breathtaking sight. Even women would feel ashamed when comparing themselves to the beauty this young man possessed. However, in truth, this young man was a woman. She was none other than the youngest disciple of celestial sage Fu Manjun, Fairy Yu Yao. Her mortal name had long been forgotten by the public. Those that knew her all called her Yu Yao. The reason she had to cross-dress was because being too beautiful carried its own share of burdens as well. As such, she figured she should just dress up like a man to hide it. But alas, even dressed as a man, it was hard to conceal a beauty capable of toppling nations. Anyone who saw her would be wide-eyed in astonishment. As a nation's representative, she also had 5 aides by her side. The movements of the Yao cultivators had caught her eye as well, and she just apprehended a Yao cultivator for interrogation. After spilling everything, the Yao cultivator didn't even have time to beg for mercy before his head was lopped off by one of Yu Yao's aides. Yu Yao furrowed her brows and said, "I'd heard about the incident that year involving that Miao Yi as well. I never expected him to be a member of my celestial nation. This goose Sanjing is quite bold indeed. However, I can't stand idly by now that this matter has been brought to my attention." The handmaiden beside her cupped her fists and said, "Lord Sixth. This incident involves Lord Fu Cheng as well. Even the venerable sage would have to give him some face regarding this matter. I'm afraid it would be unwise for us to interfere." Naturally, the reason Yu Yao was called Lord Sixth was because she needed to hide her true name, and also because she was Celestial Sage's Mu Fanjun's 6th disciple. The honorific was simply made up following her position. Normally, I wouldn't concern myself either. But a large horde of demons are currently on the move. If I stand idly by and allow them to bully the cultivators of our celestial nation, others might think that our realm beyond heaven is afraid of Fu Qing. Even if I get first place then, so what? Anyone else can ignore this matter, but I alone cannot. Not to mention, with so many Yao cultivators gathering together, this is a good chance to increase my ranking. If we don't go, won't it just benefit others instead? Yu Yao said as she shook her head gently, then she nudged her mount. The Jade Lion immediately carried her away as it darted upon the waves. It truly seemed as though it were stepping on dry land. All her aides could do was simply rush after her. Western Constellation's Palace. Yun Guang and the others couldn't watch the astrolabe all the time. Each of them were accompanied by 2 subordinates, who took turns keeping watch. However, the peculiar developments on the astrolabe now made the ones keeping watch call for Yun Guang and the others. The supervisors from each of the 6 nations all came to look and saw a great number of white dots rushing towards a certain location on the astrolabe. Even the 6 red dots around the various points of the astrolabe were exhibiting the same behavior. What's going on here? Yun Guang asked, gasping in astonishment. What the hell happened exactly? Why are all our little youngsters headed this way too? Zuan Nanchun stepped forward and invoked his arts, enlarging a certain location upon the entire astrolabe. He pointed at a cluster of about 200 white spots and explained, "It is impossible for us to know what exactly happened from where we are at right now, but these are the troops belonging to the 1,000-strong army which hid themselves for several years. The ones we were previously observing." Completely surprised, He Yun interjected, "There's less than 200 of them left. How did they get cut down so much?" Zuan Nanchun shot him a glance. He ignored He Yun and continued explaining to Yun Guang, "The forces you see gathering across the map are all targeting them. Their 500-strong army suffered severe losses,
and now there are less than 200 of them. That being said, they are quite impressive indeed. I estimate that there were over 2,000 casualties along their path.
None could hold them back. Shocked, He Yan asked, over 2,000 casualties? Why are there still people rushing to their deaths if they are so strong?
Tang Jun mused, I've never heard of such a situation in the past subjugation crusades.
What is happening here?
Fairy Hongchen was silent despite having noticed the situation long ago. A trace of worry would occasionally flit past her eyes.
The red dot representing her junior sister was also on its way to them. Would she end up meeting that person? Ji Nini frowned and said, the Western Star Sea is Lord Fu Qing's territory.
I'm afraid he's the only one who best knows what is happening. Tilting his head askance, Huayu said, this place can be considered the Yao nation's domain as well.
Ji Nini. Why don't you go and ask Lord Fu Qing about it? Ji Nini's expression became discomfort as she stubbornly declined. Why bother Lord Fu Qing for such trivial matters?
In truth, when she just arrived in the Western Constellations Palace, Ji Nini went to pay her respects to Fu Qing, believing that he would meet her as she was Ji Huan's daughter. However, Fu Qing hadn't given her any face at all and didn't even grant her an audience. As such, why would she ever do something so fruitless again? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 378, Back on Their Trail. Chapter 378, Back on Their Trail. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy.
Judging from the situation, the youngsters from our 6 nations will be bumping into each other earlier than we expected.
Grandmaster Qi Jie sighed. Clapping his hands together in prayer, he recited, Amadba.
Everyone was reminded of the purpose of their being there by his words, and exchanged glances with one another.
As Ji Nini had said, the Western Star Sea was Fu Qing's territory.
There was no way he wouldn't know what was happening given the huge commotion. One man was hastily making his way into the deeper recesses of the Western Constellations Palace. All the horned pythons slithering about the palace courtyards made way to allow him passage.
There stood a lofty, spacious pavilion, antiquated and intricately decorated.
It towered over 10 feet tall, with an unshakable sense of power hidden within its stillness. It was the largest building in the entire Western Constellations Palace. Standing 5 feet tall, the tightly shut gates of the pavilion were a murky bronze color. On it were engravings depicting the various water tribes.
It must require tremendous strength to push open such large gates.
The man seemed incredibly tiny as he stood before these pavilion gates. Standing outside the gates, the man bowed and loudly called out, "My lord."
A deep, old voice reverberated from deep within the pavilion, "What is the matter?"
It invoked an instinctive sense of awe and respect in others. The man replied, "I just received reports that the perpetrator behind the bloody massacre of Brass Gong Fort all those years ago, Miao Yi, has reappeared."
The voice asked, "Where is he?"
"He is currently participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade.
His true name is Gu Sanjun."
The man proceeded to explain the current situation of the subjugation crusade.
The old voice asked, "Do you think he is capable of killing Yuan Kaishan?" The man replied, "Should we bring him over for questioning?"
The old voice didn't answer his question and instead responded with, "Regardless of whether or not this person is the culprit, we have only our own incompetence to blame for failing to apprehend him earlier. Now that he has brought himself over to our doorstep, you have the gall to overpower him with numbers still? He is here to participate in the subjugation crusade. Since it is being organized here on the Western Star Sea, we must at least retain a basic degree of fairness. Don't do something so shameful such as using this as a pretense to settle our personal vendetta.
Send out my order.
Have the water tribes stop their pursuit immediately.
Tell them not to butt in if it doesn't concern them. Let the participants handle it themselves."
Understood.
The man was a little reluctant to speak. In the end, he acknowledged his orders and left. Like a ripple, news of Fu Qing's official decree soon spread from the Western Constellation's palace to the entire Western Starsea. The various water tribes immediately heeded the order and stayed still. However, some time was still required for the ripples to fully spread. News would not reach the scene of the incident in such a short amount of time. At this point, the Red Scarves Alliance had gone through yet another gruesome battle. There were less than 100 of them now. As the thunderclap flying swords returned to the sword case on his back, Gu Sanzheng himself had already lost count of how many he had killed along the way. There was no time for him to think about these things anyway. He pointed to a nearby island and said, "Let's head to the island." The miserable bunch rushed to the island. Then, someone finally thought of something, and gasped, "Alliance Master. We've lost our mounts." A commotion started to brew among the group. They scanned about and discovered that other than Gu Sanzheng, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian, all the others disciples from the three major sects had died along their carnage-filled path. Everyone's mounts had been kept inside the beast sacks of the school of Imperial Beast's disciples, and now they were all lost. What did losing their mounts mean? Not only was their battle prowess severely diminished, they also couldn't escape as quickly as they could before anymore. We'll talk about this later. First, let us find a place to hide. Gu Sanzheng called everyone to head into the mountains deep within the island. After hiding themselves in the mountains, Gu Sanzheng turned to the crowd and said, "Dragon steeds are creatures native to the Sea of Constellations to begin with. There is no shortage of them here. We can simply find more if we lost them. This is not something difficult." Then someone voiced out, "But Alliance Master, we are being hunted down right now. Without any help from the speed of our mounts, we won't be able to run fast on land." Everyone. Gu Sanzheng cupped his fists towards the crowd and said, "I have caused you all much suffering this time. We cannot continue to run like this. If we run in such a large group, we will be unable to escape all the ice hidden underneath the ocean surface. There is only one option available for us now. I would like to suggest we go our separate ways from now on. Otherwise, if you continue to follow behind us, it will only result in death. I do not wish to drag everyone down any longer." These were his heartfelt thoughts. The Red Scarves Alliance had fought by his side against strong foes throughout this entire journey. Even though they were forced to do so, he had borne witness to how heartily they fought. He had already talked it over with Tan Lao and Yi Xian before coming ashore. Since the disciples of the three major sects were already completely decimated anyway, there was no need to drag even the remaining survivors down as well. Someone said in frustration, "They've definitely marked this island already. If we were to separate, I fear we won't be able to run far before. If we go off on our own, I fear we will die even faster." At this point, it wasn't as if everyone desired to follow Gu Sanzheng and the other two, it was more like they had no choice but to follow the three of them. Given the trio's strengths, everyone would at least be able to stay alive a little bit longer under their protection. Another person shouted, "When Alliance Master Miao was around, we were able to get by peacefully for 3 years in the Sea of Constellations. Our days then were easy and we repeatedly defeated strong enemies. We even had enough loot to share. However, it has been less than a month since we followed the three of you, and not only did we not receive any benefits, but our once mighty force numbering over 1,000 has since been dwindled to such measly numbers. How many of us are left now? Whose fault is this? It is easy for you to say you wish to go your own separate ways now. Why didn't you do so when we were still fighting for you?" Another one complained, "That's right. Back when we burned down the island, we all witnessed how close Alliance Master Miao and the others were with those demons. They even tried to stop us for the sakes of Alliance Master Miao and the others. If Alliance Master Miao was the one who brought us onto the island back then, surely nothing would have happened to us. We might even be able to form an even stronger alliance. But ever since your three major sects joined us, our Red Scarves Alliance has suffered more and more casualties. Almost everyone is dead.
Even after they ran around the Sea of Constellations, nothing happened to Alliance Master Miao and the others. You, on the other hand, became the public enemy of the Yao cultivators, and even dragged us down with you. Everyone was furious when they heard Gu Sanjing say he was going to leave them to their fates. Since it was going to be death either way, they no longer had much to fear and spoke out their true thoughts. Yi Xian's expression turned cold as she thought, why didn't you all say these things when you wanted to kill Miao Yi and take his transcendent artifacts? You're finally remembering his nice traits now? Tan Lao was all the more taken with rage and was about to teach these bastards a lesson. However, Gu Sanjing raised his hand and stopped him. He shook his head and allowed the others to vent out their frustrations. After everyone made their complaints, Gu Sanjing motioned with his hand and requested for them to let him speak. I will admit that I am no match for Miao Yi when it comes to certain things. This, I will not deny. However, it is pointless to speak of such things right now. Gu Sanjing was not lying. He truly lamented falling behind Miao Yi. A White Lotus 7th grade cultivator being able to survive in the Sea of Constellations was already a miracle in and of itself. Yet he was even able to pull together a group of people and create the Red Scarves Alliance. And after being betrayed by everyone, he still managed to escape their pursuit. Furthermore, there were still people who were willing to follow him after his White Lotus cultivation was revealed. And even now, he was still capable of running about the Sea of Constellations. Gu Sanjing couldn't help being impressed by Miao Yi even if he didn't want to. If it were him, he would have died countless times already. Maybe one or two incidents could be attributed to one's luck. However, with so many of them stacked together, it became a clear indication of one's capabilities. Gu Sanjing could not deny that Miao Yi was a capable man. Gu Sanjing shouted, I am not trying to throw everyone aside. I truly do not wish to cause trouble to you all any longer. Those Yao cultivators are after me. When they come here, the three of us will slaughter our way out of their formation and draw their attention away from all of you. I also would like to suggest that everyone remove the red cloth around their wrists and bury them. Otherwise, it will only attract trouble. As for whether you all plan to join forces or go your separate ways after this, I will leave that for you to decide. The point is, do not rally under the banner of the Red Scarves Alliance any longer. Just pretend as if it never existed. Of course, if you wish to continue this perilous journey with the three of us, we will not refuse you either. So that was what he meant. Everyone kept quiet as soon as they heard him. It was still unclear whether they would go their separate ways after this. However, with Gu Sanjing's group willingly drawing the enemy's attention away from them, everyone definitely wouldn't choose to follow them anymore. After the matter was resolved, Gu Sanjing immediately ordered everyone to spread out across the island and stand guard, and to report immediately if a situation were to arise. After the preparations were complete, Gu Sanjing's group tossed orbs of wool into their mouths and hurriedly began to replenish their transcendence energy. They had truly expended too much of it throughout this journey. The three of them were barely able to hang on. Alas, after a brief 4-hour rest, a scout came to report that a force of about 50 people had come ashore. Judging from their attire, they must be Yao cultivators. Gu Sanjing and the other two stood up and summoned the crystal-armored hurricane beast, then mounted them. Gu Sanjing turned to the crowd staring at him and cupped his fists before bidding them farewell. Take care, everyone. The others all hid in the forest and watched as the three of them dashed towards the enemy. The thunderclap flying sword shot out as Gu Sanjing bellowed, Gu Sanjing is right here. All who stand in my way shall perish. The sound of battle soon rang out. Gu Sanjing's group did not engage with the enemy and simply broke through from the center of their formation. They rushed to the seashore, then quickly stored their mounts away and leapt upon the waves, making like the wind across the mighty ocean. They truly managed to lure the Yao cultivators into pursuing them. Miao Yi obviously had no idea that the Red Scarves Alliance he had created from scratch had now become a thing of the past. In the end, he was the cause for both the rise of the Red Scarves Alliance, as well as its undoing. If it weren't for him, the Red Scarves Alliance would not have been reduced to such a pitiful end so quickly. Even though he knew that by setting up Gu Sanzheng, the Red Scarves Alliance would most likely perish, he never expected it to happen so quickly. The main reason was because he never imagined that the water tribes of the Western Star Sea would also participate, making the news spread so quickly and causing the demons to gather so soon. As he waited for charcoal on the island, the former Alliance Master Miao originally thought that they had completely thrown Gu Sanzheng and the others off their trail after not seeing any sign of them for the past few days. However, Gu Sanzheng and the others would catch up to him first instead of charcoal. Tao Ruchuan, the peach blossom treant that was standing guard atop the mountain, immediately noticed a group of people approaching the island and quickly reverted back to his human form. He rushed down to the caves below and began frantically shouting, "This is bad! Run!" Miao Yi and the others immediately rushed out of their caves as soon as they heard him. Miao Yi asked, "What is it?" Tao Ruchuan anxiously replied, "Those three bastards with the flying sword user are here. Son of a bitch! How are they still able to find us after so long?" Miao Yi shook his hands and shouted, "What are you standing in a daze for? Let's make a run for it, Miao Yi barely took a few steps before abruptly coming to a halt and said, "Wait." He was the one who asked them to run, and now he was the one to say stop as well. With his hand already on the hammer, Sikong Wu widened his eyes and said, "What are we still waiting for? They clearly have no intention of letting you go. Are we going to wait for our deaths?" Miao Yi ignored him and proceeded to ask Tao Ruchuan, "How many did you say were coming just now?" "Only 3? No one else?" Tao Ruchuan nodded, "Only 3. No one else. Only 3. Miao Yi seemed to be thinking of something. He suddenly rushed to the peak of the mountain and opened his transcendence vision. He caught sight of Gu Sanzheng and the other two approaching the shore, but there was no sign of a single person from the massive Red Scarves Alliance. He then quickly rushed back down the mountain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 379, 5 Mighty Artifacts. Chapter 379, 5 Mighty Artifacts. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. Why are you still hesitating? Sikong Wu stomped his feet and said, "Let's hurry and make a run for it." Miao Yi replied, "Where to? Are you going to go cut them off, Sikong Wu turned to look at Zhao Fei, who was furrowing his brows in silence, then to Qi Xiuhong, and finally to Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan. He was a little lost for words, finally realizing why Miao Yi didn't want to leave. At the moment, they didn't have their mounts, so it was impractical for them to continue their escape on land. Even if they did, they would have a hard time outrunning the enemy's crystal-armored hurricane beasts. And although they could simply escape to the seas, they would eventually have to leave one person behind. The two demons didn't have any objections to this, but Miao Yi may not feel the same way if Qi Xiuhong had to be left behind. The present state of the affair was that without their mounts, escaping on land was impossible, and if they were to escape to the ocean, Sikong Wu and Zhao Fei would only be able to bring Miao Yi along. Their speed would drop if they had to carry more people, and the enemy would surely catch up to them then. This was a pickle indeed. Sikong Wu sighed, "Don't tell me you want to fight them head-on?" Miao Yi whispered to the group, "You all had best get ready." After reaching shore, the Gu Sanzheng trio quickly summoned their crystal-armored hurricane beasts and mounted them. Tan Lao somberly said, "This should be the place." With a flip of his hand, a bronze flute appeared in his grasp. Placing it by his lips, he started playing a sharp tune. Following which, a large flock of flying beasts swiftly flew out from the forests and circled above a certain area in the skies before him. Miao Yi's group had been hiding in the dark. Their expressions contorted in shock when they lifted their heads and saw the birds marking their location out. Sikong Wu cursed under his breath, "What sorcery is this? Why are the birds of the island helping them too?
Tan Lao tucked away his flute and pointed to the area where the birds were hovering about, and said, "They're right there." "Let's go," said Gu Sanjiang with a wave of his hand. The crystal-armored hurricane beasts immediately rushed up the hill, but they soon came to a sudden stop. There was a man atop the following hill before them. Seated on his dragon steed with a body full of armor, he held a spear in one hand and the Mysticine mirror in the other. Who else could it be besides Miao Yi? Both parties were about 400 meters apart at this moment, and within the range of the Mysticine mirror, much to the shock of Gu Sanjiang's group. Tan Lao's spiked shields instantly hovered about him, ready to defend against the attack of the Mysticine mirror at a moment's notice. Miao Yi smiled and said, "I have been waiting long for you." Ringing sounds echoed forth as the thunderclap flying swords shot out of their sheath. Yi Xian also readied her whip to attack at the drop of a hat. Miao Yi raised his spear and said, "Hold your blades for a moment. We can battle all the same once you hear me out, but..." Yi Xian mocked coldly, "What more is there to say? You are quite bold to face us alone. Today shall be the day you die." Miao Yi laughed heartily and said, "I suggest you don't act rashly. There's no guarantee that I will be the one to die if we battle. I hope the three of you will not waste my kindness." The three of them quickly scanned their surroundings. Despite knowing that he was not a match for them, the other party still dared to face them on his own. This was highly dubious to begin with, and at a time when he still had those two helpers no less. Gu Sanjiang bluntly asked, "Where are your two helpers? Why didn't you call them out to help you?" In truth, he was trying to figure Miao Yi out as he knew that things could not be so simple. "The reason I have been awaiting your arrival on my own is just to show you my sincerity. I hope that we can set aside our grievances for the time being." Miao Yi put on a candid face and continued, "Only 3 years have passed in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. The future is perilous. Why don't we join forces and fight against the dangers together? With our respective strengths, there is much we can accomplish if we work together." Tan Lao scoffed disdainfully, "Even in the face of death, you still have a slick tongue." Miao Yi reminded once more, "I'll say it again. If we really do battle, there's no guarantee that I will be the one to die." Gu Sanjiang's gaze darted about his surroundings as he asked, "Simply because those two helpers of yours are lying in ambush?" He continued to probe Miao Yi. He doubted that someone as intelligent as him would rush to his own death. Miao Yi replied sarcastically, "That's odd. I have already displayed my sincerity in negotiating with you. Do you really want to see my helpers so badly?" Yi Xian understood Gu Sanjiang's intentions. She then tried to provoke Miao Yi. "My guess is that his cultivation was simply too low for his two helpers. It would be a burden to bring him along, so they left him and escaped." Tan Lao nodded and said, "True. It's very likely that this bastard is trying to trick us. Why don't we just kill him off first?" "You don't need to provoke me. I don't fight battles I am not confident in winning." "Don't you wish to see my helpers?" Then Miao Yi suddenly shouted, "Brothers! Come out and let them have a look." 4 people showed up along the side of the mountain behind Miao Yi. Obviously, they were Zhao Fei, Sikong Wuwei, Pai Junzi, and Tao Ruchuan. Qi Xiuhong didn't come out as the other party should be aware of her strength. She wouldn't have any impact even if she showed herself. Gu Sanjing's group all raised a brow as they thought, "Why are there 2 more people?" Back when they burnt the island down, the ones that showed themselves were only Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, and Sikong Wuwei. They didn't see Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan, who had hidden themselves in the corner. Even if Gu Sanjiang and the other 2 saw them, they wouldn't know their backgrounds anyway. The 3 of them had seen the might of Zhao Fei's Spirit Illusion Greatsword and Sikong Wuwei's Mountain Suppressing Hammer before. However, they had never seen the black crescent-shaped object on Pai Junzi's shoulder and the black pagoda in Tao Ruchuan's hands before. These 2 items were clearly different from the average weapon. They could tell they were transcendent artifacts with transformation capabilities at a glance.
I believe you all are aware of Zhao Fei's Spirit Illusion Greatsword and Sikong Wuwei's Mountain Suppressing Hammer.
Let me introduce the other two to you.
The one wielding the Almighty Transcendence Wheel is Pai Junzi, and the one holding the Demon Imprisonment Pagoda is Tao Ruchuan.
The two of them are my new Yao cultivator friends.
It might be a little exaggerating to say that Brother Pai's Almighty Transcendence Wheel is capable of tearing heaven and earth asunder. However, it at least has the power to split entire mountains. On the other hand, Brother Tao's Demon Imprisonment Pagoda is capable of trapping cultivators within it, and there is almost no chance of survival for those entrapped inside. Gu Sanjing's group were taken aback by his words. It went without saying that they could understand just how powerful those artifacts seemed.
They couldn't help thinking, how can this guy manage to gather so many mighty artifacts by his side? By the mountainside, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei maintained stoic expressions on their faces. The latter was on the verge of having stomach cramps from trying to stifle his laughter. In contrast, Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan were in great trepidation. They were already feeling a little weak in the knees as they silently prayed for the fight to not break out. The things in their hands were not transcendent artifacts at all. They simply ground some rocks and added some color to them. They were forgeries through and through. How could Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan not feel restless when they were lying so blatantly to Gu Sanjing's group? However, Miao Yi said that they needed to instill confidence when negotiating and insisted on doing it this way, so what choice did they have? At first, Zhao Fei objected a little and told Miao Yi, "It's fine if you want to do it this way. Just don't get too close to them. That way, it will be easier for us to respond accordingly if a situation arises." However, Miao Yi said, "We need to show that we have nothing to fear from them. If we still choose to keep our distance despite having so many transcendent artifacts in our possession, how could they not grow suspicious of us?" They also discussed and settled on a plan for retreat. If a fight were to break out, Miao Yi would immediately activate the Mysticine Mirror while the enemies were still in its effective range and provide support for Zhao Fei's Spirit Illusion Greatsword and Sikong Wuwei's Mountain Suppressing Hammer. On the other hand, Pai Junzi, Tao Ruchuan and Qi Xiuhong would immediately escape to a different location. Miao Yi's group would then continue to make their escape across the sea as Gu Sanjing's group would probably still choose to chase after Miao Yi anyway. Miao Yi smiled and said, "As for the Mysticine Mirror in my hands, I believe no introductions are necessary. Spirit Illusion Greatsword, Mountain Suppressing Hammer, Almighty Transcendence Wheel, Demon Imprisonment Pagoda and Mysticine Mirror. With the combined forces from these 5 mighty artifacts, am I capable of contending against the 3 of you on equal ground now, I wonder?" Gu Sanjing's group exchanged glances with one another. Just the Spirit Illusion Greatsword and Mountain Suppressing Hammer alone were enough to hold them back. With the addition of that Almighty Transcendence Wheel and Demon Imprisonment Pagoda, of which their capabilities were still unknown, as well as the Mysticine Mirror, they would undoubtedly lose. No wonder that bastard was so sure of himself. Miao Yi sighed, "Again, the reason I came here to meet you all on my own is to show my sincerity. I don't wish to threaten you with force, which is why I had them hide themselves earlier, but..." Yi Xin stubbornly said, "Threaten us with force? We have slaughtered our way here. As if we will be scared. Why don't you give it a try then?" Even though she was trying to sound tough, she was already feeling a little fearful inside. Otherwise, she would have made her move already, and not asked Miao Yi to give a try. Miao Yi felt a surge of confidence. He knew that the 3 of them wouldn't dare act rashly anymore. "All right, fine. You all are indeed very capable. I can't shake you off no matter how hard I try. To be able to pursue me so relentlessly. Just consider me terrified, alright? Is it fine if I just admit defeat now?" Miao Yi put on a troubled expression inside. "Truth be told, just now my brothers were thinking, since you all intend to go against me no matter what, we will first kill you, and then take away your transcendent artifacts. However, I believe that will do more harm than good. Yes. I know you wish to kill me, but I still believe that I should take a chance,
because even if we were to kill the three of you and take your transcendent artifacts, all that would come of that would be another 3 occupied spots in our storage rings.
Would the strength of 8 mighty artifacts be greater with 5 people wielding them, or 8?
If we were to join forces and combine the strengths of our 8 mighty artifacts, not only will we be able to easily traverse the Sea of Constellations with hardly anyone capable of standing against us, we will surely be able to place within the top 100 rankings of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade as well.
Are you really not going to consider forming an alliance with us?
Tan Lao scoffed, you killed the grandson of my elder Wu and many of the disciples of our 3 major sections.
Yet you still wish to form an alliance with us?
Miao Yi mocked disdainfully, that grandson of that elder Wu of yours acted so arrogantly simply because of his background. Despite just being a lowly grunt, he dared to act insolent towards this mountain chieftain. Even if I didn't deal with him, someone else from the administration would have done the same to such a petty moron. And that elder Wu of yours is an even greater imbecile.
Placing his personal vendetta above the interests of the sect, and yet you all are still trying to take revenge on his behalf?
Your fellow disciples are no kind Samaritans either.
I humbly tried to befriend them, and they thought I was actually afraid of them?
They were utterly full of themselves simply because they were disciples of the 3 major sections. As we were coming here aboard the ship, they dared to invade my room and threatened me right to my face, telling me that they would end me as soon as we reached the Sea of Constellations. And as expected, they immediately made their move on me as soon we alighted the ship.
Don't tell me you expect me to just sit around and wait for them to kill me? Tell me, what logic is this?
The 3 of them fell silent. Even though they were not there to witness everything, but given how much they knew about their fellow disciples, they knew that Miao Yi's words were most likely true.
Yi Xian said indifferently, then wouldn't the disciples of our 3 major sects have died for naught?
Yeah, that's right.
You all are very impressive.
After all, you are the disciples of the 3 major sections.
Wherever you go, you will never forget to announce that fact again and again. What arrogance!
Acting as if you are the number 1 sect in the realm, as if even the 6 sages themselves would also have to bow to your will.
You made it seem like anyone and everyone has to give you face. But in reality? Your 3 major sects aren't worth shit in the Sea of Constellations. You are thought of even less in the eyes of those from the administration.
All it takes is a single word and your 3 major sects will have no way to support yourselves.
What is there to be arrogant about?
I've seen egomaniacs before, but I've never seen ones as self-absorbed as you lot.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc.,
please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 380, A Strong Foe Arrives.
Chapter 380, A Strong Foe Arrives.
Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. Miao Yi held nothing back and gave them a brutal scolding.
He truly didn't give them any face at all. It was because he knew that he could not afford to come off as weak right then. He needed to show the other party that he was full of confidence. Although the 3 of them felt incredibly ashamed, they had no way to refute Miao Yi. Even though his words were harsh, they were not wrong. How could they be? Gu Sanzheng, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian had always felt proud of the fact that they were disciples of the 3 major sects, but now they felt as if a tub of cold water had been doused over their heads. When they actually considered it, they were indeed quite snobbish. However, Gu Sanzheng then stubbornly replied, no matter how many reasons you have, it doesn't change anything.
Unless we settle our grievances, an alliance is impossible.
Miao Yi asked,
did your sect send you over to the Sea of Constellations just to kill me? Isn't placing within the top 100 your top priority? Let me put it simply. Don't you wish to leave the Sea of Constellations alive?
Why must you harm others and yourselves just to settle this dispute now?
Gu Sanzheng asked, what are you trying to imply? I'm not implying anything.
Miao Yi loudly said, as I said before, we can share life and death for 9 years, and go back to being enemies in the final year. As long as we work together, with the combined strengths of our 8 mighty artifacts, it is very likely that we can place within the top 100. We can fight to the death once we've accomplished this common objective. What do you say? This was not a bad idea indeed. Feeling a little tempted by the notion, Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao and Yi Xian looked at each other. However, they were a little hesitant as they were worried that this was another one of Miao Yi's ploys. If they joined forces, they would surely be together for a long time. It would be easy for him to sabotage them if he had the thought. Seeing as they were quiet, Miao Yi added, "You don't have to worry about me. You might not like the sound of it, but we have 5 mighty artifacts on our side. It is easy for us to overpower you right now. If we really wanted to kill you, we could do it straight away. I didn't have to risk anything by coming here on my own and talking to you face to face. I have already shown you my sincerity. For the greater good, I am willing to place my personal grievances aside. It all depends on how you think now. Are you willing to join forces for the sake of the greater good, or will you fight to the death for your personal vendetta? Peace or conflict? You choose." He then turned his dragon steed around and confidently returned. Gu Sanjiang's group watched as he left, but didn't try to strike him from behind. Instead, they slowly tucked away their weapons. As soon as Miao Yi returned to the others, he dismounted the dragon steed and immediately said to Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan in a low voice, "Why are you still holding on to them? Hurry up and keep your transcendent artifacts away. Do you want to wait until they can see through our ruse?" The two of them quickly stored their imitations away. Miao Yi couldn't help rolling his eyes and whispering, "The paint came off. Hurry up and clean the black stains on your hands." Sikong Wuwei's eyes widened and noticed that Tao Ruchuan and Pai Junzi's palms were indeed stained black. This. He quickly turned around, afraid that the other party would notice something was amiss. His cheeks were twitching hard as he almost broke out in laughter. He continued to gasp for air from the tiny gaps in his mouth. He had always had the impression that the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade would be filled with danger, and in truth, it was. However, ever since he became Miao Yi's companion, he started feeling as though danger was nothing to be afraid of, and that it was fine for him to be a little more bold. He always felt like he was having fun instead. On the other hand, Zhao Fei couldn't find it in himself to laugh. Although he was impressed by Miao Yi's actions earlier on, he felt more sympathetic than not. If only Miao Yi were strong enough, he wouldn't need to take such risks. This was because he had no other choice. For the sake of survival, he had to come up with many ideas. Zhao Fei didn't believe that Miao Yi was not afraid of death. Perhaps only Miao Yi himself would know best about the struggles he faced. He was a strong person who faced the obstacles in his way head-on. On the other side, Gu Sanjiang faced his 2 quiet companions and said, "He is waiting for our reply." What he implied was, "What do the two of you think?" Yi Xian asked, "How do you take this situation?" Gu Sanjiang sighed, "He has a point. We've been too narrow-minded in the past, and we're too focused on our personal vendetta. On the other hand, he is willing to make peace despite already holding the upper hand. He is much more forbearing than we are." Yi Xian asked, "You wish to join forces with them?" Gu Sanjiang replied, "As long as you two are fine with it. There is merit in us working together." "I don't have anything against it," said Yi Xian as she turned to Tan Lao. Tan Lao had been silent the entire time. Gu Sanjiang asked him, "Tan Lao, are you worried that you won't be able to answer to Elder Wu once news of you working together with Miao Yi reaches the sect?" Tan Lao quietly nodded. Gu Sanjiang reasoned, "Perhaps a third party is the one who has the clearest picture. To be honest, he is right. Killing him is not our top priority. The most important mission our sects assigned to us is to place within the top 100 and make it back alive. We are clear on the current situation. Those Yao cultivators will continue to come after us. The ones we faced before were all just the tip of the iceberg.
If we bump into the experts later on, I fear we won't be able to last.
If news of us working together really travels back to the school of imperial beasts, you can try explaining it from a different perspective.
We are simply trying to use Miao Yi and the others to our advantage.
And in truth, I do plan to make use of them with this alliance.
Beside him, Yi Xin echoed the sentiment. I feel the same way as well.
Gu Sanjing tapped on Tan Lao's shoulder and said, rest assured. It is as Miao Yi said. We are only working together for the sake of surviving till the end. Once we reach the final stretch, we will still end up fighting him. He has killed so many disciples from my sword deviate sect.
You are not the only one who needs to kill him. I have a share in it too.
Yi Xin nodded. He's killed my senior auntie and my fellow disciples. When we kill him, I will not simply stand by and watch.
Tan Lao finally blew out a breath and said, all right then.
When he saw the three of them approaching on their crystal-armored hurricane beasts, Miao Yi glanced at his own side, then scolded in a low voice, can you two not look so nervous?
Have a little confidence, will you? Right now, they're the ones afraid of us.
Not the other way around. Why are you two feeling so restless for?
Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan felt rather uneasy.
However, it was true that they could not slack off as it was a matter of life and death. They quickly composed themselves once more and tried their best to look like experts. Gu Sanjing's group came before them, then jumped off their mounts. This was already a sign that they had come here on friendly terms. Gu Sanjing stepped forward and nodded as he said, we will agree to working together with you. Miao Yi laughed heartily and praised, as expected, a great person is able to adapt in times of need. I just knew the three of you were not the narrow-minded type.
He took a look behind them and asked, where are the members of the Red Scarves Alliance? Did they come across an even stronger group and decided to betray you guys as well? Don't tell me even your fellow disciples betrayed you too?
Gu Sanjing coolly replied, thanks to you, we've incited the wrath of people we shouldn't offend. Our fellow disciples have all perished, and most of the members of the Red Scarves Alliance have met their ends as well. There are less than 100 of them now, and we've parted ways with them. The Red Scarves Alliance no longer exists.
Miao Yi grew slightly apprehensive as he thought, don't tell me he knows about me pinning the blame of Niu Yud on him? He pretended to be surprised and asked, how come?
Gu Sanjing then briefly explained the events that transpired after they left the raised island. Miao Yi felt relieved when he realized that the other party was still oblivious to his involvement.
Sikong Wuwei and Pai Junzi snuck a glance at the mastermind, Miao Yi. Only Tao Ruchuan was unaware of the actual situation.
Zhao Fei furrowed his brows and said, so what you are trying to say is that those Yao cultivators have been hunting you down all this while, which also means that they will be coming here very soon?
Gu Sanjing frankly said, correct. Miao Yi's expression froze when he realized what was going on. What a terrible error in judgment. This is no alliance.
This is clearly bringing trouble upon ourselves. Now, we're no different than the unfortunate souls of the Red Scarves Alliance who followed their lead before.
Crap. We are the ones being set up instead.
He knew that the Red Scarves Alliance would suffer, but he never expected that all the water tribes would take part as well and act as scouts to keep tabs on the movements of Gu Sanjing's group.
Having allied together, wouldn't that mean that Miao Yi's group would also be hunted down then? Gu Sanjing bluntly asked, why? Are you scared now? Do you regret forming an alliance with us already?
Miao Yi coughed and said, I wouldn't go so far as to say we regret it. Though I do think this move of yours is a little cheap. Gu Sanjing was about to argue, but Sikong Wuwei, while gazing into the distance, suddenly spoke up, speak of the devil. They're already here. Everyone turned to follow his gaze and noticed a group of people quickly approaching the island. Based on their attire, they were, without a doubt, Yao cultivators.
At a rough estimate, there were about 30 to 40 of them. There are only but a few dozen of them. We possess 8 mighty artifacts in our hands. There is no need to fear them. Miao Yi turned to Gu Sanjing's group and changed the subject. Earlier on, I showed you my sincerity by meeting you on my own. Shouldn't the three of you show some sincerity for this alliance as well? Since you were able to kill your way here, I believe it should be easy for you to eliminate a few dozen enemies. Rest assured, if the situation worsens, we will not stand idly by. There was no choice. He didn't expect enemies to show up the moment they formed the alliance. If all of them were to attack, the artifacts that Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan had would immediately be revealed as imitations. Miao Yi was already prepared to make a show of the two of them losing their transcendent artifacts in order to avoid Gu Sanjing's group seeing through their ruse and turning against them. Gu Sanjian, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian were all proud individuals and disdained against pushing the responsibility around. As such, they didn't complain and simply nodded towards one another. The three of them quickly turned their crystal-armored hurricane beasts around and waited for the Yao cultivators to come ashore. They were about to charge over, when suddenly a galloping noise could be heard coming from the other side of the forest. Everyone turned to look and noticed 7 riders approaching quickly. They all widened their eyes and sucked in a breath of cold air when they noticed how fearsome the leader's mount was. Tan Lao exclaimed in shock, the Tempest Beast from the realm of 10,000 demons. As a member of the school of imperial beasts, he was naturally able to recognize all manners of spiritual creatures. Tao Ruchuan and Pai Junzi exchanged glances because they noticed He Langjun was among the group as well. Zhao Fei and the others were also shocked. The three of us can't guard against both sides. Since Brother Miao has arranged for us to face the larger force, we will naturally abide by it. I believe that with the transcendent artifacts in Brother Miao's possession, you should be able to handle such a small group. Gu Sanjing then turned around and shouted, "Attack!" He then quickly charged towards the shore alongside Tan Lao and Yi Xian. They were no fools after all. How could it possibly be easy to deal with people from the realm of 10,000 demons? They had just formed an alliance with Miao Yi and his group, and there was barely any sentiment between them. There was no need for them to die together. Naturally, Gu Sanjing and the other two quickly took up Miao Yi's request and rushed off as far as they could. If anything went wrong, it would be easier for them to escape as well. Brother Gu. Miao Yi had only just held his hand up to ask them to wait, wanting to trade opponents. However, the three of them made like the wind, not turning their heads back even once. They just simply pretended like they hadn't heard him. Miao Yi was lost for words. It was difficult indeed to predict what the future held. He finally understood what it meant to shoot oneself in the foot. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 381, Demon Refining Gourd. Chapter 381, Demon Refining Gourd. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi's group watched as the other group closed in on them. There was no way they could escape even if they wanted to, as only Qi Shouhong had a mount. It was probably pointless running off to join Gu Sanjing's group as well. Based on what Tan Lao said just now, they should be the group sent over by Yao Sage Jihuan. It's easy to see that we're no match for them. Zhao Fei asked, "What should we do now?" Miao Yi was out of ideas. He shot a look at the troops approaching them and saw He Langjun. He had to give it a shot with him. However, he was unsure whether his plan would work given that the other party had seen them together with Gu Sanjing's group earlier on. Miao Yi quickly instructed, "Pai Junzi, Tao Ruchuan, we've saved He Langjun before. Just go and tell them that we're allies." Tao Ruchuan didn't mind because he was He Langjun's subordinate to begin with. He had only stayed with Miao Yi for the time being to protect himself. After seeing He Langjun's glorious return, Tao Ruchuan was ecstatic. Obviously, he wanted to go back to being his subordinate. Then he wouldn't have to stay with Miao Yi any longer and feel restless all the time. On the other hand, Pai Junzi couldn't refuse because Miao Yi had dirt on him. The two of them quickly ran towards He Langjun's group.
The group of people approaching them was none other than Bai Ziliang's, the representative of the realm of 10,000 demons. Seated upon the Tempest Beast with his aides closely following by his side, the sight of him was truly awe-inspiring. When he saw two Yao cultivators approaching in Gu Sanjing's group in the midst of a battle with the Yao cultivators on the other side, Bai Ziliang raised his hand and called for everyone to halt. Alliance Master. Tao Ruchuan and Pai Junzi rushed over and bowed to He Langjun. Beside He Langjun, Lan Susu turned to ask, "These are your subordinates?" He Langjun replied, "Just two traitors." "You still have the gall to face me?" Tao Ruchuan and Pai Junzi were a little confused. Carefully approaching from the back, Miao Yi and the others also came to a stop when they heard him. What was going on? Before they could understand what was happening, He Langjun pointed at Gu Sanjiang, who was already in battle, and said, "Young master. That man is Gu Sanjiang. Since these people were beside him just now, what are they, if not traitors?" Sikong Wuwei immediately exclaimed, "Brother He. Don't tell me you don't recognize us anymore? We saved your life before." He Langjun cupped his fists and said, "Young master. This lowly one does not know what their intentions are. This lowly one does not know who they are at all." The reason he was turning against them was obvious. Since there was no way he could obtain the accomplishment for killing or capturing Gu Sanjiang, he wanted to keep the merit of revealing the identity of the culprit solely to himself. However, strictly speaking, the one who achieved this task was Pai Junzi. If Pai Junzi were to reveal the truth, He Langjun felt worried that he would no longer have anything to do with the matter and the reward would go to Pai Junzi. At the same time, he worried that Bai Ziliang would discover that he didn't tell him the whole truth. It was also simple to figure out why he pretended not to recognize them. It wasn't easy for him to acquaint himself with Bai Ziliang, who was definitely a powerful backer in this expedition in the subjugation crusade. How could he let such a strong protector slip through his fingers? If he said he knew Miao Yi's group, they might reveal how he miserably fled after pushing his two women out to take the attack for him. He would definitely suffer terribly if this were to leave a bad impression on Bai Ziliang. Why were narrow-minded people described as such? It was because they were afraid of even the tiniest possibility of retribution as a result of their actions. These people always acted in their own interests and were incapable of tolerating others. As the saying goes, it is better to offend a nobleman than a petty man, because the moment you offended a petty man, you might not even know how you incited their wrath before tragedy fell upon you. He Langjun was such a petty man, and Miao Yi and the others were the innocent victims who unknowingly incited his wrath. "You son of a bitch! I'll rip your eyes out, you unfaithful dog! You don't recognize me, eh? Are you familiar with my hammer then?" Sikong Wuwei bellowed furiously. He never expected that the person he saved would be a disloyal piece of scum. With a flip of his hands, he brandished the mountain-suppressing hammer. It abruptly expanded as he held it over his shoulder. However, even though he was far away and in the midst of battle, Gu Sanjiang was someone to be reckoned with. He had long since assumed that Miao Yi's group was in cahoots with He Langjun. When he noticed He Langjun among the crowd and saw Miao Yi and the others talking to him, Gu Sanjiang immediately invoked his arts and shouted, "Brother Miao! You and I have already formed an alliance, so why are you still not dealing with those demons yet?" How could he possibly allow Miao Yi's group to escape on their own now that they had come this far? He obviously had to think of a way to force Miao Yi and the others to keep the strong enemies at bay. Miao Yi's face slightly twitched as he cursed to himself, "Gu Sanjiang, you son of a bitch! You're intentionally setting me up." Naturally, He Langjun pointed towards Miao Yi's group and shouted, "Young master! They are together indeed." Although there were a few doubtful points in the conversation, Lan Susu couldn't bear to wait any longer. They had finally caught up to their target. She didn't want Miao Yi to fall into anyone else's hands. Tired of the bickering, she waved her hand and shouted, "Let's seize them for now." The expressions on Miao Yi and the others' faces twisted in shock.
One of Bai Zilian's aides immediately tossed out a black bell. It flashed with a blue radiance and abruptly expanded in midair as it hovered towards Miao Yi's group. Sikong Wu cursed, "Damn it!" There was no other option. The mountain-suppressing hammer immediately grew to its maximum size, and he flung it out with a bang. Bang! A thundering boom rang out as the giant hammer collided with the giant bell. The impact was so loud that it seemed to echo across the realm. Everyone could feel their eardrums turn numb from the sound. When it came to transcendent artifacts at that level of power, there were few which could compete with the mountain-suppressing hammer in terms of raw strength. God knows which artisan could have produced such crude creations. The light on the giant bell dimmed and it instantly shrunk back down as it was sent flying away. It was on the verge of crumbling from the impact. Its wielder was a little stupefied. He never thought his transcendent artifact would meet its match right from the start. It was immediately knocked back into its original form and sent flying back to him. Gu Sanjiang shot a glance from the other side, while Tan Lao gasped in astonishment, "That hammer is powerful indeed." Now that things had escalated thus far, there was no choice but to fight. With a flip of his hand, Miao Yi readied the mystic Yin mirror. The cold Yin aura abruptly gushed forth like a whip as he swept it across the battlefield. Against the Yin aura rushing towards him, Bai Zilian remained unperturbed as he sat on the Tempest Beast. He didn't consider this level of attack a threat at all. Beside him, Lan Susu casually tossed out a silver handkerchief. It shone with a blue radiance, and the enlarged handkerchief immediately hovered before their group, effectively blocking the attack of the mystic Yin mirror. Alas, with Miao Yi's transcendence energy levels, he couldn't use the mystic Yin mirror for too long. When he saw that the other party had something that could nullify his attack, he quickly recalled the cold Yin aura back into the mystic Yin mirror, as it was difficult for him to sustain it for long anyway. Lan Susu made a claw with her hand, and the handkerchief reverted back to its original form as it flew back into her grasp. Then, Zhao Fei activated his spirit illusion greatsword. It instantly formed 10 million other projections of itself and rained down on the enemy. The opponents were immediately in disarray from the attack. They soon found that most of them were simply illusions, but there was no way to discern which one was the real artifact. In the face of the onslaught from both the real artifact and its projections, they were a little unsure of how to guard themselves. Taking advantage of the momentum, Sikong Wu hurled the mountain-suppressing hammer out once more, and the sonorous boom echoed forth with fury. Finally, Bai Ziliang made his move. He pulled out the black gourd by his waist and took off the cap. A dense, demonic aura instantly gushed forth from the opening. Like a tornado, the gray mist shot straight towards the mountain-suppressing hammer. Enveloping the mountain-suppressing hammer within, the gray mist then quickly shrank back into the gourd. Oddly enough, the mountain-suppressing hammer also disappeared along with it. It seemed as though it was also sucked into the gourd together with that demonic mist. Sikong Wu exclaimed, "My mountain-suppressing hammer!" He was feeling incredibly pained. A glint flashed by Zhao Fei's eyes, and the spirit illusion greatsword immediately focused its attacks on Bai Ziliang. Once again, the demonic mist burst forth from the gourd in Bai Ziliang's hands. The tornado then quickly expanded to envelop all the projections of the spirit illusion greatsword hovering about the air. A sharp, ringing sound rang out from within the demonic mist. However, Bai Ziliang coldly scoffed, and the ringing sound immediately died down. Zhao Fei exclaimed, "This is bad." He could feel that some unknown force had caught the true spirit illusion greatsword. The demonic mist shrunk back into the gourd once more, and along with it, the myriad of spirit illusion greatsword projections in the sky as well. Even though they were far away and in the midst of battle, Gu Sanjiang's group was utterly shocked by the sight, whereas Miao Yi and the others were already breaking out in a cold sweat. What sort of transcendent artifact was that gourd? How could it be so powerful? Bai Ziliang then turned the opening of his gourd to face Miao Yi and the others. Miao Yi shouted, "This is bad. Run!" Even though they had no mounts at the moment, they still turned around and tried their best to escape. Whoosh! As dense as a tornado, the demonic mist shot out from the inside of the gourd and enveloped Miao Yi and the others in an instant.
They soon realized that this demonic mist was not as simple as it seemed.
There were countless iron chains inside it, dancing about like tentacles.
Before they were able to put up any resistance, the iron chains had already coiled around their wrists, legs, waists, and necks, and dragged them away. The demonic mist then shrunk back into the gourd, and all of them were gone. Miao Yi, Zhao Fei, Sikong Wuwei, Qi Shouhong, Pai Junzi, and Tao Ruchuan. They disappeared without a trace alongside that demonic mist. Using their short break to glance over to this side, Gu Sanzheng and the others were in complete disbelief.
What sort of transcendent artifact was this? How was it able to absorb everything?
The three of them could only lament deep down that this was a strength expected of someone from the realm of 10,000 demons.
This was not someone they could fight against at all. Gu Sanjing shouted, "Retreat!"
This was no longer a battle they could win.
Retreating was the wiser choice. They immediately gave up on killing the remaining enemies and rushed to shore.
They leaped up, stored their mounts in mid-air, then landed on the surface of the sea and made a hasty retreat.
Bai Zilian plugged his gourd and with a wave of his hand, shouted, "After them!"
He then quickly led his group after Gu Sanzheng. Upon the ocean, as Gu Sanzheng and the other two were frantically trying to escape, Tan Lao voiced out, "We can't run like this.
The Tempest Beast is capable of treading clouds and mist. Needless to say, it can run on water too. We won't be able to outrun it." Yi Xian cursed, "They banned the use of flying mounts in the subjugation crusade. The representatives of the 6 sages don't even follow their own rules. This is utterly preposterous." Gu Sanjing asked, "Tan Lao, regarding the art you used when you controlled those birds with your flute, was it your school of imperial beasts' great art, mystical voice of myriad beasts?" Tan Lao shook his head and replied, "I know what you're trying to say. I've only cultivated that great art to the 2nd stage. It is possible for me to control small animals, but even dragon steeds are beyond me, much less the Tempest Beast." Gu Sanjing shot a glance at their pursuers, and said hurriedly, "There's no time to think about all that right now. Whatever the method, we have to give it a try." Tan Lao smiled bitterly.
There was no choice but to try out all possible avenues now. He took out his bronze-colored flute, placed it by the side of his lips, and started blowing on it. The melody reverberated across the surface of the ocean, gentle and soothing at certain times, and sharp and ear-piercing at others. The Tempest Beast was true to its fame indeed. Its speed was not something dragon steeds could match.
Bai Ziliang had already left his subordinates far behind.
The Tempest Beast continued to gallop across the waves as it rushed towards its target. Regardless of whether it was on land or on water, its speed did not diminish in the slightest. The distance between both sides slowly decreased, when suddenly a peculiar flute melody resounded from the front.
Bai Ziliang felt astonished as he discovered the speed of his Tempest Beast evidently dropping. However, soon it became highly agitated. It then charged away from the enemy and ran wildly about the ocean. It would also occasionally raise its head and roar furiously, as though trying to escape something that was binding it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 382, Trapped. Chapter 382, Trapped. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit.
Lan Susu and the others soon caught up to Bai Ziliang and were shocked to see the Tempest Beast thrashing about and ignoring its master's orders. Lan Susu turned to look at where the melody was coming from and shouted, "Young master!
It's because of that flute. Quick, store away your spiritual beast." Bai Ziliang was already aware that the flute was behind this. However, he wanted to see if the Tempest Beast could overcome its melody. How could the mighty Tempest Beast lose its composure over a mere flute?
However, when he saw how difficult it was to calm the Tempest Beast down, Bai Ziliang had no choice but to store it away in his beast sack.
After them. Bai Ziliang was a little angered from this setback. He gave up the speed advantage of being on a mount and led his forces after Gu Sanjing's group across the waves. Occasionally turning their heads back to look, Gu Sanjing and the other two were pleasantly surprised. Needless to say, Tan Lao's great art, mystical voice of myriad beasts, must have been effective. Even Tan Lao himself was in shock. The beast-controlling art of the School of Imperial Beasts was actually effective against Yao Sage Ji Huan's mount. How was this possible? Out of all the cultivators participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, the Blue Lotus 9th grade was the highest cultivation level. Gu Sanjing, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian were already among the highest tier of participants. Now that Bai Ziliang had lost the speed of his Tempest Beast, the three of them were not afraid that he'd catch up to them at all. Since the other party had stored away his spiritual beast, Tan Lao stopped playing the flute, and the trio continued to dash across the ocean. Yi Xian praised Tan Lao. That was impressive. You can even tame spiritual beasts from the realm of 10,000 demons. I didn't tame it at all. You two saw it too. There was no way I could tame it. All I did was interfere with it a little. But I keep feeling like there's something wrong with this. I have only cultivated the great art, mystical voice of myriad beasts to the 2nd stage. There's no way I could cause interference to such a spiritual beast. Only those weak-minded infants would. Tan Lao suddenly stopped and repeatedly turned his head back to look. Gu Sanjing asked, "What's wrong?" "Don't think too hard about it. As long as it's effective, it'll be useful to us." Tan Lao suddenly tapped on his forehead and exclaimed, "I see now." Yi Xian asked curiously, "What is it?" Tan Lao laughed and said, "I see now. This isn't Yao Sage Ji Huan's mount at all. It's an infant Tempest Beast and not a fully matured adult. It hasn't reached the stage where it can tread clouds and mist yet." And here I wondered, since the 6 sages banned the use of transcendent artifacts above the 2nd grade as well as flying mounts in the subjugation crusade, why would the Yao Sage break his own rules so blatantly? So it was an infant beast. No wonder my great art affected it. So that's why. Gu Sanjing and Yi Xian smiled at each other. The latter revealed a rare smile and said, "It seems like our luck is pretty good. What are the chances?" "I'm afraid this is not something to celebrate." Tan Lao shook his head and smiled bitterly. Gu Sanjing asked, "How so?" Tan Lao sighed. Each of the 6 sages has sent someone from their newest generation to participate in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade to battle over which side is stronger. Now that I've found a weakness in the guy coming after us, I have effectively become a liability in his battle with the other 5 representatives. With that in mind, he will surely want to kill me. Gu Sanjing, I think the number 1 person on their hit list right now is no longer you, but me. There is a high chance they won't let us go so easily." Gu Sanjing and Yi Xian looked at each other. When he put it that way, there was indeed a high chance of that happening. Still a little resentful, Yi Xian huffed and said, "It's just that his gourd is too powerful. Otherwise, we might not have to fear him. He would obviously have a powerful transcendent artifact to rely on since he is representing the realm of 10,000 demons. Otherwise, how could he possibly fight for the top spot?" Gu Sanjing shot a glance back and couldn't help but sigh. Miao Yi was also a capable man. I never imagined he would lose to that person in a single confrontation. But maybe it's better this way. Now that he's dead, we can answer to our sex once we make it back alive. This saves us quite a bit of trouble. All we need to do now is focus on getting away. Inside a gray, enclosed space. The scene that unfolded before Miao Yi and the others as soon as they opened their eyes was that of countless iron chains of different sizes intertwining around them. The demonic aura in their surroundings was as dense as fog. Miao Yi opened his transcendence vision and soon realized he was trapped inside a giant gourd-shaped space. Given the situation before this, it was easy to figure out where they were currently.
Clearly, that guy's tiny gourd artifact could act like a storage ring. Despite its small appearance, it carried a pocket dimension within itself.
Miao Yi tried to move but soon discovered that his limbs and waist were bound tightly.
He couldn't budge an inch. He invoked his transcendence arts throughout his body and struggled for a bit, but still couldn't budge an inch, let alone break free. All he could hear was the sound of the chains rattling.
There's no use. We can't break free.
The sound of Zhao Fei's sighing came from behind Miao Yi. He had clearly tried to do the same thing as well.
Since even he couldn't break free with his cultivation level, Miao Yi obviously didn't have a chance. Miao Yi couldn't move his body, so he struggled to turn his head back to look.
Indeed, Zhao Fei was tied up in chains behind him with his limbs spread out.
Miao Yi asked loudly, "Is everyone all right? Xiu Hong, where are you?"
His voice echoed throughout the gourd.
"I'm right above you." Xiu Hong's voice called out.
Miao Yi lifted his head to look and found not only Xiu Hong bound above him, but her mount was caught and tied up beside her as well, still in charcoal's armor.
"We're here too." Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan's voice came from under Miao Yi.
Miao Yi looked down and found the two of them tied up not far away from his feet.
"Damn it! My mountain-suppressing hammer." Miao Yi turned to look at the source of the sound and saw Sikong Wu Wei in his 8 o'clock position.
He was struggling to reach the tiny hammer chained up not far away from him. It was none other than his mountain-suppressing hammer. Although it was within arm's reach, he couldn't grab it no matter how much he struggled.
That son of a bitch.
If I get my hands on the mountain-suppressing hammer, I'll crush this rotten gourd of his into pieces. After a round of useless struggling, Sikong Wu Wei ultimately gave up and relaxed his body. Top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts like the mountain-suppressing hammer had extremely elaborate designs and were not as simple as their appearance seemed. In order for them to have a transformation ability, it was inevitable that the inner structure would be complex. As such, they could not transform into mist and be easily stored like one would normal second-grade transcendent artifacts. If they were able to casually shapeshift into mist and restructure themselves back, their internal structure could go haywire with just a single error. There was also another reason. Even though the mountain-suppressing hammer might seem small, once enlarged and its true form revealed, it was easy to tell how much crystal and obsidian had gone into the process of refining it. If it were to form mist, it would be enough to envelop an entire ocean. Then it would be a problem of whether or not it was possible to store it all away. Therefore, when it came to refining transcendent artifacts of this level, the internal structure had to be clearly defined in order to avoid a mishap. They couldn't be like Miao Yi's inversed scale spear, capable of forming into a mist to be stored away at any time. The internal structure of those types of transcendent artifacts was simple and vastly different from those of top-tier second-grade transcendent artifacts like the mountain-suppressing hammer.
When he saw how Sikong Wu Wei was acting, Miao Yi couldn't help laughing aloud. "It seems like everyone is just fine." "Fine, my ass." Sikong Wu Wei blew at his mustache and shot Miao Yi a glare. "Why don't you take a look at what's exactly going in and out of our bodies as we're breathing right now? It's demonic aura." After his reminder, Miao Yi finally realized that he was actually breathing in the demonic aura and was shocked.
Furthermore, the demonic aura was capable of slowly invading the insides of his body through the pores of his skin.
He couldn't stop breathing in the demonic aura even if he wanted to, since it completely filled the air. Unless he was somehow able to hold his breath for an eternity, that is. Miao Yi couldn't help gasping, "What is the meaning of this? Why go this far just to kill us?" Behind him, Zhao Fei sighed, "Don't you understand yet? They're trying to reanimate us into fiends. In just a few days, we will all die from an overdose of demonic aura. When we wake up, we will no longer be ourselves. We will either have to surrender to someone else's control or be killed for our Yao cores. Out of all of us, the only ones truly not affected by this are the two down below, since they're Yao cultivators to begin with." Miao Yi could feel his skin crawl from hearing Zhao Fei's words.
As he thought about how he would be reanimated into a fiend and how he would either be killed for his Yao core or become someone else's mindless tool, he couldn't help trembling. Out of instinct, he struggled against the chains once more, but it was still useless. Ai. Sikong Wu suddenly made a long sigh, then said in a resigned tone, "After so many years of cultivation, I never thought that my path would come to an end in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade." Then his voice suddenly became agitated as he cursed, "If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have saved that son of a bitch, He Langjun. I should have just let Gu Sanjung kill him. That bastard better hope I don't get out, or else I'll rip him to shreds."
And Miao Yi, damn it, kid, what sort of messed up plan is this?
Not only did we fail to sabotage our target, we ended up falling into a trap ourselves.
How was I supposed to know they could still catch up to us even with so many people on their tail? Miao Yi retorted, then struggled against the chains again.
Still unwilling to give up so soon, he looked downwards and shouted, "Pai Junzi!
Tao Ruchuan!
You're both Yao cultivators.
Is there any way to negate the threat from this demonic aura?" Tao Ruchuan sighed. "None, unless you can make it out." Suddenly, Pai Junzi shouted, "Miao Yi, you damn rascal! Meeting you in this life is equivalent to having 8 lifetimes worth of misfortune. Every time I meet you, I experience such terrible luck and I can't even run away from it. This time, I even have to forfeit my life. Aren't you arrogant? Let me see how arrogant you can be now. I am going to watch as you die. This is karma."
This was such a satisfying scolding indeed. All the things he didn't dare say before, he was blurting them all out now.
Wow! Sikong Wu was immediately amused and laughed aloud. This rat demon has finally become bold. He's finally saying all the things he didn't dare say before. This is what you call speaking your true thoughts. Keep on scolding. We're all ears. Miao Yi glared downwards and bellowed, "Pai Junzi, just you wait. Once I get out of here, I'll show you who's boss." Get out? You still think you can get out? Dream on. Pai Junzi laughed arrogantly, "If you can get out of here, I'll bow before you and call you granddaddy." Son of a bitch. Miao Yi cursed, "Just you wait." Pooey. Pai Junzi said disdainfully, "Your granddaddy is right here. What can you possibly do to me? Come, come. Your granddaddy is just sitting still here and waiting for you." Miao Yi was seething with rage. He shouted, "You've got some guts, Pai Junzi. You'll come to regret this." You scolded him well. Tao Ruchuan suddenly began scolding as well, "Pai Junzi, I have long thought this brat deserved a painful death. Back in the underground tunnel, he forced me to stay behind to cut off his path. Then on the ocean, he treated me like some kind of boat. And even here, he forced me to the mountaintop." The two of them suddenly went silent, wide-eyed as they looked upwards. They were stricken with terror. Keep on scolding. You two bastards can continue scolding to your heart's content. Did you think I had no way to deal with you just because I'm tied up? Let me tell you, I can take care of trash like you anytime and anywhere I want." Miao Yi revealed a vicious grin and spread his palm open, brandishing the Mysticine mirror and pointing it straight down at the two people under him. "If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 383, Danger. Chapter 383, Danger. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu were struck speechless from the sudden turn of events. Sikong Wu's mountain-suppressing hammer was wrapped in chains and so was Zhao Fei's spirit illusion greatsword. Both their transcendent artifacts were held captive by the demon refining gourd as soon as they hurled them out. Out of the 3 mighty artifacts they possessed, only Miao Yi's Mysticine mirror had never left his grasp. Everyone had nearly forgotten about it. They were all bound so tightly, they thought there were no other options left.
As the Mysticine mirror wouldn't be much use at all in this enclosed space, everyone had instinctively cast it to the back of their minds. And trouble had broken out the moment they forgot about this tiny detail. Despite everyone being stuck in such a desperate situation, Miao Yi had still asked Pai Junzi about ways to negate the demonic aura and continued to boss him around. Having been bullied all this while, Pai Junzi thought enough was enough. Since Miao Yi was going to die anyway, he wouldn't be able to do anything to him, so he figured, why not just vent out all my frustration before he dies? And he really did give him a darned good scolding. All the things Pai Junzi had bottled up inside, he let them all out and lambasted him until he was satisfied. Realizing this, Tao Ruchuan had followed suit as well. Little did he expect, before he could vent it all out, he would be left dumbstruck. How could he have forgotten about the Mysticine mirror? How could he have forgotten that this bastard still had it in his possession? How could he have forgotten that even though the person in question was tightly tied up, he could still move his hands, and that it was easy as pie to simply change the direction the Mysticine mirror was facing? Indeed, the Mysticine mirror did not have much use in such an enclosed space. However, it was enough to shut the dirty mouths of those two up. In fact, it was more than enough. It would be a simple matter to kill two wretched scoundrels, as Miao Yi did not need to move much at all. He simply needed to twist his wrist a little and point the Mysticine mirror down. Since those two bastards were bound in place anyway, all they could do was just sit there and suffer his wrath. In truth, even Miao Yi had forgotten that he still held the Mysticine mirror. Right after falling into a trap, his companions immediately started bashing and berating him. It was just one misfortune after another. Furthermore, he couldn't do anything to them and thought that all he could do was just sit there and suffer the humiliation until he died. In his rage, even Miao Yi himself had forgotten about the mighty weapon in his arsenal. Just then, he only wanted to find something to deal with the two bastards below him. He wouldn't even have minded tossing a steamed bun onto their heads. However, he was instantly overjoyed the moment he peered into his storage ring. What was he acting all hasty for? As expected, the more one was swept by his emotions, the easier it was to be careless. Not only did he still have the Mysticine mirror in his possession, he also had the tiny mantids. Miao Yi wasn't sure if the tiny mantids could adapt to a place filled with such dense demonic aura, but it was more than enough for the Mysticine mirror. With a vicious grin, he immediately pulled it out. The two down below watched as Miao Yi slowly twisted his wrist and pointed the Mysticine mirror down at them. Tao Ruchuan's eyes widened in shock and horror. His heart was filled with regret at this point. Initially, he would have been fine. Why did he have to follow Pai Junzi's lead and join the commotion? Wasn't this basically asking for death just because he was itching to vent out his frustration? At least Pai Junzi was able to berate to his heart's content. On the other hand, he had barely said a word and now he had to pay for it with his life. This was not worth it at all. Not only was Pai Junzi's eyes widened in shock, his mouth was agape equally as wide. He was already on the verge of tears. It wasn't easy for him to get the chance to scold this bastard as much as he wanted, and he hadn't even had his fill yet. In his mind he thought, is this bastard my natural enemy or something? How is he still able to hold the upper hand over me at a time like this? Why is this world so unfair? What are your jaws opening so wide for? Do you want to bite me? Slowly adjusting the Mysticine mirror's position, Miao Yi smirked and said, go ahead and tell me off then. Why did you stop? Sikong Wu Wei had chuckled lightly at the turn of events. However, when he saw Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan's expressions changed from arrogance to one of regret as though they had just swallowed dog shit, the transition was so fast and so smooth that he just couldn't hold himself back and ended up bursting out in laughter. Hey! Don't be afraid if you are men. Keep on telling him off. Zhao Fei couldn't help laughing at the scene as well. These two demons truly couldn't hold themselves back at all. However, he understood where they were coming from. Before this, Miao Yi had treated them both quite harshly. Now that a rare opportunity had presented itself, they obviously had to take advantage of it and vent out their frustration. They just never expected it to come back and bite them so soon. Tied up at the highest level, Shi Xiuhong also revealed a smile. Initially, when she saw the two demons berating Miao Yi, she was also quite angered by it. But now, all she could think about was how funny it was. Lord Miao. I was only joking earlier. Don't take it to heart. Pai Junzi had always been one to adapt as the situation called for. He immediately humbled himself and put on a forced smile. Like a little chick, Tao Ruchuan blindly followed suit and repeatedly nodded, saying, "That's right. That's right. Lord Miao, we were only joking earlier." Lord Miao? I wouldn't dare be addressed by such a lofty title. Miao Yi said as he continued to laugh coldly. Who was it that called himself my granddaddy just now? I remember it quite clearly. Whoever said it, repeat it again. I'm all ears. Pai Junzi cried as he pleaded, Lord Miao. This humble one was wrong. Can you please forgive this humble one just this once considering all the hard work I've done for you? This humble one is asking for your forgiveness. I won't do this again. Again? You still think there will be a second time? Miao Yi roared. Do you think I will give you the chance to scold me again? Lord Miao. I beg you, have mercy. Pai Junzi was practically begging in tears. Pai Junzi. I'm impressed. You've managed to keep this to yourself quite well all this time. I see that you've always been prepared to kick me when I'm down. Miao Yi chuckled, don't you wish to watch me die? Now I want to see which one of us is going to watch the other die instead. I'll teach the both of you who exactly has the final say around here. How dare you admonish me, you bastards? The two demons immediately wailed and cried as they begged for mercy. Originally, they thought that since they didn't need to fear this demonic aura, Miao Yi would at least die before they would. Now look where it got them. Because they couldn't keep their mouths shut, the situation was immediately reversed. Miao Yi. Forget it, don't hold it against them anymore. It's normal for them to feel that way, remarked Zhao Fei from behind him. Now is not the time to be wasting your transcendence energy. What's most important right now is to focus on protecting yourself against the invasion of the demonic aura and think of a plan to escape. He was trying to remind Miao Yi that he would be expending a large amount of transcendence energy if he were to use the Mystic Yin mirror. Earlier on, he had already used it once when they were outside. His transcendence energy reserves wouldn't last if he were to use it again. Now was not the time to lose focus. It was not worth forsaking the greater good for these two demons. Yes. Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan repeatedly nodded in agreement as they looked at Zhao Fei gratefully. Miao Yi was actually just trying to scare them a little. He understood the situation well enough without Zhao Fei explaining it to him. He had truly been a little careless back then. But now that he had the Mystic Yin mirror in his hand, he immediately calmed down knowing that he had the ability to deal with those two bastards. He wouldn't waste his transcendence energy so rashly at a time like this. As the saying goes, a cornered dog will jump over a wall. That was something that would only happen if he was desperate. Now that he calmed down, he obviously wouldn't do something rash and risk suffering the consequences. Miao Yi tucked away the Mystic Yin mirror, acting as though he did it at Zhao Fei's behest. However, even though he was sparing those two, he still warned them, you two had better pray to the heavens for my well-being. Otherwise, I will be sure to kill the both of you first before I die. I won't give you the chance to watch me die. Yes. Thank you for showing us mercy, Lord Miao. The two of them quickly thanked Miao Yi. They were truly praying to the heavens deep down for Miao Yi to be fine. Otherwise, the bastard would definitely take care of them first. Pai Junzi especially, firmly believed in this, as he had experienced Miao Yi's ruthlessness before. Survival was more important at a time like this.
Miao Yi was no longer in the mood to argue with those two, and quickly invoked his arts to guard against the invasion of the demonic aura in his body. Unexpectedly, the moment he started to circulate his art source and allow it to come in contact with the demonic aura, starlight started to flicker within it. In an instant, starfire ignited throughout his body and vaporized all the demonic aura it came in contact with. Miao Yi's eyes instantly brightened. He never expected his cultivation art to not only be capable of eradicating poison in Coldine aura, but this demonic aura as well. This meant that it was impossible for him to be reanimated into a fiend. Right when his mind was eased, it tensed back up again as he lifted his head to look at Qi Xiuhong. Her eyes were shut and she had been quiet the whole time. Miao Yi noticed her complexion was oddly a little pale, and thought, this is bad. Qi Xiuhong has the lowest cultivation here. It's even lower than mine. Zhao Fei. How long can you two guard against the reanimation effect of this demonic aura? Miao Yi suddenly asked. Annoyed, Sikong Wuwei interjected with, why don't you just experience it for yourself and find out? Miao Yi was speechless. He was not affected by this demonic aura, so he couldn't estimate the proper length of time for its effect to take hold. However, Zhao Fei was clearly more well-mannered than Sikong Wuwei. After pondering a little, he gave a rough estimate. With Sikong and my cultivation levels, we can probably last about 3 days. I'm afraid for you and Qi Xiuhong, even 1 day will be. You two won't be able to hold against it for too long. We need to think of a plan as soon as possible. Zhao Fei's words verified Miao Yi's suspicions. He looked back at Qi Xiuhong and noticed her eyelids were slowly twitching, her complexion was pale. He knew that she was already feeling the effects of the demonic aura on her body. Only a short while had passed. How could she have a reaction so soon? Such was a clear display of the difference between a Blue Lotus 9th grade and a White Lotus 5th grade cultivation. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei could last about 3 days, whereas Qi Xiuhong could barely endure even half a day. Her situation was considerably dire. Miao Yi was becoming more anxious. Do you guys have any ideas? Once again, Sikong Wuwei snappily replied, we would have long since made our escape if we had one. Why would we torment ourselves by staying here? You shut your damn mouth if you don't have a plan. Miao Yi roared. Wow. Acting up again, are you now? Do you think you're all that just because you have the Mysticine mirror? I'm not like those two measly demons. You don't scare me. Sikong Wuwei was also fuming with rage. No one could be in a jolly mood in such a dire situation. Zhao Fei looked at Qi Xiuhong's complexion, then turned his head and yelled, Sikong, shut your mouth for a bit. No one will think you're dead if you just keep quiet. At the same time, he transmitted his voiceover, just look at Qi Xiuhong. Her cultivation is too low. I fear she won't be able to hold out for long. Do you want the kid to become even more anxious than he already is? Sikong Wuwei raised his head and looked at Qi Xiuhong's reaction, then fell silent. His anger was immediately dissipated as he mumbled, fine. My opinion was unnecessary. I'll shut up, alright? Zhao Fei gravely said, there are only 2 ways for us to get out. 1. The artifact wielder himself lets us out willingly. 2. We are somehow able to break this artifact's base structure from the inside and destroy it, consequently affecting our release. We'll need to think along these 2 lines if we want to figure out a way to get out. However, neither of them seemed very plausible. Miao Yi's expression was dark. Why would the artifact wielder ever let them out willingly? This place was in a dimension of its own. Even if he wanted to negotiate, the other party wouldn't be able to hear him either way. The only way was to break this transcendent artifact. But how? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 384, End of the Road. Chapter 384, End of the Road. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Tom Yummy.
The most powerful transcendent artifact in his possession right now was the Mystic Yin Mirror, and that was all he could use. However, even though the Mystic Yin Mirror was effective for killing, it wasn't particularly useful in terms of destruction.
It couldn't do anything against this gourd artifact. In addition, Miao Yi didn't have any other long-ranged weapons in his storage ring.
Suddenly, Miao Yi's eyes shone as he remembered that he still had a weapon he could use for long-range attacks, the tiny mantids.
He could control those little fellows remotely to attack his enemies.
However, although they could ingest crystal coins, Miao Yi wasn't sure if they could chew through a transcendent artifact that was refined using crystal and obsidian. That said, he had no other options.
Regardless of the method, he had to try.
However, he worried whether or not the tiny mantids could survive the demonic aura in this place. He slowly spread his palms.
Awoken from its slumber, a tiny mantid flew out of his storage ring. It perched atop Miao Yi's palm and spread its wings, standing there silently like a butterfly. Miao Yi stared intently as the fog-like demonic aura enveloped the tiny mantid's body. After a brief observation, he didn't find anything wrong with it.
While he was relieved, he was also quite astonished to see that the little fellow was not the least bit afraid of the vile demonic aura. Then he thought back to what Lao Bai had told him: the hell mantis is a demonic beast of the underworld to begin with. In other words, the tiny mantids were also a breed of demon. Since Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan were not afraid of the demonic aura, naturally, it should be fine as well. Miao Yi looked up at the occasionally neighing dragon steed hanging above him. With a thought, he invoked his arts and dissolved its armor. The armor immediately reverted into black mist and was sucked back into his storage ring.
Miao Yi then proceeded to carefully examine the dragon steed.
Logically speaking, this dragon steed should be even worse off than Qi Xiuhong since it didn't have any cultivation to speak of.
However, from the looks of it, it was completely fine.
As expected, there was no need to fear this demonic aura at all if you are a demon. Once his doubts were cleared, Miao Yi scanned his surroundings again.
The ends of all the intertwining iron chains were embedded into the walls of the gourd.
Based on the experience from his capture, Miao Yi was positive that each of these iron chains was equivalent to a single second-grade transcendent artifact. He couldn't imagine how many second-grade Yao cores must have gone into refining so many of them. To refine such a transcendent artifact, even the amount of crystal and obsidian that needed to be spent would be an astronomical figure, much less the number of second-grade Yao cores.
It was not something Miao Yi could afford with his fortune.
It would still be a tall order even if Yao Ruoxian were to sell off everything he owned. Although such a transcendent artifact was still within the limits of a second-grade transcendent artifact, it was even more costly than the average third-grade transcendent artifact. Even normal individuals at the Hall Master rank would have a hard time putting something like this together. Only those high-ranking officials or major sects, after pooling all the resources of their sect together, would be able to bring about such a contraption. The tiny mantid climbed up to the iron chain around Miao Yi's wrist, then spread its jaws and began gnawing. Its mandibles shone with a dark gleam and a piercing screech rang out as it chewed on the iron chain. Down below, Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan lifted their heads to look, but they couldn't figure out what Miao Yi was doing.
Due to the angle, Sikong Wuwei also couldn't see clearly what was happening.
They only knew that the screeching noise was coming from Miao Yi. Only Qi Xiuhong, who was above Miao Yi, and Zhao Fei directly behind him, could really make out what he was doing. Unfortunately, Qi Xiuhong's eyes were tightly shut. On the other hand, Zhao Fei was wide-eyed in astonishment as he watched the chewing motion of the tiny mantid on Miao Yi's wrist. Slowly, a trace of excitement could be seen in Zhao Fei's eyes as he noticed the tiny mantid had actually chewed out a small hole on the iron chain.
Heavens! What manner of creature is this tiny mantid?
Not only is it not afraid of this demonic aura, it is even capable of chewing through a transcendent artifact refined from crystal and obsidian.
And Miao Yi has more than just one of them. If he were to let them all out.
There was no need for him to remind Miao Yi. He had already released all 35 tiny mantids and the little fellows were soon on his wrists, gnawing at the iron chains. The incessant screeching noise they made was enough to send chills down one's spine.
Everyone was taken aback when they finally understood what Miao Yi was trying to do. Zhao Fei immediately understood everything. Just then, Miao Yi wasn't confident in his plan, which was why he had only released one to test things out. Zhao Fei quickly scanned about, then told Miao Yi, each of these iron chains is equal to a second-grade transcendent artifact. Just like with an octopus tentacles, there's a chance you won't be able to destroy the base structure of the artifact just by chopping off one of them. At the rate your tiny mantids are going, how long will it take for them to free you completely? The gourd's walls. Focus your tiny mantids on a single point on the wall. As long as they can chew through, this transcendent artifact will surely be destroyed. Hurry! Qi Shouhong won't hold for long. Zhao Fei's reminder came in the nick of time. Miao Yi nodded in agreement, then quickly commanded the 35 tiny mantids to fly towards the wall and focus their chewing on a single point. At this point, no one would complain about the noise they were making. Instead, it was like music to their ears. Everyone was excited to glimpse a chance for survival. Hee. It seems like there's hope for our escape yet. Sikong Wu Wei laughed maniacally. On the other hand, Miao Yi couldn't find it in himself to smile. He pursed his lips as he looked up, and saw Qi Shouhong's pale face already starting to turn blue. Shouhong. Hold on just a little bit longer. We'll be able to get out soon. Miao Yi said, as he ground his teeth and tried to cheer Qi Shouhong on. When they heard him, everyone else turned to look at her, then shifted their gazes to the tiny mantids. Although the tiny mantids were capable of chewing through the walls of this transcendent artifact, the speed at which they were going was unbearably slow. After all, it wasn't as though the artifact was made of tofu. Realistically speaking, there was no way Qi Shouhong could make it until the escape. Everyone immediately fell silent. Miao Yi shot the tiny mantids a glare, a trace of rage in his eyes. The little fellows immediately quickened the pace. Outside, Bai Ziliang and his group were still in pursuit of Gu Sanzheng and the others. However, it was difficult to catch up to them without the help of the Tempest Beast. On the other hand, Gu Sanzheng and the others found it odd that all those water tribes that had been tailing them closely all this while seemed to have suddenly disappeared. Inside the gourd, time passed slowly. No one said a word as Qi Shouhong's complexion gradually worsened, her neck and palms had already turned blue. Miao Yi shut his eyes tightly and hung his head low. He could only clench fists tightly as both his wrists and his body were heavily bound. Outsiders could not possibly fathom the pain he was feeling within himself. However, the others could roughly sense the struggle he was going through. No one made a peep to disturb him. Only the screeching from the tiny mantids could be heard within the gourd. Truth be told, because of their own predicament, everyone was more concerned for Miao Yi than Qi Shouhong. They worried that he wouldn't be able to hold out, and would end up following after Qi Shouhong. After all, his White Lotus 7th grade cultivation was not much higher than her White Lotus 5th grade cultivation. Judging from the pace at which the tiny mantids were going, it was hard for them not to worry. Miao Yi was the only one capable of controlling those little fellows. If he died, then it would truly spell the end for everyone. Deep down, everyone was earnestly praying for the great Lord Miao to hold on. Miao Yi didn't know how much time had already passed. All he could feel was how unbearably slow it was. Above him, Qi Shouhong weakly called out all of a sudden, "Miao Yi." Everyone turned to look at her. Miao Yi also abruptly lifted his head. Her face ghastly pale, Qi Shouhong finally opened her eyes. Although her gaze was weak, she still managed to put on a smile for Miao Yi. In that instant, Miao Yi felt like his heart was on the verge of crumbling. He struggled against the iron chains, but it was all in vain. His efforts did little besides make them rattle slightly. Helpless, Miao Yi took a deep breath and put on a smile. "Shouhong. It won't be long. Just hold on a little longer. We'll be able to escape soon." Shi Xiuhong weakly replied, I can't hold on anymore. Miao Yi struggled against the chains again. Then he calmed his breathing and continued to cheer Shi Xiuhong on, you can. Just hold on. Don't give up. You have to trust me. You have to believe that I will definitely bring you out of this sea of constellations alive. I can do it. Trust me. Shi Xiuhong weakly replied, when I came here, I already knew. With my cultivation, it was impossible for me to make it back alive. I am already very satisfied to have lived this long. Miao Yi yelled, don't give up. Look at me. Just look at me. My cultivation isn't much higher than yours, but even so, I still have faith that I will make it back alive. You can't give up too. Try not to speak. Focus your efforts on guarding against the demonic aura. Shi Xiuhong replied, I'm different. You are a capable person. You have a strong will and you never fear danger. I'm much too different from you. I was simply lucky enough to meet you. It's why I have been able to live to this day. Miao Yi yelled, it's not like that. Right now, it's just a matter of who can hold on with their cultivation. Your cultivation is almost the same as mine. Since I can hold on, you surely can too. Sikong Wu Wei suddenly chimed in, girl. It wasn't easy for us to be able to walk this path together as long as we did. You can't just give up in this crucial moment. You have to hold on. Brother Miao has already found a way to escape. It won't be long now. Take a look. Brother Miao is going to destroy this transcendent artifact soon. Just hold on a little while longer. Zhao Fei also spoke up, Shi Xiuhong. You have to hold on. Don't let Brother Miao down. Rest assured. If we can survive this ordeal, none of us will ever give up on you. We will make sure you make it out of the sea of constellations alive. Once we return, we will help you take revenge. Whoever sent you to suffer in this sea of constellations, they will be hearing from us. I, Zhao Fei, give you my word as a man. You have to hold on. That's right. That's right. Sikong Wu Wei repeatedly nodded, you still have unfinished business. Don't say you'll give up so easily. You can't allow those who wronged you to go unpunished. Count me in if you want to take revenge. No matter how high of an authority that guy holds, let us all go skin him alive. Lady Qi. You have to hold on. Although they were simply pretending to care, Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan also joined in and cheered her on. There was no choice. Since everyone else was already encouraging her, it would look bad on them if they kept quiet. If their lack of sympathy were to somehow anger Miao Yi, he wouldn't even need to use the Mysticine mirror, he could simply have those tiny mantids come over and tear them apart. Their hides were not so hard that they could compare against the robustness of transcendent artifacts. Since those tiny mantids could even chew through a crystalline obsidian transcendent artifact, it would be a cakewalk for them to devour the two of them to death. Shi Xiuhong simply smiled weakly, as though she didn't even have the strength to thank everyone anymore. She looked at Miao Yi and asked, Miao Yi, have you ever thought less of me? Never. Miao Yi repeatedly shook his head, why would I think less of you? Shi Xiuhong replied, I was afraid you would think less of me. I was afraid you thought that I was only sleeping with you to survive in the sea of constellations. That was never my intention. I am truly in love with you. You have treated me very kindly, and your kindness touched me deeply. That was why I willingly chose to sleep with you. I wish to be together with you forever. However, the first time was simply too abrupt. I was really afraid you would think less of me. In that instant, Miao Yi understood everything. He finally realized why she would always intentionally keep her distance from him after sex. It was because she was afraid he would think less of her and treat her as some kind of easy woman. Miao Yi felt like his heart was being pierced by knives. He shook his head vigorously in response. Miao Yi. Have you ever truly loved me?
Qi Xiuhong's voice suddenly grew slightly stronger. Within her gentle gaze, there was a visible trace of expectation towards his answer. However, Miao Yi was instantly struck dumb when he heard the question.
Had he ever truly loved her? He couldn't lie to himself, he did not. The kind of carnal lust he had was different from the feeling Qi Xiuhong had in mind. This, he understood. He never felt that way about her. All he felt was a sense of obligation for her. He was not some irresponsible man. There was no need to explain further. Miao Yi's reaction had said it all. At that moment, Qi Xiuhong seemed to understand everything. A trace of anguish could be seen in her eyes as they gradually moistened. Slowly, she closed her eyes, and as her tears gently rolled down her cheeks, her head suddenly fell. Her breathing completely stopped. 2 teardrops fell upon Miao Yi's face, snapping him back from his thoughts. He twisted to look at Qi Xiuhong, his eyes filled with horror. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 385, A Strong Helper. Chapter 385, A Strong Helper. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Tom Yummy. The 2 teardrops were quickly evaporated into nothingness by the demonic energy. Xiuhong.
Miao Yi howled, his voice trembling. However, there was no response.
Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu quickly spread their transcendence energy over to skin Qi Xiuhong's body hanging limply above them. Soon, the 2 of them quietly retracted their transcendence energy.
Sikong Wu let out a deep sigh and said, "Brother.
My condolences." His attempt to console Miao Yi ultimately revealed the unfortunate result of their examination.
The iron chains binding Miao Yi abruptly rattled as he struggled to break free, his fists clenched and loosened repeatedly. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared upwards, and he struggled with all his might, but alas, it was to no avail. He wanted to save her. He believed that since his cultivation art could eradicate the demonic energy, he could do the same for her as well, just like he did with the Colding energy before. He knew that there was still a chance to save her. If he could eradicate the demonic energy in Qi Xiuhong's body in time and use the glorious star immortal herb to help her regain some vitality, then there was definitely a chance she could be saved. After all, her breathing had only stopped moments ago. However, Miao Yi had no way of getting close to her. No matter how hard he tried to reach out, he couldn't touch her at all. Although they were so close to each other, he felt like they were miles apart. He watched as Qi Xiuhong slowly died right before his eyes. Even though she was so close, he couldn't do a single thing. His entire body felt numb from that sense of helplessness. It was starting to become difficult to breathe, as though even his soul was suffocating. His eyes bulged as he stared up at Qi Xiuhong's pale face, growing redder by the moment. He had never felt this way before. His breathing was ragged and strained. He had never wanted to become stronger as badly as he did now. A deep resentment birthed within him as he continued to struggle against the iron chains binding him. He hated himself. He hated how he had been dazed in that final moment. In his many years of cultivation, he had killed countless people and told so many lies. Why couldn't he just tell her that he truly loved her? Why did he have to let her die in tears? In grief? He would never forget it. The sensation when those 2 teardrops fell upon his face so vivid, it was instantly etched into his soul. He couldn't imagine how sad Qi Xiuhong must have felt at that moment. And it was all because of him. Then it flashed into his mind. Back on the ship, the moment he knocked on that one door and behind it, a beautiful girl in a yellow dress was cautiously peering at him. It was the scene from where they first met. He never knew what love was because he had never experienced it before. It was an unknown emotion to him, but now he understood. Alas, the price for it was simply too great and too painful. Gra! Having experienced such loss, Miao Yi could only lower his head and cry out, shaking his head weakly as he did so. He screamed from the depths of his soul. It sounded as though it came from the deepest pits of hell, as though a devil that had been sealed for eternity was trying to break free from the underworld, to crush the gourd that was its shackles, and scorch the world black. The bead under Miao Yi's neck shone with a dull light, and Lao Bai's silhouette suddenly appeared out of thin air. He was the epitome of elegance. Like a snow pear blossom kissed with gentle specks of blue, he was garbed in a light blue cloak, and slowly made his descent upon one of the iron chains. His white robes and light blue cloak, and the 2 strands of white hair beside his cheeks all floated gently amidst the whirling mass of demonic energy. Lao Bai gazed down at Miao Yi screaming at the top of his lungs, then slowly closed his eyes and sighed, "If you are truly able to reach those heights one day, I hope you will not come to resent me. This is the path you chose. You have to shoulder every single consequence yourself. The road of cultivation is a long one. Not everything will always work in your favor." He then let out a long sigh, tinged with mixed emotions, before vanishing into thin air. That horrifying howl continued on. The sound of it was capable of sending chills down one's spine. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei exchanged a glance. They never thought that a person could make such a terrifying sound. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei couldn't help but worry that Miao Yi would go mad. However, in the end, they were simply overthinking things. Crack! Miao Yi suddenly clenched his fists tightly, popping the joints on his fingers with the pressure. Then, he slowly relaxed his hands and fingers. His expression gradually regained its calm as well. It was almost frightening how tranquil he seemed. His gaze was still, and his expression quiet, as though nothing had happened at all. After quietly observing him for a while, Sikong Wuwei couldn't help asking, "Brother Miao, are you all right?" Death is a common occurrence in the path of cultivation. Brother, you must overcome your sorrow. Once we get out of here, we will help avenge Qi Xiuhong. I'm all right, Miao Yi calmly replied. Ever since I started walking this path, bloodshed has been a normal occurrence. I cannot blame anyone else for this. I have only my own weakness to blame. So incompetent that I couldn't even protect my own woman. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei looked at each other, unsure of what to say. The two of them were worried that Miao Yi wouldn't be able to control his emotions to the point that he wouldn't be able to hold out until they made their escape. But now it seemed like they had simply been overthinking it. That said, he regained his composure much too soon. Both Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei had witnessed how agitated he was earlier on. Was he truly all right now? On the ocean, a group of people was approaching Gu Sanjing and the others from the front. The leader was riding atop a snow-white beast that resembled both a qilin and a lion at the same time, which galloped across the blue waves with astounding speed. Gu Sanjing's group was caught by surprise. With opponents coming from the front and back, they were at a loss on what to do. It's the Jade Lion, the spiritual beast being bred by the realm beyond heaven, Tan Lao said. It should be the representative from the realm beyond heaven then. Normal participants wouldn't be qualified to have such a high-tier spiritual beast. We can try using the realm of 10,000 demons as a reason to ask for help. These two parties have always been at odds with one another. Maybe we can use this as a chance to escape pursuit. Gu Sanjing quickly invoked his arts and shouted, "Is the one before us the expert from the realm beyond heaven? We are loyal subjects of the celestial sage, belonging to the celestial nation's fifth earthly branch. We are currently under pursuit from the realm of 10,000 demons. I would like to humbly ask for your assistance." A clear voice then rang out from the front and replied, "Who is the insolent fool who dares persecute the cultivators of my celestial nation?" Gu Sanjing and the others were overjoyed by the response. They knew that their gamble had been worthwhile. Turning back to look, they saw that their pursuers were already slowing down. Clearly, they were quite afraid of these people as well. The person riding atop the Jade Lion sped up and separated from the rest of the group, meeting up with Gu Sanjing's group earlier than the others.
Raising its legs, the jade lion came to an abrupt stop on the ocean. As it rested its legs on the turquoise waves, the water underneath immediately formed thick layers of ice, allowing it to stand firmly. Gu Sanjing's group quickly came to a halt. When they saw who it was, they couldn't help being taken aback. It was because the man riding atop the jade lion was simply too beautiful. No one would have been able to resist stopping to stare. That person was obviously none other than Yu Yao.
Perhaps her disguise would work on mortals.
However, in the careful eyes of cultivators, it was easy to tell she was cross-dressing with a glance. Even Yi Xian couldn't help losing focus.
Yu Yao in men's clothing exuded a different sense of charm. One that was capable of beguiling even women. Soon, Yu Yao's group caught up to her. When one of her handmaidens saw how Gu Sanjing and the other two were staring, she immediately yelled, "What impudence! Why are you still not paying your respects upon seeing Lord Sixth?" The trio immediately snapped back to their senses. They quickly bowed with their fists cupped and said, "We come from the Celestial Nation's fifth earthly branch.
Gu Sanjing of the Sword Deviate sect. Yi Xian of the Jade Lady sect. Tan Lao of the School of Imperial Beasts. We respectfully greet Lord Sixth of the Realm Beyond Heaven." But even though they didn't know why this crossdresser was called Lord Sixth, but since the other party had addressed her as such, they may as well follow suit. From her appearance, the three of them wondered if she was one of the legendary twin fairies beyond heaven, Fairy Yu Yao, who also seemed to be celestial sage Fu Manjuan's sixth disciple. They were thinking, this title of Lord Sixth couldn't possibly have come from that, right? Gu Sanjing? When Yu Yao heard their introduction, her gaze immediately fell upon Gu Sanjing. In a man's voice, she asked, "You're Gu Sanjing?" Gu Sanjing was taken aback. How did she know my name? Yi Xian and Tan Lao also looked at Gu Sanjing in confusion. Gu Sanjing courteously replied, "Indeed I am, Lord Sixth, but..." Yu Yao then asked, "Are you Nyoyud? Why am I hearing this name again?" Gu Sanjing cupped his fists again and replied, "Lord Sixth. I am Gu Sanjing, not Nyoyud. Lord Sixth." Beside Yu Yao, one of her handmaidens pursed her lips towards Bai Ziliang's group, who was slowly approaching them, and reminded her of their presence. Yu Yao instantly understood. Gu Sanjing definitely wouldn't admit that he was Nyoyud at a time like this, so she didn't question him any further. She gestured for the three of them to stand behind her, then shifted her gaze to the group opposite her. Bai Ziliang had already released his Tempest Beast once again and was riding it towards them. Coming to a stop nearby, he cupped his fists and smiled, "Yu Yao. Long time no see." As soon as she saw Yu Yao, Lan Susu cast a sideways glance at Bai Ziliang. Upon seeing the joyful look on his face, she pursed her lips and shifted her gaze back to Yu Yao, albeit with a little more hostility now. Clearly, it was not the first time that Yu Yao and Bai Ziliang had met each other. Gu Sanjing's group exchanged glances when they heard how Bai Ziliang had addressed this Lord Sixth. As expected, she was Fairy Yu Yao. No wonder she possessed such nation-toppling beauty. And here I was wondering who the cheeky bastard could be. Bai Ziliang, why are you persecuting the cultivators of my celestial nation? Yu Yao bluntly rebuked. Bai Ziliang appeared to be at a loss as he replied, "Then what else would you have me do? This is the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, you know." He pointed towards Gu Sanjing and continued, "That man is Nyoyud, the perpetrator of the Brasgong Fort murder incident here in the Sea of Constellations all those years ago. Who else would I hunt down, if not him?" Yu Yao indifferently asked, "What evidence do you have that he is Nyoyud?" Bai Ziliang smiled, "Simple. Once I take him to the Western Constellations Palace and hand him over to Lord Fu Qin, all will be revealed." Gu Sanjing furrowed his brows. The more he listened to the conversation, the less he followed. What did he mean by the Brasgong Fort murder incident all those years ago? Didn't it just happen recently? Why did it even involve the Western Constellations Palace?
Yu Yao scoffed, "Stop trying to use Fu Qing to scare me.
I won't let you take anyone from my celestial nation without any proof. I suggest you be on your way. Otherwise, don't blame me for being discourteous."
Suddenly, Lan Susu asked, "Hey Langjun,
Is he Niu Yud?"
He Langjun immediately stepped out and pointed at Gu Sanjiang, saying, "Your subordinate can vouch for it. He admitted it to me himself. At the time, I was not the only one who heard him. So this guy is He Langjun.
The one that spread the news." Yu Yao eyed him coldly, then called out, "Lan Rua, but..."
Her handmaiden Lan Rua immediately pointed at He Langjun and said, "I can verify that it is this He Langjun who is the one called Niu Yud."
Yu Yao then said, "By Ziliang, I think my handmaiden's testimony should be more trustworthy than this no-name lackey's, don't you? Young master."
Anxious, He Langjun looked to Bai Ziliang for help. Before Bai Ziliang could reply, Yu Yao shot over a black streak of light with a flick of her fingers.
He Langjun screamed in agony as he was instantly sliced in two.
If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 386, Demon Refining Gourd Destroyed. Chapter 386, Demon Refining Gourd Destroyed. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. No one expected Yu Yao to launch a sudden attack.
At such a short distance, and with her speed, no one was able to react to it in time. He Langjun reverted back to his true form, and the two halves of a snake soon floated upon the ocean's surface, dyeing the waves red with its blood. When that black streak of light had shot out, it was just a tiny little speck. But the moment it cut down He Langjun, it abruptly expanded and caught him completely off guard. As expected, the attack connected without fail, and the black light instantly returned to its owner. It hovered behind Yu Yao, slowly rotating. Bai Ziliang's group immediately locked their gazes on this transcendent artifact and discovered that it resembled a sharp crescent moon. Measuring roughly 10 feet long, it possessed an almost ethereal transparency upon its black frame, just like a black-colored piece of jade or amber. The sharp black-colored crescent artifact hovered behind Yu Yao, who was garbed in a snow-white attire, while down below, the jade lion stood gallantly upon the thick ice. The sight of her was an absolute attack on the senses, and her nation-toppling beauty further gave it an enchanting allure. Many of them inadvertently sucked in a breath of cold air. What did it mean for a crystalline obsidian transcendent artifact to possess a sense of transparency? It meant that said transcendent artifact had been refined with high-density crystalline obsidian, free of any impurities. Both its sturdiness as well as its conductivity for transcendence energy would not be any weaker than the transcendent artifacts refined from crystalline gold. Furthermore, it was about 10 feet long. How much pure crystalline obsidian would one need in order to create such a large structure? It was not as though high-density crystalline obsidian was difficult to find. Rather, it was hard to refine normal crystalline obsidian to such a high purity, and especially into such great quantities. This was not something that could be done with wealth alone. It also required an incomprehensible amount of time and labor. Even Gu Sanjing was shocked by the sight. His thunderclap flying swords were refined from high-density crystalline silver, so naturally, he knew how much time and effort the Sword Deviate sect had expended just to gather the materials. They had only managed to accumulate this paltry amount of high-density crystalline silver after saving up for thousands of years. Even if he were to add up all 101 thunderclap flying swords on his back together, they couldn't compare to the 10-foot-long crescent artifact before him now. It was like comparing a dwarf to a giant. How large was the gap in the number of materials used? What's more, the latter was refined with the much rarer, high-density crystalline obsidian, but... Bai Ziliang's gaze fell upon Yu Yao's slender fingers, and his eyes widened in shock when he saw a set of small, black-colored fake nails on the index finger, middle finger, and ring finger of both her hands. They were shaped like the waning moon and were slightly transparent. Only the middle finger of her left hand was missing a piece.
Why? Bai Ziliang then turned to the sharp crescent moon behind Yu Yao. He was thunderstruck. Yu Yao didn't just possess one of these crescent artifacts, she had 6 of them. How much high-density crystalline obsidian would one need to refine 6 of these massive transcendent artifacts? Even the 6 sages would have difficulty in gathering the materials. However, Mu Fan Jian had actually bestowed 6 of these mighty artifacts upon Yu Yao in a single stroke. Bai Ziliang laughed bitterly in his heart, finally realizing what it meant to have a difference in status. His position in the realm of 10,000 demons couldn't compare to the one Yu Yao held in the realm beyond heaven at all. His mother even had to beg others just to help him obtain one powerful second-grade transcendent artifact. In contrast, Mu Fan Jian had actually used such precious materials to produce several second-grade transcendent artifacts for his own disciple. Obviously, the reason Mu Fan Jian had used such precious materials to refine the second-grade transcendent artifact was because Yu Yao was participating in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. He had to adhere to the restrictions set upon the participants. Otherwise, Mu Fan Jian could have gifted Yu Yao with the mightier third-grade transcendent artifact. Even a fourth-grade transcendent artifact was not an impossibility. Of course, it could also be due to Yu Yao's cultivation, which only allowed her to wield transcendent artifacts at that level. Bai Ziliang thought, if my guess is correct, the 6 crescent artifacts probably belong to a single set, and will be able to exhibit a much greater might when used together. Never mind whether or not my demon refining gourd can suck it in, but even if it can, I mustn't take it in. There is a high chance that such a powerful transcendent artifact can break my demon refining gourd from within. He was having mixed feelings. Alas, he never considered how all the other 5 sages had each sent members from their grandchildren generation to participate, whereas Fu Manjun was the only one to send a direct disciple. If he didn't gift Yu Yao with a transcendent artifact to hold her ground, then even if she were to obtain second place in this subjugation crusade, it would still be a dishonor to the name of Mu Fan Jian. Looking at He Lingjuan's corpse, Lan Susu ground her teeth in frustration. In the end, she raised her head and yelled, "Yu Yao, you're disregarding the authority of my realm of 10,000 demons. Is there a need for me to hold it in any regard at all? Who do you think you are? Do you think you're fit to bark at me so?" Yu Yao scoffed. As someone from the realm beyond heaven, there was no way she would let someone from the realm of 10,000 demons take away the cultivators of her celestial nation right from her face. Since she'd already killed the witness anyway, she turned the jade lion around and said, "We're leaving." Gritting her teeth, Lan Susu immediately turned to Bai Ziliang, "Young master." Bai Ziliang's expression turned grim as well. "Yu Yao, don't go too far. Leave Gu Sanjiang behind." The jade lion stopped and turned around. Atop the beast, Yu Yao replied indifferently, "And what if I don't? If you all wish to fight me so badly, don't blame me if something happens to you, As representatives of the 6 sages in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, they both understood deep down that sparring was still acceptable, but if either party were to cause heavy casualties or even death, the issue would be drastically exacerbated. By then, it would be a matter beyond the subjugation crusade and could destroy the long-established balance between the 6 sages. However, it was a different case if the other party were the ones to force their hand. After all, one couldn't simply avoid lifting a finger against their aggressors, right? The other party was clearly quite fearful of Yu Yao's crescent artifact. Bai Ziliang said gravely, "Let's see how you plan to answer to Lord Fu Qing, That's none of your concern. Let's go." Once again, Yu Yao turned her jade lion around and led her group away. Following behind her, the Gu Sanjiang trio would occasionally turn back to look, feeling elated whenever they saw the dark expressions on Bai Ziliang and the others. After being chased around by Yao cultivators for so long, they had quite a bit of pent-up frustration building inside them. Then when the representative from the realm beyond heaven appeared, she completely disregarded the facts and covered for them. Indeed, the celestial sage Mu Fan Jian was deserving of the reverence that the celestial nation sects had for him. At this moment, Bai Ziliang's expression had suddenly changed. Utterly horrified, he looked at the demon refining gourd by his waist and quickly reached for it. However, he was too late. The demon refining gourd trembled heavily before violently erupting. Bang! The loud noise echoed across the ocean, startling Yu Yao's group into turning their heads back. All they could see was a large black mist bursting forth. It rolled out from the powerful energy of the blast and instantly enveloped Bai Ziliang's group within. "Witness my hammer!" A hoarse voice furiously bellowed from within the black mist, followed by the sound of a thunderous boom. Gu Sanzheng, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian were utterly shocked. It was obvious that they weren't strangers to this hoarse voice. Soon, they saw a myriad of greatsword projections flying in and out of the black mist. Yu Yao and the others were taken aback as well. By the looks of it, some transcendent artifact must have been destroyed. They weren't sure of the situation and simply felt curious that someone would actually make a move against people from the realm of 10,000 demons. Could Miao Yi and the others have escaped from that gourd artifact? The Gu Sanjing trio looked at one another. "How dare you destroy my demon refining gourd?" Bai Ziliang's enraged voice could be heard. Mighty waves stirred on the ocean's surface as 5 shadows quickly shot out from the black mist. Who else could it be beside Miao Yi and the others? They all had disheveled appearances, resembling madmen, and were frantically making their escape. Miao Yi held onto Qi Xiuhong's corpse while Zhao Fei grabbed him by the arm and pulled him along as he ran. At the same time, he was also controlling the spirit illusion greatsword to defend against the enemy's attacks. With a loud boom, Sikong Wuwei furiously hurled his mighty hammer into the black mist. Die! Furious, Bai Ziliang charged out of the black mist on the tempest beast and hurled a giant black seal, which shot out with the sound of crashing thunder equal to that of the mountain-suppressing hammer. At the same time, he brandished a black spear that glistened with an amber hue. It was his flood dragon spear, and he viciously swept it against the spirit illusion greatsword projections that shot at him. Roar! Below Bai Ziliang, the tempest beast howled in rage and spat out a red mist that viciously swept towards Miao Yi and the others. The red mist possessed an astonishingly high temperature, instantly evaporating the seawater wherever it passed. For the sake of survival, Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan no longer cared whether or not Bai Ziliang was someone from the realm of 10,000 demons. What could be more important than their own lives? In the first place, that was the only reason why they were scared of the realm of 10,000 demons. The two of them had never thought the day would come where they would have to fight against people from the realm of 10,000 demons. Invoking their arts simultaneously, the two of them stirred up mighty waves on the ocean to stop the red mist from approaching. However, the temperature of the red mist was absurdly high. It instantly vaporized a hole through the waves and continued to sweep towards them. A loud boom erupted as the giant, black seal collided with the mountain-suppressing hammer. The two artifacts were equally matched, and the light surrounding them dimmed quite a bit as they shot back to their respective owners. Holding onto Qi Xiuhong's corpse, Miao Yi saw that the situation was dire, so he quickly freed one hand and brandished the mystic Yin mirror. Whoosh! The cold Yin aura viciously gushed forth. A crackling sound could be heard as the gray mist of extreme coldness collided with the red mist of extreme heat. For some unknown reason, visible sparks that resembled lightning actually began to fly. As Miao Yi's group frantically fought for their lives, the battle was instantly at its climax. Even Yu Yao's group was astonished to see someone actually fighting to such an extent against the people from the realm of 10,000 demons. However, Bai Ziliang's side clearly had the upper hand, as he alone was already able to keep the other group on their toes. Having accidentally caught a glimpse of Gu Sanjing and the others, Zhao Fei furiously bellowed, "Gu Sanzheng, since we have already formed an alliance, why are you still sitting around? That gourd artifact has already been destroyed. We have nothing to fear." Right when he said this, the remaining member of Bai Ziliang's group had rushed out of the black mist and attacked with their transcendent artifacts. Xing xing xing. A sharp ringing echoed forth as the thunderclap flying swords left their sheath, and all 101 flying swords shot out like lightning to help Miao Yi and the others.
They instantly joined the fierce battle of the 5 mighty artifacts and relieved the pressure that was on Miao Yi's group. To be honest, the moment he saw them, Gu Sanjiang was already considering if he should help Miao Yi, as Fairy Yu Yao was right by his side at the moment. Since she was willing to save them on account of their identities as cultivators of the celestial nation, she obviously wouldn't turn a blind eye to the others as well. If Yu Yao were to later find out that Miao Yi and the others were also cultivators of the celestial nation, and that despite being saved by her, Gu Sanjiang and the others had chosen not to save them, she might not look too kindly on them. It was at that moment that Zhao Fei pointed out their status as allies and that the gourd artifact he had been afraid of was already destroyed. If Gu Sanjiang still chose to ignore them after all this, then he would really have no idea how to explain himself later on. He might even end up inciting Fairy Yu Yao's wrath because of this. Not to mention, Fairy Yu Yao was behind him right now, so there was no need to fear Bai Ziliang's group. Those people wanted him dead anyway. No longer hesitating, Gu Sanjiang immediately extended Miao Yi and the others a helping hand. At the same time, Tan Lao's spiked shields also quickly shot out towards the battle. Yi Xian's barbed whip trembled and rapidly lengthened as it made its way under the water, launching its attacks from underneath the ocean's surface. In an instant, transcendent artifacts were flying about the sky, and both sides were engaged in a heated battle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 387, Yu Yao to the rescue. Chapter 387, Yu Yao to the rescue. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Boom boom boom. The giant black seal continuously collided with the mountain-suppressing hammer. Sikong Wuwei wouldn't stop hurling his giant hammer out with all his might. He would rather it end up destroyed than dare to let up his attacks. Heavy winds started to billow and mighty waves began to stir from the shock of the powerful clash of transcendence energy and transcendent artifacts. The black mist from the demon refining gourd was not as light as actual mist and had already sunken down into the depths of the water. Just a single demon refining gourd required an incomprehensible amount of crystal and obsidian. Most cultivators wouldn't even be able to earn such a sum in their entire life. And now there was not even a speck of it left. With Gu Sanjiang's group joining the fray, the numbers on Miao Yi's side increased to 8, along with 6 transcendent artifacts. At the moment, Tao Ruchuan and Pai Junzi were unable to contribute to the fight, and neither could Miao Yi. Given his cultivation, he would not be able to use the Mystic Yin mirror for too long. However, even though Bai Ziliang only had 6 people on his side, they had over a dozen transcendent artifacts in their arsenal, with each person possessing at least 2 to 3 of them. Although they were only able to use one at a time, they were able to switch the transcendent artifacts accordingly. Under the heavy pressure from their assault, Miao Yi's group continued to fall back, struggling to keep their guard up. Nevertheless, as one who held the upper hand, Bai Ziliang was quite frustrated that they were still unable to triumph after such a long time. It was mainly because Zhao Fei's Spirit Illusion Greatsword had too great of an impact on their progress. The myriad greatsword projections darting across the sky assaulted them endlessly, and there was no way to discern which was the real attack. However, Bai Ziliang and the others did not dare be careless and continued to protect their vitals as best they could. The Spirit Illusion Greatsword managed to land its attacks on several of them. Had they not been wearing protective artifacts equally powerful in their own right, they could have ended up dead already. Even Bai Ziliang was no exception, suffering a vicious blow to his back and almost spat out blood, his internals quaking from the impact. He had experienced firsthand the might of the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. Little did he know that even Gu Sanjiang's group had suffered terribly under the Spirit Illusion Greatsword. Using the Thunderclap Flying Sword, the 3 of them paved a path of blood through countless Xiao cultivators, but as soon as they encountered the Spirit Illusion Greatsword, they were rendered helpless. If Miao Yi didn't have the Spirit Illusion Greatsword by his side, he would have been exterminated by Gu Sanjiang a long time ago. Despite having so many transcendent artifacts in their arsenal, Bai Ziliang's group was still having difficulty dominating the 5 used by the other party. He was incredibly frustrated.
Sadly, the one thing that could hold the spirit illusion greatsword back, the demon refining gourd, was already destroyed. Bai Ziliang finally realized that the cultivators of this realm truly weren't to be underestimated. There truly were all kinds of transcendent artifacts in the world. Although Bai Ziliang was no stranger to illusion-type transcendent artifacts, he had never seen one with illusions that seemed so real, capable of mimicking sound, shape, and form to such an extent that they were indiscernible even with his transcendence vision. With just this one flying greatsword, Bai Ziliang's group and their mighty arsenal of transcendent artifacts were heavily suppressed to the point that they were unable to launch an attack without staying on guard. Not to mention, Gu Sanjing's thunderclap flying swords were added into the mix as well, making things even more confusing. Bai Ziliang's forces could feel their vision blurring and their minds in terrible fatigue as they struggled to deal with the situation. Just these two transcendent artifacts were enough to keep them on their toes. Meanwhile, there was also an elusive whip striking at them from under the water. Bai Ziliang had no way of venting his frustration. He wanted to mount a swift and aggressive strike at the opposition, but this method was too risky and he could end up failing miserably. Bai Ziliang felt he had really embarrassed himself in front of Fairy Yu Yao today. Yu Yao was truly astonished as well. She never thought these people could fight against Bai Ziliang to such an extent. She could tell that Bai Ziliang and the others had the most trouble with the spirit illusion greatsword. Otherwise, these people would not be their match at all. However, Miao Yi's group was also having it just as rough. If it weren't for the occasional spout of hot red mist from the Tempest Beast, they wouldn't have to fear Bai Ziliang and the others, especially since they had already lost the demon refining gourd. Although Tan Lao had a way to deal with the Tempest Beast, but given the intensity of the battle, he couldn't spare the attention to play his flute at all. His hands had to constantly move to control the flying shields. Fortunately, Tan Lao's flying shields were always able to form a single, mighty shield to guard against the red mist. Otherwise, Miao Yi and the others would have been defeated a long time ago. Tan Lao was aware that Miao Yi's cultivation was low and unable to sustain the mysticking mirror for too long, which was why he helped to guard against the red mist. The major battle going on now was similar to when Gu Sanjing and the others first encountered the spirit illusion greatsword. At first, Bai Ziliang's group was in disarray, but they slowly grew accustomed to the situation and started to hold their ground. They began to launch their attacks, immediately increasing the pressure Miao Yi and the others were already under. Yu Yao found the situation a little confusing. Earlier on, Miao Yi's transcendent artifact was clearly able to contend against the attacks of the Tempest Beast. Why was he hiding all the way at the back now and just sitting still? Why was he still holding onto a woman's corpse in such a dire situation? How could she possibly know that Miao Yi was forced to this sea of constellations despite only having a white lotus cultivation? It was not that he didn't want to help, but his transcendence energy was severely not up to par. The rumbling transcendence energy invoked a terrible storm upon the ocean, causing Miao Yi's hair to flutter vigorously from the wind. Holding onto Qi Xiuhong, he heaved a sigh of relief. The blue-black tone on Qi Xiuhong's face was already gone and her skin had turned fair once again, albeit a deathly pale shade. Miao Yi had already dispelled all the demonic energy within Qi Xiuhong's body. At first, it trembled heavily and was on the verge of being completely demonified, but Miao Yi managed to stop it in time. Qi Xiuhong was already dead. Miao Yi would not allow her to be transformed into a mindless fiend as well. Just half a day more and we could have escaped. But you couldn't even hold on for that long. Miao Yi stared at Qi Xiuhong expressionlessly and said, "Don't worry. As long as I'm still alive, I will definitely bring you away from this place. I won't leave you behind. As long as I'm still alive, I will eventually make this Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade your funeral offering." Transcendence energy was rumbling heavily and the sound of battle was very loud, so no one had heard what Miao Yi said. They only saw him take out an empty storage ring and place Qi Xiuhong's corpse inside before putting it on his finger. He abruptly raised his head and looked in front. Realizing that they were slowly losing their ground and the situation was dire, Miao Yi quickly readied a talisman.
At that moment, Yu Yao finally made her move when she saw how bad things looked for Miao Yi's group. A crescent moon transformed into a streak of light and shot over. Boom! It hacked at the giant black seal Bai Ziliang had tossed out and immediately left a deep imprint on it. Taking advantage of this opening, Sikong Wuwei hurled out his mountain-suppressing hammer, which crashed onto the giant black seal. Bang! The light surrounding the giant black seal instantly dimmed, the impact flinging the seal away. Bai Ziliang was both surprised and enraged. He quickly called back the shrunken black seal, and snarled, "Yu Yao! What are you doing?" The moment the words Yu Yao came out, Miao Yi felt as though he was struck by lightning. His hair billowed in the wind, covering his face as he abruptly turned to look at the young man who attacked with the crescent moon. It was a very beautiful man, or rather, a cross-dressing woman with a beauty capable of toppling nations. As for her mount, he could tell from a single glance that it was one of those extremely rare spiritual beasts. The people from the realm of 10,000 demons called her Yu Yao? Yu Yao was the one representing the realm beyond heaven? Is she little sister? Miao Yi's heart started beating loudly as he continued to stare at Yu Yao. He could see some resemblance on her face from the one he remembered. Little sister! Yu Yao shouted, "Bai Ziliang! Stop this instant! Otherwise, don't blame me for being discourteous. All of you, stop right now." Under her order, Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian were the first to stop. Then Bai Ziliang also raised his hand and had his subordinates stop attacking. Finally managing to catch their breath, Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei stopped as well. Since there was someone that could force the people from the realm of 10,000 demons to stop, they would be able to escape their predicament. The two of them obviously couldn't hope for anything more. Yu Yao! What is the meaning of this? Are you absolutely intent on going against my realm of 10,000 demons, said Bai Ziliang, gritting his teeth in hatred. Don't misunderstand. Yu Yao slowly rode the jade lion over, Bai Ziliang. Don't you see I'm doing this for you? The honorable forces from the realm of 10,000 demons, and yet you could only fight to a draw against them. I'm worried you will continue to lose face like this, which is why I stopped the battle, also you wouldn't look too bad. How could you doubt my goodwill? A draw? What a nice way of putting it. Bai Ziliang laughed sarcastically. She clearly only made her move when she saw that he was about to win. If the tables were turned, this woman definitely wouldn't concern herself. She was clearly trying to cover for the cultivators of the celestial nation. Bai Ziliang retorted, "Then let us fight again and see if it will still end in a draw." Yu Yao smiled faintly, "Bai Ziliang, as someone of your status, aren't you ashamed to hold them back over such a tiny detail? As acquaintances, I was trying to help you save some face, but you didn't give me any face and even doubted my goodwill. In that case, I'll give you two choices now. You can either beat it immediately, or you can choose to fight me instead. However, the chance to fight me won't come cheap. If you lose, you will have to leave all your geo-transcendence bangles behind. Make your choice." You? Bai Ziliang pointed a finger at her in fury, but he was helpless against her. Yu Yao gently touched the black crescent moon floating beside her and said plainly, "Cut to the chase. My patience is limited. If you don't make a choice soon, I will make it for you." This was already a blatant threat. Bai Ziliang's face paled then reddened. However, the situation was not in his favor. He could already gauge how powerful the crescent moon was from Yu Yao's attack just now. If they really were to fight, he would probably end up experiencing even more shame. He took a deep breath and abruptly turned the Tempest Beast around, then barked out, "We're leaving." The group held in their frustration and swiftly departed. Biting her lip, Lan Susu turned back and shot a resentful gaze. This time, their losses were severe. The demon refining gourd had actually been destroyed. Seated atop the jade lion, Yu Yao watched as they departed. When she turned around, she inadvertently met with Miao Yi's gaze staring directly at her. She couldn't help being taken aback as she actually felt a sense of familiarity in his gaze.
It was an affectionate and warm feeling. However, she didn't seem to recall ever meeting this person before. Zhao Fei and the others could already guess Yu Yao's identity. After their initial astonishment at her beauty, they quickly lowered their heads as they didn't dare to appear too disrespectful. Only Miao Yi kept staring straight at her. Greed, lust, ambition, astonishment, admiration, or even reverence. Yu Yao had long since gotten used to the various gazes of men when they looked at her. However, she could not see any of those from this person's eyes. She couldn't tell what it was exactly. They just seemed like they were very conflicted. Nothing more than that. Yu Yao was a little curious, but when she was about to ask, Lan Ruo, the handmaiden beside her, saw how intently Miao Yi was staring at Yu Yao, and a little infuriated by his impudence, snarled, "Insolent! Why are you still not greeting Lord Sixth?" Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei didn't notice Miao Yi's reaction, so they thought she was talking about them.
Zhao Fei bent down with cupped fists and greeted, "Celestial Nation 5th Earthly Branch, White Cloud Manor Head Zhao Fei respectfully greets Lord Sixth."
Sikong Wuwei also lowered his body and cupped his fists.
"Celestial Nation 5th Earthly Branch, Faithful Loyalty Manor Head Sikong Wuwei respectfully greets Lord Sixth." No one could understand how Miao Yi felt at this moment. He quietly bowed down, causing his long hair to fall over his face, then cupped his fists with difficulty and greeted, "This humble one respectfully greets Lord Sixth. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible."
Chapter 388, Distracted. Chapter 388, Distracted. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit.
He knew that the realm beyond heaven had sent someone over to participate in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, but he never thought that the representative would actually be his own little sister. He never thought that right after escaping with Qi Shouhong's body, he would end up meeting the little sister he had missed for so many years. Right now, he didn't know if he felt joy or surprise, feeling pain or happiness. His heart was a cocktail of emotions.
Little sister is successful now.
She is no longer the same snot-nosed brat that lived in that dirty, worn-down house behind the butcher's stall. She is now the prestigious disciple of one of the 6 sages, and one of the twin fairies beyond heaven, Fairy Yu Yao. But
when he was staring at Yu Yao, Miao Yi almost couldn't help calling out, "Little sister."
However, when he saw the astonishing presence of Fairy Yu Yao, then looked at his own wretched state, he swallowed the words back down. What right did he have to recognize her as his little sister? When she was with him, she had cried from hunger and from the cold. She never had anything good to eat, never had anything nice to wear, and stayed in a dirty, shabby house. Back then, he had sent her off when she was at such a young age. All these years, his little sister had shouldered everything on her own. Had he even fulfilled a little of his responsibility as her big brother? Now that his little sister had made something of herself, he was going to recognize her immediately? Then what about the times she suffered? No one could be free of suffering completely. Where was he when she experienced hardship? What had he done to help her? Right now, little sister has become Fairy Yu Yao, who is equal in status to Fairy Hongchen. Her prestige is illustrious and inviolable. I'm sure the realm beyond heaven will help protect her honor as well, and ensure that all her acquaintances are highly distinguished people in their own right. If everyone finds out that the renowned Fairy Yu Yao had an elder brother who was a butcher and had gone through such a rough childhood, would they laugh at her? What? If little sister were to see how miserable her big brother was right now, that he couldn't even protect his own woman, how would she think of me? Would she pity me? Ask to take care of me? Then would I become the target of ridicule in front of all her influential acquaintances? Miao Yi thought about how miserable he looked when he fought by Ziliang and compared it to Yu Yao, who managed to scare him off with just a couple of words. He could finally rest easy. Perhaps he might never reach the heights his little sister had reached even if he spent his whole life trying. However, she also no longer needed this big brother to take care of her anymore. In truth, when Miao Yi saw the radiance that was Fairy Yu Yao, the one thing that he was scared of finding out the most was whether this little sister was still willing to recognize such a worthless big brother or not. Zhao Fei and the others secretly glanced at Miao Yi, confused as to why he didn't report his own identity when he greeted Yu Yao. Yu Yao was not very concerned about this matter, so she didn't ask any questions. She looked at the direction Bai Ziliang and the others had disappeared to and said, "They're already gone. This is the most I can do. I cannot simply gather all the Celestial Nation participants together and protect every single one of you. It will be a violation of the rules. All I can do is just act unreasonable and force my logic on him to scare him off. You can try to kill him, whereas I am not in the position to. In the road ahead, you all must take extra care not to bump into him again. Avoid him whenever possible. I hope I will be able to meet you all at the Western Constellations Palace in the end. This place will not be safe for long. I am sure there will be more Yao cultivators coming here to hunt you, Gu Sanjiang. This is all I have to say. All of you had best leave quickly." "Thank you, Lord Sixth." Miao Yi and the others cupped their fists in gratitude. Yu Yao nodded, then rode the jade lion away as she left with her subordinates. Miao Yi continued to stare at the back of the person atop the jade lion. "I thought you guys were already dead. I never expected you to actually be able to destroy the transcendent artifact and escape." Gu Sanjiang cupped his fists towards Miao Yi and the others, impressive. Sikong Wu Wei said arrogantly, "How could a mere gourd hold us down?" Then he laughed aloud, "We truly must be blessed by fate. To think we would meet our savior at such a crucial moment and escape two dire situations in succession. We surely have the devil's luck." Everyone smiled, feeling a sense of joy after managing to survive a life-threatening ordeal. Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan were the only ones who felt a little uncomfortable, as the Sea of Constellations was still part of the Yao Nation after all. Being members of the Yao Nation, they actually offended that young master in their home country. How should they live from now on? Where should we go now? Tan Lao looked towards Gu Sanjiang and asked. He had always been the one taking the lead amongst the three of them. "Let's ask him." Gu Sanjiang nodded towards Miao Yi. "In this regard, he is much smarter than we are." This was no lie. Everyone had borne witness to Miao Yi's prowess when it came to planning. Obviously, Gu Sanjiang had another reason for saying this. Earlier on, Yu Yao's words reminded him that there were still other Yao cultivators aiming for his head. The number of experts would only continue to increase as the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade proceeded to its later stages. Gu Sanjiang was in need of help as well and clearly indicated that both parties were still in an alliance with his words. Everyone cast their gazes at Miao Yi, but they soon noticed that he was still in a daze, looking at the direction Fairy Yu Yao had departed in. Sikong Wu Wei leaned his head in front of Miao Yi and chuckled as he said, "So this is the legendary Fairy Yu Yao. Brother Miao, I bet you've never seen such a pretty girl before, right? Stop being in such a daze. A woman like this is high on the social ladder and beyond the reaches of common folk like us. We can only admire her, and at most fantasize about her deep down. We must never entertain the thought of reaching something that is beyond our grasp. Otherwise, there will be a buttload of trouble to come. The people attempting to court such a woman are all surely elites of the cultivation realm. Meanwhile, we don't even have the qualifications to stand by her side. If we're careless, someone could get the wrong idea. Then we might even end up dead before even knowing why. Well, how do I put it? Beautiful women always come in tow with misfortune. We had best worry about the situation before us. As long as we make it back alive, we'll have a manor to our name and beautiful women by the dozen upon our request. Snap out of it. Shut up if you've got nothing good to say." Zhao Fei bellowed, signaling to the storage ring on Miao Yi's finger with his eyes.
Xikong Wu Wei was stunned.
He narrowed his eyes at the storage ring, then obediently shut his mouth.
Shi Xiuhong had just died. It was not like he hadn't seen the state Miao Yi was in back when they were trapped inside the gourd. How could he possibly be in the mood to think about another woman?
Shi Xiuhong's body was still warm, yet he'd actually said something like this.
Xikong Wu Wei also realized he had said the wrong thing and slapped his own cheeks. Miao Yi snapped back from his thoughts when he heard Zhao Fei admonishing Xikong Wu Wei. He asked, "What?" Xikong Wu Wei was dumbfounded. The other party didn't hear a single thing he said.
His words had fallen on deaf ears, and he had slapped himself in vain. Everyone exchanged glances, perplexed as to why Miao Yi was in such a daze.
Was he really so stupefied by Fairy Yu Yao's beauty?
This was not a good sign at all, but...
Truth be told, Zhao Fei and the others were fully aware that even though Xikong Wu Wei's words were unpleasant, women like Fairy Yu Yao were indeed existences beyond the grasp of people like them. If they were to carelessly approach her, they could end up attracting the murderous intentions of another. Furthermore, the person who would kill them was someone they had no way of opposing at all. It was not purely because Fairy Yu Yao was beautiful, but rather she had a powerful background. It was all the more fearsome when such outstanding beauty and background came together. Humph. You men are all the same. Don't you look at one another like you're confused? Yi Xin suddenly scoffed. Tan Lao immediately consoled, "You're an outstanding beauty yourself, . Tan Lao, are you trying to pick a fight?" Yi Xin snapped back at him. However, her eyes secretly glanced at Gu Sanjiang. Noticing this, Tan Lao sighed deep down. There was no denying that Yi Xin was beautiful indeed.
As the saying goes, affection blossoms over time.
To be honest, he was quite fond of her. However, the same logic applied to Yi Xin as well.
Tan Lao could see that Yi Xin seemed to have an interest in Gu Sanjiang, and felt a little depressed at this.
Gu Sanjiang examined Miao Yi, who had just come to his senses, then brought the topic back on track and said, "We were discussing where to go after this.
You're more experienced in this aspect, so you should make the decision."
Originally, Miao Yi wanted to continue waiting for charcoal. However, Yu Yao's words made it clear that the longer they stayed, the more dangerous it would be.
Their main concern now was to figure out a way to stay safe. Miao Yi quickly kept his emotions in check and calmed himself down. After a moment of thought, he said, "I recall there are several locations highlighted on the map of the Western Star Sea that are forbidden areas because they are dangerous. We should rush to the closest one immediately and set up base there temporarily. We'll decide on our next course of action after we manage to avoid the first wave of enemies hunting down Gu Sanjiang. If we are to bump into a strong foe, we can use the dangerous surroundings to our advantage."
But doesn't this seem a little unwise? Tan Lao said, "If we were to rush in towards the forbidden area, then wouldn't it be a slap to the face if we ended up dying inside that forbidden area instead of at the hands of a powerful foe?" Miao Yi explained, "We're not going to rush into the forbidden area and seek death.
I'm just saying that when we encounter a powerful enemy, we can use their apprehension towards the forbidden area to make it easier for us to escape.
We don't have to enter too deeply inside." Gu Sanjiang nodded.
True. The most dangerous place is also the safest one.
We have no objections, he said on behalf of Tan Lao and Yi Xin. Xikong Wu Wei chuckled and said, "We've been together for so long. I trust Brother Miao's judgment." Zhao Fei also nodded in agreement.
Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan didn't have any right to make an objection, and could only follow along.
Miao Yi and the others wouldn't mind if they didn't want to follow them either.
They could just go their separate ways. It wouldn't make much difference with or without the two of them. The group quickly took out the map of the Western Star Sea that was given to them. After finding his own location, Gu Sanjiang examined the map, then raised his head and said, "There is a rather large island to the southwest corner with a location marked on it called Skyfire Mountain. It's not too far away as well. How about it?" There were no area names marked on the map of the Western Star Sea. If there were, it meant that the location belonged to a forbidden area. For example, there was one marked as Western Constellation's Palace. That place was definitely a forbidden area. No participant would dare venture inside. Miao Yi nodded. Since there were no objections, the decision was set. Everyone then quickly identified the right direction and departed. It was not a good thing indeed to offend people from the realm of 10,000 demons in the Sea of Constellations. There was no way they could just sweep this under the rug and live like nothing happened. Even though Fu Qing had already given the order for the water tribes that weren't participating in the subjugation crusade to stop interfering, when Lan Susu used the name of the realm of 10,000 demons, there were naturally still some who would try to curry favor with Bai Ziliang and secretly obey his commands. Along the way, Lan Susu also used the name of the realm of 10,000 demons to recruit two groups of Yao cultivators hunting down Miao Yi for Bai Ziliang. As soon as the water tribes managed to confirm that Miao Yi's group had already separated with Fairy Yu Yao and identified the direction they were heading in, Bai Ziliang immediately led a force of over 100 Yao cultivators to pursue them. What caused Bai Ziliang and Lan Susu great distress was that along the way, they noticed a group of 6 monks from afar. After that, this group of monks continued to follow behind them. Their intentions were unknown. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 389, Persistent Spectre. Chapter 389, Persistent Spectre. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Those 6 monks didn't look very old. The leader was garbed in red monk's robes and rode atop a white deer. The deer had 4 horns on its head and a set of golden hooves, and on its body were golden tattoos depicting plum blossoms. His aide was beside him, garbed in white monk's robes, and behind them were 4 monks in gray robes. The 6 of them continued to follow behind Bai Ziliang's forces at a safe distance. However, Bai Ziliang couldn't do anything about them, simply because the monk riding atop the golden tattooed white deer was somebody he knew. It was none other than Buddhist sage San Lei's grand disciple, the representative of the realm of high paradise, Kongji. Anyone would feel pressured when continuously followed by someone else in the Sea of Constellations. Bai Ziliang turned to Lan Susu and told her, "Susu, go ask Kongji why he's following us." Lan Susu acknowledged the order and left the group of Yao cultivators. She waited in place for the 6 monks to approach. The 6 monks soon came to a stop as well. Riding atop the white deer, Kongji clapped his hands together in prayer as he greeted Lan Susu. His aura was solemn and dignified. Lan Susu returned the greeting, then asked, "Kongji, my young master would like to ask why you're following us. What are you plotting?" Before Kongji could speak up, beside him, the handsome-looking monk dressed in white robes clapped his hands together and said, "Umatba. May I have the pleasure of knowing your name, miss?" As soon as he said this, Kongji and the other 4 monks behind him couldn't stop their lips from twitching. Lan Susu noticed this monk had a handsome appearance and that his presence gave off a sense of gentle serenity. His white monk's robes further gave him an aura of elegance and made him seem very approachable. She replied, "Lan Susu. My lady, you possess a dazzling beauty that is capable of shutting out the moon and putting even the flowers to shame. Even the fishes and cranes would shy away from your radiance. Why are you here in such a dangerous place?" the white-robed monk asked with a straight face. Lan Susu was speechless. "Isn't this a pointless question? I'm obviously here for the same reason you are." She was about to retort when the white-robed monk sighed and said, "This place is dangerous. I can see that my lady is a pure and beautiful lotus, untainted by the filth of the world. This must be fate then. Why not take this opportunity to cast away your blade, and enter into the teachings of Buddha? I am willing to be your humble guide on your path to enlightenment." Lan Susu's expression grew darker. "I'm a Yao cultivator, and you want me to follow the teachings of Buddha? Are you joking?" The white-robed monk shook his head. "All life is equal.
whether they are Yao, ghosts, or even devils. So long as one casts away one's blade, all can reach nirvana. I don't understand what you're saying. Lan Susu didn't want to deal with this guy. She looked towards Kongji and said, Kongji, my young master is asking why you continue to follow us. The white-robed monk cut in again, my lady, perhaps you are still unaware of who I am. My master is Mount Duolai's Grandmaster Qi Jia, one of the 16 reverends under the Buddha sage. If you let me. This bastard was using his own master to trick someone again. The 4 grey-robed monks had weird expressions on their faces, while Kongji seemed to have reached the limits of his patience. Furrowing his brows, he interrupted, Ba Jia. You're messing around again. The white-robed monk known as Ba Jia turned around and replied, Kongji. I'm trying to guide someone onto the path to enlightenment. How am I messing around? Looking back to all those years ago, it was when a certain someone peeked on another in the bath that. Kongji's voice abruptly grew louder as he cut him short once again, saying, Can you slow down for a minute? Seeing as the two of them were about to break out into an argument, Lan Susu interjected, Who is the one in charge here? Ba Jia clapped his hands together and replied, Ba. All life is equal. This clearly meant that anyone could be in charge. Kongji was a little infuriated. No longer caring about appearances, he announced loudly, Miss, go and tell Bai Ziliang that we are free to go wherever we please. We have no need to explain ourselves to him. Ba Jia smiled at Lan Susu and added, Regardless of where either of us goes, all will eventually return to the same place. Why not take this opportunity to seek paradise? My lady, I suggest. Now that she had her answer, Lan Susu obviously wouldn't stay and listen to his drivel. She quickly turned around and departed. This is bad. This young miss could have been trying to stall us for time. Everyone, quickly now. We mustn't lose them. Ba Jia said to the group. The 6 monks continued to chase after the group of Yao cultivators. His face darkening, Kongji asked, Ba Jia, how much longer do we have to keep following them? Ba Jia replied, Kongji. Admit your loss with honor and stop complaining. We both grew up together. I won't trick you. Kongji's expression twisted as he quickly looked to the other 4 behind him. Seeing as they didn't seem to understand the meaning behind Ba Jia's words, he turned his head back and said angrily, I should at least know what you're planning, right? Ba Jia said excitedly, the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade has progressed thus far, and given the size of the place and the gradual decrease of participants, it will only become more and more difficult to bump into someone else. We can't simply run around randomly either. Didn't you say that Bai something fellow was a member of the realm of 10,000 demons? Since the realm of 10,000 demons has gathered so many troops and seem to be in a rush somewhere, they're surely getting ready for a big fight. That's why we're following them. Once they have almost exhausted themselves, we'll go and collect alms from them. If they don't submit, we'll take by force. I mean, we'll have them cast away their blades. Kongji clapped his hands together and prayed, Ba. The other monks were evidently excited as well, and the group rushed along quickly. The light of dawn peeked out from the horizon as Miao Yi and the others finally reached the rocky shores of their targeted island. They immediately scanned their surroundings carefully. The stormy waves crashed violently on the rocky shores as Gu Sanjiang, Tan Lao, and Yi Xian released their crystal-armored hurricane beasts and checked around the vicinity. They then noticed Miao Yi and the others approaching them on foot. Gu Sanjiang asked, What happened to your mounts? Sikong Wu scoffed, Ask yourselves that question. Miao Yi didn't want any conflict to rise in the group anymore, so he said, We'll need to first look for mounts. Otherwise, it'll be hard for us to escape if something were to happen. This island is quite large. I believe it should have dragon steeds. Gu Sanjiang nodded. Then for now, you can ride along on our mounts instead. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu leaped up to Gu Sanjiang's mount and stood behind him, while Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan were behind Tan Lao, with Miao Yi behind Yi Xian.
The three beasts quickly passed the rocky reefs and rushed into the nearby forest. Once they were out of the forest, a wide, grassy expanse lay before them. They soon came into that which they desperately needed. The sound of hoofbeats could be heard coming from the front as a herd of dragon steeds galloped towards them from across the grassy plains. A dark mass upon the verdant plains, the dragon steeds galloped without a care in the world. When they noticed the group of foreigners, the herd of dragon steeds immediately turned back and ran. There were at least 10,000 of them in this one herd. Gu Sanjing's crystal-armored hurricane beast immediately gave chase, and all three beasts rushed after the fleeing herd of dragon steeds. The crystal-armored hurricane beast's speed was evidently higher than the dragon steeds, and they soon caught up. However, they didn't dare venture too deeply into the herd as it was no laughing matter to have all these dragon steeds charge straight at them. The three beasts stuck closely to the edge of the herd and galloped alongside the dragon steeds. As soon as they maintained a constant pace, Miao Yi and the others leaped up from the crystal-armored hurricane beasts and landed on the backs of the dragon steeds. They quickly reached towards the manes of the dragon steeds and grabbed the feelers they used to communicate with riders, which also happened to be the weakest point on a dragon steed's body. Miao Yi and the others then pulled on the feelers and attempted to subjugate the dragon steeds. The 5 dragon steeds immediately fell out of the fleeing herd and galloped wildly about on the grassy plains, neighing as they struggled to knock off the people above them. However, it was to no avail. Finally, Miao Yi and the others succeeded in subjugating the dragon steeds, who obediently formed a connection with their riders and allowed themselves to be controlled. The 3 crystal-armored hurricane beasts and 5 dragon steeds continued onwards across the grassy plains and soon met up with the herd of dragon steeds from before. The 5 dragon steeds that submitted to Miao Yi and the others neighed towards the passing herd, their voices filled with a longing attachment. Harumph! The entire herd neighed back in response, their voices enough to cause one's heart to tremble, as they stood in place and watched their previous companions departing. After passing by the grassy expanse, the 8 riders traveled past an ancient mountain range and after about a half day, came to the top of a hill. They gazed towards the boundless desert before them, a hodgepodge of cinnamon-colored peaks both near and far, devoid of any greenery. Some of the peaks stood tall and wide, others were short and small. There were peculiar rock formations scattered about, and the whole place gave off an ancient, desolate vibe. Up in the sky, wild birds hovered around, hunting for prey. A wave of hot air rushed in from the desert before them. Where they stood, the vegetation under their feet that extended towards the desert was a stark contrast against those on the opposite side of the mountain. Skyfire Mountain is located in the center of the desert before us. Why don't we just set up base here along this mountain? If anything were to happen, we can immediately rush towards Skyfire Mountain and hide out there temporarily. Gu Sanjing pointed towards the desert before them, then turned around and asked, "What do you all think?" Miao Yi nodded. "I suppose that's the best option we have for now. We should first avoid the first wave of enemies coming after you. If it's possible, we'll decide on our next course after 1 or 2 years." Everyone then made their way back to set up base at the mountain valley they saw on the way here. The air within the mountain valley was chilly and refreshing, with gentle crystalline streams and numerous nameless wildflowers blooming in full splendor. Insects and small birds flew about, whilst tiny animals hid between the bushes. It was an entirely different world from the desert on the other side of the mountain. Everyone dug out their own caves along the mountainside and made preparations to stay for the long term. Tao Ruchuan chose to take up sentry duty on the mountaintop of his own volition. He was originally a peach blossom treant to begin with. Instead of hiding out his days inside a cave, revealing his true form and experiencing the baptism of nature was much more beneficial for his cultivation. Pai Junzi had also shifted into his true form while he cultivated inside his own cave. Whilst everyone was busy cultivating, the dragon steeds and crystal-armored hurricane beasts were kept within the valley. Although their plans were ideal, reality would always be harsh and cruel. It would never act according to the way you wanted it to. The day was nearing sunset. A 2-meter-tall gray rat with vicious fangs was sitting cross-legged in the cave, focusing on its cultivation when it suddenly opened its eyes in shock. It flashed with a blue radiance and soon took the form of Pai Junzi. He quickly laid his head on the ground and listened. Suddenly, his expression contorted, and he rushed out of the cave shouting, "Someone is here!" As soon as they heard him, everyone hastily left their caves and landed in the beautiful valley.
Miao Yi asked, "What's going on?" Pai Junzi pointed towards a certain direction and said anxiously, "There are about 100 riders, separated into 4 groups. Using the topology of the mountain as their cover, they are slowly creeping towards this place. There's a high chance they are targeting us."
The Gu Sanjing trio exchanged glances, then looked up towards the peach blossom tree on the mountaintop.
Yi Xin asked, "Tao Ruchuan, do you see anyone approaching?"
Up on the mountaintop, Tao Ruchuan transformed into his human form and shouted, "I don't see anyone."
Yi Xin didn't believe him, so she quickly leaped up the mountain.
When she reached the peak, she gazed towards the distance, then shook her head at the people down below. "I don't see anyone either."
Frowning, Gu Sanjing asked Pai Junzi, "We can't see anything from the peak of the mountain."
"Our cultivation is higher than yours, but we didn't hear anything either."
"How did you know that there are people approaching and that they even have over 100 riders? These bastards are really persistent."
Miao Yi said gravely, "You can trust him. If he felt like it, he can even hear the sound of a rabbit hopping from 10 miles away. Almost nothing can escape his ears.
This is his inborn gift. We need to hurry and make preparations."
When they heard what Miao Yi said, Gu Sanjing and the others cast curious gazes at Pai Junzi. They never thought this demon could have such a talent. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 390, Skyfire Mountain. Chapter 390, Skyfire Mountain. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit.
We have no idea who's coming.
How did they manage to find this place so quickly?
Zhao Fei asked curiously.
We've forgotten about one thing, this is the Yao cultivator's home turf.
Miao Yi looked up at the sky and noticed a few birds still hovering about. He thought back to his first time in the Sea of Constellations, when a group of birds came looking for him after he had killed the 72 fort masters back in Brass Gong Fort. Everyone followed his gaze and immediately understood. If we don't get rid of these eyes, I fear there'll be no place we can hide.
Tan Lao turned and said, "Miao Yi, it's time for your mantids to shine."
Judging from his tone, it seemed he still bore a grudge against Miao Yi for killing his seeker birds. With a wave of his hand, Miao Yi released several of his tiny mantids, then said, "We should prepare ourselves.
Let us see who it is that's rushing to die."
By the time they rode their mounts up to the peak, the birds had already fallen from the sky.
After successfully completing their mission, the tiny mantids flew back into Miao Yi's storage ring. Pai Junzi placed his ears to the ground and listened.
After that, he pointed out 4 separate directions before them, indicating where their enemies were approaching from.
Everyone then hid between the trees and started watching. "Young master, if we proceed any further we will be entering the vicinity of Skyfire Mountain. That place is Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan's personal residence.
To avoid damage to the private residences of the Supreme Yao Lords during the subjugation crusade, these places have all been marked as forbidden areas and are not to be ventured into. If Lai Huan were to find out that we trespassed inside, he will be infuriated.
I fear it will be very problematic then."
Within the mountain forest, a big man stood beside Bai Ziliang and carefully warned him. He had lantern-like eyes, a curly mustache, and a face swelling with muscles.
Bai Ziliang frowned. "Haven't they cleared out everyone from the Western Star Sea already?"
Seeing as he casually dismissed the fact, the curly-mustached man added, "Yes, they have.
However, Lai Huan has a cultivation at the Golden Lotus first grade. Beside them, Lan Susu rebuked, Pang Duo. Even if Lai Huan were to be any more impressive, could he possibly be more powerful than Lord Fu Qing? Or even more powerful than the realm of 10,000 demons? Auntie is correct. Obviously, he couldn't. Pang Duo gave a dry laugh and apologized. However, he still advised, I'm just trying to say that Skyfire Mountain is a dangerous place. Even if Supreme Miao Lord Lai Huan isn't around, it will still be extremely risky to venture inside. Those people aren't scared, so why should we be? Lan Susu scoffed, you just need to worry about doing your job right. Once the deed is done, the young master will naturally reward you handsomely. Pang Duo nodded humbly and said, yes, yes, yes. This lowly one will naturally follow the young master's every command. To Pang Duo, the realm of 10,000 demons was a legendary existence, and Bai Ziliang being the grandson of Yao Sage Jihuan meant his background was already plenty extraordinary. As for whether or not Bai Ziliang was respected in the realm of 10,000 demons, it was not something a lowly Yao cultivator like him could possibly be aware of. When they noticed the group of Yao cultivators approaching the valley, Miao Yi and the others gasped in surprise when they realized it was Bai Ziliang again. Wasn't he scared off by Yu Yao? Why is he still coming after us? At first, they were wondering who the other party could possibly be. Having several mighty artifacts on hand, they were getting ready for a big fight. Little did they think it would be Bai Ziliang again. Bai Ziliang wasn't at all someone they could fight against. Not to mention, he had so many helpers with him right now. Miao Yi and the others quickly signaled to one another and began to quietly make their escape. What happened to those tracking birds? Lan Susu suddenly gasped. There's no way they could just vanish into thin air. Pang Duo said curiously. Then, he suddenly exclaimed, this is bad. We might have been discovered. Bai Ziliang immediately ordered, stop hiding around and think of a way to fish them out immediately. We can't let them escape. To be honest, he didn't feel a strong resentment towards Gu Sanjiang. Miao Yi, on the other hand, made him suffer terribly and caused him to lose face in front of Yu Yao. He even destroyed the demon refining gourd his mother humbled herself to obtain for him. With one less mighty artifact to contend against the other 5 representatives, his prospects for the final battle had drastically plummeted. If he couldn't even dispose of such a no-name peon, once the news spread, he would become the joke of the realm of 10,000 demons. He must kill this person. Understood. Pang Duo nodded. He immediately looked to the sky and made a buzzing sound, invoking his arts as he did so. Alarmed, the birds in the surrounding forest immediately started hovering about the sky, while beasts started popping out from the bushes. Then, with a sharp whistle, all the creatures immediately spread out across the forest. The large flock of birds hovering about the sky suddenly started flying towards a certain direction. Pang Duo indicated with his finger, young master. They're over there. With a wave of his hand, Bai Ziliang commanded, charge. Full speed ahead. His tempest beast quickly bolted off, and his mighty army immediately charged past the trees and hills as fast as they could. As soon as the 6 monks behind them caught wind of the commotion, Ba Jie immediately felt a surge of excitement. He waved his hand and said, the show is about to start. Quickly, let's catch up to them. Kongji said gravely, Ba Jie, we can't go any further. Skyfire Mountain is marked as a forbidden area. If memory serves, that place is Supreme Miao Lord Lai Huan's private residence. Lai Huan is a Golden Lotus first-grade expert. Even my master has to give him some face. We mustn't offend him so easily. Kongji. Did you hit yourself in the head? You are a member of the realm of High Paradise. Why do you need to fear this Lai Huan or whatever he's called? If Lai Huan dares to seek us, you can immediately use your Supreme Master Tson Lei to knock him down a peg. Not to mention, I'm doing this for you. Don't tell me you're willing to place behind that Bai Ziliang brat? If you were to rank at last place among all the representatives of the 6 sages, how would you be able to answer to everyone back home? I was trying to help you out of the kindness of my heart, but you don't even appreciate it. Fine. You don't want to go, right?
Ba Jie asked, pointing a finger at Kong Ji's face. When he saw that he was still hesitating, Ba Jie immediately turned around and waved his hand, saying, "Everyone, let's go. We can go back now. He can get last place for all we care. We've already gotten enough bangles to place within the top 100 anyway. There's no point in continuing to risk our lives anymore. From now on, he can forget about us exorcising evil together with him. It's not worth the effort." Kong Ji had an ugly expression on his face, and quickly called out to stop him. "Hold it." Seated atop a dragon's steed, Ba Jie turned around and asked, "Are you willing to go now?" Kong Ji nodded awkwardly. "Ha! You're the one that agreed to this. We didn't force you. If that Supreme Miao Lord Lai Huan or whatever he's called really does come looking for trouble, you have to be the one to hold him back. Your Supreme Master is the Buddhist sage Tsan Lei. You can totally take him. We're just helping you. You can't push the blame on us." Ba Jie turned to the other 4 monks and said, "Don't you guys agree with me?" The monks all remained silent. To not disagree in front of Kong Ji was already a good enough sign of their thoughts. "Let's go! Let's go!" Ba Jie waved his hand, and the 6 monks quickly darted off. It was truly a mystery who exactly was the person in charge among them. Ba Jie seemed to be a little worried when he saw how Kong Ji was still frowning. He sighed, "Oh Kong Ji, you have to understand my pain. Your master was the one who said that I was the most suitable person to accompany you to this Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade, so he made the request to my master. Then that old baldy Chi Jia promised me that if I can help you place within the top 3, he will allow me to travel the realm. Otherwise, I really wouldn't take part in such a foul matter. You have to understand my pain. I'm not trying to make things difficult for you. Ever since we were young, whenever I had anything nice to eat or drink, when have I ever forgotten about you? I treat you." When he heard the words "anything nice to eat or drink," Kong Ji's face twitched, as though he just remembered something. He quickly raised his arms and stopped Ba Jie from saying anything further. "Shut up. I get it." Ba Jie chuckled lightly before restoring his appearance of a tranquil, righteous man. His monk's robes were as white as snow, further making him seem pure from filth. As they slowly crossed the forest and entered the desert, Miao Yi and the others suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the sky behind them. When they turned to look, they saw a large dark cloud made up of various birds flying straight at them. Their faces instantly twisted in shock. Goose Sanjian yelled, "We've been found! Quickly, to Skyfire Mountain!" The 8 riders quickly charged at full speed ahead, no longer trying to move silently. Their mounts bolted across the desert as fast as they could. Charging up to the top of the mountain between the desert and the forest, Bai Ziliang gazed out towards the direction the birds were flying in and could vaguely make out several fleeing riders. He quickly galloped down the mountain, and the tempest beast traversed through the desert as though it were solid ground. How could a mere desert possibly affect the speed of a spiritual beast that was capable of even treading on water? His mighty army soon came down the mountain as well, but Bai Ziliang was riding further and further away, pulling apart the distance between them. Lan Susu had to shout, "Young master! Please don't be anxious. Those people are crafty. Be careful not to fall into their trap." She was trying to put things nicely, making sure that Bai Ziliang didn't lose face in front of all these Yao cultivators. However, she was actually trying to remind him, those people are not to be underestimated. If you leave everyone behind to fight them alone, you will lose, but... Bai Ziliang gritted his teeth in silence. However, he knew that Lan Susu had a point. Even though his mount surpassed all of them in terms of speed, he didn't have the strength to face all those people on his own. It would be a different matter if he still had the demon refining gourd, but it had already been destroyed. As such, he had no choice but to slow down and continue to follow after Miao Yi's group, making sure that they didn't disappear from his sight. The Goose Sanjing trio in front was also in a similar situation. Since they had their crystal-armored hurricane beasts, they could also run much faster, but they were wary of Bai Ziliang's Tempest Beast, which was why they didn't dare to separate from Miao Yi and the others. They understood that if the 8 of them were to separate, they would definitely be routed one by one. In the eyes of the Gu Sanjing trio, Bai Ziliang's main priority was to apprehend Gu Sanjing, or as he was called, Nyoyud. The one to suffer the most after separating would definitely be them. Both parties continued to maintain a set distance from one another as they rushed headlong into the vicinity of Skyfire Mountain. We can't go in any further. Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan's personal residence is up ahead. If we trespass inside, we'll be in big trouble. From what I've heard, that place is highly dangerous. Miao Yi turned around and yelled, even if we get into trouble, that's a matter for the future. Our present situation is far more dangerous right now. We'll worry about the future after we manage to stay alive. If you don't wish to enter, you're free to look for an alternate route. We won't stop you. Now that he had offended people from the realm of 10,000 demons, how could Tao Ruchuan possibly dare to go off on his own? At least he had some security with these people. He immediately shut himself up and continued to charge ahead. However, the further in they went, the hotter it was. The desert before them gradually disappeared and gave way to a desolate, ashen land. The uneven terrain was black and hard, with peculiar rock formations littering the area. There was not a single sign of soil or sand. As they went further down, even the dragon steeds were starting to lose themselves to the heat. The sweat fell off their bodies and made a sizzling sound as it touched the ground, turning into white steam. It was evident how hot the ground was. They were surrounded by a desolate plain, and there wasn't a single thing in sight that even remotely resembled a volcano, causing them to wonder how this place could possibly be so hot. Explanations were no longer necessary as Miao Yi and the others finally understood why this place was called Skyfire Mountain Star. Miao Yi couldn't help asking, what kind of monster is this Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan? How is he able to stay in such a place? Tao Ruchuan replied, a drought demon. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 391, A Test of Endurance. Chapter 391, A Test of Endurance. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. A drought demon? Miao Yi and the others gasped in surprise. This was not a common demonic spirit, but a force of nature demonified and could be considered to possess supernatural powers by birth. It was not something the common beast demons could compare to. Furthermore, the drought demon was a demonic spirit of supreme yang energy and the bane of ghost cultivators. Upon meeting a drought demon, escape was the only option for the average ghost cultivator, unless they possessed a superior cultivation capable of forcibly suppressing it. Miao Yi thought back to the time he killed the red-clothed ghost woman back in the Mystic Arts Temple. Back then, using a bunch of ashes, he had created a mocking dispersal powder, a substance originally refined from the Yao core of a drought demon. With it, he was able to completely scare the ghost woman off. With this, it was evident how much of an impact drought demons had towards ghost cultivators. And this Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan even had a Golden Lotus first-grade cultivation. How terrifying was that? There probably wasn't a single participating ghost cultivator that dared to approach this island. No wonder he's staying in such a weird place. Miao Yi sighed. As he breathed in and felt the extreme heat in his lungs, he suddenly felt an odd sense of relief. Miao Yi wondered if he was some kind of pervert to actually feel excitement from being in such a harsh environment. How else could he possibly explain this then? Then he suddenly went into a daze as he felt a sense of familiarity from this odd, alleviating sensation. It seemed like he had felt it somewhere before. The surrounding heat and the familiar sensation immediately helped him remember. It was the time when Yao Ruoxian had refined a transcendent artifact for him right after their escape from the Sea of Constellations. Back then, something strange had happened while he was cultivating beside the furnace. He seemed to have felt something being absorbed into his own art source from the flames of the furnace Yao Ruoxian was refining the transcendent artifact in. At the time, he was utterly shocked and hurriedly stopped that particular breathing motion out of fear that he would lose control of his transcendence energy. Thinking back, he seemed to have been able to control the surrounding temperature with his arts as well. This, he was sure of. It was such a peculiar experience that he was able to remember it clearly. Among the group, Miao Yi's cultivation was the weakest, so his ability to forcibly resist the heat was the worst as well. At the same time, he still had to invoke his arts to help protect his mount from the heat. Looking down at his dragon steed sweating buckets, it was a matter of time before it died of dehydration. The method he was using right now wouldn't last much longer. Miao Yi no longer hesitated. He quickly gave up on the simplistic method of using his arts to shield against the heat and started circulating the fiery star technique within himself at full speed. Aligning his mental energy with his transcendence energy, the mysterious phenomenon happened once again. It was a similar situation to when he was cultivating beside Yao Ruoxian's artifact refining furnace. The surrounding heat was supposed to be something without shape or form. However, it began to quake in accordance to the waves of transcendence energy coming from Miao Yi and was gradually being pushed away like an ethereal mist. Miao Yi was overjoyed. As expected, he was able to control the surrounding heat. Originally, he wasn't sure about the effects of this ability and was afraid of losing control. As such, he only tried it once and didn't dare to attempt it again. However, his life was at stake right now, so he couldn't afford to be too deeply concerned. He quickly tried to accustom himself to controlling the surrounding heat, and before too long, was able to regain the proficiency he had back when he first did it all those years ago. The heat around him was immediately forced away. However, as his cultivation was still low, he couldn't use his ability over a large area, and only barely managed to shield himself and his mount. He didn't have the strength to help the others as well. But looking at their situation, as their cultivation was evidently much higher than his, they would still be able to forcibly resist the surrounding heat with their arts for the time being. Out of all the dragon steeds, Miao Yi's mount was the one that was sweating the most after all. At first, the dragon steed underneath Miao Yi was already a little uneasy, but soon it slowly regained its composure. Miao Yi was able to sense this directly due to their connection. He heaved a sigh of relief when he noticed the dragon steed had also stopped sweating. On this boundless, ashen land, the entire ground resembled a giant crust that had formed after an extended period of burning by a blazing flame. Regardless if it were the sloping mountains or the towering boulders, they looked like they were all one and the same. Furthermore, the earth was incomparably hard, and the galloping of dragon steeds rang clearly amidst the raging heat. Western Constellation's Palace. Standing before the astrolabe, He Yun shot the voluptuous Ji Nini a glance and snickered. Ji Nini. Your son is quite bold to trespass into Lai Huan's forbidden area. Is he not afraid of angering Lai Huan? A trace of worry could be seen in Ji Nini's eyes. Fu Qing had 9 subordinate Supreme Yao Lords, and each of them was a demonic behemoth, possessing a cultivation of the Golden Lotus realm. To be able to oversee one of Fu Qing's domains naturally meant that he trusted them deeply. If Lai Huan was angered, and Fu Qing decided to support him, even her father Ji Huan would have to give him a suitable explanation. The reason why the 6 sages still had to give some face to the old demons of the Sea of Constellations was because of the strength the 4 constellations masters and their 36 Supreme Yao Lords possessed. They were all powerhouses of the Golden Lotus realm. If these people were to join forces, who in the cultivation realm would dare to disrespect them? Unless the 6 sages were willing to join forces and hold them down. Otherwise, no one would dare offend these old demons. Ziliang, why are you so naughty? Skyfire Mountain is clearly marked as a forbidden area. Why do you still choose to trespass inside? The 2 of us still need to gain the support of the 4 constellations masters. Why are you already trying to offend them? Ji Nini inwardly sighed. She couldn't figure out what was happening from looking at the astrolabe, and wondered who exactly her son was chasing for him to even risk venturing into Lai Huan's personal residence. What is there to be afraid of? Even Grandmaster Qi Jie's disciple dares to enter. Why can't my son do the same? Ji Nini scoffed. Although she was still worried deep down, she had to look unflustered. She mustn't cast aside her status and pride, otherwise, it would be difficult for both her and her son to stand up tall in the future. What's the big deal about Lai Huan? He doesn't have the guts to pick a fight with Ji Huan. The only ones afraid of him are shadowy bastards like you, Yun Guang mocked He Yun. He Yun immediately glared at him and retorted, You think my Yin Yang realm is afraid of Lai Huan? Yun Guang scoffed, Stop using the Yin Yang realm to intimidate people. If you're not afraid of him, I'll go help you look for Lai Huan later on and tell him you wish to duel with him. Then we shall see whether or not Lai Huan can slap you into the afterlife. Duel against Lai Huan? A trace of fear flashed by He Yun's eyes. Even though Lai Huan was no match against his master, Ghost Sage Sidishao, he was still a crazy bastard who dared to fight his master and still escape with his life. That was mostly because that old demon Lai Huan was capable of suppressing ghost cultivators by nature, which was why very few of them could do anything against him. As if He Yun would dare pick a fight with that old demon Lai Huan. He immediately shrieked, Yun Guang. You don't need to be such a busybody. If you're scared, just say so. Don't act tough. Yun Guang mocked. Then he turned to Ji Nini, who was watching the argument from the side, and shamelessly cast his gaze up and down her mature, sexy figure. Chuckling, he said, Ji Nini, don't worry. It'll be fine even if your precious son dies. Since your man is dead anyway, as long as you're willing, then once this is over, I'll work extra hard and give you another child. This bastard was not the typical arrogant character. After he was done picking a fight with one person, he immediately tried to take advantage of another. When he said this, Grandmaster Qi Jie clapped his hands together silently, while all the men in the room chuckled. Even He Yun seemed to have forgotten how Yun Guang had just made a fool out of him. His eyes darted across Ji Nini's body as he gave a vile snicker. Tang Jun was laughing along when he seemed to have noticed something amiss. Realizing he still had two fellow disciples behind him who were both women, he figured it seemed rather unbecoming of him to laugh along, and he gave a couple of dry coughs. Ji Nini was obviously infuriated. She glared at Yun Guang and snarled, Shut your mouth. Feisty, said Yun Guang as he winked at He Yun. He Yun nodded like he understood what he meant, his shoulders shaking as he struggled to contain his laughter. The two of them were both cunning bastards, and when it came to certain things, they were practically birds of a feather. Skyfire Mountain. Young master. If we go any further, I'm afraid our mounts will not be able to withstand the heat. Chasing behind by Ziliang, Pang Duo couldn't help offering a reminder. As he chased after Miao Yi's group, Bai Ziliang thought back to how he'd embarrassed himself in front of Yu Yao. To lose face in front of an enchanting and beautiful woman was something absolutely infuriating. He responded, They're not afraid, so why should we? Pang Duo could only keep his mouth shut. Behind them, Ba Jie scanned about and asked, What is this nasty place? It's almost like the inside of a furnace. Kong Ji sighed. I don't mind if you want to continue chasing after them, but I don't think your mounts will be able to take it. Don't act smug just because you're riding on that shitty deer. Are you saying that they're riding on dragon steeds while we're riding on pigs? I won't believe it. Since they can hold on, there's no reason we can't too. With a flip of his hand, Ba Jie revealed a set of prayer beads. The glass-like beads emitted a cold chill, and Ba Jie placed them on the back of the dragon steed, praising, This hot and cold feeling is the best. Kong Ji gasped in surprise. Grandmaster Qi Jie's ice soul beads? I can't come empty-handed after all. It's too bad we can't eat this though. Ba Jie smiled and added, Why don't I trade these beads for your mount? Eat? Kong Ji looked at his own mount and felt a chill down his spine. He shook his head and rejected the offer. At this point, the large flock of birds in the sky was already gone. It was evident how hot this place was since even the birds were unwilling to come close. The environment around them was severe. When Miao Yi and the others saw that they were still being chased, their expressions instantly darkened, all of them realizing that the situation was dire and there was little chance of escape. None of them had ever been to Skyfire Mountain before, and they never expected it to have such an environment. The fear was already evident on Pai Junzi's face, as he and his mount were both drenched in sweat. Trying his best to hold on with his transcendence energy, he said anxiously, "We can't go any further. The heat will only continue to increase as we go along, and I can't hold on much longer. Let's circle around from the side instead." Gu Sanjing said gravely, "We won't be able to shake them off if we circle around. We need to venture deep into this perilous area in order to force them to back off. Now that there are no eyes watching us from the sky, we'll be able to make our escape once we force them away." Pai Junzi cried, "It seems like that Bai Ziliang's mount is not afraid of the heat. We won't be able to shake him off." Gu Sanjing scoffed, "We just need to shake everyone else off. There's no need to fear that surnamed Bai bastard now that he's lost his gourd artifact. If he dares to come after us on his own, we can simply kill him together. It's all a matter of endurance now." Pai Junzi was dismayed by his words. To him, this was no different than rushing to his own death. Perhaps the Blue Lotus 9th grade group would still be able to take it, and Tao Ruchuan had a much higher cultivation than him, so he should be able to hold on for a while too. The ones who had the lowest risk were the Gu Sanjing trio, as their crystal-armored hurricane beasts obviously had a much higher heat resistance than dragon steeds. It was no wonder they were higher in grade compared to dragon steeds. However, everyone found it odd that Miao Yi, who had the lowest cultivation in the group, seemed to be completely fine. It appeared as though he had it even easier than Zhao Fei and Sikong Wuwei. Miao Yi wanted to pull Pai Junzi up to his mount as well so that he could help shield him from the heat. However, he could tell how fast this dragon steed of his could go after a single ride. It couldn't compare to charcoal at all. If he gave Pai Junzi a ride as well, there was no chance he would be able to outrun the pursuers behind them. However, it was also evident that they couldn't go on like this. Their pursuers did not seem like they were going to let up the chase anytime soon. If they continued down this path, it would inevitably result in death. Miao suddenly frowned, as though he'd made some kind of decision. He said, "Gu Sanjing, I want you to leave the group, then head towards the right and circle back. Meanwhile, I will circle to the left. The rest of you will continue straight. If Bai Ziliang suddenly changes his direction, we will immediately reassemble. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 392, False Benevolence. Chapter 392, False Benevolence. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Everyone was taken aback. Gu Sanjing asked, "What are you planning?" "You'll know once you try it." Miao Yi gave a simple retort, then turned his dragon steed to the left and rushed off on his own. Everyone looked towards Gu Sanjing. After a moment of hesitation, he too turned his crystal-armored hurricane beast to the right and charged off alone, under the worried gazes of Tan Lao and Yi Xin. Trying to escape separately? Behind them, Bai Ziliang scoffed. He looked back and yelled, "I'll go after that little rascal. The rest of you go after Gu Sanjing. Ignore the ones in the middle for now." He still didn't know what Miao Yi's name was. This fueled his frustration even further. Bai Ziliang was worried that they wouldn't split up. As long as they weren't together, he had no reason to fear facing Miao Yi on his own. He strongly believed that the rest would have no problem handling a single Gu Sanjing as well. The Tempest Beast quickly turned as Bai Ziliang rushed after Miao Yi. Meanwhile, the people behind him headed straight for the lone Gu Sanjing. What's going on? At the back, Ba Jie and the others were a little dumbfounded. Why did they split up all of a sudden?
Kongji asked, "Are we going to go after Bai Ziliang, or should we go after the biggest group? If we catch up to Bai Ziliang, will you be able to take him down?" Ba Jia pointed towards the crowd and said, "We'll go after that young miss." Obviously, he was referring to Lan Susu's group. However, everyone felt it was odd hearing those words coming from his mouth. Their expressions twitched as they considered the idea of a group of monks chasing after a young lady. As he continued to flee from his pursuers, Miao Yi kept turning his head back to look. When he saw Bai Ziliang coming after him on his own, he couldn't help revealing a bitter expression on his face. Earlier on, he wasn't sure who was more important to Bai Ziliang, him or Gu Sanjiang, Nyoyud. But from the looks of it, it seemed as though Bai Ziliang would much rather give up on Nyoyud than let him go. "All I did was destroy one of your artifacts. Do you really need to be so persistent and come after me so relentlessly in this forbidden area?" At first, he assumed that Bai Ziliang would at least be slightly apprehensive of this forbidden area. But alas, his hopes were dashed. Unfortunately, when the tiny mantids were in the middle of breaking open the gourd artifact, Bai Ziliang noticed the discrepancy and managed to figure out what was happening inside. After that, he almost strangled Miao Yi and the others to death with the iron chains. Otherwise, Miao Yi could have destroyed the gourd artifact undetected. After all, he wasn't the only one trapped inside. Miao Yi quickly turned his dragon steed around and headed back towards Zhao Fei and the group. At the same time, he readied a tiny mantid in his hand. Alas, despite the outstanding performance of the tiny mantids all this while, it seemed that they were quite fearful of the intense heat. Miao Yi could feel their apprehensiveness. He instantly discarded the idea of having the tiny mantids sacrifice themselves to launch a sneak attack on Bai Ziliang and his forces, quickly storing them back into his storage ring. Following their original plan, both Miao Yi and Gu Sanjiang returned to the group. Gu Sanjiang looked at Miao Yi with astonishment. At this point, anyone could tell that Miao Yi was the one Bai Ziliang was truly after. Gu Sanjiang also understood that Miao Yi was simply trying to probe Bai Ziliang's intentions just then. Having chased after separate targets for a short while, Bai Ziliang eventually regrouped with the rest. They were all a little confused as to what Miao Yi and the others were trying to pull. What are these people doing? Are they trying to prank us? To the back, Ba Jia also felt like he'd just been taken for a fool. As they ventured deeper into the hard, blackened wasteland, they came across more and more jagged, towering hills. It was as though they had run into a forest of stone, and their speed was greatly affected by this change in terrain. In addition, the incline was becoming increasingly steeper. In the distance, a tall mountain loomed over the horizon. The closer they got to that mountain, the hotter it became. As the dragon steeds galloped, the rubble kicked up from the ground instantly turned into sparks. It was quite a spectacular sight to watch as a whole group of dragon steeds from front to back kicked up sparks under their hooves. Miao Yi had a serious expression on his face, as though he was debating about something. No one knew what he was thinking about. "I really can't hold on much longer," Pai Junzi voiced out again. His tone seemed incredibly pained. Fear was also evident on Tao Ruchuan's face. He too was close to his limits. When he heard this, Miao Yi seemed to have finally made up his mind. He turned back and said, "Gu Sanjiang. They won't be able to hold on much longer if they have to keep taking care of their dragon steeds. Let the four of them ride on your crystal-armored hurricane beasts." Gu Sanjiang nodded. Tan Lao and Yi Xian waved their hands, and the three of them immediately brought their crystal-armored hurricane beasts next to Zhao Fei and the others. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu quickly jumped over and landed behind Gu Sanjiang, while Pai Junzi and Tao Ruchuan landed behind Tan Lao. The latter group instantly felt better now that they no longer needed to take care of their dragon steeds. Harumph! Everyone turned back and watched as the four dragon steeds neighed in agony after losing the Transcendence Energy's protection. They instantly caught fire and thrashed about within the blazing flames, before ultimately falling to the ground. It was a horrific sight to behold. Alliance Master, we really can't hold on much longer. Alliance Master, we can't go on any further.
This act had also shocked the forces behind them, as many Yao cultivators began pleading with their Alliance Master Pang Duo. Pang Duo immediately shouted to Bai Ziliang, "Young Master, the ones with a lower cultivation are really at their limits." Even Bai Ziliang felt a chill in his heart at what just happened. He finally relented and said, "Those with a lower cultivation no longer need to continue the pursuit." When they received the order, a great number of Yao cultivators immediately came to a stop. They were sick and tired of this horrible place, and they began to head back. Only 3 Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators, Pang Duo included, remained. Together with Bai Ziliang's original party of 6, a total of 9 riders continued chasing after Miao Yi and the others.
Yi Xin suddenly turned to look at Miao Yi.
The space behind her was still vacant, and she was already riding right beside him. There was no time to be feeling reserved because of their gender differences. Yi Xin kept on waiting for Miao Yi to come over, but he simply put on a serious face, with no signs of jumping up to her at all.
Yi Xin thought he was worried about riding together with a woman, and so she yelled, "What are you still waiting for? Quickly get over here." However, Miao Yi simply turned to Gu Sanjiang and asked, "Can the crystal-armored hurricane beasts outrun Bai Ziliang's mount?" Tan Lao answered on his behalf, "His mount is known as the Tempest Beast. Once it matures, it will be able to tread on clouds and mist. Even though it's still just an infant, its speed is not something our crystal-armored hurricane beasts can contend with." Miao Yi asked, "When we were at sea, I noticed that spiritual beast was able to walk upon the waves, so how did you manage to outrun it then? Unless you guys bumped into Fairy Yu Yao right from the start? That didn't seem likely."
If they had met Fairy Yu Yao from the beginning, he wouldn't have been able to catch sight of them still in a stalemate after being stuck inside the gourd for so long.
A flash of inspiration could be seen in Gu Sanjiang's eyes.
He immediately said, "Tan Lao, quickly, use your great art, mystical voice of myriad beasts to disorient it."
Tan Lao understood what he was aiming for.
The plan was for him to use his beast-taming art to disorient the Tempest Beast while they took advantage of the crystal-armored hurricane beast's speed to outrun all the other dragon steeds.
He laughed bitterly. "I've already disoriented it once.
The other party already knows about this method.
I fear it will no longer be effective."
Yi Xin yelled, "How will you know if you don't try?" Tan Lao resigned himself and readied his bronze-colored flute.
Woo, woo, woo.
The melody of the flute resonated across the desolate wasteland. At times, it was woeful and sad, other times, it was sharp and powerful.
Roar! Behind Miao Yi and the others, the Tempest Beast immediately roared out painfully, becoming restless and agitated.
It had completely lost its bearings.
Seeing this, everyone revealed expressions of joy.
Miao Yi's eyes also shone as though he'd seen a glimpse of hope.
Suddenly, Bai Ziliang bent down and quickly stuffed something into the Tempest Beast's ears.
After that, the Tempest Beast quickly calmed down and continued chasing after them.
Their faces contorted in shock as their hopes of outrunning Bai Ziliang were completely dashed. Miao Yi grimaced as he slowly turned back to look ahead. Even that final glimmer of hope was lost now.
Even further behind, the 90 Yao cultivators were on their way back when they were stopped by a group of 6 monks standing in a row. When they saw Kongji's mount, the Yao cultivators didn't dare to act rashly.
Especially since Bai Ziliang had already informed them of Kongji's identity beforehand. The Yao cultivator in the lead greeted him and said, "Grandmaster Kongji, Buddhism is all about compassion and forgiveness. I hope you will be merciful and let us go."
Kongji was incredibly troubled. The Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade was indeed unsuitable for Buddhist monks like themselves. That said, they couldn't simply let these people go, although it was contradictory to the Buddhist doctrine. After all, for all intents and purposes, they had come here under the pretense of exorcising evil. He turned to look at Ba Jia beside him.
Ahmet Ba.
Not only was Ba Jie dressed in a set of clean, white monk's robes, he also had a handsome appearance. As though he lamented for the entire realm, he clapped his hands together and sighed, "The great Buddha indeed values compassion." He couldn't bear to see carnage run rampant in this western star sea, which is why he sent us here to spread the word of peace.
I can tell that all of you bear an overwhelming murderous aura. It disrupts the harmony of the realm.
As long as one delivers oneself from the boundless sea of tribulations and repent, one will be able to reach salvation.
As such, I urge you all to cast away your blades. The Yao cultivator in charge immediately nodded. Grandmaster is right. We have already repented and were just about to leave. How dare you try to play me for a fool? Ba Jie raised an eyebrow, and with clapped hands, said, "Since you've already repented, why not cast away those blades of yours that spread chaos? Everyone, please leave all your belongings behind, including the geo-transcendence bangles on your wrists. Those are the evil roots of the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. They must be called. How else will you all be able to repent if you don't rid yourselves of them?"
The Yao cultivator was slightly distraught, but still forced to smile and replied, "Grandmaster, this geo-transcendence bangle is locked firmly onto our wrists, and can change its size according to the person.
There's no way we can take it off, Ba
Jie sighed, "Since you have decided to repent, why not display your resolve and cut the evil away at its roots? If you chop off your hand, you will naturally be able to take it off." The faces of the Yao cultivators all twisted in shock. If they chopped off their hands, they could indeed take off the geo-transcendence bangles. However, they had already implanted their unique art source signature inside.
As long as the person in question was still alive, the indicator would not disappear on the astrolabe.
Once the geo-transcendence bangle was taken off, the indicator on the astrolabe would immediately change color, and the enforcers for the subjugation crusade would rush over to exact disciplinary action at the drop of a hat. That was the same as courting death. They were all notified of this in the Jade Archive handed down to them. The Yao cultivator in charge asked in a somber tone, "Is Grandmaster trying to make things difficult for us?" Ba Jie shook his head, "You've all fallen too deeply into the bogs of chaos and are still intent on being ignorant.
It seems like you will not know how to repent unless we completely exorcise the evil from you."
There were several Yao cultivators on the other side who were infuriated by Ba Jie's overbearing demands, and they barked out, "Cut the false benevolence act.
In the end, all you want to do is rob us."
It's not the first time my intentions have been misunderstood. If you all insist that we're mistreating you, then so be it.
As Buddha once said, "If I am not the one to bear this sin, then who shall?"
The gentle, compassionate expression on Ba Jie's face abruptly changed to one of mockery as he scoffed, "You guys really thought I was some kind of asterisk clay idol? Let me tell you, as far as the 6 of us are concerned, peace and compassion were never in our books.
The only thing we like to do is punish crooks."
Asterisk clay idol comes from the saying, "A clay idol that crosses the river will not be able to save itself," meaning helpless/a pushover. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 393, A Dire Situation. Chapter 393, A Dire Situation. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. What do you mean by the 6 of us?
You're the only one who prefers spreading violence over promoting peace.
Don't drag us in too. Kong Ji and the others were rolling their eyes in disdain.
However, they had long since gotten used to how this bastard behaved. It was not like it was their first time hanging out together after all. This bastard was practically the greatest stain to the realm of High Paradise's name. He would always badmouth his master behind his back, and from a young age, he kept trying to run away from the sect. Although he would be caught and taken back every time, soon afterward he would try to escape again. If his master was anyone else, he would have long been executed already. Or at the very least, have both his legs broken and his cultivation crippled before being exiled from the sect.
But alas, Grandmaster Qi Jia would always protect him. Even though Ba Jia would always be severely punished each time he caused trouble, the bastard was not deterred in the least.
The Jia line could only have one successor, and after so many years, Grandmaster Qi Jia had only taken on a single disciple, Ba Jia, who was under his protection. If not for these reasons, Ba Jia would have been sentenced to death by the people of the realm of High Paradise a long time ago. In a nutshell, when it came to the realm of High Paradise, all the disciples were strictly reminded to stay as far away as they could from Grandmaster Qi Jia's disciple. They were warned not to fall under his bad influence, otherwise, the punishment would be severe. There were already a few cases of this occurring beforehand.
I've already played my role as the villain. It's your turn now.
Ba Jia turned around and waved. Kongji, go.
Kongji was speechless. Who exactly is the one in charge of this trip? To have me make the first move, are you the villain here or am I?
The Yao cultivators began to panic when they heard him. They didn't dare to fight and quickly rushed off to the side. Meanwhile, Ba Jia was just enjoying the show from the sidelines and watched on as they made their escape. His face pretty much said it's none of my business. Kongji could do little but resign himself. With a wave of his hand, he revealed the blood Kasaya dot. It abruptly expanded a few hundredfolds in midair, almost blanketing the entire sky, and descending down just as suddenly. It wrapped up all the Yao cultivators along with their dragon steeds within, then quickly shrank down.
Miao Yi. Don't tell me you're waiting for me to invite you over? Yi Xin said to Miao Yi in an agitated tone. She didn't know what he was still hesitating for. Why hadn't he discarded his dragon steed and come on to her crystal-armored hurricane beast already? Gu Sanjiang and the others were also looking at Miao Yi. Because it was taking him so long to get on Yi Xin's mount, the other two crystal-armored hurricane beasts couldn't run at their full speed either. Miao Yi stared at the giant desolate mountain before them and sucked in a deep breath, as though he had come to a final decision. He turned to the rest of the group and said gravely, all of you, turn away immediately. I'll help lure Bai Ziliang away from you. Everyone was taken aback. How could he possibly survive then? Sikong Wuwei glared, kid, in this group, regardless of whether it's cultivation or seniority, it's not your turn to play the hero yet. If we're going to run, we're going to run together. Run together? Miao Yi asked, Gu Sanjiang. Can your 3 crystal-armored hurricane beasts outrun by Ziliang's Tempest Beast? Not a chance.
Gu Sanjiang gritted his teeth and continued, if we're really out of options, we can split up the 3 crystal-armored hurricane beasts and escape separately. That way, we'll at least get to cut our losses.
Then I might as well just go off on my own. Miao Yi continued, your side won't lose anything if I leave. Even if I were to go with you guys, I wouldn't be able to be of much help anyway. However, if we were to split up and Bai Ziliang finishes one of us off, the rest of us would lose the advantage we might have had from the combined might of our transcendent artifacts. If that happens, you might not even have the power to resist him.
Tan Lao said gravely, then we can continue to string them along like this.
After all, Bai Ziliang is the only one who can keep up with us.
Not a single one of the others dare to approach us. You're just trying to lie to yourself. Your mounts don't have enough stamina to last running along this island for too long.
However, his can. He can simply wait until your mounts have exhausted all their energy. When that happens, he can simply take his time dealing with us and no one will be able to escape.
Miao Yi shook his head. Sikong Wuwei barked in frustration, then we'll just leave this shitty island and find our chance of survival on the open sea.
Miao Yi replied, on the ocean, we'll lose the speed advantage our mounts can give us. We'll have even less of a chance outrunning his Tempest Beast then.
At least on this Skyfire Mountain, Bai Ziliang will still have some reservations and not act too rashly. Furthermore, there is no one else he can turn to for extra support. As a member of the realm of 10,000 demons, once he's on the ocean, the number of resources at his disposal should be staggeringly high.
The Western Star Sea is their turf after all. Are you saying there's no other way but yours? Sikong Wu Wei growled, then we might as well turn back and fight. Do I even need you to tell me whether we stand a chance at winning that fight? Miao Yi told everyone gravely, listen to me. I will lure Bai Ziliang away on my own and try to buy you all as much time as I can. Once your crystal-armored hurricane beasts start running at full speed, the others won't be able to catch up to you even if they try. Now that there are no eyes in the sky watching us, you can make use of this opportunity to sweep them off your tail. It doesn't matter which way you decide to run off to. After this, even if Bai Ziliang's Tempest Beast tries to speed up, he'll have a harder time finding you guys once he loses sight of you. This will be a chance for you guys to think of an idea to escape him completely. I'll leave the details for you all to decide according to the situation. This is the most I can do for you. Zhao Fei frowned silently. Gu Sanjing asked, then what will you do? I have my own ways of handling the problem. Who knows? My luck may even be better than yours. Miao Yi joked, on the off chance that Bai Ziliang decides not to chase me and comes after you all in full force instead, you guys will end up being the ones luring the enemy away from me. Gu Sanjing remarked grimly, you've already tested out Bai Ziliang's actions just now. You know what the result will be. We're getting close to that mountain. The speed of my mount is much lower than Bai Ziliang's, so I still need you all to help me buy some time for now. Slow down a little so that I can go ahead. Bai Ziliang wouldn't dare to approach you all on his own anyway. Once I reach the foot of the mountain, you can all turn away immediately. I'll think of a way to hold him back for as long as I can. Miao Yi said. The closer you get to the mountain, the hotter it'll be. Will you be able to take it? Gu Sanjing asked. Miao Yi didn't answer. Instead, he turned to the two people behind Gu Sanjing and said, Zhao Fei Sikong, don't forget about the promise you two made to Qi Shouhong back when we were imprisoned inside the gourd artifact. Zhao Fei and Sikong Wu Wei looked at Miao Yi in shock. Tao Ruchuan and Pai Junzi were also staring at him in astonishment. Go! Miao Yi yelled. In order to lessen the weight on his mount as well as the consumption rate of his transcendence energy, he recalled his armor artifact. With a swing of his sword artifact, he made a gash on the dragon steed's rear. It neighed in agony and immediately started galloping much faster. It charged in front of the three crystal-armored hurricane beasts, its beating hooves kicking up sparks on the ground as it hurriedly bolted straight towards the mountain. Let's do what he says and help him slow down the people at the back. Zhao Fei said as he tossed his spirit illusion greatsword up into the sky. It instantly formed 10 million projections and began assaulting their pursuers. Chasing Gu Sanjing and the others from behind, Bai Ziliang was taken by surprise from the sudden assault and immediately slowed down. However, he soon realized that the other party could not possibly attack him from such a long distance. They were merely trying to scare him. Regardless, Bai Ziliang didn't dare to increase his speed too much. His gaze was locked onto Miao Yi, who was galloping at the front of the group. As soon as Bai Ziliang slowed down, the group behind him led by Lan Susu gradually pulled closer to him. Qi Shouhong is the name of that woman who died? After separating from Miao Yi, Gu Sanjing asked, what promise did you guys make to her? Her cultivation was only at the White Lotus 5th grade. Her manor had coveted her for her beauty, but because she was unwilling to comply, he sent her here to the Sea of Constellations to die. Before she passed, we promised her that if we ever made it back alive, we will help avenge her. Sikong Wu Wei said in a grave tone. Gu Sanjing, Tan Lao, and Exian looked at one another. They hadn't expected that Miao Yi would still be concerned over a matter like this in such a dire situation. Their gazes followed his gradually departing silhouette, and they instantly understood. He had already made preparations in case anything were to happen to him. Their gazes were a little conflicted as they wondered whether Miao Yi would survive and give them a chance to avenge their three major sects too. Gu Sanjing looked up at the sky and heaved a deep sigh. There had been many a time when he could only remain helpless in this land. Perhaps it was better to live a boring life instead of fighting against the machinations of fate. As soon as Miao Yi reached the foot of the mountain in front, he charged straight up. Gu Sanzheng immediately shouted, "Let's go, Dut!" The three crystal-armored hurricane beasts quickly changed directions and ran off. No longer required to slow down their pace to match the other dragon steeds, the three spiritual beasts abruptly accelerated, increasing their speed to the very limits as they darted away from the foot of the mountain. Behind them, Bai Ziliang furrowed his brows as he watched the three quickly departing mounts, then turned to look at Miao Yi, who was charging towards the mountaintop. As expected, Bai Ziliang commanded with a wave of his hand, "You all go after them. I'll take care of the one heading up the mountain myself. Young master, be careful of any traps. I shall accompany you," Lan Susu hastily advised, afraid that something might happen to Bai Ziliang. However, her mount couldn't keep up at all with the tempest beast that was running at full speed. Not to mention, her forehead was already beading with sweat. Knowing that she wouldn't be able to endure much more of this and that it would be even harder on her up the mountain, Bai Ziliang quickly nodded and said, "Come sit behind me. The rest of you, go after the others. Make sure to keep an eye on them and don't let them escape. Once I've dealt with the one up the mountain, I'll immediately come looking for you." Pang Duo and the others acknowledged the order and hurriedly gave chase towards Zhao Fei and the rest. Lan Susu leaped up to sit behind Bai Ziliang, her mount immediately neighing in agony as it tossed around in the flames. The tempest beast then quickly sped up, shooting out like a lightning bolt. When he turned around and saw that Bai Ziliang was really going after Miao Yi as expected, Sikong Wu pounded on his thigh and let out a heavy sigh. Everyone could tell that Miao Yi was in a perilous situation and that his chances of survival were slim. If he really did have some method of handling the situation as he told them before, why didn't he use it sooner? Why would he need to risk himself for it? Let's not waste Brother Miao's good intentions. Gu Sanjing gritted his teeth and barked, "As long as we survive, we might just get the chance to avenge him." The speed of a tempest beast was much too fast compared to a dragon steed's. Although Gu Sanjing and the others had tried to stall some time for Miao Yi, Bai Ziliang still managed to catch up to him before he could even reach the mountaintop. Behind them, Ba Jia was riding alongside Kong Ji on his four-horned, golden-hoofed white deer. For some reason, his own mount was gone. Evidently, it was because their group had been slightly delayed from their recent scuffle, and Ba Jia figured his dragon steed would be too slow, so he decided to ride together with Kong Ji on his mount and go ahead of the rest instead. When he saw the prestigious representative of the realm of 10,000 demons chasing after Miao Yi so relentlessly, Ba Jia assumed that there was definitely some great treasure to be had and was insistent on catching up to them. Miao Yi also never expected the tempest beast to be so fast. Turning back to look, he realized that the other party had already caught up to him before he could even reach the mountaintop. Feeling the heat of the mountain, Bai Ziliang was deeply astonished as he hadn't expected Miao Yi's dragon steed to actually be able to make it up here. Had he not been riding on the tempest beast, he probably wouldn't have been able to endure this at all. Bai Ziliang brandished a giant black seal in his hand and hurled it out, causing the artifact to expand abruptly. Much like the mountain-suppressing hammer, it shot towards the fleeing Miao Yi with a crack of thunder. Turning back to look, Miao Yi was greatly surprised. He quickly tossed out 6 second-grade mountain-cleaving talismans in response, and the 6 blue streaks of light abruptly shot out. Boom, boom, boom. A series of eruptions resounded. The 6 second-grade mountain-cleaving talismans were able to alter the trajectory of the giant black seal, but they were still unable to stop its momentum. The giant black seal crashed nearby, kicking up plumes of dust and rubble as the ground beneath it trembled heavily. Miao Yi's dragon steed continued to frantically dash towards the peak of the mountain. He was a little exasperated. Didn't they say that this was Lai Huan's personal residence? Why wasn't there even a single sign of a palace or a cave? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., Please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 394, A Pitiful Broken Body. Chapter 394, A Pitiful Broken Body. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. His idea was very straightforward. He would simply charge straight into Supreme Miao Lord Lai Huan's palace or cave to hide from this predicament. He was sure that even Bai Ziliang wouldn't be so rash that he'd fight inside Lai Huan's personal quarters. Behind him, Bai Ziliang's expression was cold, looking as though he had finally cornered a rat. He hurled out the giant black seal again, and it flew off with a thunderous boom. With Miao Yi's strength, there was no way he could fight against Bai Ziliang. Furthermore, he didn't have any transcendent artifacts capable of long-distance attacks either. The only things at his disposal were a few talismans. These were all that he had to muster up a struggle, however short-lived it may be. With a sweep of his hand, he tossed out 6 more second-grade mountain-cleaving talismans. Eruptions resounded as the oncoming giant black seal was deflected once more, crashing to the side and causing the ground to tremble. Plumes of dust and rubble rose up as tiny flares darted about. The shockwave was immense. At this point, Miao Yi couldn't be bothered even if the sky were to cave in or the ground were to crumble. He simply charged to the peak as fast as he could. He heard another loud boom coming from behind him. Evidently, the giant black seal was flying towards him again. Miao Yi quickly grabbed a large stack of talismans and tossed them all out. 51st grade mountain cleaving talisman shot out behind him, bombarding the attack aiming for his back. As for the 2nd grade mountain cleaving talismans, he'd used them all up already. He'd only brought 15 of them on this journey to the Sea of Constellations. Even Bai Ziliang was taken aback by this attack. If those were 52nd grade mountain cleaving talismans, they would probably cause severe damage to his transcendent artifact, and he would need to use a large amount of Yao cores to replenish its energy. However, when he saw that the talismans were emitting a white light instead, he heaved a sigh of relief as he realized that they were simply first-grade talismans. The sound of explosions continuously erupted. However, Miao seemed incredibly frustrated as the explosive might of 51st-grade mountain-cleaving talismans had barely affected the giant black seal's momentum. They only managed to slow down its flight speed a little, buying him just a bit of time to escape. The looming black shadow was quickly descending upon him. Without much time to dodge, Miao Yi frantically jumped up from the back of his dragon steed and dove to the side in an attempt to escape. However, he was still one step too late. The dragon steed was instantly shrouded in flames, neighing in agony before it was then crushed underneath by the giant black seal. Spurt! Failing to dodge in time, Miao Yi spat out a mouthful of blood as he lay painfully on the ground. One of his legs was buried underneath a corner of the colossal black seal. It was surely beyond saving already. This was already the best outcome from a bad situation. If the explosion of 51st grade mountain cleaving talismans hadn't slowed down the momentum of the giant black seal, his entire body would have already been crushed flat. Seeing that he'd finally managed to catch Miao Yi, Bai Ziliang revealed a cold smirk. He was about to charge over to wash himself of the shame Miao Yi had put him through when he was suddenly caught by surprise. Bai Ziliang watched as Miao Yi brandished a sword artifact and without hesitation, hacked down at his own leg. With a cold sheen, the sword artifact immediately chopped off the leg that was crushed under the black seal. Then, Miao Yi frantically crawled back and leaped up onto one foot before continuing to madly charge up the mountain. Even Bai Ziliang couldn't help feeling impressed by this sight, realizing that this person was truly a ruthless and decisive character. He didn't seem to hesitate at all before he cut off his own leg. What decisiveness! But alas, so what? Having watched the whole thing play out from behind, Bai Ziliang, Kong Ji and Ba Jie were equally astounded by this sight. Ba Jie clicked his tongue and said, "Who exactly is this guy Bai Ziliang is after? How is he so ruthless even to his own self? Perhaps it wasn't a big deal to cut off one's leg. The important thing was that he didn't hesitate at all, as though he was simply cutting up a vegetable." This was what unnerved everyone. After painstakingly making his way to the top of the mountain, Miao Yi was in despair.
He saw no sight of Lai Huan's personal residence before him, only a crevice similar to the mouth of a volcano.
100 meters below the opening, orange flames burned vigorously.
However, the way the flames burned were extremely peculiar. They were somehow spiraling like a whirlpool.
Don't tell me Lai Huan's personal residence is within the sea of flames underneath me?
Miao Yi felt as though all hope was lost.
He suddenly heard the sound of the giant seal summoned back from behind him, and he turned around to find Bai Ziliang already closing in on him.
With a flip of his hand, he brandished the mystic Yin mirror. He then made his final attack and shot out a ferocious gust of coldine aura. However, the coldine aura seemed to have been affected by the high temperature of the surrounding area, and its might was drastically decreased. The Tempest Beast simply spat out a mouthful of red mist, and it instantly cancelled out the attack of the coldine aura. Already seriously wounded in the first place, Miao Yi lost another significant portion of his transcendence energy. Standing on one foot on the peak of the mountain, his body was already beginning to wobble. He only managed to prop himself up by stabbing his sword into the ground and leaning against it. Furthermore, he still had to invoke his arts to control the surrounding temperature and prevent it from harming his body any further. Both his body and mind were in a terrible state. Seeing that Bai Ziliang was going to throw the giant black seal back at him again, Miao Yi waved his hand and said, "Please wait." Bai Ziliang saw how Miao Yi could still retain his composure despite how pitiful he looked, his clothes all torn up and battered, his hair in a mess, his face covered in blood, and with one leg gone as he leaned on his sword to stand up, and he felt a sense of awe inside. He momentarily stopped his attack and mocked, "So now you're afraid?" "Afraid?" Miao Yi scoffed, then asked, "I simply wish to know why you've been chasing after me so relentlessly. Don't tell me it was simply because I destroyed your transcendent artifact? How could a normal bystander possibly know how he came to possess the demon refining gourd?" This was a deeply shameful matter for Bai Ziliang. Slightly angered from the embarrassment, he asked, "You're still concerned over a matter like this when you're about to die? Even if I die, I should at least know the reason for it, don't you think?" Miao Yi laughed wryly. Since he was going to die either way, he might as well try to stall for as much time as he could for Zhao Fei and the others. Maybe this favor from him would influence those that were fortunate enough to survive to do something for him in the future. This was the best scenario. How could Bai Ziliang possibly reveal to Miao Yi that the demon refining gourd was something his mother had painstakingly begged to obtain? He didn't wish to waste any more time talking and began raising his hand to strike, when Miao Yi hastily shouted, "Don't you wish to know the reason why I took the risk to leave the group and lure you here on my own?" Bai Ziliang's hand stopped. He was also wondering about this matter and was curious to know the answer. Why would someone rush to their death so willingly? He asked, "Why did you do it?" "We would also like to know the reason." Ba Jie's voice could be heard. The golden-hoofed white deer descended, carrying 2 people on its back. Ba Jie smiled at Lan Susu, who was seated behind Bai Ziliang, and said, "Young miss, we meet again." Lan Susu silently furrowed her brows. Bai Ziliang turned and said somberly, "Kong Ji, you've been following me non-stop. What are your intentions? Cast aside your blade and attain enlightenment." Ba Jie answered on behalf of Kong Ji, who simply nodded at his response. "Spare me the charade." Bai Ziliang scoffed. Miao Yi seemed to have caught a glimmer of hope. Pointing a finger to Bai Ziliang, he told Ba Jie, "Grandmaster is absolutely correct. This person's bloodlust is too strong. You should advise him to quickly put aside his blade, but..." Ba Jie nodded and smiled. A strong sense of bloodlust always stems from the root of evil. "I fear it will be difficult for him to cast aside his blade if we don't eliminate this wicked root. My good sir, are you perhaps carrying some kind of treasure that is tempting him so? If so, then that must be the root of evil. I suggest you hand it over to us. Once the root of evil is eliminated, he will naturally let you go." Miao Yi grimaced. He initially thought that help had come, but it turns out that an even more shameless character had arrived instead. He couldn't help laughing coldly. I don't mind handing over the treasure to you too, but I don't think the surnamed Bai person will agree to it. Ba Jia placed down his clasped hands and revealed his true desires. He simply said, as long as you agree to hand the treasure over to us, then it will become our possession. If someone dares to try and take it, then don't blame me for using force to exorcise evil. Miao Yi replied plainly, these people should not be carelessly offended. They are from the realm of 10,000 demons. Ba Jia laughed, my good sir, you may be unaware of our background. We are from the realm of high paradise. My master is Grandmaster Qi Jie of Mount Duolai. He then pointed at Kong Ji and added, his supreme master is Buddha Sage Tsun Lei. Why then, should we be afraid of the people from the realm of 10,000 demons? Kong Ji was utterly lost for words. This bastard always used his background to intimidate others whenever he had the chance. When it was useful to him, he would use his master's name. When it wasn't, he would call him an old baldy behind his back. Miao Yi nodded. As long as the two grandmasters are willing to let me leave, I shall hand over my treasure to you. Bai Ziliang quickly yelled, Kong Ji, stop listening to his drivel. The only thing I want is his life. You two can have the rest. Ba Jia quickly asked, are you for real? Bai Ziliang was afraid they would get in his way. He wasn't tempted in the least by Miao Yi's things, so he firmly stated, it's a promise. Ba Jia clasped his hands together and nodded. Life and death are two sides of the same coin. There is neither sadness nor joy to be found within. Like an ethereal dream, everything within is but an illusion. He turned to Kong Ji and said, Kong Ji, we have been too blinded by the mirages of life. We should learn to let go of our desires when we can. Only then will we be free of our shackles and achieve enlightenment. Kong Ji remained silent. You're the one deciding what's right and what's wrong anyway. Why bring me in again? When he saw how they immediately changed their stance as soon as he promised to give them some benefits, Bai Ziliang couldn't help but say mockingly, Kong Ji, you people really are noble examples of a monk. Ba Jia raised an eyebrow and said, are you trying to force us to break our sacred creed? What a fickle pair indeed. This was practically a mockery of the teachings of Buddha. Bai Ziliang was lost for words. What sort of failure of a monk was this person? He turned his head and kept quiet. He couldn't afford to upset these two. Seeing as the situation was not to his favor, Miao Yi said grimly, Grandmaster, to save a life is better than building a 7-layered pagoda for Buddha. What happened to your merciful hearts? Ba Jia clapped his hands together and said plainly, in this life, I do not favor cultivating a benevolent heart. I prefer carnage and bloodshed instead. I wouldn't count on building a 7-layered pagoda. After all, I am already here in hell. As Buddha once said, if I do not venture into the depths of hell, then who will? Amit Ba. This was his answer. Bai Ziliang and Lan Susu grimaced as they looked at Kong Ji, as though trying to ask, is this really how the saying is interpreted in Buddhism? Kong Ji simply lowered his gaze and kept quiet. He'd long been used to this. If he was bothered by it every single time, he wouldn't be able to live with himself. Miao Yi was so furious he broke out into laughter. Forget meeting such a shameless monk, he had never even seen a person so shameless to begin with. He tried hard to regain his composure. Not waiting for Bai Ziliang to make his move, he quickly changed the subject and asked, Bai Ziliang, do you know why Gu Sanjing and I suddenly ran off in separate directions just now when you were chasing us, and regrouped as soon as you came after me? Just as Bai Ziliang was about to strike, his curiosity stopped his hand yet again. He asked coldly, why? Miao Yi still wanted to drag on as much time as he could for Zhao Fei and the others, so he slowly replied, because I wanted to see whether the person you didn't want to let go of the most would be Gu Sanjing or me. And evidently, your desire to kill me is slightly stronger. So? Bai Ziliang scoffed, you still ended up falling into my hands in the end.
Miao Yi laughed. I'm glad to see you understand. Your mount is simply too fast, so there had to be someone to lure you away.
Which was exactly what happened.
You were successfully lured away by me.
I don't think it'll be possible for those subordinates of yours to catch up to my friend's crystal-armored hurricane beasts anymore.
Bai Ziliang scoffed. Even so, you will still die. Miao Yi wanted to elaborate further, but Lan Susu's expression suddenly changed as she quickly said, this is bad.
He's intentionally trying to stall for time so that those 3 crystal-armored hurricane beasts can escape our forces.
Bai Ziliang was astonished. Miao Yi revealed a vicious grin and said, it's a little late to be finally realizing this, don't you think? I think it'll be hard for you to even find where the other members of your group ran off to. You still think you can catch up to my friends? Die. Bai Ziliang was furious.
His hand jerked, but before he could toss out the giant seal, Miao Yi leaped up with his leg and fell backward into the mouth of the volcano behind him.
You want to kill me? It's not your turn yet. Miao Yi's furious howl resounded from within the volcano.
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 395, Lao Bai makes his move. Chapter 395, Lao Bai makes his move. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit.
This roar was Miao Yi's final display of spite, made to frustrate the other party on purpose. After being on the receiving end of such a long and arduous pursuit, he would not let the enemy have his way even as he took his last breath. Although Bai Ziliang had been the one to push Miao Yi to such dire straits in the end, this parting bellow really managed to tick him off. The tempest beast jumped and landed by the mouth of the volcano. The golden-hoofed white deer also leaped forward at almost the same time.
Everyone peeked over the edge and looked down. Unwilling to let Miao Yi go so easily, Bai Ziliang readied his giant black seal to send Miao Yi on his way even sooner. However, he stopped his hand when he saw the situation down below. The swirling mass of orange flames was a captivating sight.
Everyone watched as Miao Yi slowly sank under, his clothes and hair instantly catching fire as he submerged deeper into the flaming whirlpool.
Despite the extreme pain, Miao Yi muffled his cries.
However, it was still a bone-chilling sound for everyone present.
Ashes and sparks flew up as the hot air ascended.
It was all that remained of Miao Yi's hair and clothes. The heat right above the mouth of the volcano was simply too extreme, so much so that everyone there was barely able to endure it with their cultivation. Bai Ziliang's tempest beast seemed unperturbed by this heat, whereas the golden-hoofed white deer bleated in agony. Clearly, the heat had exceeded its level of tolerance. The 2 spiritual beasts leaped back, away from the mountaintop. Bai Ziliang and the others all looked at one another. It was a heat that none of them could even tolerate. How had Miao Yi managed to act so composed and talk to them when he was already in such a terrible state? It was utterly inconceivable. The mouth of this volcano is a little strange. It doesn't seem like that of the average volcano. The flame within is also no ordinary fire, the way it burns is quite different. Clearly, this is a fire array that someone intentionally set up. To be able to set up a fire array at this spot, that person should be none other than Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan himself. It seems like his personal residence is truly underneath this place. This fire array is probably used to guard the entrance from trespassers, said Ba Jia, clicking his tongue. Lan Susu asked, if Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan's personal residence is truly below this place, couldn't that guy have escaped by jumping down? Bai Ziliang answered flatly, he is definitely dead. Maybe he could have survived if the fire array wasn't here. After all, could just anyone break through a fire array set up by that Supreme Yao Lord? He's dead, without a doubt. Ba Jia shook his head. That bastard was quite the character. His other traits aside, the fact that he was willing to risk his own life to lure the enemy away from his friends was not something anyone could do. It's a shame that he died.
As though remembering something, Ba Jia extended his hand towards Bai Ziliang and continued, "What about the items you promised us?" Bai Ziliang was stunned. "What are you talking about? Don't play dumb with me. That's my thing." Pointing to the mouth of the volcano, Ba Jia continued, "Just now, you clearly said that all you wanted was his life and that you'd hand over everything else to us." Bai Ziliang was caught in a daze, but then plainly replied, "He already jumped down. How could I possibly hand anything over to you? If you want it so badly, then go jump down there and look for it yourself." Ba Jia chuckled and said, "Regardless of whether or not he jumped down, the fact that he was ultimately forced down by you means that you were the one who landed the killing blow. Are you trying to go back on your promise now that you've achieved your objective? If I hadn't agreed to your offer, I would have taken him and his treasure away with me by now. I wouldn't have lost either of them. But now you want me to jump down myself to take it back? I'm warning you, you'd better jump down right now and bring back everything I want. Otherwise, don't blame me for tossing you both down with him." "How arrogant. Who do you think you are? As if you're fit to speak to me." Bai Ziliang scoffed, then turned to Kongji. "Kongji, you saw it for yourself. That bastard jumped down willingly. I couldn't do anything about it. So what's done is done, this matter is settled." Bai Ziliang's attitude made it very clear that as a representative from the realm of 10,000 demons, he would only speak to the representative of the realm of High Paradise, who was equal to him in status. There was no room for Ba Jia to cut in. Kongji kept quiet. He knew a certain someone would not let this matter end just like that, so he naturally allowed him to play his part. Ba Jia was overjoyed. He jumped down the golden-hooved white deer, then revealed a wooden fish drum in his hand. The drum was black and carried an amber-like translucence. Ba Jia began to beat the wooden fish drum, the steady sound echoing across the mountaintop, its sheer volume capable of making one's eardrums go numb. With a cold smile, Ba Jia said, "Trying to leave without handing over anything, but..." Right as he was leaving, Bai Ziliang turned back and stared at the transcendent artifact in Ba Jia's hands. With a cautious gaze, he said, "What are you trying to do? Do you really think I'm some kind of pushover?" Ba Jia pointed at Bai Ziliang with the stick of the wooden fish drum and said, "Surnamed Bai, we clearly came to an agreement after discussing the terms just now. You even made a promise to us. Yet once the matter is over, you wish to let bygones be bygones? I've seen shameless people before, but I'd never met one as unscrupulous as you." He turned to Kongji and asked, "Kongji, this bastard has just forced a person to end his own life. If we allow him to roam free, he will surely sow more bloodshed along his path. As Buddhist monks, we have an obligation to eliminate such a savage brute and exorcise the evil." Amit Ba. Kongji sighed, and with a wave of his hand, draped the blood kasaya over his shoulders. At the same time, he brandished a monk's staff, which was similarly black in color with an amber-like hue. As he shook the staff, the hoops hanging from it immediately started spinning, giving others the impression that they might fly out at any moment. It was a terrible feeling to be bullied to such an extent. Lan Susu bit her lips and Bai Ziliang said gravely, "I strongly advise you two to think it over. There is still no telling who'll have the last laugh once we start fighting." Ba Jia chuckled, "Spare me the excuses. If you were really confident in yourself, you wouldn't have agreed to our proposition so easily back then. You want to try to weasel your way out of this now? Sorry, but it's too late. Either you hand over 1,000 Geotranscendence bangles now or give us your mount as collateral for the time being. After that, we'll let you go. Otherwise, don't blame us for exorcising the evil by taking them from your cold, dead bodies." Bai Ziliang hated the fact that his demon refining cord had been broken. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to be intimidated by these two at all. Grinding his teeth, he said, "You two had better think this through. Our movements are clearly displayed on the astrolabe in the Western Constellations Palace. Regardless of what happens to either of us, there will be no escaping the consequences. Don't worry. The only one who should be afraid of anything happening to him is you, not us. Ba Jie told Kong Ji, give it your all. No one else is here to see who started the fight anyway. If the higher-ups really do start an investigation, just push all the blame onto me. You can simply say that I was the one who exterminated these two vile creatures. Worst comes to worst, all they're going to do is kick me out of the school. Kong Ji was dumbfounded. As if you're afraid of being exiled from the sect. You can't wait to be exiled is more like it. However, this was not a bad situation as it meant that he could freely make his move now. Truth be told, Kong Ji greatly admired Ba Jie deep down, mostly because the latter was never afraid of the consequences. Bai Ziliang snarled, don't overstep yourselves. Cut the crap and stop testing my patience. Ba Jie gently knocked on the drum and asked, I'll ask you one more time, are you going to hand it over or not? Eventually, Bai Ziliang had no choice but to hand over 1,000 geotranscendence bangles, before leaving in resignation. There was no way he could hand them the Tempest Beast. Yao Sage Ji Huan had loaned the creature to his mother, he would still need to give it back when he returned. You be on your way now. Sorry we can't send you off. Ba Jie shouted with glee as he knocked on his drum. Afterward, he pointed to the pile of geotranscendence bangles on the ground and said to Kong Ji, take a look. All we did was scare them a little, and we managed to get 1,000 geotranscendence bangles. Every single one of these is equivalent to a person's life. It's great that we didn't have to shed any blood to obtain them. 1,000 geotranscendence bangles. With a wave, Kong Ji tucked them all into his storage bangle. His heart was filled with a fervent excitement. Kong Ji, I'm sure you're secretly feeling overjoyed inside right now. I play the villain while you reap the rewards. Kong Ji couldn't deny he really was feeling that way right now. However, he still said, I'll split half of them with you then. We've been together since we were kids. Whether it's drinking alcohol, eating meat, or even peeping on girls bathing, we've done it all together. Do you think I don't know how you are? You don't have to put up an act in front of me. We all came here to help you get a high rank in the first place. Why would we need these things? It's fine as long as you remember to charge ahead of us whenever we make our move. Ba Jie sighed. Looking around, he caught sight of the other 4 monks who had just reached the foot of the mountain. He leaped onto Kong Ji's mount and steadied himself, then said, let's go. We've stayed long enough in this damn place already. Any more and our transcendence energy reserves will soon run dry. If I didn't have the old Baldy's ice soul beads on me, I wouldn't be able to endure this at all, but... Kong Ji immediately urged his steed down the mountain. Meanwhile within the volcano, as the mysterious, whirling flames engulfed Miao Yi's body, he knew that this would be his end. The heat was nothing like what he'd imagined, there was an immensely powerful destructive force behind it. This was a result of his lack of knowledge and inexperience when it came to arrays. Take Ba Jie and the others for example, they could tell that this was a flame array with a single glance. This was the gap in knowledge between them. If he had known that it would be like this down here, he would have never jumped down. He would have tried to coax those 2 monks into helping him escape his predicament instead. At the very least, he wouldn't have jumped down so rashly. The reason why he dared to do so was because he thought he could use his heat-manipulating arts to escape Bai Ziliang's pursuit within the Sea of Flames. Then, once Bai Ziliang left, he would make his escape. Little did he know that he had forfeited his own chances of survival instead. As soon as Miao Yi came into contact with the flames, he could immediately feel an intense force pulling him down. And with his level of cultivation, there was no way he could put up any resistance. Furthermore, he wasn't that proficient in his heat-manipulating arts. To put it bluntly, he had barely even learned how to walk, he hadn't even trained properly. He was simply using it on the fly. The moment the flames touched him, it instantly broke past his defenses and reduced all his hair and clothes into cinders. The burning pain made him feel as though he had fallen into the depths of hell, and he almost lost consciousness. There was but a single thought racing through his mind. As he desperately used his heat-manipulating arts to protect himself, he constantly repeated in his head, "I want to live. I want to live." It was a scream from the deepest parts of his soul. And the moment Miao Yi was enveloped in the sea of flames, the black pearl around his neck started shining with a dull glow, and an angelic silhouette garbed in a light blue robe appeared within the flames, its long white sleeves and silvery locks down the sides of its face fluttering wildly about. This person was none other than Lao Bai. With one hand, Lao Bai grabbed onto the grotesque figure that was Miao Yi, then instantly dove down into the depths of the flames. The whirling flames swiveled with an intense pulling force, but Lao Bai was not fazed in the least. He waved his arm and pointed to a single spot, and the whirling flames were instantly reversed with an even stronger momentum. Boom! The encroaching flames were instantly sent backward. As soon as Lao Bai dove past the whirlpool of flames, he was met with a countless number of flaming swords. Lao Bai's light blue robes fluttered violently, forming just as many illusory bodies to protect him. Amidst the constant explosions, not a single one of the flaming swords were able to come close to Lao Bai and Miao Yi. They were all dispersed by Lao Bai's robes. Right past the sea of flaming swords, hordes of fire dragons soon arrived, all bearing their fangs viciously as they charged towards Lao Bai. As he dragged Miao Yi's body along, Lao Bai's eyes shone with a cold glint and he quickly formed a claw with his hand. As though the entire realm was within his grasp, the fire dragons were instantly broken apart, and a spatial tunnel was created across the sea of flames. The unleashed force was absolutely astounding. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 396, Rebirth. Chapter 396, Rebirth. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. Atop a giant crystalline plate embroidered with beautiful engravings of fire, a sea of flames violently swirled about. Suddenly, a spout of fire burst forth, and a tunnel emerged from within. Two figures then hastily shot out from the tunnel before it closed back up the next instant. To think that someone could actually forcibly break through the mighty fire array protecting this place. The 1,000-meter deep fire array did little to stop its intruders as they made their way through to the bottom almost instantly. A blackened figure groaned in pain as he landed on the crystalline plate. His hair and clothes gently fluttered in the wind, and with an air of elegance about him, Lao Bai slowly descended onto the plate as well. His figure seemed to have suddenly lost its color somehow, a stark contrast to how he had broken through the mighty array mere moments ago in a powerful display of force. There was a fleeting, almost hollow air about him. So much so that his figure could no longer be clearly made out, giving off an impression of weakness. Staring down at the blackened figure on the ground, Lao Bai let out a small sigh. On the other hand, as a result of the intense pain, Miao Yi had no idea where he was right now or how much time had passed. Having been burnt to a black crisp from head to toe and losing all visible traces of a normal human being, Miao Yi did his utmost to circulate transcendence energy around his body, no matter how depleted it already was. He was also still subconsciously using his heat-manipulating arts to defend himself. If Lao Bai hadn't saved him in time, if he had been late by even a fraction of a moment, Miao Yi wouldn't have gotten away with near burns all over his body. He would most likely have been incinerated completely. As if the private residence of a supreme Yao Lord, a powerful being with a golden lotus cultivation, was a place that anyone could just set foot into. If that were the case, then chaos would surely ensue. Having fallen to the ground rather abruptly, Miao Yi, in his hazy consciousness, was slightly jolted by the shock. He could feel a slight chill coming from the ground beneath him. It was like a breath of fresh air, and he could feel his consciousness gradually becoming clearer. He wanted to open his eyes to find out where he currently was, but he was still unaware that his eyelids had been burnt shut from the flames. All that remained were two deformed slits on his face. He couldn't make out anything at all. At the same time, his breathing was ragged. He managed to open his eyes in a stroke of force, but he ended up ripping his skin apart, and as a result, blood dripped down his face. It was utterly terrifying to watch. Ugh! Miao Yi winced in pain.
As he tried to use his hand to touch his eyes, the burnt skin on his arm cracked, revealing the flesh underneath and causing even more blood to gush forth.
Ugh! He groaned in pain again.
There were no words to describe the agony of one's flesh being torn apart.
Miao Yi wanted to open his mouth, but he could feel the tearing sensation there as well.
He immediately froze, no longer trying to move about, as it seemed like no matter whichever body part he tried to move, he would feel the sensation of his skin ripping apart.
He invoked his arts to scan his surroundings, but he couldn't probe too far as his transcendence energy reserves were simply too low.
In the end, he couldn't find anything out and remained just as oblivious to his current location as before. He ultimately decided to endure the intense pain around his eyes and slowly opened them. A curtain of blood draped over his eyes, forming a crimson screen over his vision as he looked at his surroundings. He noticed the crystalline floor he was on, as well as the swirling sea of flames just above. Most importantly, he finally realized the current state of his body. There was no semblance of a normal human left, he was practically a block of burnt wood. It didn't take him long to piece two and two together and realize what had happened to him. He also finally understood why it hurt so badly whenever he tried to move. At present, his body was rapidly weakening. Not only was he severely injured by Ziliang's giant black seal, but he'd even lost a leg to boot. And after that tribulation just now, his body couldn't be in a more perilous state. Miao Yi understood perfectly what he needed the most right now. He needed something that could save him, and without a moment to spare.
Ugh!
Forcing a pained breath through his nose, Miao Yi used all of the remaining transcendence energy he could muster to take out the 90,000-year-old glorious star immortal herb from his storage bangle. As he tried to grab the immortal herb, the crisp, blackened skin around his fingers cracked open, revealing the flesh underneath and causing his hand to bleed even further. He slowly brought his hand closer to his face, once again having to endure excruciating pain as blood gushed out from the cracks on his blackened arm. After much suffering, he finally managed to bring the lustrous glorious star immortal herb to his nose. He wrapped the immortal herb with a very faint amount of transcendence energy, and slowly started to breathe in with his one functioning nostril, which was also almost burned shut, one might add. A touch of stardust then made its way into his body. As soon as the stardust permeated his lungs, it instantly brought him a sense of relief. After having to endure such terrible pain for so long, this wondrous feeling was practically divine to Miao Yi. He lay completely still on the ground, not moving a single finger, as he greedily absorbed as much stardust as he could into his body.
He didn't stop for anything.
This was because it was the only thing he could do to save himself. He felt thankful that he hadn't given away this lifeline back when he was still in danger. In the end, it proved to be useful in his current predicament. Otherwise, he would have been a goner already. Little did he know that even Lao Bai had almost decided to deal with Yao Ruoxian himself just to help Miao Yi hold on to this immortal herb. This was because, at the time, Yao Ruoxian deeply coveted this immortal herb and wanted to forcefully take it for himself. Given that no one had ever seen such a large glorious star immortal herb before, it was no surprise that Yao Ruoxian was so easily tempted. Furthermore, the glorious star immortal herb had even borne fruit. This was something completely unprecedented. As such, its medicinal qualities must be just as astonishing, perhaps even if one suffered fatal wounds. So long as a single breath remained, one could be brought back from the gates of hell with this immortal herb. It wouldn't be an exaggeration in the least to say that it could offer one the chance of rebirth. Knowing this, how could Yao Ruoxian not be enticed by it? In truth, it was indeed possible for one to be reborn through the use of this immortal herb. For example, Miao Yi did not originally possess a physique suited for cultivation. However, Lao Bai had used a glorious star immortal herb even more potent than this one, with fruits brimming with a crimson, jewel-like sheen unlike the ones on this immortal herb, which were only a faint red, and helped reshape Miao Yi's body, thereby allowing him the chance at cultivation. All this while, Lao Bai was quietly standing beside Miao Yi. When he saw him painfully taking out the glorious star immortal herb and absorbing its stardust, he finally heaved a sigh of relief, as this meant that Miao Yi's life had been pulled back from the gates of hell. With his silvery locks of hair gently fluttering about, Lao Bai looked up towards the swirling mass of flames above, and in a gentle tone, remarked to himself, "I didn't plan on saving you originally. But since I left that woman to die back then, I decided to break the rules just this once. If one day you get the opportunity to discover the truth and come to resent me for turning a blind eye to that woman's death, then I'll really be at a loss for words." As soon as he said this, his hazy figure grew even fainter. The dark green jewel around Miao Yi's neck shone with a dim light, and Lao Bai was gone without a trace. Miao Yi would never have thought that Lao Bai had broken the rules to save him only because he'd let Qi Xiuhong die earlier on, so he saved him as a form of compensation. To put it in another way, Qi Xiuhong had sacrificed herself so that Miao Yi could be saved. However, that wasn't entirely correct either. Lao Bai could have chosen not to save either of them. After all, what did it matter to him whether Qi Xiuhong lived or died? The world was filled with countless living creatures, many of whom Lao Bai wasn't even acquainted with, so why would he come to their rescue every time someone was in need of help? Not to mention, it's not like he had to save every girl Miao Yi fell in love with. That was not his reason for staying beside Miao Yi. If that were really the case, what would that make Lao Bai? The passage of time outside was not known to the underground world beneath the flames. Time quickly passed by, and Miao Yi began to absorb the stardust at a more rapid pace. This was a sign that his bodily functions were making a speedy recovery. Once again, the divine herb of the cultivation realm managed to perform another miracle. Soon, the blackened skin on Miao Yi's body gradually began to crack. However, there was no bleeding this time, and he was not in pain. Some time had passed, and a crack could be heard coming from Miao Yi's lower body. The black crust around the area where his leg was chopped off had fallen to the ground, revealing an upper thigh with smooth and silky skin, almost like a newborn baby's. Across his thigh, granulation tissues could also be seen forming slowly. The feeling of his limb rapidly growing out was so vivid to the point of being excruciatingly painful. Miao Yi clenched his fists as he tried to endure it, his knuckles cracking loudly. At the same time, his hunched-up body was trembling heavily, causing the black crust over his skin to fall off rapidly. Underneath the black crust was Miao Yi's new body. His creased brows were no different than how they were originally, and a slick, black head of hair cascaded over his shoulders, even longer than before it had been burnt into ashes. Gritting his teeth through the agony, Miao Yi would occasionally open his eyes to see the flesh around his decapitated leg slowly growing out. As long as he could recover, there was no pain he couldn't endure. He had already experienced the excruciating baptism of fire when he fell into the volcano, so how could he be afraid of this measly discomfort? It was just that the amount of time he had to endure was much too long. After 2 full days, the immortal herb in Miao Yi's hands had become wrinkled and wilted, and the halo of light surrounding it had dimmed extensively. Miao Yi glanced at his leg and saw that the growth had already reached his ankle. It would be no laughing matter if the recovery were to stop now. He quickly molded the wilted immortal herb into a ball and stuffed it into his mouth. There was a hint of sweetness in it, and after 2 quick bites, he swallowed the whole thing into his stomach. Afraid that it still wasn't enough, Miao Yi took out the light red immortal fruit from his storage bangle and quickly bit down. The fruit was sweet and juicy, its refreshing sweetness and crunchiness made its way down Miao Yi's throat and into his stomach. It was truly a delicacy. After swallowing the entire fruit, Miao Yi could even feel his newly formed pores wafting with a refreshing fragrance. He was instantly rejuvenated and felt as though the mental exhaustion he'd accumulated from enduring all the pain was all blown away. Indeed, as expected of an immortal fruit. As soon as the fruit made its way into Miao Yi's stomach, the growth around his leg started increasing in speed, and with it came another bout of pain and torment. Ouch! I'm still alive. I'm still alive. After 1 whole day, Miao Yi had finally recovered his lost limb. He stood there naked, with lush dark hair over his shoulders and his arms spread out, completely unabashed as he shouted in euphoria from having survived such an ordeal.
His entire physique was restored to its former state.
Only his newly formed skin looked much too fair, even more so than a woman's. It would still require some time for it to completely recover to its original appearance. Once Miao Yi had had his fair share of fun, he took out a set of clothes from his storage bangle and put them on. After he was done getting himself dressed, he finally started to seriously examine his surroundings. He soon discovered that he was outside of a floating palace. The entire structure seemed like it was made of crystals, and what was even more astonishing was that something this massive could actually float in the middle of a sea of flames. All around, the whole palace was surrounded by a blazing fire. However, it seemed as though the flames could not approach the crystal palace at all. They would always maintain a certain distance regardless of how violently they burned. Miao Yi lifted his gaze to look at the sign on the main entrance and saw 3 giant letters engraved upon it: Supreme Fire Palace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.
Chapter 397, Supreme Fire Palace. Chapter 397, Supreme Fire Palace. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Supreme Fire Palace?
Turning his head away from the shrine, Miao Yi looked up at the blazing flames above him, then glanced down at the blackened husk by his feet. Thinking back to how he jumped down into the mouth of the volcano, it became evident to him that he was currently standing at the bottom of it. It looks like this Supreme Fire Palace is Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan's personal residence. I never would have thought such a massive palace could be hidden within molten lava.
No wonder there weren't any signs of it on the outside. But why does the lava around this place look more like the flames emitted by red blaze resins instead of actual lava? Miao Yi muttered to himself.
The entire crystal palace was still and quiet, and only the surging sound of the fiery blaze around it could be heard. Miao Yi wasn't sure if there was anyone present in this Supreme Fire Palace, so at first he was a little hesitant about entering it. But after some thought, he figured he was probably overanalyzing it. If there really was someone in there, there was no way they wouldn't have discovered his presence, given that so many days had passed since he landed here. It looks like this place was truly vacated due to the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Although he had already made up his mind, Miao Yi still carefully proceeded down the plate, then went up the steps into a relatively small plaza. Looking back, he examined the crystalline plate he was previously standing on. Measuring several dozen feet in diameter, it was positioned in such a way that it seemed as though the crystal palace was extending one of its arms out. At the same time, the entire structure seemed to resemble the decorated tip of a *Rui scepter. It was very unique and intricate. Clearly, it was a platform specifically used for receiving any guests entering from the top of the volcano. Around the plaza, stone railings hung overhead, while a suspended staircase led to the main entrance of the palace. At the bottom of those steps stood 2 jade-like sculptures portraying the Inferno Qilin. Miao Yi jumped towards the entrance, then peeped in through the open door. Inside, there was a spacious hall with a mighty throne sitting loftily at the far end. Behind the throne stood a wall engraved with 12 blazing flames. The flames were no simple decorations. There seemed to be an actual blazing red fire hidden inside each one. Their presence provided the hall with a vibrant ambience. Miao Yi had no idea how they came to be, but he didn't find it odd to see such marvels within this palace hidden beneath molten lava. All around the hall, majestic and well-crafted decorations stood sullenly in place. Anyone there? Miao Yi suddenly shouted, feeling a little guilty about barging into someone else's property. This was the palace of a Supreme Yao Lord, a being with a golden lotus first-grade cultivation. Even if Miao Yi knew the place was empty, he was still feeling a little uneasy about suddenly barging in like this. After all, the owner in question had a cultivation at the golden lotus first grade. And what did that signify? A being such as that had already reached the realm of soaring the heavens as described by Lao Bai. They were able to break free from the shackles of the earth and willfully traverse the unending universe. Even Miao Yi was a little afraid to imagine what would happen to him if he upset such a person.
perhaps a single breath would be enough to erase him. His voice reverberated through the palace, its echoes slowly fading off before once again giving way to a deathly silence. Once he made sure there was truly no one inside the hall, Miao Yi gently placed his hand on the doorframe. It was cold to the touch, but it didn't seem to be made of either ice or jade. Miao Yi wasn't sure what it was, but it was actually capable of isolating the entire palace from the intense flames that surrounded it and keep the interior cool. He proceeded inside, making his way around the spacious hall and examining his surroundings with a curious gaze. He then made his way to the rear palace and into the harem. The harem was relatively small, it only had around a dozen lodgings. Miao Yi explored them all one by one, and he even found women's clothing being hung up in some places. He examined the clothing, pulling them with his hands as he wondered whether they belonged to Lai Huan's consorts or perhaps even Lai Huan himself. Or maybe Lai Huan was actually a woman to begin with. After confirming that the palace was empty, Miao Yi heaved a sigh of relief. He then exited the hall and re-examined the fiery vortex surrounding the entire place. He was desperately searching for a way out. If he continued staying here, once Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan returned, he would definitely be in deep trouble. But alas, he couldn't think of any way to escape at all. Furthermore, the surrounding flames were still approximately 100 meters away from the crystal palace he was standing on. Miao Yi walked out of the palace, making his way towards the crystalline plate. He lifted his gaze up towards the blazing firestorm from which he fell. Although he could think of a way to get up there, the flames that awaited him were simply too terrifying. He had already experienced their ferocity once. If he hadn't been so lucky, falling on this plate instead of dropping into the sea of flames underneath, his life would have already been forfeit. Coming down, he could let gravity do the work for him. But going back up required a much greater amount of effort and time. There was no way his cultivation would be of any help in shielding himself against that blazing heat. Not to mention, he was already out of immortal herbs to use. At present, he only had a single immortal fruit left. If he were to be burnt to a crisp again, there would be no way for him to recover. He stood on the crystalline plate thinking long and hard about how to get out. As he paced around the plate, arms crossed behind his back, his gaze landed on the ground, and it suddenly hit him. He quickly took out the Mysticine mirror and stared at its round, reflective surface before lifting his gaze back up. Maybe I'll be able to leave if I shield myself with the Coldine energy inside the Mysticine mirror. However, he dismissed the idea the next instant with a bitter smile. Even if he used the Mysticine mirror, with his cultivation, he wouldn't be able to sustain it for long. When it came down to it, his cultivation was simply much too low. Having failed to come up with any ideas on how he could leave after circling around the Supreme Fire Palace for the whole day, Miao Yi ultimately decided to give up. All he could do was hope that some kind of inspiration would hit him someday. Sighing in resignation, Miao Yi returned to the palace and sat himself upon what was most likely Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan's throne. Crossing his legs, he tossed an orb of will into his mouth and began cultivating. Miao Yi didn't have any better ideas. If he couldn't go out, he would have to wait until Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan returned and think of a way to explain himself. The question was whether or not the person in question would pay heed to his excuses. On the bright side, spending his time hiding out in this place didn't really seem like a bad idea. He might even be able to stay hidden until after the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade ended. There was no way this place could be so easily accessed by his pursuers. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to step out even if I manage to hide until the end of the subjugation crusade. Miao Yi laughed bitterly. Miao Yi temporarily cast aside his worries and calmed himself. Forget it. I'll just treat this place as a rare opportunity to cultivate in peace during the subjugation crusade. This was the only way he could console himself. As soon as he activated his fiery star technique to refine the orb of will, behind him, the 12 blurry red silhouettes hidden within the fire engravings on the wall started flickering restlessly and were rapidly flowing out of the decorated wall.
Tiny red specks of light were also starting to appear from every corner of the crystal palace and slowly floated towards the throne on which Miao Yi was sitting, before entering the pores of his skin. This was especially the case for the 12 fire engravings behind him, in which their red lights could practically be described as surging out of the wall, creating 12 hollow bridges connecting to Miao Yi as they rapidly flooded into his body. At the same time, the red silhouettes behind the wall seemed greatly disturbed, flickering wildly inside the wall. Even Miao Yi himself soon noticed something was amiss. As he examined the internal status of his body, he discovered a situation similar to those times he cultivated next to Yao Ruoxian as he was refining transcendent artifacts. Those same red spiritual essences were currently flowing into his art source, forming small crimson lights within the void. However, the amount of red spiritual essences flowing into his body this time was much greater than his cultivation sessions next to Yao Ruoxian and his furnace. If he were to describe the current amount of red spiritual essences flowing into him as a mighty river, then the amount received beside Yao Ruoxian could hardly even be considered a tiny stream. The red spiritual essences pouring into his art source continued to form small crimson lights without end, adding a profound sense of vigor to the void of his art source and making it seem more vibrant. It appeared again. And there's so much of it this time. Miao Yi was shocked. Ever since he noticed this phenomenon, he always wondered whether it was something good or bad. He quickly deactivated his technique and examined his surroundings. His eyes shone as he was positive that it had something to do with him being surrounded by molten lava. Miao Yi stepped out of the hall and walked around the place. He came to the conclusion that unless he just idly waited without cultivating, there was no way he would be able to stop himself from absorbing the spiritual essences coming from the lava around him. Continue to wait without doing anything? Miao Yi shook his head and laughed bitterly. Rather than simply waiting to die, why don't I just keep on cultivating and find out whether this is a good or bad thing? Ai. Lao Bai never explained this either. No, perhaps even he himself is unaware of it. After all, he never cultivated this technique before. It's no wonder he. Miao Yi mumbled to himself and shook his head. He then walked inside and sat back down at the throne, resuming his cultivation as though he owned the place. Soon, red spiritual essences started floating around every corner of the palace once more. The 12 blurry red silhouettes within the fire engravings behind the throne also started to move restlessly again. It was as though they were prisoners trying to break free of their shackles, but their attempts were always short of succeeding. After cultivating this way for 3 days, Miao Yi abruptly opened his eyes. There was a sense of great shock reflected in them, shocked that his refining speed for orbs of will had somehow increased. Miao Yi knew perfectly well how fast his cultivation progressed. For him to break through from White Lotus 7th grade to 8th grade, he required 320 low-grade orbs of will. At his original pace, he would be able to refine about 50 orbs in a year, which meant that he would need another 6 to 7 years to break through to White Lotus 8th grade. Previously, he was able to refine a single low-grade orb of will in 7 days on average. However, he just discovered that it had only taken him 6 days to fully refine this one. Did I lose track of time somehow? Miao Yi mused. His timing shouldn't have been wrong. He was not so foolish as to even lose count of the number of days. Obviously, there was a need to reaffirm this situation, so he tossed another orb of will into his mouth and began refining it. However, this time it was even faster than before. It had barely taken him 6 days to fully refine the orb of will. What is going on here? Miao Yi was completely flabbergasted. Even though it was only quicker by a day, it was no small matter. He tossed another orb of will into his mouth and started to refine it, closely examining it this time to figure out the cause of this phenomenon. Soon, he discovered what was causing the increase in his cultivation speed. It was related to the fire spiritual essences he was absorbing into his art source. Once absorbed, the fire spiritual essences would further bolster the might of his fiery star technique. Simply put, the speed at which the fiery star technique was purging the individual emotions and desires inside the orb of will had increased.
Absorbing these fire spiritual essences can actually increase my cultivation speed? Miao Yi was shocked once again, but he was soon experiencing a surge of joy and excitement. Once again, Lao Bai's hazy figure appeared elegantly out of nowhere. He watched as Miao Yi jumped with joy, and sighed to himself, in the end, you still managed to discover it earlier than I expected. He swept a glance across the Supreme Fire Palace, then gently shook his head, is this destiny? Miao Yi, oh Miao Yi, since you have realized the truth behind my technique, I hope that you will not disappoint me. As soon as he said this, his figure grew fainter before silently vanishing. On the other hand, Miao Yi was excitedly jumping around the Supreme Fire Palace, knocking down and destroying many of the palace's furnishings. The bastard was practically wrecking another person's home. To make matters worse, he even randomly took a few of the dresses from the harem and waved them in circles over his head. He was completely out of control. Towards the end, he even pulled the dresses over his face and ripped them apart. Ah! He roared upwards in a sense of uplifting freedom. Phew! After regaining his composure, he finally realized that he had ripped the dresses apart. He wondered whether they belonged to Lai Huan or his consorts. Miao Yi's expression froze the moment Lai Huan came to mind. No matter how fast my cultivation has become, I still need to escape this place. If I don't make it out by the time Lai Huan returns, I'll end up in deep shit. Ai. He casually tossed aside the torn dress and returned in low spirits to the main hall to resume his cultivation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 398, Fearsome Fiery Star Technique. Chapter 398, Fearsome Fiery Star Technique. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. A month later, realizing that his refining speed was not increasing as much as he initially assumed, Miao Yi was no longer as excited as he was before. Even though he never stopped absorbing the fire spiritual essences into his art source and made it more vibrant, the improvement was no longer as apparent as when he first started, when he could feel the change in the span of a few days. At first, it had taken him a couple of weeks to shorten his refining time for a single orb of will from 7 days to 6. After that, it took him over a month to shorten his refining time down to 5 days. That said, there was one irrefutable fact: so long as there were fire spiritual essences for him to absorb and make his art source even more radiant, his refining speed for the orbs of will would continue to increase. A year later, the 7-petaled white lotus mark on Miao Yi's forehead finally grew another beautiful petal and was brimming with vigor. With a light smile on his face, Miao Yi slowly opened his eyes. He never thought that it would only take him 1 year to break through to White Lotus 8th grade. Originally, it would have taken him 6 to 7 years. Aside from his time cultivating for almost a year in Mount Kangxi, and 3 years while he was hiding on the island, he would have needed approximately another 3 years to break through. However, he actually managed to achieve a breakthrough in roughly a year. His refining speed had completely doubled. Miao Yi quietly closed his eyes and examined his body. Sure enough, the number of orbs of will necessary for him to break through to 9th grade had doubled once again, meaning that he would need around 640 orbs. At the moment, he had spent over a year simply focused on cultivating, which meant that he hadn't eaten anything for a year. As such, he felt an intense hunger the moment he stopped his cultivation. There was no one to take care of him here, unlike at East Arrival Cave and Mount Kangxi, where Qian and Shui were always there to look after him. Even when he was cultivating in his hideout on the island, Shi Shouhong was there to take care of him. However, now he had no choice but to rely on his transcendence energy to sustain himself and endure an entire year of fasting. The moment he deactivated his technique, his body felt incomparably weak. His current cultivation still wasn't strong enough for him to go without any food or water indefinitely. Miao Yi came down the throne and exited the main hall. He made his way up to the circular plate outside and gazed up at the exit. Since the Supreme Fire Palace was constantly surrounded by flames, it was always bright inside. The concept of night didn't exist at all.
The light reflecting into the main hall through the crystal walls was always so illusory. But alas, there was no way of grasping the passing of time outside. After spending a year in solitude, Miao Yi was no longer as anxious about his current situation as he was before. Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan hadn't returned for over an entire year. Clearly, the rules of the subjugation crusade were able to restrict even him as well. As such, Lai Huan probably wouldn't return to the Supreme Fire Palace until the subjugation crusade ended, which meant that Miao Yi would be able to live the next 5 to 6 years in peace at least. Making his way down the circular plate and onto the small plaza, Miao Yi tossed some firewood and a pot together and made some food for himself. The dishes were a thick soup and a large meat skewer. He then realized that it had been a year since he last took a bath. Although he wasn't exactly dirty, psychologically, it still bothered him. He made his way to the rear palace and took a well-decorated bath basin from the room where he once ripped up those dresses. The basin was made from an extremely beautiful jade and had the voluptuous figure of a woman engraved upon it. Miao Yi wondered what sort of woman the basin belonged to. Either way, since he caught sight of it the last time he was in this room, he naturally thought to make use of it now. Once the food was prepared, Miao Yi took out a giant leather pouch from his storage ring and poured a hefty amount of water into the basin. He couldn't find any sources of water in the Supreme Fire Palace. Fortunately, he had made the necessary preparations for the subjugation crusade. And not just him, almost every participant had prepared sufficient material goods to last them a decade. And with the extra loot Miao Yi previously obtained, there was no need to worry about living in the Supreme Fire Palace at all. If Lai Huan was in no rush to return, Miao Yi could easily live here for another 20 to 30 years. He placed a board over the giant basin, then set his dishes down on top of it. There were even fruits prepared. The storage ring's ability of preservation was unquestionable indeed. He then added a couple flasks of fine wine before stripping himself down and hopping into the bath. It was a delightful feeling to savor his meal while bathing. As he ate, Miao Yi paid no heed to etiquette, casually tossing aside the leftover bones from his meat and the cores from his fruits. Even when he finished his wine, he simply threw the flasks over his head, causing them to shatter with a loud crash. The once clean and majestic crystal plaza of the Supreme Fire Palace was now an absolute mess. Bones, fruit cores, shattered flasks and burnt-up chunks of firewood lay about. Since there was a chance that Lai Huan would kill him anyway, Miao Yi couldn't be bothered about it anymore. After all, he wasn't here to help clean up the Supreme Fire Palace. Since he couldn't leave, he might as well just do as he pleased for now. If he did manage to find a way to leave, then to save himself some trouble, he wouldn't mind helping Lai Huan clean up the mess a little. In just half a day, Miao Yi ate over 100 kadi of food, using his arts to compress them inside his stomach. He needed this meal to last him for a relatively long period of time, so he ate as much as he could. He couldn't just spend his time making food every day. After his appetite was sated, Miao Yi just took a relaxing nap while soaking inside the bath basin. Once he was well rested, he used his arts to clean the basin and the pot, since he would still need to use them again someday. After that, he just poured the dishwater out onto the ground. He then returned to the main hall, sitting cross-legged on the throne as he resumed his cultivation. There were no words to describe the benefits of using the fiery star technique to cultivate in the Supreme Fire Palace. Slowly but surely, Miao Yi's refining speed was constantly growing faster and faster. After accumulating his efforts for another month, his speed had visibly improved yet again. This was enough for Miao Yi to jump with joy, as it completely overturned his previous calculations. In 1 year and a half, Miao Yi finished refining 640 orbs of will, and a 9th petal slowly grew out from the white lotus symbol on his forehead. It took him only a year and a half to break through from white lotus 8th grade to 9th grade. This speed was absolutely inconceivable. Even Miao Yi himself was quite taken aback by it. According to his estimates from before the subjugation crusade began, it would require at least several dozen years to achieve the same results. Furthermore, he believed that this was already quite fast compared to the other cultivators at his level. He never imagined that his cultivation speed could increase to such an extent. This experience had allowed him to realize the most fearsome aspect of the fiery star technique. Perhaps there were other cultivation techniques of similar quality which allowed for an even greater refining speed, but the most terrifying part about his fiery star technique was that it could continuously increase his refining speed without limit. No matter how powerful another cultivation technique might be, it still required the user to break through to the next grade before they could increase their refining speed even further.
In contrast, Miao Yi's fiery star technique had no such limitation.
As long as the circumstances allowed it, his refining speed would increase indefinitely.
And if he continued accumulating his efforts like this, the result would be absolutely terrifying. Ah!
Miao Yi raised his arms and roared, his voice echoing across the entire Supreme Fire Palace.
Blue Lotus Realm! Blue Lotus Realm!
This was it.
Miao Yi was now one step away from the next major realm, and the entrance to it was already within his reach.
The feeling of being able to easily break through made Miao Yi feel as though all the pain and suffering he'd endured this entire time had been worth it. He quickly moved out of the main hall to prepare his meal and bath. He didn't want to waste a single second, yearning to break through to the realm he had always dreamed about for so long. He had been stuck in the White Lotus realm for several decades after all. Having been pushed around by Blue Lotus realm cultivators all this while, Miao Yi was very eager to experience what it felt like to finally close the gap. With the spear art personally taught by Lao Bai, the impact-mitigating transcendent artifacts refined by Yao Ruoxian, as well as a Blue Lotus cultivation, Miao Yi was confident he could face any cultivator below the Red Lotus realm in battle. There was the Mystic Yin mirror as well, which would only truly be a practical transcendent artifact once he reached the Blue Lotus realm. Maybe he would even be able to use the Mystic Yin mirror to escape this place and avoid being captured by Supreme Yao Lord Lai Huan. As long as he was able to escape, Miao Yi believed that Lai Huan wouldn't have the capacity to hunt him down. As such, he hurriedly rushed inside the main hall and sat on the throne, leaving another great, big mess outside. He then double-checked the number of orbs of will in his storage bangle. Once again, the number of orbs of will necessary to break through from White Lotus 9th grade to Blue Lotus 1st grade had doubled from what was previously required. Miao Yi now needed around 1,300 orbs, 1,280 orbs, to be exact. When he left Mount Kangxi, he left behind a large portion of his orbs of will, and only brought 4,000 with him. Although there was plenty of loot from when he was still in the Red Scarves Alliance, the number of orbs of will constituted just a paltry amount. And once they were divided among the members, there was barely any left. Most importantly, there were fewer opportunities to cultivate in the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. The participants only kept a small number of orbs on them to replenish their own transcendence energy. There was no point in carrying a large number of orbs of will with you in the Sea of Constellations. As such, most participants traded their orbs of will away for utility items instead. However, when Miao Yi killed Zhao Lingtu and his accomplices, he managed to obtain over 2,000 orbs of will and 300 geotranscendence bangles from Zhao Lingtu alone. Most likely, Zhao Lingtu had also taken them from all the people he killed. When Miao Yi was busy running for his life, he gave the mountain-suppressing hammer and spirit illusion greatsword to Xikong Wuwei and Zhao Fei. The two of them were already satisfied with that, so they didn't ask for a share in the rest of the loot. Thus, most of the items owned by Zhao Lingtu and his accomplices were solely in Miao Yi's possession, orbs of will included. Add that to the 4,000 orbs he originally brought with him, Miao Yi had approximately 6,400 orbs of will in total. While in the Supreme Fire Palace, he had used up around 900 orbs of will to break through to White Lotus 9th grade. Therefore, he still had around 5,500 orbs of will left. With that in mind, he would still have around 4,000 orbs of will after spending 1,280 of them to break through to Blue Lotus 1st grade. There would still be enough left over if he wanted to break through to Blue Lotus 2nd grade, which required 2,560 orbs. However, he was unlikely to break through to Blue Lotus 3rd grade. To do that, he would need over 5,000 orbs of will.
Miao Yi felt thankful that he had brought enough orbs of will with him when he came to the Sea of Constellations, otherwise, he would have missed out on this opportunity. After confirming that he had enough resources, Miao Yi calmed himself down and quickly entered a state of cultivation. Far beyond Skyfire Mountain, in a place near the island, dark clouds rolled and thunder cracked. Mighty waves tossed above the ocean, accompanied by a terrifying storm. It was this very place that a dragon steed and a giant octopus were currently locked in a fierce battle. His eyes shining a demonic crimson, the dragon steed bit down on one of the octopus tentacles. And as he turned his head, his sharp jaws instantly ripped the tentacle off. The dragon steed then turned back to bite down on another tentacle and ripped that one off as well. At the same time, his forehooves stomped wildly on the octopus body. Both creatures were viciously fighting one another under the sea. A dragon steed's legs were undeniably strong, even more so for this particular crimson-eyed dragon steed. Even though it wasn't the first time the giant octopus was fighting a dragon steed, it never imagined that it would bump into one so tenacious and savage. Its body was being ripped apart from the force of the latter's stomps. Unable to tolerate the intense pain, the giant octopus quickly retracted its tentacles and dove down into the ocean depths. However, the dragon steed was extraordinarily tenacious. With a swing of his head and tail, he hastily dove down as well, the sight of his crimson eyes creating a horrifying visage within the ocean as he relentlessly pursued the giant octopus that had come after his life. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 399, Charcoal's Subjugation Crusade. Chapter 399, Charcoal's Subjugation Crusade. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. The dragon steed was moving his body in a peculiar fashion as he dove down. He was swinging his body from side to side like a snake. He quickly caught up to the giant octopus, biting down on one of its tentacles as he continued to tussle with the creature on the ocean floor. With a firm grip on the tentacle, the dragon steed started to drag the giant octopus' massive body onto dry land. In contrast, the giant octopus had coiled its tentacles around a reef and was holding on for dear life. However, the dragon steed suddenly released his grip. Kicking his hooves on the ocean floor, he leaped onto another reef and headbutted the giant octopus, and the impact destroyed even the reef it was holding onto. Soon, at the edge of the turbulent seas, a dragon steed emerged, dragging the corpse of a giant octopus with him ashore. Harumph looking at his spoils, the dragon steed raised his hooves and neighed at the stormy skies in a display of pride. As his hooves came down, the dragon steed turned around and lowered his head to feast on the meat of the octopus he had just slain in this heavy storm. Naturally, this dragon steed was Charcoal. Having survived countless hardships on his own for the past several years, his robust body was now covered with both fresh wounds and old scars alike. He gained the newest addition just recently, a deep, bloody gash on his chest received from the giant octopus. To have a dragon steed swim across the vast western Star Sea on his own was nothing short of pitting the odds against him in his very own subjugation crusade. After all, there was no shortage of predators in the ocean. While Miao Yi was preoccupied with running for his life, he ended up making Charcoal face his own set of troubles. For example, when Miao Yi left the island where Qi Xiuhuang had died, Charcoal had to face a giant shark. And like his owner, he too almost died in battle. In the end, while shouldering heavy wounds all over his body, he managed to escape to the island. After that, he had to hide for an entire year before his wounds recovered. Following which, Charcoal attempted to cross the vast ocean once again, making a beeline for Skyfire Mountain. It would be no exaggeration to say that his path was filled with blood and carnage. Under the sea, he had to fight the water tribes, while up on dry land, he had to face ferocious beasts. He was either always on the run or in hiding, stopping only for brief periods of time before continuing his journey again. It was truly a road of hardship and suffering. That said, the changes brought forth from surviving difficult ordeals were also one of the greatest. At the moment, the crimson light in Charcoal's eyes had dissipated, but he still had an overwhelming air of ferocity about him, wearing his body of scars like a symbol of pride. After eating his fill, the rush from his berserk state had died down and Charcoal started to feel the effects of his wounds. He then slowly strode towards the forest several miles away and went inside a cave he found. Once he drove away the bear inside, he lay on the ground and quietly rested. The next day, the storm had blown over, and the bright sun took its place in the sky. However, Charcoal was in no rush to leave the cave. It seemed his recovery speed was also rather astonishing. After a few days of rest inside the cave, the wound on his chest had slowly formed a new scar. Charcoal then charged out of the cave, moving straight past the forest and onto a vast grassland. It seemed like he could sense that Miao Yi was already nearby, and his feet galloped faster and faster. However, when he bumped into a herd of dragon steeds on the grassland, Charcoal came to a sudden halt, and quietly sized the other side up. The leader of the pack was evidently displeased to see an uninvited guest like Charcoal barge in on its territory. It then led the whole herd in a charge towards Charcoal. Regardless of how strong Charcoal thought of himself, he wouldn't dare face so many dragon steeds head-on. He quickly turned around and ran, circling around the herd with all the other dragon steeds hot on his heels. Clearly, these dragon steeds were nowhere near as fast as Charcoal. The latter was always able to maintain a certain amount of distance between them. Seeing as they couldn't catch up to him, the dragon steeds all gave up the chase. They turned back haughtily, feeling as though they had successfully driven off the intruder. Charcoal turned to look back, wondering why they stopped chasing him. Then for some reason, he quickly rushed after them. The dragon steeds were infuriated by this and started chasing after him again. However, Charcoal quickly turned around and ran off once more, avoiding a direct confrontation with the herd. Once again, an entire herd of dragon steeds galloped across the grassland with Charcoal in the lead. This time, the herd chased him all the way to the edge of the grassland before stopping. Unexpectedly, Charcoal stopped as well. He raised his hooves and neighed, showing his rump to the herd in a taunting manner. Angered by this, the leader of the herd neighed furiously and immediately led the other dragon steeds after Charcoal, who hastily turned tail and ran. Both parties went back and forth like this as they ascended the mountains, came back down and then continued out onto the desert. Charcoal wouldn't let the dragon steeds leave at all. Whenever he sensed they were about to retreat, he would immediately provoke them again. Thus, a herd of over 10,000 dragon steeds galloped wildly across the desert, eventually making their way into the hot, barren region of the island. As they delved deeper into the area, the temperature gradually increased. Eventually, the herd of dragon steeds stopped, a little fearful of the journey ahead. And no matter how much Charcoal tried to provoke them again, they wouldn't go any further. Charcoal seemed to be a little disappointed. His difficult journey had taught him that it was dangerous to be by himself. It had been pure luck that he managed to meet so many of his kinsmen, so he wanted to rope them in for the ride as best he could. He did this so that he could use their collective strength to his advantage if he was ever in trouble. Sadly, after coming all this way, they refused to move any further. Charcoal had no choice. He couldn't win against all of them in a fight, and since they wouldn't fall for his taunts anymore, he decided to give up on trying to pull them along. After making a long, sorrowful neigh towards the sky, Charcoal turned around and ran off, continuing the journey on his own. The other dragon steeds snorted and tapped their heads against one another, looking as though they were gossiping. Their gazes were locked onto Charcoal's departing figure, wondering at his boldness in venturing into such a dangerous place, and at the same time, a little astonished by his bravery. Moving forward, the temperature gradually became even more terrifying for Charcoal. After running a great distance, he too had to come to a stop, his body now drenched in sweat. Kicking his hooves about, Charcoal paced around the area, but he didn't dare move another inch forward. Harumph! Eventually, Charcoal roared towards the sky and decided to charge ahead anyway. Stomping his hooves madly on the ground, he threw caution to the wind and galloped off into the distance. Under the extreme sense of danger, his eyes began to glow a demonic crimson once more.
Like a hurricane, the lone dragon's steed charged ahead, leaving naught but a blurry figure in his tracks. As though he was a lone wolf, Charcoal's feet moved faster and faster, and his stomps were loud and clear. However, right when the lofty Skyfire mountain was within eyeshot, Charcoal stopped. In the end, he had no choice but to admit defeat towards the harsh environment. The place in front of him was not somewhere he could venture into with his current level of strength. He really did try his best. There was just simply no way for him to go any further. Harumph, stomping his hooves restlessly, Charcoal raised his head and cried out non-stop. He could feel that Miao Yi was just in front of him, but he was not strong enough to go any further than this. All he could do was hope that Miao Yi would be able to hear his voice. But alas, there was no response even after a long while. Having difficulty enduring the intense heat around him, Charcoal had no choice but to turn back. There simply was no way for him to stay here for too long. Being able to run this far had already reached his tolerance limit. He made like the wind, charging past the rocky plains, to the desert, the mountains, and finally to the grasslands, where he caught up with the herd of dragon steeds. As the herd stared at him, Charcoal jumped back and forth and neighed continuously towards their leader. He was issuing a challenge to it. To protect its own dignity, the leader decisively struck out and charged straight towards Charcoal. However, right before it was about to crash into Charcoal, the latter suddenly dodged to the side. Then, Charcoal launched an attack on the leader's flank, instantly knocking it over. Who knew when this bastard of a horse had learned all these new moves? To think he actually knew how to perform feints and flanking attacks. Before the leader could stand back up, Charcoal charged at it again, crashing straight into its side and knocking it over again. Charcoal repeatedly knocked down the muscular leader a total of 5 times, seizing victory with an overwhelming advantage. Finally, the leader no longer stood back up. It lowered its head and made a light snort in defeat. Charcoal walked towards it, looking down at the now former leader of the pack with a sense of superiority. Harumph Charcoal raised his hooves and roared towards the sky, announcing to the rest of the herd that from this moment onwards, he would be their new leader. It seemed as though the herd had already accepted this result. They all came over and surrounded Charcoal, snorting as they lowered their heads in acknowledgement of their new leader. The heavily scarred Charcoal was the only dragon steed standing tall. The wind of the grasslands sending his mane aflutter, Charcoal turned his head and stared at the direction of Skyfire Mountain, where he could feel Miao Yi's presence. His eyes shone brightly as he resolved to take advantage of the power of the herd while lying here in wait. 2 years later. Sitting cross-legged on the throne of the Supreme Fire Palace, Miao Yi's forehead shone as the symbol of a single-petaled blue lotus slowly bloomed. However, Miao Yi didn't stop just yet. Only after he had completely refined the orb of will in his mouth did he slowly open his eyes. As he raised his arms, a powerful surge of transcendence energy rolled out, stirring up a mighty wind inside the Supreme Fire Palace, which knocked down and even destroyed some of the furnishings. Miao Yi abruptly stood up, spreading his arms as plumes of dark mist flowed out of his storage bangle and hovered around his body. With his armor artifacts fully equipped and the inversed scale spear in his hands, Miao Yi leaped up to the sky, jumping over several dozen meters before landing outside the main hall. Then, draconic roars could be heard as Miao Yi swung and stabbed his inversed scale spear around, the speed of his strikes blindingly fast. It seemed as though with the increase in his cultivation, his strikes had grown significantly faster as well. His entire body was shrouded in a blue light as he activated multiple second-grade transcendent artifacts simultaneously. His strikes were as powerful as a dragon's, with no wasted movements whatsoever, a result of total unity between the user, the technique, and the spear. An invisible force shot out from the spear and landed across the palace halls. However, the mysterious, crystalline material that made up the walls was unbelievably hard, and only a small piece was chipped off from such a vicious attack. After familiarizing himself with his spear, Miao Yi tucked it behind his back with one hand and took out the mystic Yin mirror with the other. Activating it with his arts, the colding energy rushed out of the artifact and shot straight at the Inferno Qilin statue next to the stairs. This time, Miao Yi was able to sustain the usage of the mysticine mirror for half an hour before he could feel his transcendence energy reserves depleting. This was already many times stronger than before, when he could only activate it for brief moments at a time. So this is the strength of a Blue Lotus cultivator. The excitement was evident on Miao Yi's face. Even as he was simultaneously activating his full set of second-grade armor artifacts, Miao Yi didn't feel any discomfort at all. There wasn't the usual tension he'd always felt before. They were just as easy to handle as his crystalline silver armor artifacts. However, the dense, destructive force behind his current attacks was not something his previous, White Lotus realm self could compare with. It was an entire world's difference in strength. Tucking away all his armor artifacts, Miao Yi jumped up to the circular plate, then lifted his head to look at the surging flames up above. Raising the mysticine mirror in his hand, he blasted a wave of colding energy straight to the sky. Unfortunately, the moment it came into contact with the intense blazes up in the sky, the colding energy drastically weakened. Miao Yi was aghast. He quickly recalled the colding energy into the mysticine mirror. After a quick examination, he discovered that a significant amount of the colding energy was gone. Not only were the intense flames able to suppress the colding energy, but they were able to eradicate them completely too. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Volume 5. Chapter 400, Extinguished Flames. Chapter 400, Extinguished Flames. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Truth be told, deep down Miao Yi doubted whether he would be able to leave with the help of the mysticine mirror. Back when he jumped into the volcano, he had tried using the mysticine mirror and discovered that the high temperature had suppressed its colding energy. He was simply a little unwilling to face the truth and wanted to allow himself a shred of hope. Now that his hope was gone, he had no choice but to face reality. Miao Yi tucked away the mysticine mirror, eyes locked onto the trail of fire above him. He wasn't sure how far it extended, nor was he confident he would be able to escape with his Blue Lotus cultivation and heat manipulating arts. With a flip of his hand, he readied his second-grade spear artifact. Leaping several dozen meters upwards, Miao Yi tossed the spear artifact into the sky in an attempt to see how far the fire trail extended. Whoosh! The spear called up mighty gusts of wind, parting the clouds of flames in its path as it shot upwards. However, Miao Yi was completely befuddled by what happened afterward. Before Miao Yi had even landed back down, he watched as the rumbling flames quickly formed thousands upon thousands of incredibly lifelike, vicious fire dragons. It was a terrifying sight to behold. Several fire dragons then quickly slithered towards the spear, brandishing their blazing jaws and viciously biting down on it. Boom! The spear was instantly reduced into countless cinders and fell back down. Miao Yi was utterly dumbfounded. A second-grade spear artifact wasn't even able to take a single hit from that fire dragon. What in the world is this? How can it be so powerful? Could it be one of those infamous arrays? A single fire dragon's attack most likely possessed the might of a Red Lotus expert, and there were thousands of them up there. Who could possibly escape this? In his astonishment, Miao Yi was unable to figure out how he had managed to fall down here in the first place. How did he manage to dodge the attacks of all these fire dragons and successfully land down here? Soon, the raging fire dragons collapsed back into the fiery vortex and sealed the path. Afterward, Miao Yi continued to toss second-grade transcendent artifacts up into the sky. As expected, the moment the transcendent artifacts came in contact with the fiery clouds, the blazing flames instantly formed thousands of fire dragons to receive it. The end result was the same, all the transcendent artifacts were destroyed and spat back down with a single bite. Miao Yi finally understood a Golden Lotus cultivator's might. They definitely weren't pushovers. The other party didn't even need to raise a finger. A simple array like this was enough to give his enemies a run for their money. Even if Miao Yi was already in the Blue Lotus realm, he still didn't have the qualifications to help the other party carry their shoes.
Miao Yi didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. How in the world did he manage to stumble into the home of such a powerful expert? This was absolutely illogical. This wasn't a place that just anyone could simply enter. Perhaps even Red Lotus experts would have no way of breaking in. However, after probing the fire passage at the expense of several of his transcendent artifacts, Miao Yi somehow managed to figure it out. As soon as he tossed out the transcendent artifact, the flames extending the first few hundred meters upwards would instantly disappear and solidify themselves into the form of fire dragons. However, beyond this long passage of fire dragons was another fiery vortex. Miao Yi had no idea how much further it was to the mouth of the volcano at the top. "I'm dead." Miao Yi was anxious. There was no way out at all. Did he really have no choice but to wait until Lai Huan returned to deal with him? Miao Yi despondently walked down the circular plate and onto the small plaza. Suddenly, he felt a sensation under his feet and came to a stop. Unsure of what it was, he lowered his head to look. It turned out to be the crystal fragment he chipped off from the ground back when he was swinging his spear around. Miao Yi spread his palm and sucked up the crystal fragment into his grasp. He then strongly hurled it out in frustration. He was about to continue on his way back when suddenly, he came to a halt. Quickly turning his head, he looked back at the crystal fragment he had just tossed out. He watched as the raging fires immediately parted the moment they came in contact with the crystal fragment, creating a small empty passage about half a meter wide. Pa! The crystal fragment then made its way across the passage and actually managed to knock onto the rocky surface behind the flames. Utterly dazed, Miao Yi watched the flames seal the gap back up. He slowly paced around while examining his surroundings, especially the blazing flames that constantly surrounded the Supreme Fire Palace, but never once approached it. He opened his palm once again and sucked in another crystal fragment, carefully studying it as he glanced back from time to time at the palace floating in the middle of the molten lava. Miao Yi seemed to have thought of something. He hurled out the crystal fragment in his hand once again, and sure enough, the fiery vortex formed another passage. Pa! The crystal fragment hit the rocky surface again. Miao Yi then quickly took out a second-grade helmet artifact and hurled it out as well. Clank! Although the transcendent artifact was able to reach the rocky surface behind the flames as well, the flames did not part because of it. That said, the fire dragons did not try to attack it as well. Evidently, Lai Huan's array was only concerned with sealing the entrance. Miao Yi then grabbed a pile of crystal fragments and quickly ran up to the circular plate. With a swing of his arm, he hurled out the several dozen crystal fragments upwards. Under Miao Yi's observation, the fiery vortex previously guarded by fierce fire dragons had actually formed a passage instead this time, allowing the crystal fragments to easily cross through the flames. The fire dragons no longer appeared, but the crystal fragments Miao Yi tossed out soon rained back down on the palace. Miao Yi used his arts to gather them back together, then continued tossing them back out. Once again, the blazing flames parted for the crystal fragments. It was no coincidence. Miao Yi tossed them up multiple times to make sure, and as expected, the fire dragons didn't appear even once. Miao Yi then tossed out a second-grade transcendent artifact. Boom! The fire dragons appeared and reduced the entire transcendent artifact to dust with a single bite. He tossed out the crystal fragments afterward, and sure enough, no fire dragons appeared. The crystal fragments fell back down, but Miao Yi didn't try to catch them this time. He simply allowed them to scatter over the circular plate. As the clattering noise rang about, Miao Yi brandished a second-grade sword artifact and started wildly chopping down on the stone railings surrounding the plaza. However, the crystalline material was extremely robust. Even with Miao Yi's current Blue Lotus cultivation, he was having a hard time damaging it. After much difficulty, Miao Yi finally managed to cut down one of the columns from the stone railing. Carrying the column in his embrace, he ran back to the circular plate. Once he was there, he jumped up with all his might. While in midair, he channeled all his strength into his arms,
then hurled the massive column upwards. He was being very careful in testing out his conjecture. After all, the matter concerned his well-being, so he hardly had any other choice. As expected, not a single fire dragon appeared when the column was hurled into the fiery vortex. Instead, an even wider passage was formed. Clearly, the larger the size of the crystalline object, the wider the passage it would create.
Miao Yi caught the crystal column with one hand as it fell back down. He then placed it on the ground, propping it up as he laughed aloud. I get it now. I see. So that was it. He finally found a way to escape. As it turned out, the trick to leaving was hidden in this supreme fire palace.
Lai Huan, you old coot. You sure are devious as hell. Who would have thought that the secret to escaping the fire array would be hidden in the palace right in front of me? One who is directly involved in the matter is most easily blinded to the truth behind it indeed. If I hadn't been lucky enough to discover the hint by accident, I would have been stuck here waiting to die. Miao Yi chortled as he looked at his surroundings. He was absolutely ecstatic. Truth be told, he was simply overthinking it. Lai Huan was truly not as devious as he imagined, nor was there a need for him to be. Think of it this way. Someone with the ability to break through the mighty fire array and enter the supreme fire palace naturally had the strength to leave as well. Someone like that didn't need to figure out any tricks to leave the place. In contrast, someone without the strength to make it inside would have definitely lost their lives within the array already. Why would Lai Huan need to make such a complicated setup then? Perhaps Lai Huan could have never imagined in his wildest dreams that a White Lotus cultivator would break into his supreme fire palace, be trapped inside, and ultimately decide to make his escape by destroying his property. Not only that, the person in question had even called him a devious man. Miao Yi was simply being petty, unfairly passing judgment onto someone else based on his own standards. Was there even a need for Lai Huan to trap Miao Yi, some weakling cultivator who wasn't even fit to enter his vision? Bang! The crystal column fell to the ground. Miao Yi rushed to the plaza and started preparing his meal. He wanted to eat and sleep to his heart's content. Then once his body was well rested, he would kiss this place goodbye. Having found a way to escape, Miao Yi was feeling incredibly relieved. After eating and drinking his fill, he drifted off to a wondrous sleep while soaking in the basin. He didn't need to be worried about anything at all. With Lai Huan's mighty array protecting him, no one would be able to disturb him. After waking up, Miao Yi got dressed and prepared himself to leave. However, right as he was about to go, he glanced back at the Supreme Fire Palace and hesitated. Did he really have to leave now? Looking back at how much time has passed, I have already spent 7 years here in the Sea of Constellations. The subjugation crusade will only end in another 2 years or so, and Lai Huan won't return until then either. In that case, why don't I just hide out here until the subjugation crusade is nearing its end and leave then instead? If I leave now, I won't be able to find another place where I can cultivate as fast as I do here. Cultivating for even a single year in this place is already equivalent to spending many years outside. Not to mention, it's extremely dangerous outside. It seemed to Miao Yi that staying was obviously the better choice. He then rushed back into the main hall, sat himself down on the throne and continued to cultivate. 8 months later. Sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed, Miao Yi was in the midst of cultivation when he suddenly noticed a drastic drop in the speed at which the fire's spiritual essences were being absorbed into his body. He no longer felt a connection behind him, which previously consisted of the 12 power sources providing him with the greatest support. Miao Yi stopped cultivating and turned around to look. He found that the blurry crimson fire silhouette hidden within the 12 engravings on the wall were all gone. He couldn't see anything inside at all. No wonder his absorption rate had decreased. He needed every second he could get to raise his cultivation right now. There wouldn't be a second chance if he missed this opportunity. Why did it have to disappear now of all times? Miao Yi jumped up to stand beside the wall,
but he couldn't figure anything out even after a close examination. He then took out a second-grade toothed club artifact from his storage ring. The transcendent artifact shone with a blue light as he raised his arms and hammered down on the wall. Miao Yi had no idea what sort of material this crystal was. Not only was he unable to probe it with his transcendence energy, but it was also unbelievably tough. It took him several dozen whacks with the second-grade toothed club artifact before he managed to break open one of the fire engravings on the wall. To his surprise, there was a spherical space inside, and besides the hole he just made, there was no other way to take something out from the inside. That's strange. Why did the flames inside suddenly disappear? Don't tell me I absorbed them all already? Miao Yi mused. His gaze flitted to the other engravings, unwilling to give up so easily. In truth, he had realized long ago that whatever was sealed inside the wall was highly important to his cultivation. Since he was unwilling to give up, he obviously wouldn't let the matter lie like this. Bang! 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 He gave the beautiful fire engravings on the wall a good beating with his toothed club, and only stopped once he broke them all open. However, even after examining each and every one of them, he still didn't discover anything new. As he was thinking long and hard about how to solve this predicament, the entire palace suddenly started shaking. Miao Yi was immediately jolted from his thoughts. He rushed out of the palace and looked about his surroundings, but he didn't find anything amiss. As he wondered what the tremor just now was all about, the floating palace trembled lightly once again. Miao Yi was in shock. Why did it feel as though the palace was falling down? However, the palace soon stabilized itself. Miao Yi quietly waited for a while, but there was no longer any signs of movement from the palace. That said, he no longer dared to waste another second. Tucking his toothed club away, he readied a second-grade greatsword artifact, and after leaping onto the back of the Inferno Qilin statue, he then began to hack away at its neck. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 401, Reuniting with Charcoal. Chapter 401, Reuniting with Charcoal. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Boom! The head of the Inferno Qilin statue fell to the ground. Miao Yi jumped down as well. Using all the weapons in his arsenal, he began scraping out the inside of the statue's head and was completely hard at work. This was crucial to his escape. After all, he had reason to believe that something might happen to the palace soon. Firstly, the 12 flames were extinguished. After that, the entire palace began trembling for no reason. Of course, this was just a suspicion of his for now. However, given that strange things were beginning to happen, he had no choice but to prepare himself quickly. He didn't wish to perish alongside the Supreme Fire Palace after all. It was best to leave this place as soon as possible. If he was too greedy, he could very well end up missing the chance to escape completely. After straining himself for almost 2 days, he finally managed to hollow out the crystalline head of the Inferno Qilin statue. Even though his handiwork was a little rough, the gap was wide enough to shield him entirely. Miao Yi repeatedly checked to see whether the size would fit. He then tucked it away, and quickly took out a giant steel chain and started modifying it. After the modifications were finished, he stored the chain back into his storage ring. He leaped onto the back of the decapitated Inferno Qilin statue and jumped up to the roof of the palace. Standing at the tallest point in the palace, Miao Yi looked at the raging flames above, then glanced back down at the Supreme Fire Palace. Evidently, he was still a little hesitant about leaving. This place was simply too perfect for his cultivation. In these past 8 months, he had refined about 600 orbs of will. At this point, he was already able to refine 3 orbs in a single day. He only needed to refine around 2,000 more. According to his estimates, he would have been able to break through to Blue Lotus 2nd grade if he continued cultivating here until the end of the Subjugation Crusade, simply because his refining speed would continuously increase.
If he cultivated outside, then his refining speed would temporarily be stuck at 3 orbs a day. This meant that he would need to cultivate for at least another 2 years before he could break through to Blue Lotus 2nd grade. By then, the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade would be over already. Thus, Miao Yi was truly reluctant to leave this place. Seeing as the floating palace seemed to have stabilized itself, he jumped back down from the roof and went back inside. However, when he saw how messy the Supreme Fire Palace had become because of him, Miao Yi felt a chill run down his spine. Even if he wanted to, there was no way he could repair the wall that he destroyed. And if Supreme Miao Lord Lai Huan were to see this, he would probably use the most brutal of punishments to torment Miao Yi to death. If he didn't flee as far away as he could to throw off some suspicion, and instead chose to wait until the subjugation crusade ended, the chances of his escape would be drastically slim. If Miao Yi waited that long, then even if he did manage to leave in time, the Supreme Miao Lord only needed to command it and he most likely wouldn't be able to get very far before being captured. Not to mention, the 12 flames had already been extinguished. His cultivation speed would no longer increase as fast as it did before, so when should he leave if not now? I'm leaving. Miao Yi no longer hesitated. He turned around and walked off, making his way out the palace and jumping up to the rooftop. He then leaped several dozen meters up into the air and swung his arm around, launching the steel chain skyward. Ding! The chain shot across the blazing flames, coming to a stop when its sharp tip pierced through the rocky surface up above. While still free falling, Miao Yi tugged on the other end of the steel chain and used the leverage to pull himself even higher. As he approached the flames, he quickly took out the massive head of the Inferno Qilin statue and used it to protect himself before diving straight in. In just a short amount of time, the steel chain was already glowing red from the raging heat. Clearly, it would not be able to last long before it melted off completely. However, this was more than enough for Miao Yi. Going up, he was undaunted by the blistering heat of the steel chain as he only needed to grab it for a brief moment to pull himself up to the hole where the other end of the chain was. Making his way to the top of the gap in the wall, he held on with a vice-like grip. There was only enough space for one hand to hold onto, and this was good enough. Strapping the head of the Inferno Qilin statue to his back, Miao Yi quickly climbed up towards the exit. In the meantime, the steel chain had completely melted off and fell back down. Miao Yi rushed towards the fiery vortex in the center but gradually slowed his ascent as he got closer, still apprehensive towards the fire dragons. He was prepared to jump back down to the circular plate if anything were to go wrong. In the end, the hypothesis he had painstakingly come up with after much careful consideration was proven to be true. The fire dragons no longer appeared and the violent flames continued to maintain a certain distance away from the head of the Inferno Qilin statue. Miao Yi immediately sped up, climbing up the volcano with his body close to the wall and a shell over his back like a snail. No matter how one looked, he seemed to be behaving exactly like how a burglar would. It turned out that the fiery vortex sealing the entrance was almost 1,000 meters long. If Miao Yi hadn't experienced it for himself, he wouldn't have known how far up it went. He was completely clueless about how he managed to survive the fall in the first place. As he climbed up, Miao Yi didn't even get the chance to see the flaming swords in the middle region of the fire array. Soon, at the edge of the fiery vortex, a crystalline Qilin had popped up along the side of the rocky wall. It looked as though an Inferno Qilin was rising from the flames. After making his way out of the Inferno, Miao Yi rapidly sped up his ascent, shortly making his way up the mouth of the volcano while lugging the head of the Qilin statue on his back. Once he was out of the volcano, Miao Yi relieved himself of the Qilin head and placed it aside. Standing on the summit of the volcano, he scanned his surroundings, excitedly taking a deep breath of fresh air. He finally managed to make it out alive. He had been trapped in the Supreme Fire Palace for several years with no other sights to see aside from the flames that constantly surrounded the place. Now that he finally made it out, no matter how desolate the view outside was, it seemed to him like a beautiful, boundless scenery. Miao Yi turned around, preparing to toss the Qilin head back into the volcano, but after some thought, he figured that this item was rather useful. Thinking that he might need it someday,
he tucked it away into his storage bangle. Now that he was out, he definitely wouldn't stay long in this place. Miao Yi quickly scanned his surroundings and started rapidly descending down the mountain after deciding on a path. His first priority right now was to travel as far away from this place as he could in order to avoid suspicion. Even though Miao Yi wanted to avoid being suspected, he was unaware that the locations of the participants were constantly visible to the people in the Western Constellation's palace through the astrolabe. Fortunately for him, none of them were concerned with the status of a single white dot. Furthermore, the projection of the astrolabe was maximized to fit in the entire Western Starsea. If one did not zoom in on his location, they wouldn't be able to pinpoint where he was. Otherwise, him avoiding suspicion would be nothing more than a pipe dream. At the grasslands, Charcoal was lying down on top of a grassy hill, his tail swinging lazily as he napped. At the foot of the hill, there were over 10,000 dragon steeds leisurely walking around. Suddenly, Charcoal's eyes shot open. He abruptly stood up and gazed into the distance, kicking his hooves in a restless manner as he snorted continuously. All the other dragon steeds down below lifted their heads to look at him, wondering what was wrong with their king. Harumph! Charcoal abruptly stood up and started stomping his two front hooves with excitement. As his hooves came back down, Charcoal looked back at all his subordinates. Suddenly, he rushed down and headed straight towards the leader he had once beaten and started snorting to it before chasing it up to the hill he was previously on. That hill that was perfect for taking naps had already become Charcoal's throne over the years. He usually never allowed any other dragon steed to use it, but now he was actually urging the former leader to go up. As a dragon steed, Charcoal fully understood what form of communication worked best between his kind. Harumph! Facing the other dragon steeds, Charcoal raised his hooves to the sky and shouted out once more. As soon as his hooves came back down, Charcoal immediately turned around and galloped off. Like a lone wolf crossing the grassy plains, he decisively abandoned his kinsman and made like the wind. The mysterious bloodline sleeping within him had already been rekindled with a new vigor, so he no longer took delight in this primitive lifestyle. The lax everyday life of normal dragon steeds no longer suited Charcoal. He was not satisfied with lying on the grassland all day just feeling the warmth of the sun and the breeze of the wind until the day he died as his kinsman did. He wanted to sleep under a beautiful roof once more and have an intelligent cultivator as his partner. Living life on this grassy plain, Charcoal didn't find any value in gaining the respect of so many of his kinsmen. Instead, he yearned for the well-embellished cities where the mortals would kneel by the side of the streets and bow their heads to him as though he were a god. Living life on this grassy plain, Charcoal no longer found sparring with his kinsmen nor battling the wild beasts here worthwhile. Instead, he wanted to be clad head to toe in armor, dashing through a vicious battlefield with transcendence energy violently clashing all around him. Those bloody war zones in his memories had always filled him with great excitement and made him feel as though he possessed unlimited strength. The mysterious bloodline sleeping within him had already awakened, and he could no longer be satisfied with living a mundane, average life. Charcoal knew exactly what he needed to make himself even stronger. However, there were no Yao cores available to him on this grassy plain. He wanted to fight and compare himself against spiritual beasts even stronger than normal dragon steeds. Thinking back to when the crystal-armored hurricane beasts couldn't even catch up to him once he started running at full speed, there was a sense of exhilaration from subduing the other party that he could not find on this grassy plain. In fact, there wasn't even a single opponent here who could make Charcoal go into his berserk state. Charcoal could sense that his partner had reappeared. The man who was also fully clad in armor like he was. The person who, when together with him, formed an unstoppable duo. Charcoal had waited a long time for him to return and now he was finally back. Charcoal did not wish to restrict himself to this tiny island, simply because he could run faster than a crystal-armored hurricane beast. On the other hand, his kinsmen enjoyed this boring lifestyle very much. As such, Charcoal did not hesitate in abandoning them and left like the wind. He believed there was an even greater world waiting for him out there. Harumph! All the other dragon steeds continued neighing as they watched their king leave on his own. They were very confused as to why he would abandon the throne that so many dragon steeds dreamed of having, and they couldn't figure out why their liege chose to abandon such a comfortable lifestyle. While running across the desolate plains, Miao Yi's hand was raised with a mutton leg in his grasp. Droplets of fat seeped through its skin and made sizzling noises as they trickled onto the ground. Miao Yi was already far away from Skyfire Mountain, but he was still within the region. On the bright side, there was no place better to cook something. With the intense heat around him, there wasn't even any need for fire. Soon, he managed to roast a mutton leg until it was golden brown. It had been 8 months since he last ate. After such strenuous exercise, his body was indeed feeling rather weak. Hence, he made use of the opportunity to replenish himself. Once the mutton leg was almost thoroughly cooked, Miao Yi took out a flask of wine. With one hand, he held the mutton leg close to his mouth and bit down, and with the other, he raised his flask and chugged down the wine. It was quite a delightful feeling. After he was done with his meal, he casually tossed away the leftovers. All the while, he maintained a constant pace towards the edge of the barren region. Right when he made his way out of the barren region and into the desert, he suddenly heard the sound of beating hooves from afar. His nerves instantly tensed as he quickly turned his head to see a dragon steed charging towards him from the left. Miao Yi immediately rubbed his palms together. He just so happened to be in need of a mount. He never thought one would just show up at his doorstep like this. He must capture it. However, when he looked closely at the dragon steed's face, he was utterly shocked by the familiar visage. He muttered to himself, "Is that charcoal? Who else could it be besides charcoal?" Charcoal ran over to Miao Yi's side, raised his hooves and started crying out. Then, as he lay on the ground beside him and started rolling around, Miao Yi could feel his eyes glistening. Miao Yi never expected that charcoal would still be alive after so many years and that he could actually cross the vast, treacherous ocean just to find this place. Most importantly, he never thought that charcoal would refuse to give up on him after so many years. Miao Yi looked on at charcoal's heavily scarred body in astonishment. He could tell from a single glance how much danger he must have gone through to reach this place. "Damn fatso, get up!" Miao Yi kicked at his rump. Charcoal slowly stood back up. Miao Yi then leaped on top of him, stroking his mane as he laughed aloud, "Damn fatso. We're both still alive. We'll definitely make it back in one piece too. Let's go, dot." Harumph! To show his own excitement, Charcoal raised his hooves and cried out as well. The two then shot forward like an arrow. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 402, Yan Beihong Furious. Chapter 402, Yan Beihong Furious. Translator, Soup Hunter. Editor, Milk Biscuit. When he felt the rushing wind on Charcoal's back, Miao Yi couldn't help feeling nostalgic. Back then, if he and Charcoal hadn't been separated, then perhaps Bai Ziliang wouldn't have been able to force him to jump into the volcano. Then again, if he hadn't jumped down, he might have never discovered the truth behind the fiery star technique. A lone man and his mount charged across the barren desert and over the lofty mountains before coming to a stop by the ocean shore. While Charcoal stomped over the shallow waters of the beach, Miao Yi took out a map to figure out his next location. He needed to be as far away from Skyfire Mountain as possible. Once he decided on a location, he started preparing for a long voyage at sea. He gathered wood from the forests and made a robust yet intricate raft. Then, after pushing the raft out to sea, Miao Yi and Charcoal hopped on. Hoisting the sails, Miao Yi began to steer the raft using his arts while the wind carried it forward. He wasn't in a rush anyway, so on days when the wind was favorable, he simply allowed the raft to be carried along the waves while he cultivated. Other days, he would lower the sails and use his arts to steer the raft instead. The journey was relatively uneventful. While there were plenty of times when they were attacked by sea monsters,
Miao Yi couldn't be bothered to deal with them, so he simply defeated them with a single blast of the Mysticine mirror.
After 2 months, they finally reached their destination.
After staying in one place for a while, Charcoal galloped across the beach excitedly while Miao Yi pulled the raft ashore and hid it away for future use. Both man and steed made their way up to the summit of a mountain and gazed into the distance. Before them was a vast mountain range. The terrain was dangerous, the air was still, and the whole place was surrounded by fog.
Miao Yi nodded in approval.
The reason he chose this place was because this island was highly inconspicuous and the difficult terrain meant that it would be easy to escape in a rush if he needed to. He was prepared to hide here and cultivate for as long as he could. He wanted to drag the current situation as close to the end of the subjugation crusade as possible. However, it seemed as though Miao Yi wasn't the only one in this place. Sitting on Charcoal's back, Miao Yi charged down the mountain and was making his way deep into the mountain range when Charcoal suddenly halted. He could smell the scent of his kin nearby. The bastard truly had above-average senses for a dragon steed. The terrain here was not suitable for spiritual beasts like dragon steeds, who enjoyed wide expanses where they could stretch their legs. Sensing the change in Charcoal, Miao Yi immediately tensed up. He spread his arms out and let the black mist surround his body. The inversed scale spear instantly appeared in his hand, and both man and steed carefully surveyed their surroundings. Suddenly, hoofbeats could be heard coming from the surrounding forest. It seemed as though the other party realized that he was already prepared to fight. Charcoal immediately circled around, and on his back, Miao Yi raised his spear and vigilantly scanned the area. The hoofbeats came to a stop, and 9 people showed up from the surrounding forest. They each guarded one side of a circle, trapping Miao Yi and Charcoal in the center. Atop a hill, a young man with a sinister-looking face pointed his spear at Miao Yi and shouted, "Who goes there? Alight from your steed and surrender, and we shall spare your life." These 9 cultivators' faces were tense with vigilance. It seemed they didn't dare to act too recklessly. After all, who would dare belittle a person like Miao Yi, who was able to survive this long in the subjugation crusade on his own? Miao Yi noticed they were all wearing the same brownish-yellow fabric under their armor. It looked like they all belonged to the same sect. He thought that the color seemed a little familiar and wondered where he saw it before. After some thought, he remembered. It was the Glorious Cloud sect. Miao Yi asked loudly, "Could all of you possibly be disciples of the Glorious Cloud sect?" The 9 cultivators exchanged glances. The young man with the sinister face asked, "May I ask, who are you? Could you possibly be a cultivator of the Celestial Nation's first earthly branch as well?" Seeing how he was speaking on behalf of the others, Miao Yi assumed this person was the leader. He replied, "I am a cultivator of the 5th earthly branch, and a good friend of your sect's record-keeper Deacon Lu." Well, they weren't exactly good friends. Back then, Miao Yi had visited the Glorious Cloud sect to figure out the whereabouts of his little sister and managed to have a conversation with Deacon Lu. At the very least, they could be considered minor acquaintances. That said, Miao Yi only knew the other person was surnamed Lu. He didn't even know his full name. However, he didn't know how strong these people were. For a group of this size to be able to survive this long in the subjugation crusade, they were clearly not as simple as they seemed either. Miao Yi didn't dare to act too recklessly, so all he could do was first try to curry some favor with them. Seeing as Miao Yi knew the name of their Glorious Cloud sect's record-keeper Deacon, the 9 cultivators became slightly less hostile. However, they were still relatively vigilant. After all, the Glorious Cloud sect was a huge school and had many connections. It would not be surprising for an outsider to know the identities of its members. "So you are Deacon Lu's friend?" The young man in charge adopted a slightly more courteous tone. Cupping his fists, he greeted, "My name is Song Ziming. May I know?" However, before he could finish, a sharp voice suddenly came from the bottom of the ridge yelling out, "Die!" Miao Yi quickly turned around and saw a burly man jumping straight at him. He had a shaggy and unkempt face and wore a set of armor with a dark red cape on his back. Longsword in hand, the man charged straight at Miao Yi.
Miao Yi had never seen a longsword like that before.
Or at least he had never seen this particular type of longsword before. The blade was at least 2 meters long and half a meter wide, while the hilt itself was half a meter long. The entire sword towered over its wielder and looked absolutely badass. After getting a close look at the man's face, Miao Yi asked in surprise, "Big brother Yan?" Correct. It was none other than Yan Beihong. However, Yan Beihong acted like he didn't recognize Miao Yi at all. With a dark expression on his face, he charged ahead on his mount and began wildly slashing down at Miao Yi with his sword. Miao Yi was startled. Charcoal quickly turned around as Miao Yi hastily struck back with the inversed scale spear. Clang! A loud ringing erupted as the spearhead slid across the blade right towards Yan Beihong's wrist. Yan Beihong flicked the spear away, then flipped the sword around and violently slashed down on Miao Yi's shoulder. Miao Yi was utterly annoyed by Yan Beihong's persistent attacks and decided to stop pulling his punches. Charcoal quickly circled around the trees as Miao Yi launched his spear out in a violent clash against Yan Beihong. The 9 cultivators spectating the battle were a little stunned. Just based on the fact that Miao Yi called Yan Beihong Big Brother Yan, they could tell that the two knew each other. And it seemed they were very well acquainted at that. Otherwise, Miao Yi wouldn't have addressed Yan Beihong as Big Brother. Yet now they were at each other's throats. What in the world was going on? At times, their 2 dragon steeds would charge at one another, while other times, gallop alongside one another as both riders attacked with their weapons. Miao Yi's spear art was overwhelmingly sharp. And with a mount as speedy as his spear, he commanded a terrifying aura that seemed capable of erasing everything from existence. Yan Beihong's giant sword was just as imposing. Even though it was absurdly huge, somehow he still managed to swing it about with the momentum of a forceful storm as though the weight of heaven's wrath was behind it. It was truly awesome. The two seemed quite evenly matched, and the sheer intensity of their battle had the 9 cultivators utterly stupefied. They had never seen someone this skilled in a head-on battle before. They were all aware of how powerful Yan Beihong's sword was, but they never thought that there was still someone out there who could give him a run for his money and even force him to up his attacks by a few notches. Yan Beihong was equally astonished by Miao Yi's prowess. He never thought Miao Yi would be this capable, and that even the sword art he was so proud of couldn't suppress him. Miao Yi was also in awe. Ever since he started being a cultivator, when it came to head-on battles, there were hardly any contenders who could last longer than 3 moves against him. He never thought that Yan Beihong could actually exchange over 100 moves with him and still not fall. Miao Yi felt a surge of excitement. Finally, there was someone he could go all out against. He wanted to see exactly how many of his moves Yan Beihong would be able to receive. The inversed scale spear struck faster and faster, each time carrying the roar of a dragon behind it. Like threading through a needle, Miao Yi's attacks were precise and deadly, and almost every move was aimed at a vital spot. The 9 cultivators spectating the battle were completely dazzled by the sight. On the other hand, Yan Beihong was in utter shock. He swung his sword wildly, doing all he could to receive the attacks, but after several dozen strikes, Yan Beihong immediately found himself at a disadvantage. There was little he could do but simply try his best to guard against Miao Yi's spear. However, he was still struck multiple times in the blink of an eye. Were it not for the armor artifact protecting him, he would have already died from Miao Yi's attacks. Thrusting at the horse, piercing the throat, and stabbing the wrist. Realizing that it was difficult to overcome the armor artifact Yan Beihong was wearing, Miao Yi immediately launched his spear at his opponent's weak points with pinpoint accuracy. Yan Beihong quickly became anxious. He never imagined that the young man that required his protection back then would have grown so much. If his sword wasn't so freakishly large that it was capable of providing a wide area of defense, his mount might have already perished. Yan Beihong had always thought that his cultivation speed was already quite fast compared to his peers. However, this Miao Yi was actually able to fight head-on against him.
Then wouldn't it mean that he too was at the Blue Lotus realm already? That said, Yan Beihong was clearly a battle veteran in his own right. Very soon, he discovered Miao Yi's weakness, his spear. The speed at which Miao Yi was capable of launching a strike was unbelievably fast and at the same time accurate. Yan Beihong had no idea how he'd managed to train to such an extent. Nonetheless, he figured that in order to have a chance at defeating Miao Yi, he needed first to quell his momentum. And the easiest way to do that was by targeting the 3 sharp, inverted blades on his spearhead. Once again, Miao Yi struck at his throat. As Yan Beihong deflected the attack, he abruptly turned his body to the side and swept his giant sword across the shaft of the spear. In the next instant, he managed to jam his sword between the 3 inverted blades on the spearhead. "I've got you." Yan Beihong let out a snicker. As he tried to grab onto the spear shaft, he suddenly heard a click coming from the spearhead. Suddenly, the 3 inverted blades joined together as one. Having caught Yan Beihong by surprise, the giant sword quickly slid past the spearhead and off the spear. His plan to jam the spear had instantly fallen apart, and he was now vulnerable against Miao Yi. Miao Yi was already pulling back the inversed scale spear, drawing a straight line towards his opponent's throat. Yan Beihong panicked. Clang! He hurriedly raised his arm and used his vambrace to block the strike. As they passed by each other, Miao Yi quickly turned back and launched his spear again, twirling it in circles and twisting Yan Beihong's dark red cape around it. Rip! Miao Yi tore part of the cape into pieces, and the shredded cloth fluttered about like tiny red butterflies. At the same time, like a water mantis skidding across the water surface, he lightly pricked the rump of Yan Beihong's dragon steed. However, he didn't inflict a mortal wound. Once the two passed by each other, they came to a stop several dozen meters apart from one another. However, Yan Beihong no longer charged at Miao Yi. He knew that Miao Yi had gone easy on him just now. He had already lost this battle. "Yan Beihong, what in the world do you think you're doing?" Miao Yi pointed his spear towards Yan Beihong and barked. Things would have been better if he hadn't asked, as Yan Beihong was instantly enraged by the question. Pointing his sword furiously back at Miao Yi, he said, "And here I've always thought you were my brother. I even sent Hong Xiu and Hong Fu over to you. So why are you here in the Sea of Constellations?" Miao Yi was stunned. So that's why he's so angry. I was wondering why he suddenly started attacking me out of nowhere. He asked sarcastically, "Do you honestly think I want to come to this damned place?" The question caught Yan Beihong by surprise. However, after some thought, he couldn't help agreeing. Why would someone come here of their own accord if they had the choice? He had truly been too lost in fury when he caught sight of Miao Yi. Although he realized he was in the wrong, Yan Beihong still acted tough and said, "If anything happens to Hong Xiu and Hong Fu, you'll be answering to me." Miao Yi replied, "Don't worry. I've already made the necessary arrangements. If neither of us makes it back alive, someone will take them to a safe place. That's more like it. Otherwise, I'll chop you in half." Yan Beihong huffed as he sheathed his sword. He then cupped his fists to Song Zimiang and said, "Senior Uncle Song, Miao Yi is my little brother. You've all seen what he can do. We need the extra help right now. Please take him in." Appearance-wise, even though Yan Beihong looked much older than Song Zimiang, he still had to call the latter senior uncle. Then again, in the world of cultivation, one should never judge another's age based on their appearances. What's more when there was seniority involved. Song Zimiang pondered for a while, but quickly smiled and said, "Since he is a friend, then he is free to join us. That way, we can look out for one another too." He then turned to wave at the others. "He's one of us. You can all go back now." The other cultivators then disappeared into the forest along with their mounts. On the other hand, despite having successfully recruited a member, Yan Beihong cast a knowing gaze at Miao Yi and announced loudly, "Brother Miao, it has been a while since we last met. It so happens that I'm on watch duty today. Come, take a walk with me."
If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 403, May Heaven and Earth Bear Witness to My Oath. Chapter 403, May Heaven and Earth Bear Witness to My Oath. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Alright. Miao Yi agreed, feeling that there was something odd going on with Yan Beihong. Turning his dragon steed around, he followed behind Yan Beihong to his patrol duty. The duo then made their way to the peak of the tallest mountain in the area. It was a suitable place to have a secret conversation, as they would be able to see if anyone approached. Under a great pine tree, Yan Beihong stripped himself of his armor, revealing a long dark red cape on his back. He then dismounted from his dragon steed and stood motionlessly by the side of the tree. With his untied hair swaying with the wind and a shaggy beard hanging over his face, he cast a deep, pondering gaze over the distant ocean. Little brother, you truly are a capable man. When I saw you, I thought that you were a different person. First of all, the chances of a White Lotus cultivator participating in the subjugation crusade were slim. And second of all, how could a White Lotus cultivator possibly survive this long on his own? However, it was only when I crossed blades with you that I realized that your strength even overshadows my own. Yan Beihong turned his head around and smiled. I can't believe that in just a few dozen years, your cultivation has also broken through to the Blue Lotus realm. Congratulations! Miao Yi dismounted from his dragon steed, walked up to Yan Beihong and asked, Big brother Yan, your cultivation probably isn't only at the Blue Lotus 2nd grade as well, I believe? Miao Yi was feeling a little skeptical as he posed the question. When Hong Shou and Hong Fu came to him for help, Yan Beihong's letter had clearly stated that he was in the Blue Lotus 2nd grade. However, when they fought just now, Miao Yi could sense that Yan Beihong's cultivation was much higher than that. If his inversed scale spear didn't have some unique features of its own, he would have had a much harder time dealing with Yan Beihong's sword art. To be frank, I've already broken through to Blue Lotus 5th grade, Yan Beihong said plainly. Surprised, Miao Yi replied, weren't you only at Blue Lotus 2nd grade right before you came to the Sea of Constellations? Yan Beihong nodded. Little brother, I know perfectly well the kind of person you are. Since I was willing to entrust Hong Shou and Hong Fu to you, it meant that I've never thought of you as an outsider. Right before I came here, I truly was at Blue Lotus 2nd grade. I hope you'll keep this matter a secret for me. Miao Yi was shocked by his answer. If Yan Beihong had already been at Blue Lotus 5th grade before coming to the Sea of Constellations, then he wouldn't find it strange. After all, there were plenty of powerful cultivation techniques across the realm. What was shocking was that Yan Beihong was only at Blue Lotus 2nd grade before that. It meant that in a span of time just shy of 9 years, Yan Beihong broke through 3 consecutive grades. This cultivation speed was a little too terrifying to wrap his head around. It was not any less impressive than his cultivating in the Supreme Fire Palace. One must know that the further one progressed in their cultivation, the more difficult it would become. To break through these 3 grades as Yan Beihong did was a significantly harder task than all the effort and time he previously spent cultivating combined. How did your cultivation progress so quickly? Miao Yi couldn't help asking. Yan Beihong shook his head, little brother, that's a personal secret of mine. Your cultivation speed isn't exactly slow either. I won't ask you about it. What he was implying was pretty clear, I won't ask about your secrets, so don't ask about mine. Since Yan Beihong had already put it that way, then it would be rude for Miao Yi to try and probe further. He too wouldn't divulge the secret of his fiery star technique to anyone else. With furrowed brows, Yan Beihong asked, how come you're in the subjugation crusade as well? I was forced to do so. The hall master personally drafted me in. I had no choice but to come. Miao Yi told Yan Beihong the truth. Since the other person could share his matter of breaking through 3 consecutive grades in less than 9 years, he didn't mind letting him know something this insignificant in comparison. As such, Miao Yi told Yan Beihong the full story behind his friction with Wu Liang Fan Jian. As he listened to the story, Yan Beihong turned his head to face the wind and allowed his hair to flutter about. He said, "Little brother, do you understand now? In this world, there is only the survival of the fittest. Justice and equality do not exist. In the eyes of the powerful, the lives of weaklings are as insignificant as the weeds on the ground. Since you and I have already embarked on this path, we should simply put our feet forward with courage." Miao Yi looked deeply at Yan Beihong. Even though he was working together with the Glorious Cloud sect disciples, Miao Yi noticed that Yan Beihong's attire was completely different from theirs. He couldn't help asking, "Didn't you write in your letter that you had a falling out with the Glorious Cloud sect? Why are you guys still working together?" Yan Beihong shook his head and replied, "Initially, there was hardly any chance of us working together. But not long after the participants from the first earthly branch disembarked, who do you think we bumped into?" Miao Yi asked curiously, "Who?" Yan Beihong said solemnly, "The Great Devil Realm, Ut." So it was the representative sent by Devil Sage Yun Out Yen. Miao Yi was wondering who it was that could evoke such a major reaction from the Glorious Cloud sect disciples. Noticing that Miao Yi was unperturbed by his answer, Yan Beihong asked curiously, "It seems like you're not surprised to find out that the 6 sages sent their members over to participate in the subjugation crusade?" Miao Yi smiled bitterly. "What is there to be surprised about? Out of the 6 representatives sent over, I have already met with 3 of them. I even nearly lost my life to them." "No wonder." Yan Beihong immediately understood. Then, with an awkward expression, he asked, "Then do you know who the realm beyond heaven sent over?" Miao Yi's expression instantly turned glum. He gently nodded and said, "Let's talk about your story first." With a single glance, Yan Beihong could tell that Miao Yi must have already met with Fairy Yu Yao. And judging by the look on his face, it seemed that they didn't exactly have an official reunion. Otherwise, Miao Yi wouldn't still be traveling on his own. There was also the possibility that Fairy Yu Yao didn't want to recognize him. In any case, it wasn't something pleasant to talk about, so Yan Beihong did not probe any further and continued to share his story. Originally, the Glorious Cloud sect couldn't do anything to Yan Beihong for rebelling against them due to his status as an official. After all, he didn't need the Glorious Cloud sect's cultivation technique. It didn't matter to him whether they wanted to hand him the more advanced teachings of the technique or not. However, since he was going to participate in the subjugation crusade, the Glorious Cloud sect obviously wouldn't let this opportunity slip by. It was logical for them to think of cleaning up their organization. However, little did they expect that the representative from the Great Devil Realm would join the fray as well. It seemed that the Great Devil Realm had sent over Devil Sage Yun Out Yen's grandchild, Yun Feiyang. And this person somehow seemed to be messed up in the head. This whole time, he merely hunted down Celestial Nation cultivators, and because of this, the Glorious Cloud sect disciples had suffered terribly. Under such circumstances, they had no choice but to accept all the help they could get. Not to mention, Yan Beihong could do little on his own, so he needed to join a group as well. Song Ziming and the others saw that Yan Beihong had some skill, so they decided to take him in. And for the time being, they were at peace with one another. That said, the Glorious Cloud sect disciples were also quite unfortunate to have crossed paths thrice with Yun Feiyang and his crusaders. Both parties fought each time, and a majority of the Glorious Cloud sect disciples had died in the skirmishes. However, they weren't exactly pushovers either. After all, their school was one of the top major sects in the entire Celestial Nation and was much more powerful than the 5th Earthly Branch's Sword Deviate sect. Naturally, they had a few tricks up their sleeves and had managed to kill one of Yun Feiyang's subordinates in battle. But as a result, they ended up utterly infuriating Yun Feiyang, and he became even more persistent in hunting them down ever since. These past few years, Song Ziming had been the one leading his fellow disciples around while Yun Feiyang hunted them down. Since then, their numbers had been reduced from what was originally over 100 fellow disciples to the 10 that were present today. Actually, Yan Beihong and his group had just recently arrived on this island as well. They were simply a couple of days earlier than Miao Yi. It was pure coincidence that they managed to bump into each other.
Astonished, Miao Yi asked, "That Yan Feiyan still won't let you guys go after so many years?" With creased brows, Yan Beihong answered, "It's really frustrating.
Regardless of wherever we hide, he'll manage to track us down at least 5 to 6 times a year. As a result, we've always had to switch our hiding locations constantly."
Song Ziming also regrets killing Yan Feiyan's subordinate. "Otherwise, things wouldn't have been so hard for us. I suspect these devil cultivators have some sort of secret art. As long as we're within a certain range, Yan Feiyang will always manage to locate us.
If not, how else could he find us every single time?" Miao Yi could imagine how harsh things must have been to switch their hiding spots all the time. He couldn't help laughing. "That said, you guys are pretty impressive as well, to be able to avoid being persecuted by the Great Devil Realm for so long.
I doubt the average person would be able to handle that.
But then again, the participants from the Great Devil Realm would probably feel humiliated because of this and hunt you guys down even more relentlessly."
Yan Beihong shook his head. "We're not the ones who are impressive.
It's all thanks to Song Ziming's mighty artifact called the Flowing Cloud Killer. Time after time, it helped us escape through the ocean, and not even Yan Feiyan could do anything to us because of it."
Flowing Cloud Killer. Miao Yi muttered as he thought, "What a peculiar name.
I wonder what sort of transcendent artifact it is." Yan Beihong suddenly turned around and asked, "I wish to take this powerful artifact for my own.
Little brother, will you help me?"
After such a long talk, they were finally at the crux of their secret conversation.
Miao Yi was shocked.
"You wish to make a move against your fellow disciples,
Humph.
Yan Beihong scoffed, "What fellow disciples?
Any camaraderie between us is long gone.
Even if I don't make a move against them, they will eventually try to strike me down as well, so why not take the initiative before then? I've always wanted to take that Flowing Cloud Killer for myself, but I never had anyone else to rely on, so I couldn't make any rash moves. Now that you're here, the timing couldn't possibly be better. Why don't us brothers work together again on this Western Star Sea as we did all those years ago back in the boundless secular world?"
Miao Yi laughed.
"I am only at Blue Lotus first grade. I'm sure that those guys have a high cultivation too. How can you be so confident in me?"
Blue Lotus first grade? Forgive my bluntness, but so what if you're at Blue Lotus 9th grade?
In this Western Star Sea, there is no shortage of powerful artifacts specially crafted by all those sects and schools. Even if your spear art is any more powerful than this, it cannot contend against the might of a powerful artifact. If you didn't have some kind of trump card up your sleeve, how else could you have dared to venture across the Western Star Sea on your own? If I'm guessing correctly, you should have some kind of mighty artifact to protect yourself as well, don't you, little brother?" Yan Beihong smiled and added, "Little brother, you're not going to just sit by and watch as I die in the hands of the glorious Cloud Sect one day, are you?" No wonder he didn't even bother informing me of anything before inviting me in just now. So this was his plan. Miao Yi sighed, "I do have a powerful artifact in my possession." He wanted to tell Yan Beihong that he didn't really survive on his own all this while and that he had only come out of his hiding place not too long ago. However, since the other party was this insistent about it, there was no point in arguing. Miao Yi shook his head lightly and smiled. "Big brother Yan is my savior. Since the matter concerns your well-being, how can I just stand by and not do anything?" Seeing as Miao Yi agreed, Yan Beihong gave his shoulder a heavy slap and announced cheerfully, "Brother, I did not misjudge you after all. I hope you will forgive me for forcefully pulling you in without getting your consent. I, Yan Beihong, swear that from this day forth, all your problems are also my problems. From this moment on, if anyone dares to touch even a single hair on my little brother, they'll have to answer to me. May heaven and earth bear witness to my oath." Miao Yi smiled, "Big brother Yan, you're too serious about it. I am not a disloyal man. He was implying that he would offer his help even if Yan Beihong hadn't made such a serious oath. Yan Beihong slapped Miao Yi's shoulder again and said, "I know." As he lowered his arm, he gazed into the distance and said, "If I didn't trust you, little brother, then why would I entrust Hong Xiu and Hong Fu to you? Back then, you and I had barely escaped death in the boundless secular world. And after that, it wasn't easy for us to come this far either. I am now eager to see how far us brothers will be able to go. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 404, Complete Annihilation. Chapter 404, Complete Annihilation. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Song Ziming and the others, what are their cultivation levels, and how strong are they? Now that he had already made the promise, he had to live up to his word. And since they were going to make their move, Miao Yi wanted to know exactly what he would be up against. Yan Beihong told him that all 9 of them were at Blue Lotus 9th grade. They wouldn't have been able to survive Yun Feiyang's persecution for this long if they weren't. 3 of them possessed powerful artifacts given by the glorious Cloud sect. The strongest one was naturally Song Ziming's Flowing Cloud Killer. After that would be Duan Hongfei's Motherchild Flying Sword, followed by Kong Yulian's Mist Pearl. After listening to Yan Beihong's explanation, Miao Yi gently nodded his head. He now had a pretty good idea of what he was dealing with. At the same time, he couldn't help being impressed by Yan Beihong. He was the only Blue Lotus 5th grade cultivator in the group, yet he had managed to survive this long. Clearly, he was much stronger than his cultivation suggested. Yan Beihong asked, "Little brother, you know best how you should utilize your own transcendent artifact. How do you think we should make our move?" Miao Yi replied, "The best way is to ambush them." After they discussed the plan, Yan Beihong nodded. "There is no time like the present. This is your first day with us, so it wouldn't be strange for you to greet everyone. Why don't we strike now?" Miao Yi nodded. He never imagined that the first thing he would do after coming out of his long years of hiding would be to pillage and plunder someone else. Who would have thought the opportunity would present itself to him so quickly? The place they were currently residing in was a temporarily vacated fort in the mountains. The first target on Miao Yi and Yan Beihong's list was Song Ziming. After making their way back to the fort, the duo made a beeline straight for Song Ziming's quarters, which also happened to be the original fort master's living quarters. As the number 1 disciple sent over by the glorious Cloud sect, this was Song Ziming's rightful place to stay. Evidently, the glorious Cloud sect disciples were also wary of Yan Beihong and had an old man secretly stationed outside to guard the fort. When he noticed Miao Yi and Yan Beihong approaching, the old man jumped out and asked brusquely, "Yan Beihong, you should be on patrol right now. Why are you back already? What if that devil spawn Yun Feiyang were to find us suddenly? We would have no time to run should that happen. I will be returning shortly," Yan Beihong said as he cupped his fists. He then pointed to Miao Yi. "This is my little brother Miao's first day here. He is unfamiliar with the place, so I am bringing him around to greet everyone and arrange his quarters for him. After that, I will immediately return to my watch. I will not let it affect my duties. Come, little brother. This is my senior uncle Wang Bo. He is a powerful cultivator with a Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivation. Greetings, Senior Wang." Standing beside Yan Beihong, Miao Yi smiled and cupped his fists towards the old man. The old man nodded arrogantly, and the formalities ended at that. He then told Yan Beihong curtly, "Hurry it up. Don't dawdle around. There's no telling when that devil spawn will catch up to us." Yan Beihong cupped his fists in acknowledgement, then quickly led Miao Yi into the fort. Miao Yi now understood why Yan Beihong had no hesitation whatsoever in choosing to make a move against these people. He could tell just by looking at their attitudes that they didn't regard Yan Beihong as one of their own at all. Otherwise, they wouldn't treat him so coldly, given his position as a manor head as well as a fellow disciple. The duo soon made their way to Song Ziniying's quarters. Yan Beihong shouted from the outside, "Senior Uncle Song, it's Miao Yi's first day here, so I brought him over to greet you." "Come in," a voice from inside said politely. After all, Miao Yi had proven that he could hold his own in a fight earlier on. Not to mention, Song Ziniying was still unsure whether or not Miao Yi had any other aces up his sleeve. As the leader, he had to think for the sake of the group, so he was still rather clear-headed. As soon as the two walked in, they could see a black cloth draped over the stone bed, with Song Ziniying's obscure figure sitting cross-legged behind it.
Miao Yi offered his greetings when he saw Song Ziniying.
After that, he was prepared to attack with his mystic Yin mirror. He was a decisive man after all. Since he decided to make his move, he wouldn't pull his punches. However, Yan Beihong's voice transmission suddenly warned him, "Stop. He is not defenseless." Miao Yi didn't know what sort of defenses Song Ziniying had at hand, but since Yan Beihong insisted, he decided just to let it go.
"May I know what sort of status Brother Miao holds in the fifth earthly branch, as well as your cultivation?"
Behind the curtain, Song Ziniying smiled and asked. Miao Yi wiped off the soul-concealing paste on his forehead, revealing his blue lotus first-grade symbol, and replied, "I am the mountain chieftain of fifth earthly branch's Mount Comingsi."
Song Ziniying was somewhat astonished to see that Miao Yi was only at blue lotus first grade. He smiled.
"I am highly impressed that Brother Miao could travel the Western Star Sea on his own with just a blue lotus first-grade cultivation. I believe you must have some powerful artifact at your disposal."
Miao Yi smiled bitterly. "Truth be told, I was once working with a group of my own. However, we were decimated by a powerful enemy. After that, I simply hid myself this whole time. It's not because I have a powerful artifact or anything like that. The reason I came here was also because I noticed that this was a rather inconspicuous island on the map. I never thought that I would bump into Big Brother Yan here. I am eternally grateful that Senior Song decided to accept me into your group. Aha, I see." Song Ziniying forced a laugh.
Even though Miao Yi's words were within reason, he didn't buy it completely. For a mere Blue Lotus first-grade cultivator to survive this long, there was no way things could be as simple as Miao Yi put it.
After a short talk, Yan Beihong and Miao Yi excused themselves from Song Ziniying's quarters.
Once they were outside, Miao Yi transmitted his voice over to Yan Beihong and asked, "That was a good chance just now.
Why did you stop me?" Yan Beihong replied, "Didn't you see he was hiding behind that black curtain the whole time? He clearly isn't willing to trust you just yet.
That black curtain is precisely Flowing Cloud Killer."
"That's Flowing Cloud Killer?"
Miao Yi asked curiously, "How powerful can something like that be?" "Little brother, you mustn't underestimate it.
That artifact is unbelievably versatile. When it's soft, it can be as nimble as a cloud, capable of easily infiltrating a person's orifices and destroying them from the inside.
And when it clumps together, it becomes hard as steel and is impermeable by both water and fire. This also allows it to carry people inside and quickly traverse through the ocean depths, and it's the reason why the devil spawn Yan Fei Yang has failed to catch us for so long. I also heard that this artifact was supposedly created by the famous artisan Sir Zi Yang. It is extremely powerful.
You mustn't underestimate it," Yan Beihong warned. "Sir Zi Yang?" Miao Yi was lost for words. "Is this for real? I actually have to face the transcendent artifact that the old coot refined?" Miao Yi wanted to laugh out of exasperation as he compared the transcendent artifact that the old coot refined for someone else against his own.
This was too unfair. And he had even let him adopt Xin Er and Shui Er as daughters. That said, he could roughly imagine why. After all, not just anyone could wield a transcendent artifact this powerful. Only those major sects would have the resources to create such a thing. Just the cost for the materials alone was not something he could afford. Even Yao Ruoxian himself was not that rich to be able to refine something like this on his own.
Little brother, you don't believe it? Yan Beihong couldn't help asking after seeing the peculiar expression on Miao Yi's face. It's not that. Miao Yi shook his head. I'm just wondering how we should make our move after this.
Since he is this guarded, it won't be wise for us to try and ambush the others anymore. Otherwise, once we're exposed, it'll be just like you said, we will surely have a hard enough time dealing with Song Ziming's flowing cloud killer alone, much less with everyone else in the mix.
We need to think of a more foolproof plan.
If only there were a way to gather them all together and take care of them in one go. That would save us the trouble of dealing with the consequences.
Yan Beihong immediately asked, are you confident you can take them all down in one fell swoop if we gather them together? Miao Yi nodded.
As long as Song Ziming isn't as guarded with me as he was just now, I am highly confident that a close-quarters ambush will succeed. Yan Beihong's eyes shone as he replied, leave this to me.
I have a plan.
You just worry about making your own preparations.
What sort of plan? Miao Yi asked. Now's not the best time to talk about it. Let's hurry and greet everyone for now.
They might get suspicious if we take too long.
Yan Beihong reminded him. Miao Yi nodded.
The duo then made their way around everybody's quarters, and Miao Yi offered his greetings. After that, Miao Yi chose his own living quarters, which was located right beside Yan Beihong's. There were plenty of rooms inside the fort after all. As he led Miao Yi into his quarters, Yan Beihong quickly transmitted his voice and said, around 2 hours.
In around 2 hours, I will create a commotion and gather them up.
Little brother, you just wait for the opportunity to make your move. But remember, this method will only work once. If you were to fail somehow, we would have no choice but to make a run for it.
Run? Miao Yi was surprised. He asked, you haven't even told me what your plan is. How do you expect me to be sure of anything?
I'm just afraid that you won't be able to act naturally if I tell you. Yan Beihong then continued slowly, Yun Feiyang is attacking, but
Miao Yi immediately understood.
They really did only have one shot at this. If Song Ziming and the others were to find out the alarm was fake, they would definitely suspect that he and Yan Beihong were plotting something. After that, they surely wouldn't allow potential threats like them to stay by their side. If that happened, Yan Beihong and Miao Yi would end up having to run for their lives. Seeing as Miao Yi understood his words, Yan Beihong quickly turned around and left. He was still on watch duty. It wouldn't be wise for him to leave his post for too long. Miao Yi then sat cross-legged on the stone bed and quietly waited for time to pass, paying close attention to any commotion outside. Just as the 2-hour mark passed, the sound of hurried hoofbeats could be heard, and Miao Yi's eyes shot open.
How punctual indeed. As expected, Yan Beihong's agitated voice could be heard shouting from the outside, an enemy attack. It's an enemy attack. The entire fort immediately became rowdy. Miao Yi quickly ran outside as well and saw everyone else rushing to their mounts. Song Ziming was also present and was no longer hiding behind that black curtain.
Miao Yi quickly made his way to charcoal and hopped on. His movements were a little slower than the rest. Song Ziming and the others had already donned their armors and readied their weapons as they assembled.
What's going on? Song Ziming shouted to Yan Beihong.
Yan Beihong appeared restless as he pointed into the distance.
He's here.
That devil spawn Yun Feiyang has caught up with us again. He's already coming ashore from the northwest.
Everyone was shocked.
Yun Feiyang had really done quite a number on them.
They didn't even bother thinking about anything else. Song Ziming waved and said, we cannot stay here any longer.
Head to the shore.
Miao Yi was situated right behind everyone.
And just as they were about to charge, he revealed the Mysticine mirror and unleashed a powerful surge of coldine energy from the back. Everyone was instantly enveloped inside the gray mist, Yan Beihong included. As he had been secretly watching Miao Yi's reaction the whole time, Yan Beihong was utterly shocked and angered by his actions. But before he could react, the surge of colding energy had already surrounded him. Within the deathly chill, Song Ziming and the others were completely stunned by the sudden turn of events. However, as their backs were facing towards Miao Yi, they didn't have the time to turn around and defend themselves. Soon, their consciousness faded away, and they began crashing forward along with their mounts from the sudden spike in inertia. Even Yan Beihong was no exception. The colding energy then rushed back into the Mysticine mirror. With one hand on the inverse scale spear and another on the Mysticine mirror, Miao Yi swept a cold gaze across the people lying on the snow-crusted ground. Song Ziming and the others were all lying completely frozen stiff on the ground, covered in a layer of snow-white frost. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 405, Dividing the Spoils. Chapter 405, Dividing the Spoils. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Miao Yi dismounted from his dragon steed and pulled Yan Beihong up while invoking his arts to dispel the colding energy in Yan Beihong's body. Ugh! Still a little groggy from having just regained consciousness, Yan Beihong slowly opened his eyes. When he saw Miao Yi looking at him with a menacing smile on his face, his eyes instantly widened in shock. However, before he could burst out in anger, Miao Yi hurriedly laughed and explained, "It's your fault for not finding a better place to hide. My Mysticine mirror can't differentiate between friend or foe. If I had tried to avoid hitting you, I would have risked letting some of them escape. I wasn't setting you up on purpose." Yan Beihong's consciousness was still quite hazy, and his body couldn't help shivering a little. As he gradually came to, he slowly got up, then quickly looked over to see how Song Ziming and the others fared. It seemed his main concern was still the success of the plan. He didn't mind enduring a little chill if it meant accomplishing their goal. When he saw Song Ziming and the others all frozen stiff on the snow-crusted ground, his body started shaking again out of reflex. But soon, he raised his head and laughed aloud. "Glorious Cloud Sect. You wish to eliminate me, but sadly my life is not yours to take. Just wait. Eventually, I will utterly annihilate all of you and thrash your tens of thousands of years of legacy down to the ground." Yan Beihong then turned around and saw Miao Yi treating his mount. His mouth still quivering, Yan Beihong couldn't help asking, "Little brother, you really scared me just now. I thought you were going to take me down along with them too. There aren't going to be any after effects on my body, right? Why do I keep shivering? Perhaps there is still some yin energy left inside your body. You can just use your arts to dispel them. It'll be fine. At most, your stamina will be a little expended." As he said this, Miao Yi unsheathed his sword artifact and was about to land the killing blow on Song Ziming and the others. Since he had already made his move, he wanted to make sure there were no loose ends. After all, he too was a ruthless man. "Wait!" Yan Beihong raised his hand and shouted. With sword raised and ready to slash down, Miao Yi turned his head around and asked, "Why? Do you wish to spare them?" "Big brother Yan, forgive me for being blunt, but since we've already attacked them, there is no longer any need to be courteous. We will just be inviting trouble for ourselves if we let them go." "That's not what I mean. Please don't misunderstand me, little brother." Yan Beihong strode over and asked excitedly, "Are they all still alive?" "For the time being, they won't die just yet. But who can say what will happen if they stay like this for too long? Can they still be saved the same way you saved me?" "So what if they can?" Miao Yi asked curiously. "You're not asking me to save them, are you?" Yan Beihong raised his hand and pressed down on Miao Yi's sword. Then, as he gently tapped on Miao Yi's wrist, he turned to face the people frozen on the ground. A peculiar light could be seen in his eyes as he said, "All these years, these bastards have been saying whatever the hell they please to my face. They didn't even treat me like a proper human being. In order to survive in the subjugation crusade, I've had no choice but to take it quietly.
How could I possibly think of sparing them?
I just think you'll be letting them off too easily if you simply kill them like this.
Let me deal with them instead. Miao Yi cast a careful glance at Yan Beihong.
He kept feeling as though something was wrong with him somehow, but he couldn't be sure what it was. He just felt that Yan Beihong seemed rather temperamental. However, since he already made it clear that he was going to deal with them himself, Miao Yi simply nodded quietly and sheathed his sword back into its scabbard. Then, he watched as Yan Beihong brandished that absurdly huge sword of his. With deft movements, he chopped off the limbs of Song Zining and the rest. This way, even if they could somehow move again, they would still be crippled, and not be a threat. Miao Yi couldn't help frowning at the sight as he wondered how much hatred Yan Beihong had for these people. He should just kill them straight if he wanted them dead.
Why did he need to do something so cruel?
Having gathered a whole pile of storage rings and bangles in one fell swoop, Yan Beihong laughed aloud. "Little brother, we're rich.
Come. Let's divide the spoils now. This is a time of celebration."
Miao Yi was indeed quite interested in splitting the loot.
He walked up to Yan Beihong and sat down on the opposite side.
From one of the storage bangles, Yan Beihong took out a long sword about 4 feet long and as wide as a palm.
The sword was completely black with an amber-like hue like a piece of semi-transparent black jade. Miao Yi's eyes instantly brightened.
This transcendent artifact was definitely made from high-density crystalline obsidians that were free of any impurities. Yan Beihong shot him a glance and teased, "Little brother, your eyes are shining."
Miao Yi chuckled.
"This is good stuff." "This is Duan Hongfei's mother-child flying sword," Yan Beihong explained. He then tossed it along with the storage bangle over to Miao Yi and said, "They're yours."
Miao Yi didn't reject the offer.
He knew that Yan Beihong had his sights set on something even better, so he quickly accepted the mother-child flying sword. He then erased the transcendent mark imbued inside and replaced it with his own, thereby seizing complete control of the transcendent artifact. As Miao Yi probed the mother-child flying sword with his transcendence energy to figure out how to operate it, Yan Beihong took out another transcendent artifact from a different storage bangle. This time, the artifact was a semi-transparent, silvery orb the size of a fist.
Holding it in his hand, Yan Beihong explained, "This is Kong Yulian's mist pearl."
Miao Yi nodded in approval and said, as expected of one of the top major sects in the Celestial Nation, to actually bestow so many powerful artifacts to their participating disciples in a single stroke.
"These are also yours now."
Yan Beihong tossed the pearl and the storage bangle over to Miao Yi.
Catching the items in his hands, Miao Yi asked in surprise, "You're giving these to me too?"
"Just take it.
Don't try to argue with me." Yan Beihong waved his hand and said in an adamant tone. Miao Yi smiled.
"Then I shall humbly accept them." Then, Yan Beihong took out another artifact from the last storage bangle. This time, it took the form of a black muslin cloth with glimmering gold embellishments. Raising it up in his hands, he laughed aloud.
"This is the thing I wanted.
Little brother, I'll be taking this transcendent artifact."
Miao Yi smiled.
"The goal of the plan this time was to help you obtain it, after all." Yan Beihong laughed as he tucked away the flowing cloud killer.
After that, he continued searching Song Ziniying's storage bangle.
After a while, he suddenly clicked his tongue and said, "I can't believe the glorious Cloud sect even gave this to Song Ziniying for the subjugation crusade." As he was examining the mist pearl, Miao Yi raised his head and noticed Yan Beihong holding onto an immortal herb. However, this immortal herb was nowhere near the size he had used, it was only 1/3 of it. "I'll be taking this immortal herb, but if you ever need it, I won't hesitate to use it on you. That said, it's best if us brothers never get the chance to use this thing." Yan Beihong didn't beat around the bush and simply let Miao Yi know that he would be taking the immortal herb, then quickly tucked it away. After that, without even bothering to check the other storage rings and bangles, he casually slid them over to Miao Yi and said, "The rest is all yours."
He was as easygoing as ever. Miao Yi was stunned. you're giving them all to me? You deserve it.
If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain a single one of these, said Yan Beihong. Then, he suddenly sighed. Staring at Miao Yi, he shook his head and continued, Brother, I am very happy today. I really didn't misjudge you after all. If you had been taken by greed and had even the slightest selfish intention just now, I fear my life would have already come to an end at this very spot. The cultivation realm is full of deceit and trickery. It is hard to find someone that you can really trust. Meeting you was my blessing, and I would never trade that away for any amount of treasure in the world.
Miao Yi smiled bitterly. Still, you don't have to give them all to me. Why don't we do it this way then? You have another look and see if there's anything else you need. I can have the rest after that. Don't be such a girl. Us brothers are ambitious men. What's a little treasure compared to that? When the day comes that we can look down on the rest of the cultivation realm, what couldn't we obtain for ourselves?
Yan Beihong casually waved his hand and stood up, then started pacing around the frozen bodies of Song Zining and the others. There was a strange glint in his eyes, and he seemed to be deep in thought.
Miao Yi then gathered all the storage rings and bangles in his hands and said, You're not going to say that you don't want the Geotranscendence bangles inside these as well, are you? Let's at least split them in half. As for the rest of the items, I'll humbly accept them. Yan Beihong simply waved his hand and answered, Why would I want those worthless things? Not only can you not bring them out of the Sea of Constellations, but even if you could, you won't be able to trade them off for anything. Worthless things? Miao Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he continued, You sure are generous. There are countless participants fighting tooth and nail just to get these in the Western Starsea. That's because they're idiots. Yan Beihong then turned around and revealed the shimmering Geotranscendence bangle on his wrist. He said, There's actually no difference between having just the one on my wrist and the whole stack that you're lugging around there. It all depends on how you look at it. The reason these bastards and I managed to survive this long was all because we weren't fixated on these things. Miao Yi was confused. He asked, What do you mean? Yan Beihong pointed a finger towards Miao Yi, shaking his head as he said, Are you just playing dumb, or do you really not understand? At the end of the subjugation crusade, there will only be 100 survivors. Even if we fail to take even a single Geotranscendence bangle, but as long as we survive till the end and have the ones on our wrists, we're guaranteed a position in the top 100. We're not like those major forces who need to fight for a high ranking. For us, the main priority isn't how many Geotranscendence bangles we can get, it's how we can survive until the end. Yan Beihong's words hit Miao Yi like a bucket of cold water. He was instantly thunderstruck as he realized that Yan Beihong had a point. However, he soon shook his head and replied, That's not entirely true. With a higher ranking, at least we'll get a larger portion of the orbs of will in the prize pot. Not to mention, once we return, the priority in choosing the domain to be a manor head will be entirely dependent on our ranking. So if our ranking is higher, we will be able to obtain richer lands. Yan Beihong scoffed, The participants sent over by the 6 sages alone would easily seize over 30 spots. Even if each of the 72 earthly branches had only one cultivator left, there won't be enough spots left over. Do you think there'll be a lot of people left to compete against you for the richest lands once you return? Hence, little brother, as long as we make it back alive, there is no need to worry about not getting any good territories. Miao Yi couldn't help nodding in agreement as he listened to Yan Beihong's explanation. Yan Beihong continued, As for the orbs of will, if you're really keen on them, then all the more reason for you to keep the Geotranscendence bangles for yourself. That way you will be able to get a higher ranking, which might be even better than if we split them in two, resulting in both of us getting lower rankings individually. Perhaps you could obtain even more orbs of will like this. If that happens, you can simply gift me with a small portion as thanks. Miao Yi was utterly dazed. He watched as Yan Beihong continued to pace around the crippled bodies of Song Zining and the others. It seemed like he wasn't even the slightest bit interested in the orbs of will. Rather, he seemed more intrigued by Song Zining and the others instead. Miao Yi couldn't help feeling puzzled. What kind of cultivator didn't desire to have more orbs of will? How could Yan Beihong be so unperturbed? Wasn't this a little too strange? Little brother, I need your help to carry these bastards over to Song Zining's quarters. As soon as he said this, Yan Beihong carried a few of them and left, leaving 4 bodies for Miao Yi to deal with. Miao Yi was lost for words, thinking, how sick can you get? Why do you need to carry these limbless people somewhere else? Don't tell me you're thinking of torturing them even further to vent out your frustration? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 406, Mysterious Satanic Arts. Chapter 406, Mysterious Satanic Arts. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Even though he was appalled by the idea, Miao Yi still helped him carry the remaining 4 cripples. As soon as he entered the fort master's living quarters, Miao Yi dumped the 4 people to the side. He then turned to find Yan Beihong frowning at him with a strange glint in his eyes. Miao Yi had no idea what was going on in his mind. Miao Yi was no fool. He knew that something was off about Yan Beihong and had been feeling worried about him this whole time. Seeing the light in his eyes now, Miao Yi couldn't help feeling a little wary inside. Little brother, I just tried using my arts to dispel the colding energy inside their bodies, but the speed is much too slow. By the time I completely get rid of the colding energy inside them, I'm afraid they will already be dead. I won't be able to use them then. That's why I hope you can help me one more time. Yan Beihong said in a grave tone. Can't use them? Miao Yi then asked curiously, what are you going to do with them? Yan Beihong shook his head, don't ask. There are some things I can't tell you just yet. For the time being, just help me treat them. Miao Yi hesitated for a moment, but upon looking at the frozen, crippled bodies on the ground, he felt that his concern was unwarranted. Even if he defrosted them now, they wouldn't be able to put up much resistance. Meanwhile, Yan Beihong had already lined the 9 of them up and beckoned to Miao Yi with his arm. Miao Yi sighed and nodded. He then leaned down and pressed his hand on the chest of one of the victims, and quickly used his arts to dispel the colding energy inside the person. As Miao Yi treated Song Zining and the others, one by one, Yan Beihong quickly followed behind and used his arts to seal the wounds on their limbs to prevent them from dying due to blood loss. At the same time, he also used his arts to restrain their movements. When Song Zining and the others came to and realized the terrible state of their bodies, they were utterly horrified. Song Zining shot a glare at Yan Beihong and cursed furiously, Yan Beihong, how dare you collude with an outsider and ambush me? You disloyal traitor, ... Yan Beihong looked down on them with disdain and replied indifferently, don't you think it's a little too late to be saying this? What about all those times the glorious Cloud sect bossed me around? And how about all those times you bastards ordered me around like I was your slave? Did any of you ever think of me as a fellow disciple? But don't worry, you won't be the only ones to suffer my wrath. I remember quite clearly all the kindness that the glorious Cloud sect has shown me. If the day comes that I, Yan Beihong, become a highly powerful being, then it shall be the day of glorious Cloud sect's reckoning. Miao Yi stood silently by the side. He could tell from Yan Beihong's letter that the glorious Cloud sect had done something awful to him, but it hadn't specified what it was. As he observed the current situation, Miao Yi couldn't help wondering what exactly the glorious Cloud sect had done to Yan Beihong that would make him wish to destroy the entire sect so badly. However, Yan Beihong's goals were a little unrealistic. A force as large as the glorious Cloud sect was sure to have an army of experts at their disposal. It was easier said than done to destroy an organization like that. Unless Yan Beihong could become as powerful as the 12 overlords, it was unlikely that he would be able to achieve his goal. This ambition of his was a little too great. It seems Song Zining realized he had no chance for survival now that he was in Yan Beihong's grasp.
He didn't beg for his life, and instead barked out, "Delusional fool. You bastard, my glorious cloud sect will definitely hunt you down, and you will surely die a miserable death. Even if I do, none of you will get the chance to see it happen." Yan Beihong scoffed. He then launched several quick punches. The sound of cracking bones reverberated in the air as Yan Beihong broke the jaws of all the cripples in the room. Their mouths then bled uncontrollably, they had no way of closing them shut. After that, Yan Beihong turned to Miao Yi and said, "Little brother, I still have a few things left to do. I ask that you leave me be for now." What exactly is he going to do to them that he even needs me to leave him alone? Furrowing his brows, Miao Yi asked curiously, "Is it something I shouldn't see? Please let me keep this from you for now." Yan Beihong shook his head, then continued, "Little brother, I'd like to trouble you to help stand guard outside for me." Miao Yi figured he shouldn't pry too deeply into it. He nodded his head, then turned around and left. Once Yan Beihong made sure that Miao Yi was outside, he turned back to his victims. Taking out a crimson steel needle, he pulled the moaning Song Ziming off the ground and started pushing needle after needle into his pressure points. He even stuck a few into Song Ziming's head. Soon, Song Ziming entered into a deep stupor. As Yan Beihong held onto Song Ziming's lower jaw with his other hand, his hair and dark red sleeves began fluttering about for no apparent reason, and his eyes gradually became as dark as ink. Then, rumbling noises could be heard as his belly rapidly expanded and contracted. A strange energy also began to gradually envelop the cave. As Yan Beihong's eyes grew darker and darker, they slowly began to emit an ominous glow. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, and a gray mist started surging out from it and rushed straight into Song Ziming's open jaw. Lying paralyzed on the ground, Duan Hongfei and the others widened their eyes in disbelief as they witnessed a white inner core slowly floating out from Yan Beihong's mouth. Floating within the gray mist, the inner core gradually entered Song Ziming's mouth. An inner core? There was actually an inner core inside Yan Beihong's body? With evident fear in their eyes, Duan Hongfei and the others came upon a terrifying realization: satanic arts. A manor head of the celestial nation had actually fallen onto the path of the devil and was cultivating satanic arts. And just then, the youthful-looking Song Ziming began to rapidly age at a visible pace, as wrinkles quickly began to form on his face. It was as though the youth he had obtained from his long years of cultivation was being hastily returned to the heavens. In less than an hour, Song Ziming had transformed from an exuberant youth into a frail, old man. It was absolutely mind-boggling. The whistling sound of wind could be heard as Yan Beihong took in a deep breath, and the white-colored inner core re-emerged from within Song Ziming's body. Then, it was sucked back into Yan Beihong's body along with the gray mist that surrounded it. After that, Yan Beihong speedily pulled out all the needles, and Song Ziming, whom no one knew whether he was still alive or not, was casually tossed aside. Yan Beihong then took a step forward, locking his eyes on his next victim, Duan Hongfei. With fear evident in his eyes, Duan Hongfei moaned and repeatedly shook his head, clearly trying to beg for his life. The dark-eyed Yan Beihong was not sympathetic in the least. He pulled Duan Hongfei up, then deftly pushed the steel needles into the major pressure points of his body. By the time the rotating inner core and gray mist made its way out of the last person's mouth, it had transformed from its original white color into a semi-blue shade. The deep, black glow still apparent in his eyes, Yan Beihong quickly pulled out the crimson steel needles and released his grip on the body. As he gently shook his head in pleasure, he praised, "What a wonderful feeling! I've never had the chance to taste Blue Lotus 9th grade cultivators before. To think I was actually able to get 9 of them in one go. Still, the Red Lotus realm is truly not as simple as I imagined. I can't believe I am still unable to break through after absorbing the cultivation of 9 Blue Lotus 9th grade experts. But no matter. In another 10 years, once I've fully assimilated their powers, the Red Lotus realm should be within arm's reach. The future is promising." Soon, his eyes gradually reverted to normal, and the fluttering of his hair and dark red sleeves also slowly died down. A red blaze resin then appeared in his grasp. Turning around, he tossed it over to the stone bed, instantly igniting a mighty flame on the withered corpses. Paying no heed to the flames behind him, the crimson-caped Yan Beihong strode forward and left. Outside the fort, Miao Yi was in the middle of testing out the mother-child flying sword, remotely controlling it to hover around him. Before him lay a giant boulder with the name of the fort master engraved upon it. As he pointed his finger out, the flying sword instantly shot out like a streak of light, striking the giant boulder and instantly splitting it into 7 pieces. Boom! As the giant boulder burst into pieces, 7 streaks of light shot upwards, before making a nosedive straight towards Miao Yi. The 7 lights then quickly combined into one and gently landed upon Miao Yi's palm. Miao Yi raised the sword happily and examined it. He realized that while only one sword was used to strike the enemy, the moment the attack landed, it was capable of splitting 7 ways and instantly killing the target. The enemy would surely have a hard time dealing with this. Little brother. So what do you think about this transcendent artifact? Yan Beihong's voice suddenly came from behind. Miao Yi turned his head around and nodded. It's not bad. As he said this, he was suddenly startled, noticing a thick plume of smoke coming out of the residence behind Yan Beihong. He couldn't help asking, "What did you do?" Yan Beihong turned around and glanced back, replying bluntly, "I simply burned those corpses, that's all." Miao Yi couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Killing them should have been enough. This was just the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade. Why was there a need to go so far by eliminating all traces of their bodies? However, the other person clearly wished to hide his affairs, so Miao Yi figured it would be imprudent of him to pry too deeply. Thus, he proceeded to tuck away the mother-child flying sword, then took out the mist pearl in its place. As he tossed it into the sky, the artifact began glowing with a blue light and started spinning about as it soared upwards. At the same time, a dense fog quickly enveloped the area. In a few short moments, there was nothing but a field of white before Miao Yi. He couldn't see anything at all. The fog was so thick it seemed as though he wouldn't even be able to see his fingers if he put out his hand right now. Since this wasn't an illusion, not even his transcendence vision would work in a situation like this. There was something actually hindering his sight. The mist pearl fell back into Miao Yi's hand, but the surrounding fog was still there. Yan Beihong slowly approached from within the fog. Looking at the mist pearl in Miao Yi's hand, he smiled. This transcendent artifact doesn't have any attack capabilities. I know it seems a little unimpressive, but it can quickly envelop a 5-kilometer radius in fog, making it somewhat useful for escaping. However, I doubt it will be of any use if you're ever up against an expert who can discern your location just by sound alone. Little brother, make sure you fill it up with water after you use it. This transcendent artifact is useless if it runs out of water. It's still better than nothing. Miao Yi chuckled, just the high-density crystalline silver alone would be worth quite a sum. Tucking away the mist pearl, he suddenly remembered something. He told Yan Beihong, "Oh right. Why don't you show me how powerful that flowing cloud killer of yours really is?" Even though Miao Yi had never seen a high-tier transcendent artifact that was refined by Yao Ruoxian before, he had heard of the old Ku's fame more than once. Since there was an opportunity to witness its might, he obviously wanted to try it out. This way, he could also gain a better grasp Yao Ruoxian's level of refining skill when it came to transcendent artifacts. Yan Beihong didn't try to hide it either. He quickly took out the black cloth on the spot and imbued his transcendence energy inside to understand how to operate it. As soon as the sea breeze swept away the dense, white fog, Yan Beihong hurled out the black cloth. Shining with a blue radiance, it slithered up the sky like a snake. Then, it spread itself open, gently fluttering in the wind as it rapidly expanded. Soon, it grew so large that the entire mountain seemed to be surrounded by a giant dark cloud. The reason why this artifact is so powerful is due to its ability to transform at will and can shape its matter according to the situation. Little brother, do you want to test its might for yourself? Yan Beihong asked as he looked at the gray cloud floating in the sky.
Miao Yi was just thinking about testing the strength of Yao Ruoxian's handiwork, so he quickly agreed, sure. But I hope Big Brother Yan will go easy on me. He then readied the inversed scale spear and leaped several dozen meters away. With eyes locked onto the sky, he was already prepared to take what was coming. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 407, Doomed. Chapter 407, Doomed. Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Suddenly, the black cloth enveloping the sky started to shrink, transforming into a whip which quickly shot down into the forest below. Like a phantom, it quickly faded in and out of the trees. However, there was no sign of it approaching the fort at all. Rather, it looked as though someone was just running across the forest with a sheet over their bodies as a prank. With a full body of armor and his spear at the ready, Miao Yi turned back to look at Yan Beihong in confusion, as though asking, "What are you playing at?" Yan Beihong laughed. "Careful. It's starting." Miao Yi quickly turned his head back. To his surprise, there was no longer any sign of the black cloth among the trees below. His eyes then quickly darted from side to side as he raised his spear and slowly turned. He didn't dare to miss out on the slightest signs of movement around him. Suddenly, there was a rustling in the grass nearby. Miao Yi instantly shot a glance over but noticed it was just a snake slithering across the grass. He paid it no heed and continued to survey his surroundings. No, wait. That's a black snake. The thought suddenly flashed through Miao Yi's mind. By the time he reacted, the black snake in the grass was already shooting towards him like an arrow. Clang! Miao Yi quickly knocked it away with his spear. As soon as it touched the ground, the black snake shot back out. Its speed was incredibly fast. Fortunately, Miao Yi's spear didn't exactly lag behind either. However, even though this black snake was as tough as a steel arrow when it attacked, the instant the inversed scale spear struck it, it became as soft as cotton. As such, Miao Yi was unable to push such a flimsy transcendent artifact any considerable distance away, and although it was being knocked away each time, the black snake was gradually pulling closer to Miao Yi. What's more, given its extraordinary speed, Miao Yi soon found himself under attack from all sides. As he turned round and round, Miao Yi had to defend himself with his spear constantly. Meanwhile, the black snake continued to slither around him with blinding speed as it launched its attacks from near untraceable angles. Suddenly, Miao Yi closed his eyes. Immediately, his movements were no longer influenced by the black snake's misdirection, and even though his strikes were no longer as fast as they were before, his attacks became more effective. Every time the black snake launched an attack, it was as though it was being drawn towards Miao Yi's spear. With a single spear in his hand, Miao Yi attacked. At times, it would be a thrust with the razor-sharp spearhead, and other times, it would be a backward shove with the tail of the spear. Regardless of how deceptive the black snake's attacks were, it was unable to get close to Miao Yi at all. Yan Beihong watched in amazement as Miao Yi fought with his eyes closed. He never imagined that Miao Yi still had such a trick up his sleeve, and couldn't help praising, "You are quite skilled indeed, little brother." When it came to the spear, Miao Yi was quite confident in his skills after all. He replied, "It seems this flowing cloud killer isn't as powerful as you said it was." Yan Beihong was slightly taken aback by Miao Yi's comment. However, he quickly laughed aloud. "Don't underestimate it, little brother. If I were to activate the full extent of Flowing Cloud Killer's powers, I fear you won't even be able to put up any resistance." Evidently, he too had a lot of confidence in the transcendent artifact that he had just obtained. "Are you telling me this is still not the full extent of its attacks?" Miao Yi couldn't help nodding in approval. "I know Big Brother Yan is just trying to go easy on me. It's not just about the extent of its attacks." Yan Beihong laughed, "Little brother, open your eyes. I will have it attack you head on. Try to block one strike if you can." "One strike?" Miao Yi's eyes shot open, locking onto the black snake that had come to a stop before him as he said curiously, let me give it a try then. Careful now, Yan Beihong cautioned.
The black snake abruptly shot out in very much the same way as it did previously. At the same time, Miao Yi struck out with his spear, his attack landing precisely on target. However, the black snake's body suddenly became incredibly soft, and instead of being knocked away, it quickly wrapped itself around the inversed scale spear. Coiling around the spear with unbelievable speed, the black snake quickly approached Miao Yi.
Miao Yi was utterly shocked by the sudden change of attack. He quickly realized that he had no way of shaking the black snake off. With his other hand, he hastily grabbed onto the head of the snake in a panic and tried to pull it off. However, regardless of how long one's hand was, there was no way it could outmatch the speed at which the black snake could elongate itself. Before Miao Yi could pull the black snake away, it had already stretched out to wrap around his neck and even nearly cut off his breathing. Tossing the inversed scale spear away, Miao Yi hurriedly pulled on the black snake coiled around his neck. However, he soon noticed that he had no way of moving his arms at all. The black snake had wrapped itself around his body with incredible speed, locking his limbs in place and subduing him completely. Yan Beihong's eyes brightened at the sight of this.
The precise reason he wanted this transcendent artifact so badly was because it could capture his targets alive. As Miao Yi struggled to free himself, he collapsed to the ground, utterly immobilized. The sharp snake head then slowly hovered in front of his face, as though trying to decide if it should pierce through his eyes or burrow through his ears.
Eventually, it decided to slip in through Miao Yi's nostril. How could he possibly survive if this thing went inside him? The instant his nostril started to expand, Miao Yi immediately broke out in cold sweat. He hurriedly exclaimed, "I admit defeat." The black snake instantly came to a halt. Miao Yi felt the bindings on his body loosen, as the snake constricting his body quickly shrunk away. It transformed back into a black cloth in midair, then gently floated off towards Yan Beihong, who was laughing uncontrollably as the black cloth landed on his palm. Yan Beihong teased, "So what do you think of my transcendent artifact, little brother? It is powerful indeed." Miao Yi praised as he jumped back up and tucked the inversed scale spear away. There was still a lingering fear in his mind as he looked at the black cloth. If he had to face something like this, he really would be utterly helpless. This flowing cloud killer was virtually invincible against everything. He couldn't think of any cultivator below the Red Lotus realm capable of overcoming this transcendent artifact. The only way to win would be to first kill the artifact wielder. Miao Yi couldn't help feeling exasperated as he thought about how Yao Ruoxian actually refined a transcendent artifact like this for someone else. It seems the old coot really does live up to his name. But after some thought, he grew puzzled, and couldn't help asking, "Big brother Yan, if this flowing cloud killer is this powerful, why do you all still have to run from Yan Beihong?" But when it comes to transcendent artifacts, it is very normal to have both complementing and opposing archetypes. I don't know what kind of transcendent artifact it is exactly, but that bastard possesses a bag that is capable of sucking away other transcendent artifacts. If Song Ziming hadn't been lucky enough to find a tiny crack in the ground at the time and allowed the flowing cloud killer to slither off, I'm afraid it would have already fallen into Yan Beihong's hands by now. Yan Beihong shook his head and sighed. It seemed like he was rather traumatized. Isn't that the same as Bai Zilion's gourd artifact then? Miao Yi thought.
Then, he asked, the Sea of Constellations subjugation crusade will be ending in another year or so.
Big brother Yan, what are your plans now?
Out of all those remaining in the subjugation crusade, only a small margin of them have survived out of pure luck.
The others are likely a force to be reckoned with in their own right.
Even though we now possess several powerful transcendent artifacts, it is still better to take heed as much as possible. Yan Beihong said gravely, "Little brother, if you ask me, I think it's better for us to continue searching for places to hide and avoid confrontation for as long as we can. We should only fight if there is absolutely no other choice. What say you?"
"I was thinking the same thing." Miao Yi nodded. He looked around, then asked, "Should we continue hiding on this island then?" Will that Yun Feiyang somehow find us? I also have no idea how Yun Feiyang always manages to locate us. However, I'm sure it had something to do with the 10 of us. Now that Song Ziming and the others are dead, let's hope we'll be able to throw off Yun Feiyang's pursuit. Even though I've already burned their bodies, they did stay on this island for a while after all. Just to be safe, I think it's better for us to find a new hiding spot. Miao Yi had no objections. It was always better to be safe than sorry after all. The duo then took out their maps and set their sights on a new island to hide in. Once they did, they immediately departed. Cultivators like them would always have their belongings in their storage rings after all, there was no need to pack anything up. Once they reached the shore, Miao Yi proceeded to take out the raft he had hidden away, since he still had to account for charcoal. He would not separate from charcoal so easily ever again. Waving his hand, Yan Beihong laughed. Now that we have the highly convenient transcendent artifact that is the flowing cloud killer, why do we still need to use wooden rafts? Let me show you what it can do. Yan Beihong tossed out the flowing cloud killer. Drifting in the wind, the black cloth gradually expanded as it gently landed on the ground. Yan Beihong then rode his mount onto the flowing cloud killer. As he dismounted, he beckoned to Miao Yi, who immediately followed suit out of curiosity. The two of them were standing in the middle of the open, black cloth. Then, as Yan Beihong waved his hand, the black cloth quickly closed itself up. As he looked around, Miao Yi noticed how they and their dragon steeds had all been wrapped inside a dark cylindrical space. However, before he could even react, he suddenly felt his body shake. The black cloth they were in had already dove into the ocean, and the light around them was wavy from being refracted by the water around them. Miao Yi quickly realized that the flowing cloud killer was truly impermeable to water. The seawater around it had no way of penetrating the fibers of the black cloth. Like a sea snake, the flowing cloud killer slithered upon the ocean depths. Its speed was extraordinary. Miao Yi could see the scenery on the ocean floor quickly moving past him through the fibers of the black cloth. Miao Yi couldn't help giving praise. This is a really versatile transcendent artifact. However, deep down, he was cursing Yao Ruoxian's entire lineage. What kind of junk did that old coot refine for me? Even though he understood it was mainly because he couldn't provide the materials, he still couldn't help cursing from the sense of injustice he felt. Evidently pleased by the compliment, Yan Beihong laughed heartily. If it wasn't, how could we have possibly managed to escape Yun Feiyang time after time? Half a day later, the duo emerged from the ocean depths and reached shore. What was originally a place that needed weeks of travel to reach had only taken them half a day to reach. Casting a vigilant eye on their surroundings, Miao Yi and Yan Beihong proceeded to scout the island. After making sure the island was safe, the duo then decided on a place to hide and dug out 2 caves to stay in. In the coming days, even though the both of them lived close to each other, they barely met one another. One was busy assimilating the cultivation he had absorbed, the other was unwilling to waste the chance of rapidly growing stronger every day now that he was able to refine 3 orbs of will a day and had sufficient resources. However, they would still meet up once a day. After all, unless they had a death wish, they couldn't simply cast everything aside and just focus on their cultivation. They still had to take turns standing guard. But alas, in such perilous lands, a long-lasting peace was always nothing more than a pipe dream. 2 months later, Miao Yi was in the middle of cultivating inside his cave, when suddenly, Yan Beihong, who was on watch duty, rushed in and shouted, "Run! Yun Feiyang's men have found their way to this island." Miao Yi was startled. He quickly jumped up, and the two of them rushed out the cave and ran straight to their mounts. As soon as they got on their dragon steeds, they immediately made for the opposite direction of the encroaching enemy forces. But before they could even start running to shore, 2 riders suddenly emerged from the mountain ridge before them and blocked their path. One of them was riding on a dragon steed, while the other person, with both hands on his waist as he laughed maniacally, rode on a rather terrifying creature, a muscular, black-skinned bull. With 6 sharp horns on its head, the bull didn't have eyes as most animals normally would. Instead,
it had one eye the size of a fist on its forehead. It also had a mouth full of sharp teeth and was constantly shrouded in a thin, black fog. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 408, A Friend of Luo Xuanfei. Chapter 408, A Friend of Luo Xuanfei? Translator, Soup Hunter Editor, Milk Biscuit. Go on, run. Let's see how far you can go. You think you can escape after killing one of my men? Riding on top of the ferocious-looking bull monster was a big-eyed, bushy-eyebrowed young man dressed in highly exquisite garments. At the moment, he was laughing coldly with an unbearably smug look on his face. Although he wasn't particularly good-looking, his attitude sure was bigger than the average guy. With a single glance, one could tell that he was different from your everyday cultivator. Miao Yi turned to Yan Beihong and transmitted his voice, asking, "He's Yun Feiyang?" With a grave expression, Yan Beihong slowly nodded. With furrowed brows, Miao Yi asked, "Didn't you say they were coming from the north? How did they manage to show up from the south and cut off our escape?" To which Yun Feiyang responded on Yan Beihong's behalf, ever so haughtily, "You'll have my brilliant wit to thank for that. After letting you slip away so many times, I've finally figured out the pattern of your escape. I just knew that as soon as I started a commotion on the north side of the island, you'd definitely run in the opposite direction. And as planned from the start, you fell into my grasp just like that. Let me see how you intend to escape this time." Then, the person beside him remarked, "Young Master Yang, there's only two of them." Yun Feiyang's expression turned awkward. Feeling a little embarrassed, he pointed to his subordinate and scolded, "Do you think I need you to tell me that? I'm not blind, you know." Feeling sheepish, the subordinate immediately shut his mouth. Yun Feiyang then pointed over to Miao Yi and Yan Beihong and barked, "Tell me the truth. Where are the others?" Yan Beihong cupped his fists and replied, "Young Master Yang, the others have already perished at the hands of a powerful enemy. We really had nothing to do with the murder of your subordinate. Please let us go just this once." Yun Feiyang glared at them. "Stubborn, I see. All right then. Let's see if you can still be this tight-lipped once I show you too what it means to beg for your own death." Seeing that a negotiation was impossible with someone so obstinate, Miao Yi quickly unleashed the Mysticine Mirror, setting forth a raging surge of colding energy. Before his opponent could even react, he had already made the first move. What decisiveness! Moo! An ear-crackling guttural sound erupted as the bull monster abruptly spread its jaws, and despite how the colding energy had spread out over a wide area, the bull monster was pulling it all straight down its throat. This bull can actually eat colding energy? Startled, Miao Yi quickly tried to pull back the yin energy. However, he was still a little too late. Before he could finish reabsorbing it all, the bull monster had already managed to gobble up a significant portion. Miao Yi watched as the bull monster remained completely fine even after swallowing so much colding energy. Pooh! It then let out a loud fart, and the colding energy shot out from its anus and instantly covered the forest behind it with frost. Wow! You've got some guts to be making the first move. Yun Feiyang was ecstatic. On the other hand, Miao Yi was in for a penny, in for a pound as he abruptly launched the mother-child flying sword out of his storage bangle, which shot out in a streak of light. Despite knowing they had no chance, Yan Beihong still decided to risk it all and hurled out the flowing cloud killer. Since they were going to die either way, he had to die fighting at the very least. Meanwhile, with a flip of his hand, Yun Feiyang revealed a black, pichot-like object, which jumped out of his palm and transformed into a giant bag. The giant bag opened wide and quickly darted across the air, immediately swallowing up the mother-child flying sword and flowing cloud killer before sealing itself shut just as quickly. It then reverted into a pichot and landed in Yun Feiyang's grasp. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong were distraught as they realized they had lost the psychic connection with their transcendent artifacts. In the blink of an eye, two transcendent artifacts are gone just like that?
Miao Yi finally realized the difference between this artifact and Bai Ziliang's gourd artifact. The latter stole away another person's artifacts by forcibly taking them away, whereas the former cut off the psychic connection between the artifact and its wielder by swallowing it whole. Yan Beihong clicked his tongue and said, "Go ahead and use whatever transcendent artifacts you have left." Miao Yi still had the mist pearl, but against Yan Beihong's transcendent artifact, it would hardly be of any use. He would only be giving it away to the latter if he brought it out. Suddenly, a series of hoofbeats could be heard from the other side. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong turned back to find two more riders coming up behind them. Clearly, they were the ones who had intentionally stirred up the commotion up north earlier on. They immediately surrounded Miao Yi and Yan Beihong from both sides. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong exchanged glances. Then, as they both flexed their arms, black mist surrounded them, and the duo donned on their respective battle armors. One wielded a spear, while the other held onto a greatsword. "What's wrong? You still wish to put up a last-ditch effort to struggle?" Yan Beihong disdainfully raised an eyebrow. Miao Yi pointed over with his spear and shouted, "Yan Beihong, you're just relying on your powerful background and that you have plenty of mighty artifacts at your disposal. Without your artifacts, you're nothing. Do you dare to fight me on your own without their support?" At this point, there was nothing he could do but try to provoke the other party into accepting his challenge. Yan Beihong also raised his sword and bellowed, "Do you dare to fight me without your transcendent artifacts? You think I'm afraid of you punks?" Yan Beihong glared at them and with a wave of his hand, revealed a long spear. The subordinate beside him quickly cautioned, "Young Master Yang." "What?" Yan Beihong immediately cut him short, and almost gave him a face full of spit as he said, "Don't tell me you think I won't be able to win against them? That's not what I mean." The subordinate nervously waved his hand. Pointing to Miao Yi, he continued, "Young Master Yang, don't you think that person slightly resembles the guy we're looking for?" Yan Beihong was suddenly taken aback. The rage in his expression quickly dissipated as his gaze repeatedly shifted up and down Miao Yi's body. The subordinate then pointed at Miao Yi again and continued, "Young master, have a look at the shape of his spear. Not to mention, his dragon steed is actually wearing armor. How many of those can there be? He is a little similar." Yan Beihong nodded, quickly taking out a jade archive with the portrait of a man and dragon steed dressed in silver armor drawn on it. As he compared Miao Yi's figure with the person in the portrait, he soon noticed that regardless of whether it was the spear or the design of the mount's armor, there was a striking resemblance between the two. Only the color of the armor was different. The face of the man in the portrait was also similar to Miao Yi's. It was just that one of them had on a helmet, while the other didn't, thus giving a slight contrast between the two. "He is a little similar." Yan Beihong nodded again. However, he soon pointed out curiously, "But one of them is wearing a set of first-grade armor artifacts, while the other is wearing a set of second-grade armor artifacts. There also seems to be a slight difference in the armor design." His subordinate replied, "Since he is a subjugation crusade participant, it is possible that he changed his first-grade armor artifact set to a second-grade armor artifact set." "That's true," said Yan Beihong as his gaze moved back and forth between Miao Yi and the jade archive in his hands. Miao Yi and Yan Beihong exchanged glances, equally puzzled as to what these people were playing at. Tucking away the jade archive, Yan Beihong suddenly pointed his spear at Miao Yi and asked, "What's your name?" "I don't kill fools who don't name themselves before a fight." Miao Yi returned the gesture and replied, "My name is Miao Yi. Do you dare fight me to the death?" It really is him. Yan Beihong and his subordinate immediately looked at one another, almost shouting simultaneously. Yan Beihong then switched to voice transmission and asked, "It can't be such a coincidence, right? We couldn't find him all these years, and you're telling me we actually managed to bump into him by accident? Could they just be sharing the same name, ? His subordinate replied in kind, "It's possible for them to share the same name, but for the dragon steed's armor to look so similar as well? That seems a little unlikely." Young master, why don't you just ask him a few more questions? Yan Beihong's stance instantly weakened as he said, you ask him on my behalf.
If it turns out he really is that person, and I actually offended him, that little ancestor will have my head when I get back.
Seeing Yan Beihong mumbling to his subordinate again, Miao Yi asked once more, so are we fighting or not? Yan Beihong's subordinate replied on his behalf, Miao Yi, where are you from? Miao Yi answered, what does that have to do with you? Are we going to fight or not?
If you're scared to face us, then step aside and let us leave.
He's not willing to reveal it? The subordinate turned to look at Yan Beihong. Seeing the latter's look of encouragement, the subordinate turned back and asked, Miao Yi, do you know Luo Xuanfei? Miao Yi was immediately taken aback. How do these people know Luo Xuanfei? Could he be in the subjugation crusade as well? Or are there other circumstances involved?
He couldn't make heads or tails of the situation right now, so he wasn't quite sure how to respond. The matter concerned his life and death, so he was afraid of letting the other party latch onto anything they could use to hold over his head.